He was reborn into a parallel world of film and television, starting from a nearly bankrupt security company, and unexpectedly built a colossal enterprise that overshadowed nations, the Umbrella Corporation. Starting with arms trading, he commanded top mercenary groups like Team 141 and Wolfpack, and even joined the HG as a private entity. When asked if he acknowledged the title of King of War, he calmly denied it. "I prefer others to call me the devil." He claimed his secret to survival was never engage in wars, especially those that have nothing to do with you. Chapter 1. Establishing Umbrella Corporation Samnation, Tiago City. Hualong Security Company, Chairman's Office. Chu Zihong sat in the boss's chair, resting his forehead, showing a face full of helplessness. Having just celebrated his 30th birthday, he went to a nightclub with his brothers and friends. Due to excessive drinking and excitement, he suffered a myocardial infarction and died in the ambulance. Unexpectedly, he found himself reborn. Then, a flood of memories began to pour into his mind. The parallel world he was reborn into was called Blue Star, set in the late 1980s. This body shared his name, also called Chu Zihong. Unfortunately, same name but different fate. He had struggled for half his life in Shenzhen, barely affording a down payment for a house. In contrast, this specific body was born with a golden key, a rich second generation living in one of the two superpowers, Sam Nation, and was a Chinese American. His family immigrated to Sam Nation during World War II, and their savings were substantial. They opened a security company in Tiago City, providing 24-hour dedicated security services to local tycoons and government officials, doing quite well and gaining some fame in the industry. For a Chinese family to thrive in Sam Nation during a time of severe racial discrimination against people of color took a lot of effort and sacrifice. However, every family's decline inevitably has a spendthrift. Starting with the original father's poor decisions, the family situation took a nosedive. Originally worth tens of millions, the Chu family faced financial ruin due to the father's failed investments, compounded by the subprime mortgage crisis in Sam Nation. They lost everything, and the company was on the verge of bankruptcy. The security personnel under him either jumped ship or were poached by the rival Blackfire security company. The once thriving Hualong company quickly fell apart. Though it hadn't formally declared bankruptcy, it was on the brink of collapse. In fact, these were manageable issues, but the original father was unwilling to accept defeat and sought to make a comeback. He tried to get a bank loan, but predictably faced rejection. When wealthy, banks would seek you out. When in decline, who would lend you money? Let alone in a country like Sam Nation, where money reigned supreme. Unwilling to back down, the original father reluctantly borrowed $5 million in high-interest loans from the local gang. Needless to say, the investment failed again. The blow was too great. The original father died of a sudden heart attack, leaving behind the struggling Hualong Security Company, which was drowning in debt. Without a source of income, Chu Zihong, who was attending university in California, had to drop out early and return to Tiago City to inherit the family business. Unfortunately, he had no idea how to run a security company, and being a self-indulgent rich second generation, expecting him to turn things around, unless the sun rises in the west. Thus, the last few elite security personnel were lured away by the rival Blackfire security company with high salaries. This only exacerbated Hualong Security Company's precarious situation, pushing it closer to bankruptcy. Once a security company with over 100 employees, now only Chu Zihong and his mistress, the secretary, remained. Most critically, they owed a gang $5 million in high-interest loans, accumulating interest. Who knows how much they owed now? If not repaid, debts would fall to the sun. Chu Zihong would be thrown into the sea to feed the fish, or sold off by the gang like merchandise, a fate worse than death. So, upon realizing the current predicament, Chu Zihong felt a headache coming on. At that moment, a sudden sound echoed in his mind like a bell ringing ding. The unexpected sound made Chu Zihong's body jolt as if electrocuted. "This is a system." At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Chu Zihong's ears. It detected a suitable host, beginning to bind a War King system. Loading. 1, 10, 20. The sudden, emotionless voice brought a spark of hope to Chu Zihong, who was pondering how to resolve his current crisis. His system? There's hope. In his previous life, he had enjoyed reading system-themed web novels in his spare time. So, he naturally understood what this was. Indeed, Every reincarnator has their own golden finger. The appearance of the system made Chu Zihong see a glimmer of hope in the vast sea. Ding! War King system loaded successfully. Host, hello. This system will assist the host in gradually becoming the strongest military contractor. Military contractor? PMC. Chu Zihong was slightly taken aback. Is this a military conquest system? Reading all host data. Please wait. Ding! Reading complete. Detected that the host has a virtually defunct security company. Therefore, this system will assist the host in developing the security company as a primary focus until it becomes the world's strongest military contractor. Ding! Initiating the first stage mandatory mission. Please change the company name to Umbrella Corporation. Umbrella Corporation Umbrella? Chu Zihong showed a face of astonishment. Having seen the Resident Evil series, he naturally knew what this name represented. Umbrella, or the Umbrella Corporation in the Resident Evil game series. It was the culprit behind the disaster in Raccoon City. Possessing extremely advanced technology in weaponry and biomedicine, it had armed forces comparable to that of a small national government, that upon completion of the first stage mandatory mission, the host will randomly receive a special operations employee team of 6 squad. After saying this, the system that appeared out of nowhere came quickly and left just as fast, falling into complete silence. However, from the task just issued by the system, as long as he completed the current mandatory mission, he could obtain a 6-member special operations team. Right now, the company had only him, a lone commander, lacking security personnel. The task was simple. He just needed to change the current Hualong security company to Umbrella Corporation. He could just hire a professional lawyer to handle it. Time waits for no one. He needed to act quickly. He didn't want to relive his life and be thrown into the sea to feed sharks before he even had the chance to enjoy it. Based on the memories of this body, Hualong Security Company had a cooperating professional lawyer, a white man in his 40s named Phelps. After all, he was a longtime partner. Moreover, he was a close friend of the deceased father, so asking him to change the name should not be a problem. Flipping through a business card, Chu Zihong quickly made a phone call. Soon, the call connected. A magnetic voice came through. Chu, you finally decided to call me? Oh, my dear Uncle Phelps, I'm sorry to disturb you. Chu Zihong said apologetically. Chu, you don't need to apologize. I just got to work. Phelps shook his head dismissively and then asked Chu, did you call me to prepare for bankruptcy settlement? Not exactly. I plan to keep it going, but before that, I need to ask Uncle Phelps for a favor. What is it? I'm thinking of changing the company name to Umbrella Corporation and starting over. Phelps was taken aback and asked, that's a good idea, but what made you suddenly want to change the name? Although Hualong Security Company is not doing well right now, it still has some reputation in the industry. If you want to start over, it can help you develop faster. Uncle Phelps, I'm planning to start fresh, so I hope you can help me. All right, Chu, as long as you've thought it through. Phelps couldn't say much and could only agree to help Chu Zihong change the name. After hanging up the phone, Chu Zihong breathed a sigh of relief. The system's task was basically guaranteed. Now he just had to wait for Uncle Phelps to change the name, and once that was done, the task would be considered complete. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Phelps swiftly grabbed his clothes and headed out. He then drove to the city government in the suburbs of Tiago to change Chu Zihong's Hualong Security Company to Umbrella Corporation. Efficiency at its best. An hour later, after understanding the company's operating status, Chu Zihong took a sip of water. Suddenly, he heard the system's notification sound in his mind, detected that the host has successfully changed the defunct Hualong Security Company to Umbrella Corporation. Therefore, this system determines that the host has completed the task. Hearing the system's prompt, Chu Zihong let out a sigh of relief. IT worked. He couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, having acquaintances everywhere makes things easier. If it were according to the efficiency of these foreign governments, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to get it done. Congratulations, the host has completed the task of changing the company name. Do you wish to receive the reward? Yes. A blue virtual screen suddenly appeared in front of Chu Zihong that a series of familiar special forces or organizations flashed before him. Alpha, Signal Flag, SAS, SEAL, SBS, etc. Even those powerful forces that exist in the gaming world. Task Force 141, Wolf Mercenary Group, Satan Mercenary Group, Angel Mercenary Group, Black Devil, Giant God, Arctic Fox. Although there were some he hadn't heard of, Chu Zihong had played Call of Duty, and the strength of Task Force 141 and Giant God was undoubtedly impressive. For example, Ghost, Price, Soap, and Roach. If he could bring these people into the real world, each one's strength would be enough to dominate all mercenaries and special forces worldwide. As a PMC, wouldn't that be a piece of cake? So no matter which reward he received, it was something Chu Zihong was drooling over. Even the Black State Militia had a certain combat capability. He hoped the system could help him rise to prominence. Chu Zihong rubbed his hands together, his gaze filled with anticipation. Chapter 2. For the sake of global nuclear peace, isn't that reasonable? Congratulations, the host has received the first phase task reward, Italian Government VIP Protection Unit. This is a well-trained, well-equipped world-class special forces unit dedicated to protecting government officials and visiting foreign heads of state and dignitaries, hailed as the protectors of VIPs on the FK front. The implanted identity is that of a security personnel who came to apply after seeing the host's recruitment information. The host can contact and communicate with them at any time. This character will gladly accept the host's invitation and will never betray the host. NOCS. When Chu Zihong saw the 6 figures on a virtual screen, he instantly went from surprise to joy. Could he be so lucky? He actually obtained the Italian Government VIP Protection Unit. As the system described. This is a well-trained, world-class special forces unit, proficient in karate, tactical combat training, and mastering high-altitude, low-opening, halo parachuting techniques, among others. They can be considered the most professional protection personnel among special forces. Many dignitaries can be seen with them during foreign visits. Although it wasn't the 141 task force he hoped for, NOCS was still very impressive. It would completely meet the current needs of his company. In terms of security, they were absolutely professional. So on this point, Chu Zihong was still content. After all, it was the first simple task, and he would surely be able to obtain the 141 task force in the future. Just then, there was a knock at the office door, which brought Chu Zihong back to reality. He saw his blonde-haired, blue-eyed, sexy secretary and lover, Alice, standing at the door and saying, "Boss, 6 applicants saw our company's recruitment information and came to apply for security personnel. So fast? Truly impressive, thanks to the system." Chu Zihong immediately said, "Quick, let them in." He didn't even bother to look at his lover. A man facing a crisis shouldn't be distracted by beauty. Business comes first. Soon, 6 tall white men, nearly 2 meters tall and dressed in sharp black suits, entered one after another. Just looking at their height gave a sense of security. Indeed, the system's output was impressive. Chu Zihong walked up to the leading white man, looked him up and down, and asked, "What's your name?" "Boss, my name is Victor." "Victor, from today, you're the head of the security department of Umbrella Corporation." "Yes, boss," Victor replied respectfully. Chu Zihong smiled with satisfaction and then turned to his secretary, instructing, "Alice, take Victor and the others down to register and sign the contract." "Okay, darling." Alice was a bit puzzled as to why these people didn't ask about benefits or treatment, but joined the company so readily. But since her beloved boss instructed her, she could only comply. As night fell, in the suburbs of Tiago City, at the Chu family manor, the entire manor covers an area of 7,140 square meters, roughly the size of a standard soccer field. Upon entering this manor, Chu Zihong was quite shocked. In the late 1980s, a Chinese family could own such a large estate in a country with significant racial disparities, which showed that the Chu family indeed had some skills, although they had fallen from grace. Chu Zihong believed that the entire Chu family would rise again under his leadership, even surpassing their former peak. The vast manor was completely dark and lifeless. Chu Zihong did not see a single servant. After searching through the original owner's memories, he realized the Chu family's decline meant they no longer had the money to pay for servants' wages, and all the servants had been dismissed by the original owner. The large manor, unattended, felt empty and almost indistinguishable from a haunted house. Chu Zihong turned to Victor and the others who were following him and said, "Victor, you all can live here." "Yes, boss." Victor nodded respectfully. After sending a few people away, Chu Zihong sat on the soft sofa in the living room, trying to actively communicate with the system in his mind. As a result, he communicated for a long time. The system remained cold and silent, a typical tool system focused on issuing tasks. However, from what the system had said earlier, it aimed to turn him into the world's strongest military contractor. Did this mean he was meant to become like MPRI, Blackwater, CSA, Cossack, CACI, and other military resource companies. In other words, a PMC, a professional mercenary. Powerful PMC companies, like the aforementioned military resource companies, often have some official backing. Whether in his past life or in this parallel world, they could intervene in regional wars. Mercenaries thrive on bloodshed. Wherever there's war, there's the shadow of PMCs. If he wanted to become the strongest military contractor, he would inevitably have to compete with these established companies for business. The danger was immense, akin to walking a tightrope. However, simply becoming a military contractor seemed a bit too dull. It wouldn't make much money. Since I want to be the strongest military contractor, the arms business is inevitably involved. This industry is also highly profitable. Moreover, mercenaries need weapons and equipment, so why not be self-sufficient? Adding to that, I have been reborn to the late 1980s during the Cold War period. The Cold War created the largest arsenal on this planet. No one can keep a cool head in the face of enormous profits, especially a year later when one of the two super empires, the Soviet Union, collapses. The mountains of weapons in the warehouses become my gold mine. Additionally, the world order will undergo drastic changes, moving from a bipolar structure to a unipolar one with multiple powers. Without the constraints of the Soviet Union, the United States, which leaps to become the world leader, will start wars everywhere for profit. Local wars will be continuous. The arms business will undoubtedly be the easiest to do because humanity can never escape violence. It's in our nature. The rib cavity of the earliest human remains, even contained a spearhead. At that time, I will have both manpower and equipment. What strongest military contractor? I want to become the king of war. Chu Zihong's eyes sparkled. What's the point of being stuck in this small United States? A real man should aim for greater things. With a plan in mind, Chu Zihong's goal became clear: to become the king of war. However, for now, he needed to figure out how to solve the startup capital issue and the high-interest loan problem. Just then, the system prompt suddenly sounded, triggering the first stage main quest: successfully sell a batch of arms, with a quantity of no less than 200. Task completed. Random rewards include a firearm manufacturing blueprint, a tactical special forces squad, and a random lottery chance. The system, which had been unresponsive for a long time, suddenly issued a prompt. This left Chu Zihong speechless, but quickly invigorated. The rewards for completing the task were simply a timely help. A qualified arms dealer must have their own industry chain, rather than being a second-hand dealer. For example, the major global arms manufacturers like Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, General Dynamics, Grumman, Dassault, and Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. Especially Lockheed Martin and Raytheon, which are solid arms giants and major weapons suppliers to the United States. Reaching their oligarchic scale, a single word from them can influence high-level decisions in the U.S. government. It can be said that they have immense power. As for selling arms in violation of international law, the largest arms dealer in the world is the U.S. itself. Claiming it's illegal is merely them wanting to have their cake and eat it too. As long as you possess nuclear weapons, you can even point your finger at the UN Secretary General and scold him. Then say to the world, "Sorry, I'm just aiming for global nuclear peace." Chapter 3. Owing $5 million and paying back $15 million? How shady. A week later, the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the luxurious interior. Chu Zihong opened his eyes, stretched lazily, still feeling a bit sore. A week of high-intensity training nearly exhausted him. Who told him to have the misfortune of being stuck with a passive auxiliary system? Rich rewards would only appear after achieving certain milestones or reaching a certain level of wealth. And throughout this process, everything relied on his own hard work. There were no starter packs or drugs to improve physical fitness. So he had to train hard. That a military dealer who often walks on the edge of death must have good physical fitness to escape. However, after 7 days of intense training, combined with high-tech medical products and special food made by Victor, his physical fitness had greatly improved. Running 1 or 2 kilometers was no problem. After washing up and getting dressed, Chu Zihong prepared to continue reinforcing his physical fitness. Just as he stepped out of his bedroom, he ran into Victor, who was walking quickly towards him. Victor quickly approached Chu Zihong. "Boss, a group of uninvited guests has arrived at the manor." "What kind of people?" "The largest gang organization in Tiago City, the 3K Party." The 3K Party. Hearing that it was the largest gang organization in Tiago City, Chu Zihong immediately understood what was happening. The $5 million high-interest loan owed by his deceased father was borrowed from the 3K party. They must have come to the manor early in the morning for that $5 million loan. Given their usual behavior, the initial loan of $5 million has likely turned into many millions with interest. He couldn't come up with that much money now. The entire Chu family, aside from the large manor in front of him, was basically a near-bankrupt shell of a security company. He only had $10,000, which he borrowed from Uncle Phelps. $10,000 was just a drop in the bucket. So, why should he pay back this mess? He didn't even borrow it. Chu Zihong immediately asked, how many of them came? Do they have weapons? 1 Ford, 1 Cadillac, a total of 8 people, all armed. Victor reported what he had observed. Chu Zihong narrowed his eyes. This did not bode well. Do you have weapons? Chu Zihong looked at Victor and asked out, boss, we all brought weapons before coming. As Victor spoke, he pulled out a Glock handgun. Seeing the pistol in Victor's hand, a virtual data value appeared before Chu Zihong, displaying the stats of the handgun. Model, Glock 17.9mm pistol. Caliber, 9mm magazine capacity. 20 rounds firing mode, semi-automatic. Ammunition type, 9mm parabellum pistol cartridge manufacturer, Glock. This feature is impressive. Chu Zihong's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the system to have such capabilities. Not becoming an arms dealer would be a great waste. With weapons, I can conquer the world. Moreover, with Victor and his 6 men's combat skills, dealing with 8 gang members would be easy. Let's go take a look. Chu Zihong waved his hand and walked briskly ahead. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Chu family manor, 2 cars were parked, one of which was a conspicuous black Cadillac. The people inside the car were also influential. Hugh Fletcher, the East District leader of the 3K party in Tiago City, a ruthless bald white man. Hugh Fletcher looked out the car window at the Chu family manor, his eyes filled with greedy light. Boss, that Chu guy has come out, and he's accompanied by 5 bodyguards. A subordinate leaned forward and reported softly. Hugh Fletcher shifted his gaze to the manor's gate and saw Chu Zihong arriving at the entrance with 6 tall white bodyguards. Chu Zihong was not a concern, but Hugh Fletcher frowned at Victor and the others. He could feel that these 6 were definitely not ordinary people. They were either mercenaries or professional security personnel. The former was unlikely, but professional security personnel were very possible. However, that Chinese security personnel was supposed to have been poached by his arch-rival, Blackfire. Where the hell did they come from? Hugh Fletcher stared at Chu Zihong and the others walking out of the gate. A hint of apprehension flashed in his eyes. Those in high positions are not fools. What if he had more people? In front of professional security personnel, that would be like an amateur fighter facing boxing champion Ali, seeking death. Thinking about not getting what he wanted today, Hugh Fletcher felt a sense of frustration. Damn it. But as a boss, he couldn't show any signs of weakness in front of his subordinates. Hugh Fletcher regained a proud demeanor, straightened his collar, opened the car door, and got out that on the other side. Chu Zihong also arrived at the door, seeing a middle-aged white man getting out of a car, that he looked quite presentable. Chu Zihong curled his lips, feeling indifferent. Hugh Fletcher, with a cigar in his mouth, puffed out a cloud of thick smoke and then walked step by step to stand in front of Chu Zihong. His unruly deep blue eyes scanned Chu Zihong, and he spoke fluent Sam-style English that Mr. Chu, I heard that you Chinese have a saying, a son repays his father's debts. I wonder if I'm right? Chu Zihong nodded in agreement. Yes, there is such a saying. Seeing this, Hugh Fletcher didn't waste any more words and directly took the loan contract from his subordinate. Your father borrowed $5 million from us, and today is the repayment day. According to the high daily interest rate, you need to pay us $15 million. As he spoke, Hugh Fletcher unceremoniously shoved the contract in front of Chu Zihong. Chu Zihong didn't even glance at the contract. Instead, he reached out to push it aside, smiling brightly at Hugh Fletcher. My father borrowed $5 million from you, and now he has to repay $15 million. You guys are faster at making money than those Wall Street capitalists. No, we gangsters are different from those vampires. We are very humane that if Mr. Chu can't come up with the money, you can also use real estate as collateral like the manor you live in now. Hugh Fletcher took a puff of his cigar and pointed to the manor behind Chu Zihong. Ha. Chu Zihong smiled and said, Mr. Fletcher, there's another saying among us Chinese that you might not have heard. What saying? That is, the grandson who borrows money must repay it like a grandmaster. Chu Zihong narrowed his eyes and stared directly at Hugh Fletcher. So if it was borrowed with skill, why should it be repaid? Hugh Fletcher was taken aback, clearly not expecting Chu Zihong to break the mold. Not repaying, his blue eyes narrowed slightly, staring at the smiling Chu Zihong like a venomous snake. "Kid, do you know the consequences of not repaying the money to our 3K gang?" Chu Zihong raised an eyebrow and said, "Throwing you in the sea to feed the fish or putting you in a blender until there's nothing left. Understand the consequences, so stop talking nonsense and pay up," Hugh Fletcher said impatiently. The surrounding subordinates also sensed their boss's impatience and deliberately revealed the weapons at their waists. Several subordinates even took out a few MP5 submachine guns from the trunk of the car. They immediately aimed their guns at Chu Zihong and his group, eager to shoot at the slightest provocation. Victor and the others immediately drew their Glock 17 handguns and formed a defensive stance, protecting Chu Zihong in the middle, with their briefcases quickly open to become bulletproof shields. Everything happened in the blink of an EY. By the time others reacted, Chu Zihong had already been escorted back into the manor by Victor and the others. Both sides faced off with a tense standoff, separated by an iron gate. Hugh Fletcher calmly pushed aside the subordinates, shielding him, his snake-like eyes fixed on Chu Zihong inside the manor. "Kid named Chu, I'll give you another 3 days. If you can't come up with the money, even if you have the best special forces around you, they can't protect your life." After dropping a threatening remark, Hugh Fletcher stared at Chu Zihong for a while and then signaled his subordinates to get in the car and leave the manor. The two cars quickly disappeared at the end of the road. Without the threat, Victor and the others immediately dispersed but still maintained a protective stance around Chu Zihong. Chu Zihong gazed at the departing Hugh Fletcher and his group, a serious look on his face. Having a system doesn't mean being invincible. After all, he hadn't developed yet. Even if he was unsteady, how could he build a villa on an unstable foundation, relying solely on Victor and the others to confront the entire 3K gang? Did they think they were in a Hollywood personal heroism movie, sniping from start to finish? Reality is not a movie, so that's simply wishful thinking. After being reborn, the first crisis made him feel somewhat tricky to resolve it. He must proceed cautiously. One misstep could lead to another. In the end, it could be irretrievable. Having barely survived once, Chu Zihong would definitely not give up hope for life. Currently, the only thing that could change all of this still boils down to the system. First, complete the tasks assigned by the system. Perhaps there will be a turnaround. Chapter 4. Underground Armory. Heading to the black market, Chu Zihong glanced around the empty basement of the Chu family manor. Then his gaze fixed sharply on a protruding area in the corner. It was difficult to notice this unusual spot without a careful examination. According to the memories of his predecessor, his father seemed to have hidden a miniature armory in the basement for self-defense and to protect the family. However, he wasn't quite sure of the exact location. Nevertheless, with careful observation, Chu Zihong discovered the peculiar area. He immediately walked over and reached out to feel the protruding section in the corner, sensing some looseness. Chu Zihong's expression changed. He had found it. He pressed down hard, and a faint sound of a mechanism activating echoed. Rumbling, the wall in the middle of the basement slowly pulled apart, revealing a space the size of a cabinet. Inside that space were neatly arranged various weapons. Automatic rifles, semi-automatic rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, handguns, and more. Chu Zihong even spotted a neatly stacked box of grenades and several boxes of standard ammunition on the shelves below. The scale of these weapons suggested they were from a security company. Unfortunately, they had never been used, as his predecessor's father faced bankruptcy due to failed investments. These weapons never had the chance to be utilized. However, with so many weapons and ammunition, they were just enough for him to complete the mission issued by the system. Chu Zihong picked up a familiar silver handgun, and detailed data about the gun appeared before him. Model, Desert Eagle. Type, hunting handgun. Capacity, 9 rounds. Range, 200 meters. Caliber, 9, 1mm. 357 AE. Manufacturer, Israeli Military Industries. The Desert Eagle, whether in movies, anime, or games, often makes an appearance. It is one of the most familiar and beloved sidearms. Unfortunately, it is not very practical in real combat. It is heavy and has excessive power. Thus, it generally serves as a collectible or is used for hunting. It is primarily sought after by collectors and gun enthusiasts. In terms of practical combat effectiveness, handguns like Glock, Beretta, Colt, and Ruger used by various countries' armed forces are more reliable. After playing with the Desert Eagle for a moment, Chu Zihong put it back in its place and picked up a classic weapon, the AK-47. This rifle has a simple structure, powerful firepower, good serviceability, few malfunctions, and is durable, making it very suitable for soldiers in vehicular combat. It can still fire normally in harsh environments like sandstorms and muddy conditions. It is one of the most famous and widely circulated weapons in the world and one of the 6 great guns. It is well known that among all the weapons produced in the Russian arms factories, none is as profitable as the AK-47, also known as the Kalashnikov rifle. Since the end of the Cold War, the AK-47 has become a major export item for Russia, followed closely by vodka and caviar, as well as poets with suicidal tendencies. Setting down the AK-47, Chu Zihong's attention was suddenly drawn to a familiar rifle. Hey, isn't that the Type 56 automatic rifle? Although this gun is not as famous as the AK-47, it is quite popular in the Imperial Graveyard area. Several Type 56 rifles appeared in the movie Black Hawk Down. In terms of cost-effectiveness, it is on par with the AK and much better than Uncle Sam's M16. At the very least, it is not as delicate, does not jam, overheat, or frequently encounter issues in harsh environments. A gun is a soldier's second life. Naturally, a gun that has frequent problems is not favored. Chu Zihong held the Type 56 automatic rifle and performed a gangster-style pull of the bolt, enjoying the crisp sound of the action. It was quite pleasing to the ears and truly satisfied his craving. After that, the remaining weapons on the shelf were some more common firearms, such as the M16 and G36 automatic rifles. In the 1980s, the prices of these weapons ranged from hundreds to thousands, and selling them all could potentially bring in $1 million for Chu Zihong. In later years, the prices of these weapons dropped significantly, even to the point of being sold by the pound. The most expensive ones are the fully automatic AR series rifles. The rest included a box of M57 grenades and several boxes of standard ammunition. The M57 is a standard grenade for Uncle Sam's military, worth about $100 each. This grenade is suitable for positional defense and urban warfare, used to harm living targets. He decided to keep these grenades for himself, as it is inevitable to have some enemies, just in case. The other weapons and ammunition would be sold in the black market to complete his mission. As for why he didn't take them to third world countries to sell, the reasons are simple. Firstly, most of the weapons here are loose items rather than bulk firearms. Those warlords are unlikely to buy loose items. They wouldn't equip their troops with a mishmash of weapons, would they? It would be too troublesome to have to match them up themselves. Those warlords' troops are not equipped with batches of standardized weapons. Secondly, each type of weapon may use different ammunition, and high-end weapons require maintenance costs. Who would use them in the underdeveloped third world countries? The third world countries prefer AKs rather than these high-end weapons. The environment dictates everything. Therefore, Chu Zihong might as well sell them off to raise startup funds, completing the system's mission while also acquiring a special forces unit. Then he could buy a batch of AKs from the second-hand dealers and sell them for profit. In this period, the arms trade is very profitable with high prices. It was only in the late 1990s that prices dropped significantly. Many people became wealthy during the 1980s. That is how the speculators operated back then, with huge profits. Night fell. The city of Tiago at night is even more prosperous than during the day, with lights and glamour everywhere, and sexy ladies flaunting themselves on the streets. The streetwalkers openly solicit business. In foreign countries, these activities are legal, and they even have permits. Just be careful of HIV, as they are the favorites of the black man. Tiago City Black Market. The largest underground trading market in the city is located in an abandoned factory in the suburbs. At the same time, it is also the largest den for selling stolen goods in the city. The police merely turn a blind eye to everything here. The managers of the black market have powerful backgrounds, and no one dares to interfere. Whether you are a dragon or a tiger, everyone must behave themselves here. The cyberpunk-style black market is as lively and noisy as ever. Vendors set up stalls displaying a wide variety of goods, including firearms and ammunition, as well as other contraband items, dazzling to the eyes. Chu Zihong entered the black market very discreetly with 2 NOCS members, Victor and Chris. To get to the black market, he avoided the watchful eyes of the 3K party that had been monitoring the manor, which took considerable effort. Being in this kind of black market trading environment for the first time, Chu Zihong felt like a curious child, observing his surroundings. It was much like he had imagined, bright lights and a cyberpunk atmosphere. The entire abandoned factory had been transformed into 3 levels, teeming with all sorts of gray businesses. Generally, arms on the black market are found on the 3rd level. Without hesitation, Chu Zihong headed straight for the 3rd level. As he exited the elevator, he saw countless various weapons displayed like stalls in a night market. Truly, the land of the free, America, is a beautiful sight to behold. This is why the largest arms dealer in the world is the United States, showcasing the hypocrisy of being a hypocritical moralizer. If one wants to combat global illegal arms trade, the first target should be Uncle Sam himself. After taking a tour around the 3rd level, Chu Zihong stopped in front of a weapons stall, simply because it was surprisingly selling heavy weapons. An M2 heavy machine gun, disassembled, was particularly eye-catching. Although firearms are rampant in the U.S., there are strict regulations on heavy weapons. Anyone daring to sell heavy weapons on the black market must have considerable backing. Sir, what kind of weapon do you need? We have everything here, and the prices are very competitive, definitely worth it. The stall owner was a white man, with large tattoos visible on his arms and neck, clearly someone of significance. Seeing Chu Zihong stop at his stall, he immediately greeted him with a big smile. Are you buying firearms and ammunition? Chu Zihong asked. The stall owner was taken aback, clearly not expecting the other party to be selling weapons like him. This completely caught him off guard. However, being seasoned in the trade, he quickly recovered and asked again, Sir, are you looking to sell weapons? That's right. Is this business feasible? Chu Zihong nodded and looked at the stall owner. How many weapons do you have? Are they used or new? About 1,000, all new. Can you sell them? Can I see some samples? The types of weapons are quite scattered, so you might need to check the samples in person. Chu Zihong shrugged and said, Is that so? The stall owner's brow furrowed slightly. Then he smiled and said, Sir, why don't you leave an address, and I'll visit you tomorrow? Sure. Chu Zihong nodded and had Victor take out a business card to give to the stall owner. The stall owner glanced at the card, which read, Chairman of Hualong Security Company, Chu Zihong. Note, this company has a certain reputation locally, making it more convenient for the male lead to operate than using a renamed umbrella company. A glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. After agreeing on a time to meet tomorrow, Chu Zihong left the black market with Victor and the others. Chapter 5. Strengthening Physical Fitness. Arms dealer at the door. The next morning, Chu Zihong had just finished running 5 kilometers on the treadmill and felt a wave of soreness throughout his body. Although a week of high-intensity, specialized training had greatly improved his physical condition, his limit had been 4 kilometers. Today, Chu Zihong pushed himself hard to break through his own limit. He successfully surpassed the 5-kilometer mark. During this period, Chu Zihong felt as though his legs were no longer his own, feeling remarkably light. Surprisingly, his pace during the last kilometer was even faster than in the earlier ones. He was in a great mood, and at that moment, all he could think about was running. Scientific studies have shown that when humans push beyond their physical limits, they do not feel fatigued. This phenomenon is known as the human extreme point. Once surpassed, exercise becomes much easier and performance improves, often referred to as the second wind. In exercise physiology and anatomy, this is called overloading training. Having broken through his current physical limits, Chu Zihong knew he needed to intensify his training. To become the strongest military contractor, he needed a powerful physique to gain respect. Moreover, often venturing into dangerous areas necessitated a degree of self-defense capability. It was better to have control over his own life than to leave it in others' hands, especially in a world governed by the Dark Forest theory, where even family members might betray you for personal gain. In the face of 100% profit, no one could resist temptation. Only self-preservation is the true path. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Chu Zihong was about to continue with his next training exercise when Victor walked in. Boss, the black market arms dealer Vito Don Corleone you met last night is already in the reception room on the first floor. Upon hearing this, Chu Zihong glanced at his watch. It was only 7:30 in the morning. This guy had arrived quite early. You go ahead and entertain him. I'll change my clothes and be right there. Understood, boss, Victor replied, turning to leave. Chu Zihong hurried to the bathroom to wash up and change clothes. After all, this was his financial backer, and he was counting on him to complete the system mission. In the reception room, two people were seated on a European-style sofa, one of whom was the black market arms dealer Vito Don Corleone from last night, while the other was his bodyguard, Michael, a tall African-American, nearly 2 meters tall. His muscular frame stretched the black suit he wore, making it look like it could burst at any moment. He looked formidable. Those fists were definitely harder than sandbags. A single punch could likely send someone flying. Corleone was casually sipping coffee with his legs crossed, but his mind was occupied with thoughts about Chu Zihong and his Huolong security company. The purpose of selling weapons was undoubtedly to pay off debts. Huolong security was indeed impressive, especially since it was run by a person of Chinese descent, doing quite well and gaining recognition. In a country like Sam, which harbors deep-seated racial bias, that was no easy feat a year ago. Huolong security was thriving, with branches opening in neighboring cities, poised to surpass the local security giant, Blackfire Security in Tiago City. Unfortunately, the company's leader, Chu Yang, fell victim to investment failures compounded by the financial crisis, leading to a broken cash flow. What was once a skyscraper poised to rise crumbled in an instant. Additionally, they owed the 3K gang $5 million in high-interest loans. Under such double pressure, Huolong's leader, Chu Yang, died suddenly of a heart attack, leaving a mess for his son to clean up. Everyone knew that the Chu family son was a spoiled rich kid, often seen in entertainment venues. Even though he was sent to college in California, he remained a hopeless case. Faced with the opportunistic attacks from the rival Blackfire Security, he was powerless to defend himself. His foundation was nearly undermined. Now, Huolong Security was on the brink of bankruptcy by the end of the year. Just at this critical juncture, the heir of the Chu family suddenly changed the company's name to Umbrella Corporation. Umbrella? Was he trying to start anew? However, Corleone was not optimistic. The Chu family was besieged on all sides, facing too many enemies. He had heard that just a few days ago, this guy had offended the 3K gang's local head, Hugh Fletcher, in Tiago City, leading to a standoff that nearly erupted into violence. This was a reckless move. Now, selling weapons likely had something to do with this situation. So, he decided to press hard on the price later. Such a spendthrift could be taken for all he was worth. After all, they might never cross paths again. Perhaps after this, they would no longer exist in the same world. Offending the 3K gang was tantamount to courting death. Surviving now was just a matter of time. So, what use was money to a dead man? Lost in thought, Corleone was pulled back to reality by the sound of footsteps outside the reception room. Chu Zihong appeared at the door, dressed in a well-fitting navy blue Versace suit, exuding a strong and capable aura at first glance. He looked like a movie star, perhaps akin to Donnie Yen. Last night, the lighting had obscured his features, but now, seeing Chu Zihong's true appearance, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Corleone's eyes. This was a spoiled rich kid? He certainly didn't look the part. That half-smile radiated immense confidence. It seemed the rumors were not entirely true. Corleone shook off his thoughts and immediately rose to greet him with a beaming smile. After some pleasantries, Corleone said, "Mr. Chu, let us get down to business. Where are the weapons? Can you take me to see them now?" "The weapons are in the basement, Mr. Corleone. Please, follow me." Chu Zihong replied with a smile, gesturing politely. "Mr. Chu, you're too courteous." Corleone waved his hand, feigning politeness. Soon, Chu Zihong led Corleone and his bodyguard Michael to the basement. Following closely behind were Victor and others, who served as Chu Zihong's bodyguards, always on duty by his side. Corleone scanned Victor and the others, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Having spent years in the arms trade, he had encountered countless mercenaries. However, he sensed something different about the bodyguard around Chu Zihong. These individuals were definitely not ordinary mercenaries. They belonged to the elite ranks. It felt as if they were. Yes, like the Secret Service agents surrounding a president. He hadn't expected that Chu Zihong had such formidable protectors. Perhaps the Chu family could indeed revive under this young man as leadership. Retracting his gaze, Corleone looked at the weapon rack in the center of the basement, where an array of weapons dazzled him. The assortment was indeed impressive, with handguns, automatic rifles, semi-automatic rifles, shotguns, hunting rifles, and even military-grade grenades. Undeniably, the weapons on the rack were top-tier firearms recognized worldwide. High-end weapons typically come with hefty price tags. However, among Western gangs and drug dealers, there remained a significant market for them. For them, submachine guns were far more useful than handguns. Corleone quickly approached the weapon rack, exclaiming in shock, "Oh my God, Mr. Chu, these weapons are enough to open a gun store." A gun store? Forget it. There are more gun stores in Tiago than McDonald's. Chu Zihong chuckled, shaking his head. Seeing this, Corleone laughed. That's true. A few minutes later, Corleone and his bodyguard Michael checked all the weapons in the basement and found that they were all new. Some of the weapons hadn't even been unwrapped, still filled with gun oil, preserved just like when they were produced. The unwrapped ones were also perfectly maintained, making it clear that they were regularly cared for. If sold all at once, they could fetch a good price. Corleone was very satisfied. He turned his head, smiling broadly at Chu Zihong, and said, "Mr. Chu, I've checked these weapons, and they're all perfect, all new stock. There's not much of a problem. Since there are no issues, what about the pricing?" Chu Zihong pointed to the weapons in the armory and asked, "Mr. Chu, your weapons are quite mixed. Selling them one by one would be too troublesome." Corleone pondered for a moment and then said, "How about we sell them by type?" "Oh, by type." Chu Zihong looked at Corleone with a strange expression and asked. In reality, he was sneering inwardly. This guy is trying to take advantage of me. Selling by type would be too much of a loss for me. Does he think I'm a fool? This isn't wholesale. Taking advantage so openly is too blatant, right? Capitalists are indeed vampires. If it weren't for the fact that he didn't have much money and needed to complete the task set by the system, he wouldn't even bother selling. Chapter 6: Complete the main quest and obtain the 416 Hong Kong dollars blueprint. "Yes, Mr. Chu." Corleone nodded and explained. "It's just that you have too many and too varied weapons. It's too troublesome to distinguish and sell them one by one. This way, it's easier to settle the accounts. Don't worry, I definitely won't let you incur a loss on the price." He. Upon hearing this, Chu Zihong smiled and asked, "Mr. Corleone, what price do you think these weapons should be?" "Sorry, Mr. Chu, please wait a moment." Corleone expressed his apologies to Chu Zihong, then shouted to his bodyguard, Michael, nearby. "Michael, bring me the calculator." "Okay, boss." Bodyguard Michael immediately took a palm-sized calculator out of a briefcase and handed it to Corleone. Then, in front of Chu Zihong, Corleone began to tap away on the calculator. Seeing this scene, Chu Zihong's mouth twitched slightly. Why does it feel like I'm not selling weapons, but vegetables? And that calculator? Hey, what's with the reset? Are you sure it's not a domestic product? Forget it. Too many issues, too lazy to complain. After a while, Corleone finished calculating and handed the calculator to Chu Zihong, saying, "Mr. Chu, how about this number?" Chu Zihong glanced at the small string of Arabic numbers on the calculator screen. His eyes narrowed, and his expression immediately darkened. The market price for these weapons in the 80s is definitely not this low. Does he really think I haven't done my market research? He directly pushed the calculator away and said, "Mr. Corleone, I thought you were quite sincere, but it seems not. Is this number reasonable in your opinion?" Mr. Chu, if the price isn't suitable, we can negotiate," Corleone chuckled. "Negotiate? With the price you offered, is there anything to negotiate?" Chu Zihong's tone was extremely unkind. Over 1,000 different types of weapons. And you're saying they only add up to $500,000 US? Does he think I'm a complete fool? Just that batch of automatic rifles is worth around 3 to 400,000, not to mention the other weapons. The price should be at least $1 million US. Yet he directly cut the price in half, thinking he could package all my weapons for 500,000. I'm selling weapons, not cabbage. Seeing that Chu Zihong seemed genuinely angry, Corleone quickly changed his tone. "Then, Mr. Chu, you name a price. What do you think is reasonable?" Chu Zihong extended his finger and said forcefully, "At least 100, no concessions." He thought Corleone would refute him, but to his surprise, the other party readily agreed. "Okay, 1 million it is," Corleone decisively confirmed, smiling broadly as he extended his hand to Chu Zihong. "Mr. Chu, let's have a pleasant cooperation." Chu Zihong. Just now, he was cutting my price in half, and now he's so agreeable? The speed of his change is faster than flipping a book. Whatever, as long as I don't lose money. Plus, I completed the system's task of selling arms. Chu Zihong hypocritically shook hands with Kalian, completing his first arms deal in this parallel world. As for where this batch of guns would be used, Chu Zihong couldn't care less and didn't want to know. Because every year, more people die from smoking them from weapons, yet they still sell them. At least the guns I'm selling come with safety locks. So, even if I'm almost starving, I don't have that much compassion. Making money is what matters. Survival of the fittest. Living on is the way to go. At the gate of the manor, Kalian tightly held Chu Zihong's hand, smiling as he said, "Mr. Chu, if you have any more arms in the future, feel free to contact me. The prices will definitely be fair." "No problem, Mr. Kalian." Chu Zihong smiled and replied. After seeing Kalian off, Chu Zihong finally exhaled a breath of foul air. At that moment, the system prompt sounded just in time. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the first stage of the main quest. Successfully sold a batch of arms, no less than 200 in quantity. Hearing that the first stage of the main quest was completed, Chu Zihong's expression was very excited. Finally completed, it wasn't easy. At this moment, the system prompt continued. Rewards are being distributed, please wait. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a blueprint for the 416 Hong Kong dollars automatic rifle, a tactical level special forces team, and a random lottery draw once. What? 416 Hong Kong dollars firearm manufacturing blueprint. Chu Zihong's eyes suddenly lit up, exclaiming, "Goodness." The 416 Hong Kong dollars might be unfamiliar to many, but those who have played shooting video games would know it well. Because in games, this gun is known as the M416, a famous weapon in many popular shooting games. This firearm was developed by the Heckler Koch company in Germany and belongs to the Carbine series. I didn't expect the system to reward me with a manufacturing blueprint for this automatic rifle. The era I am currently in is the late 1980s, dominated by Soviet AK series and American M16 series firearms. To be honest, the M16 doesn't have a good reputation compared to the AK-47, with its main flaw being frequent jamming during shooting, which increases failure rates in humid combat environments and harsh conditions. Therefore, the emergence of the 416 Hong Kong dollars is definitely a revolutionary product, at least superior to the M16 series. Moreover, my sales area will definitely not be in these major countries, but in war-torn regions. Those warlords would definitely love it. While I can't equip the entire army, I can equip their personal guards or elite units, right? After all, they are still using very outdated weapons. And suddenly getting an automatic rifle with high accuracy suitable for extreme environments. Wouldn't those warlords buy it to save their lives? Great, fantastic. Chu Zihong felt as if he could see countless mountains of gold and silver waving at him. Coming back from his joyful fantasy, Chu Zihong noticed the second reward, the tactical level special forces team. The previous one was mercenaries, and this time it seems like a regular army. It sounds particularly impressive. But what is a tactical level special forces team? Chu Zihong couldn't help but show a hint of confusion and asked the system, what is a tactical level special forces team? This is a classification of the strength scale of special forces by various countries, which can be divided into strategic level, operational level, and tactical level. Tactical level special forces belong to the special forces under a group army, performing general tasks. The strategic and operational levels are a country's highly secretive shadow forces, performing tasks that are specific and purposeful, such as the Dragon Flame Special Forces, Delta Force, Navy SEALs, SAS, Alpha Group, etc. The system's explanation suddenly opened a new door for Chu Zihong. So there are levels of distinction among special forces? Perhaps this is what is often referred to in military dramas as the elite among elite special forces. Each one is a king among soldiers, superior to ordinary special forces. At this moment, the system's prompt interrupted Chu Zihong's thoughts. Host, do you wish to summon the tactical level special forces team into the real world? Upon hearing this, Chu Zihong came back to his senses and immediately said, "Summon. Now is the time when I need manpower. If not now, when? Congratulations, host, for successfully summoning the tactical level special forces team. The team comes equipped with weapons and will appear by your side in times of life-threatening danger. Friendly reminder, the host can contact and converse with them at any time, and they will gladly accept the host's recruitment, never betraying the host." Chu Zihong was taken aback. It means they won't appear immediately, but only when I encounter life-threatening danger. In other words, hiding in the dark to protect oneself really aligns with the operational style of special forces. Detected that the host has one random lottery chance remaining. Would you like to use it? Lottery? Hey, I wonder what good things I might get. Chu Zihong rubbed his fists and quickly said, "System, hurry up and draw. Random lottery in progress." As soon as the system's voice fell, a virtual golden lottery wheel suddenly appeared in front of Chu Zihong. Its surface shrouded in gray, making it impossible to see the specific lottery contents. This lottery is quite similar to opening a blind box. At this moment, the golden lottery will started spinning rapidly. Chu Zihong couldn't help but pray, hoping that Buddha and the Jade Emperor would bless him with something good. It would be best if he could hit the jackpot and be filled with good luck. Chapter 7 Shocked. The lottery draws the deadly Katarina as the golden spinning wheel slowed down from a blur to a gradual stop. Chu Zihong's heart raced with anticipation. When the wheel finally came to a stop, it pointed to the upper left corner. The system prompt immediately sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a special character, Katarina. This character will appear by your side at the appropriate opportunity. Friendly reminder. The host can contact and converse with her at any time. This character will gladly accept the host's invitation and will never betray the host. Katarina? Chu Zihong was taken aback, feeling a sense of familiarity. Wait, isn't she the main character from the movie Deadly Black Orchid? A top-notch sexy assassin who single-handedly obliterates the entire underworld. He actually drew this assassin? Although it wasn't what he wanted, he could only accept it. For now, the people around him were still too few. Katarina's addition would be like adding wings to a tiger, as female bodyguard were rare in security companies. Moreover, she wouldn't attract too much attention, as she could disguise herself as the employer's secretary or lady. This would create an element of surprise and catch others off guard. Overall, he was still somewhat satisfied, though it was a bit annoying that she didn't appear right in front of him immediately. Exiting the system, Chu Zihong returned to the estate and began to plan for Umbrella to become the largest military contractor in the world. However, the headquarters couldn't be located in Sam, as it would need to deal with customs checks, Interpol, and adhere to their regulations. That would be too costly and restrictive. Furthermore, some businesses might conflict with Sam's interests. For safety's sake, it would be better to set the headquarters in another country, preferably a third-world country, for convenience. But choosing which third-world country was a bit of a brain teaser. Therefore, Chu Zihong had to call Victor for assistance. After all, he was the leader among the political protection team members, having survived through gunfire and chaos. Naturally, he was experienced and knowledgeable. Their essay saying, "ISNT there? A widow gives birth, there's a backup." And in his previous life, he was just a salesperson. Consulting the professional Victor was definitely better than racking his brains for half a day without getting anywhere. Soon, Victor arrived at the study. "Boss, what can I do for you?" "Victor, I plan to set the headquarters of Umbrella Company in a third-world country. Which one do you think is suitable?" Upon hearing this, Victor perked up and hurried to the world map laid out before him. He stood in front of the map, pointing to two locations as he said, "Boss, if the company ISNT solely focused on military resources, Ghana would be quite suitable." "Oh." Chu Zihong raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why choose Ghana? Please elaborate." Victor pointed to Ghana's location and explained in detail. The country is located in the western part of Africa, on the northern shore of the Gulf of Guinea, bordered by Cote d'Ivoire to the west, Burkina Faso to the north, Togo to the east, and the Atlantic Ocean to the south. It is an important western air and trade port, known as the Gold Coast. Since the coup led by Rawlings in December 1981, the political situation has been relatively stable, making it one of the most stable sovereign nations among third-world countries. Setting the headquarters in Ghana would be very beneficial for the company's business development. Of course, this is suitable if the company ISNT focused on military resources. If it is, Somalia would be perfect, no taxes, and no one to stop it. At this point, Victor paused, turned his head, and asked Chu Zihong, "So, boss, is the company's direction leaning towards military or—" "Military." Chu Zihong hapfim. Upon hearing this, Victor quickly pointed to the other side of the map and said, "Boss, if we're going military, I think Somalia at the Horn of Africa is quite suitable. Many mercenary organizations have their headquarters there, such as God S Armed and EO, among the top 10 mercenary organizations in the world." "Somalia? Chu Zihong squinted at the location Victor pointed to on the map. He certainly knew what kind of place it was, a place even more chaotic than their former Huagua. It has been plagued by warlords and conflicts for years, with the people's lives in ruins and extreme poverty. Out of desperation, they even turned to piracy. They specialized in robbing cargo ships from various countries passing through the Gulf of Aden, most famously seizing a ship full of arms from Ermau. That ship was loaded with 33 of the latest Tu-72 main battle tanks, over 300 tons of tank shells, the latest models of AK-47 assault rifles, various types of light and heavy machine guns, as well as grenade launchers produced by Ermau, with a total value of $30 million. With these weapons, one could easily arm a mechanized unit. The Somali pirates gained fame overnight from that heist, forcing countries to initiate escort operations in the Gulf of Aden. However, now was the late 1980s, and Somalia had only been free from colonial rule for a few decades, so it wasn't as chaotic as in his past life. But it wouldn't be long before it would descend into complete chaos. In just 2 years, in 1991, the Said regime in Somalia would be overthrown. The entire country would plunge into civil war, with multiple regimes coexisting. Setting the umbrella headquarters there now would indeed be a great place, facilitating business expansion and solidifying his foothold. No more thinking. Let us choose Somalia. With this decision, a glint of determination appeared in Chu Zihong's eyes. Having confirmed the headquarters location, the next step was to plan the internal organizational structure of the company. The existing structure was too simplistic and not conducive to the future development of Umbrella. It would be best to base it on the organizational structures of Umbrella or Goliath while adding some of his own ideas. That's the plan. Meanwhile, in a black Lincoln car, driving on the outskirts of the city, arms dealer Kalian swirled a glass of red wine, looking quite pleased. In the passenger seat, bodyguard Michael couldn't help but voice his confusion, turning back to ask, "Boss, weren't you only going to spend 500,000 to acquire those Chinese arms? Why are you offering $1 million? That is too cheap for that Chinese guy." Kalian glanced at the puzzled Michael and chuckled. "Michael, that's why you'll always be just a bodyguard and not a boss. You can't look at things just on the surface." Michael scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. Indeed, he still didn't understand why the boss had changed his mind. Seeing that bodyguard Michael still didn't get it, Kalian explained, "Before, I thought Chu Zihong was just a spendthrift rich kid, but after meeting him, I realized it wasn't the case." "Boss, what is different about him?" Michael asked. Kalian stared at the swirling glass of red wine in his hand and said, "As a professional bodyguard, haven't you noticed anything different about the people around Chu Zihong?" Michael thought for a moment and suddenly realized that there was indeed something different. Since they entered, the 6 bodyguard around Chu Zihong had been protecting him in an extremely professional manner. Although they weren't close, if there was danger, they would definitely protect Chu Zihong at the fastest speed. Moreover, these 6 gave him the feeling that they weren't ordinary bodyguards. They resembled a group from the Secret Service. Seeing that Michael seemed to have guessed something, Kalian took a sip of red wine and asked, "So, Michael, do you understand now?" "Boss, I understand," Michael nodded and then said, "But boss, even so, that doesn't really prove anything, does it?" "Doesn't prove anything?" Corleone smiled, his piercing gaze fixed on Michael as he asked, "What do you think is the most important thing for a security company?" "Of course, it's having elite security personnel. Only with them can we protect our employers from harm." "Bingo, well said." Corleone snapped his fingers and continued, "So with the strength of the 6 people around Chu Zihong, do you think they can help the Chu family rise from the ashes?" Michael was taken aback, feeling a bit dazed. "Oh, right. I'm a professional bodyguard. How did I not think of that? How embarrassing." Seeing that Michael understood this point, Corleone added, "Of course, that's still not enough. However, based on my years of observing people, we might be witnessing the rise of an extraordinary figure." Michael came back to his senses and said, "Boss, what if he fails? If he succeeds, he can sell a favor, making it easier to do business next time. If he fails, he is just a regular client. What does that have to do with us?" Corleone downed his glass of red wine, showing a look of indifference. He was just speaking casually. Whether it succeeds or fails ultimately depends on Chu Zihong himself. Moreover, there have been just as many figures who have fallen as those who have risen in these years. Chapter 8. Gun Attack on the Bridge. divine soldiers descend. This story is purely fictional, with artistic exaggeration. Please do not relate it to reality. The next day, under the protection of Victor and others, Zhihong was driving two SUVs towards the company. However, he felt a sense of unease, as if something was about to happen. But thinking of the protection from Victor and the others, he felt a little more at ease. However, due to the morning rush hour, traffic was severely congested. Before long, their vehicles were stuck on the Tiago Bridge, a necessary route to the city center. At this moment, about 10 meters behind the two SUVs, a silver-gray van was parked, and about 10 meters in front of it, another identical silver-gray van was also parked. These two vans were positioned one in front of the other, effectively trapping Zhihong's vehicles in between, along with the surrounding cars. Zhihong and his companions found themselves in a circle of encirclement. Victor, in the passenger seat, also seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere. His years of work experience told him that there was danger. Victor immediately instructed his subordinates, through the earpiece, to remain alert and be ready for combat at any moment. It was this action by Victor that saved Zhihong's life. At this moment, inside the two vans, there were gunmen wearing black ski masks, armed with a variety of weapons including pistols, automatic rifles, Uzi submachine guns, and shotguns. The tattoos on these men indicated that they were all from the largest gang in Tiago City, the 3K Party. Their appearance here was clearly aimed at Zhihong. 3 days ago, Zhihong had offended Hugh Fletcher, the leader of the 3K Party in Tiago City, and it was impossible for the vengeful Hugh Fletcher to let Zhihong off the hook. They hadn't attacked earlier because Zhihong had been staying in the manor and hadn't gone out. Now that they saw him out, they finally had the opportunity to strike, and naturally, Hugh Fletcher wouldn't miss such a good chance. They immediately dispatched gunmen to eliminate Zhihong. The traffic jam on the bridge was just right for them to feel that the time had come. Inside a bar, Hugh Fletcher was fondling a sexy black woman. Upon receiving news from the gunman, he immediately gave the order to act. Not only did he not get paid back, but now he dared to offend him? He was simply asking for death. Sorry, but off to hell you go. After hanging up the phone, Hugh Fletcher continued to tease the sexy black woman, completely unaware of the icy, bone-chilling light that flashed in her eyes as she complied. Upon receiving the action order, the gunmen quickly disengaged their safeties and decisively opened the car doors, pouring out in succession. They surrounded Zhihong's vehicles in various crooked combat poses. The surrounding drivers, seeing this scene, shrank back into their cars, with some abandoning their vehicles to flee. In this situation, not running away would be foolish. Everyone was looking out for themselves, and no one thought to call the police. At this moment, Victor and the others inside the vehicle noticed the chaos around them and spotted the gunman closing in. As Victor drew his Glock pistol, he turned to Zhihong and said, "Boss, they're enemies. We'll cover you. You run at the first opportunity." Zhihong also saw the gunmen surrounding them through the rearview mirror and the windshield. In broad daylight, this blatant armed attack could only be seen in a country that believes in freedom and democracy, like the land of the free. What a beautiful sight. A gang? It seemed they were gang members. As Victor spoke, he handed a bulletproof vest and the Glock to Zhihong. He then pulled out an Uzi submachine gun and two M57 military grenades from beneath the seat. The 3K Party. Zhihong's expression darkened as he immediately realized who was behind this. A bullet is easy to dodge, but a hidden arrow is hard to defend against. These hyenas have been watching him for days. The moment he stepped out, they sent assassins. But if they dared to come after him, they should prepare to meet their end. As the gunmen closed in from all sides, Victor and the others were ready for battle, waiting for the gunmen to come within 10 meters of the SUV to open fire. As a dozen gunmen gradually approached the SUV, getting closer and closer, an unexpected event occurred. Whoosh! 2 RPG rockets suddenly shot out, directly targeting the position of the gunmen. Before the gunmen could react, the rockets were already upon them. Boom! In the bewildered and terrified eyes of the gunmen, a violent explosion sent them to meet their maker. Broken bodies were hurled into the air, then violently crashed to the ground. At the same time, nearby cars were also detonated. The shockwave from the intense explosion did not cause serious damage to Zhihong's SUV. After all, they were bulletproof vehicles, merely suffering some superficial scratches and a slight vibration. Aside from that, there were no other damages. However, the 2 rockets did not kill all the gunmen. Only 4 or 5 are dead. The others were merely knocked to the ground by the blast, and, after regaining their senses, got back up to continue their attack. The person who fired the rockets would not let them off so easily. 4 or 5 smoke grenades and flashbangs were suddenly thrown in, accompanied by thick, choking smoke and heart-pounding explosions. The gunmen who had just tried to get up were hit again, as if struck hard. At that moment, a series of rapid footsteps approached. 8 special operatives dressed in urban camouflage combat uniforms, holding M4A1 automatic rifles and wearing gas masks, emerged from the smoke in teams of 4. They looked like ghost warriors stepping out of the mist, simply too cool. As soon as these special operatives appeared, they decisively opened fire on the struggling 3K party gunmen on the ground. Their shooting was quick and clean. It was as if the ones on the ground weren't humans, but ants that could be crushed with a single stomp. The 8 special operatives gave these gunmen no chance to resist, treating them like lambs for slaughter. Each of the 8 shot one, and in an instant, all the gunmen were killed. From beginning to end, the dozen gunmen didn't even fire a single shot before they all met their end. The sudden turn of events left Chu Zihong stunned. What the fuck? What just happened? In contrast, Victor seemed to sense something and looked at the appearing special operatives with no hostility. Instead, he showed a hint of relief and goodwill. Clearly, as someone summoned by the system, Victor sensed that these people came from the same place. Chu Zihong stared at the 8 formidable members of the special team outside the car, his eyes shining. Considering the situation he was facing today, wasn't it a life-threatening crisis? A tactical-level special team, it must be them. This made Chu Zihong breathe a sigh of relief, but he also started to worry. Would such a commotion not attract the attention of relevant departments in the land of the free? Like the FBI. After completing their mission, the 8 special operatives did not come to meet Chu Zihong's vehicle, but quickly withdrew. One by one, they jumped off the bridge like dropping dumplings, truly disappearing without a trace. Chu Zihong watched in astonishment. Shouldn't they come to meet the boss? What does it mean to all jump into the river? Boss, it's not safe to stay here. We need to leave quickly. Victor glanced around and noticed that the recent explosion had eased the traffic jam. Yes, let us hurry. Although Chu Zihong didn't understand why those people came to see him, he thought of the system prompt. It only appeared when he encountered life-threatening situations, and it would continue to do so until there were none left. He wouldn't worry about seeing it again next time. Today was not a concern. Moreover, he didn't want to attract too much attention to what happened today. The wind was strong, and it was time to keep quiet. Chapter 9 shocked. AK-47 is actually sold by weight. Arriving at the company, Chu Zihong breathed a sigh of relief, but his expression darkened. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the special forces who saved him, he and Victor might really have been in danger of losing their lives. Victor, find out whether it was the 3K party that wanted to kill us or if it was a scheme from other enemies. We can't let this slide. Understood, boss. Victor nodded and left the office. However, not long after Victor went out, he knocked and entered again. Seeing Victor return, Chu Zihong asked with a puzzled expression, Victor, do you have something else? Boss, Miss Kataria has arrived and is waiting outside. Hearing that the leading lady of the deadly black orchid had arrived, Chu Zihong's furrowed brow relaxed, and he quickly said, hurry, let her in. Soon, a young black woman with a hot figure and beautiful face appeared in front of Chu Zihong. In fact, she wasn't really black in the sense of being unable to be seen in the dark. She was actually a mixed-race Latina, with the majority of her genes being white. Chu Zihong came back to his senses, smiled, and extended his hand, saying, Kataria, welcome to our big family. Thank you, boss. Kataria smiled sweetly and shook his hand. Chu Zihong smiled back, saying, from now on, we're all family. No need to be polite. Boss, I have a big gift for you. Oh, what big gift? Chu Zihong was taken aback and became a bit interested. Kataria approached his computer and, after a series of operations, a video interface popped up. She clicked on a video and gestured for Chu Zihong to watch. As Chu Zihong looked at the video on the computer, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, followed by a contemplative expression. After carefully watching the video, he raised his head to look at Kataria and asked, When did you get close to the 3K party's person in charge in Tiago City? Boss, of course, it's due to my looks. Men are creatures that think with their lower bodies. For professional female assassins, our bodies are our greatest weapons. Katario blinked playfully. Chu Zihong was slightly taken aback, feeling that this statement had a bit of an implication toward him. After all, he was a man too. Is it really okay to say this in front of me? However, Kataria was right. Professional female assassins do have an advantage over male assassins, which is their appearance and body. Whether it's female assassins or female spies trained in various countries, the first lesson is how to use their bodies to entice men. Underneath the beautiful rose lies a deadly danger. Closing the computer, Chu Zihong walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, pulled back the curtains, and looked outside, saying, Kataria, from today onwards, you will be in charge of the company's dark operations. I want you to cover the entire Tiago City with our eyes within a month. Can you do that? Boss, I guarantee I will complete the task. Chu Zihong looked at the cars coming and going on the street below and continued, additionally, I need you to train another batch of assassins for me. How much startup capital do you need? Boss, at least 30 million. Kataria held up 3 fingers and said, 30 million. Chu Zihong felt a bit of a headache upon hearing this. Damn it, selling arms only earned 100,000. It seems I need to sell more arms. Also, I could sell Sam's house. A manor should be worth at least 10 million. As for the security business, the cycle is too long and it won't earn much. A penny can defeat a hero. I need to make money first. The plan to train assassins will be temporarily shelved. After sending Kataria and Victor away, Chu Zihong decided to focus on making money. Without money, nothing can be done. Even setting up an intelligence network is impossible. First, I'll go to Corleone to get a batch of arms to sell in third world countries. Weapons are hard currency, and the profits they can bring far exceed their intrinsic value. This is also the fastest way to make money. Of course, if I encounter a bounce check, that would really be bad luck. Thinking of this, Chu Zihong found Corleone's phone number and called immediately. At the same time, Corleone was on an ocean freight ship, smoking and gazing at the vast sea. At this moment, the satellite phone in his hand suddenly rang. When Corleone saw it was a domestic call, he answered it immediately, and a familiar voice came through. Hearing the request from the caller, Corleone asked in surprise, Chu, are you saying you need a batch of arms? That's right. Chu Zihong shrugged and admitted. Corleone's eyes sparkled as he asked, do you need light weapons or heavy weapons? Or missiles? You have missiles too? Chu Zihong was surprised and couldn't help but exclaim internally, wow. Of course, as long as the customer needs it, I can get nuclear weapons. Corleone said with a slight smile, extremely confident. Chu Zihong, this is really bold. However, as for missiles and nuclear weapons, he didn't want the intelligence agencies of various countries to keep an eye on him right now. Corleone, I need light weapons, preferably weapons like AK-47. Uck? Corleone seemed to think of something and asked, Chu, are you planning to enter the business too? Corleone, you have to know that as an international security company, arms trading is naturally one of our businesses. Chu Zihong lightly tapped the table and said, all right. Corleone shrugged and then asked, how many angels do you need? Angels? Chu Zihong was taken aback, not understanding what he meant. Corleone explained, Chu, angels is a code name for AK. Since most of us arms dealers deal in smuggling and need to use slang. I see. Chu Zihong nodded, realizing that outsiders just watch the excitement, while insiders see the subtleties. So, Chu, how many angels do you want? Corleone leaned against the railing and asked, what is your price per unit? Chu, we usually sell by weight. Chu Zihong. Corleone's words once again shocked Chu Zihong. What the hell sold by weight? Are you selling cabbage? Is the AK-47 that cheap? Chu Zihong swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask, sold by weight? AK-47 is that cheap? Chu, this price is for refurbished secondhand goods. The new ones are not just this price. Are these refurbished goods safe to use? Guns are like cars. Secondhand dealers refurbish them and sell them as new cars, but they just have a shorter lifespan. Upon hearing this, Chu Zihong was tempted. Yes, guns are consumables. Issues only arise after prolonged use. Refurbished, who knows if it's secondhand? This is a huge profit. Corleone's appearance seemed to open a new world for him. Thinking of this, Chu Zihong quickly said, Corleone, I want 5,000 AK-47s. What's the price? 5,000? Corleone took out his calculator and calculated, saying if sold by weight, I'll give you a discount. How about $1 million? All right, when can I pick up the goods? Although Chu Zihong felt a bit of a pinch at the freshly earned million, he had to grit his teeth and go for it to earn more dollars. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Focusing on the long term will yield greater benefits. Corleone smiled slightly and said, delivery to your door in 3 days, cash on delivery. After confirming the transaction time and exchanging a few pleasantries, Chu Zihong hung up the phone. Selling 5,000 refurbished AK-47s would not only recover costs, but also yield several times the profit. There's a saying, 3 years without opening for business, but when you do, you can eat for 3 years. Arms dealers indeed make money quickly. However, being a middleman isn't a long-term strategy. Real arms dealers must produce and sell their own products, forming a complete industry chain. Then the money will flow into their pockets. Just look at leaders in the defense industry like Lockheed Martin and Raytheon. Each one has independently developed weapons and is making a fortune. They ultimately become one of the oligarchs who control the lifeblood of the global economy, which goes beyond just being wealthy. Chapter 10. Monitoring by Fabula. Preparing to head to Somalia, the goods have been resolved. And now it's time to consider how to sell them. Open a gun shop in Tiago City? Forget it, let's not even talk about Tiago City. There are as many gun shops in Sam's country as there are McDonald's. After much thought, Chu Zihong decided to head to Somalia, since the headquarters is located there and there's also a huge market demand. 5,000 AK-47s could bring him a lot of money and open up the market in Somalia for himself. As long as the market opens up, who is afraid of not making money? It should be noted that among all the weapons manufactured by the Big Bear, nothing is more successful than the AK-47. This is the most widely used assault rifle in the world and is loved by many. Its design is simple and elegant, weighing only 9 pounds. It won't fall apart, jam, or overheat. Mud and sand cannot hinder its normal operation. It is easy to operate. Even children can use it. The Big Bear has printed it on coins, and Mozambique has printed it on its national flag. Therefore, the AK-47 is definitely favored by the violent elements in Somalia. Just as Chu Zihong made up his mind, Victor knocked on the door and said, "Boss, Fabula's people have arrived." Chu Zihong came back to his senses, glanced at his watch, and realized that only half an hour had passed since he was attacked by the gunmen. These hawks are pretty quick. Must be dogs, right? Take them to the conference room. I'll be there shortly. Yes, boss, Victor nodded and left. Chu Zihong straightened his suit and mentally prepared a set of responses. In short, he would deny everything. He didn't want to get into trouble, which would be detrimental to his arms dealing. On the other side, Victor had already taken 3 white men to the conference room. The young white man leading them was Claude, Fabula's senior agent in Tiago City. The shooting incident today has caused great anger at the top. As the person in charge of the case, Claude naturally couldn't be negligent. After a half hour of meticulous investigation, he discovered that the tattoos on the deceased gunman belonged to the largest gang in Tiago City, the 3K Party. At the same time the shooting occurred, the head of the Tiago City branch, Hugh Fletcher, was killed in bed. There must be a crucial connection between the two. So he immediately locked onto the vehicle of Chu Zihong and others, who left immediately after the shooting. Through investigation, he found that the owner of the umbrella company, Chu Zihong, owed the 3K Party $5 million in usury and had a conflict with the 3K Party a few days ago. From this point, Claude couldn't help but wonder if the gunmen from the 3K Party were targeting Chu Zihong. To not miss a suspicious target, he immediately brought people to the umbrella company where Chu Zihong was. First, they checked Chu Zihong's vehicle and found no bullets, only traces of the explosion. However, there weren't many traces which indirectly indicated that the group of gunmen might not have been targeting Chu Zihong. But could it be too coincidental for Chu Zihong to appear? Claude still had some doubts about Chu Zihong's involvement. Soon, Claude and his 2 companions, led by Victor, arrived at the conference room. "Agent Claude, our boss will be here shortly. Please wait," Victor said before turning and exiting the conference room. After a while, Chu Zihong entered with Victor. After some polite exchanges, Agent Claude stared at the smiling Chu Zihong and asked, "Mr. Chu, why did you leave the scene so quickly after shooting? Why didn't you wait for the police to arrive?" Chu Zihong glanced at Claude, thinking that his question was pointless. "Why would I stay and put myself in danger? Damn, What a stupid question. The other party is the FBI, so he certainly couldn't show a bad face. Officer, as the owner of a security company, I naturally cannot put myself in danger. So I left the scene immediately under the protection of my security personnel. Is there any problem with that? Claude shrugged and said, Mr. Chu, of course there is no problem. Seeing Chu Zihong's confident demeanor, Claude knew he wouldn't get anything out of him. So, after asking a few more questions, he took his leave. However, before leaving, Claude glanced back at Chu Zihong with a meaningful look and then departed. Chu Zihong, thou win. Feeling that Claude seemed unwilling to let go of investigating his connection to the shooting. Boss, Fabula probably won't give up easily. They may take to secretly monitoring you. Victor said, looking at Claude's departing figure. How long will the monitoring last? Chu Zihong's brows furrowed, feeling troubled. According to Fabula's process, it should be 3 days. Victor thought for a moment and said, during this time, it's best for you to be cautious. It's better not to engage in arms business within these 3 days to avoid unnecessary trouble. Mama, Chu Zihang not dead. Just in time for the arms to arrive in 3 days, allowing him to stay at home and improve his physical condition during this period. To live longer, one must protect oneself. In the next 3 days, Chu Zihong stayed in the manor, improving his physical fitness with Victor's assistance. Combined with over a week of specialized high-intensity training earlier, Chu Zihong noticed visible changes in his physical condition. His current strength could at most match an average person evenly. Therefore, he had to ask Victor to continue increasing the intensity of his training. Meanwhile, Fabula's monitoring of Chu Zihong yielded no results. In 3 days, they didn't even see a shadow of him. This made Agent Claude suspicious. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? As the 3-day monitoring period ended, Fabula had no choice but to withdraw their personnel. The Tiago City Bridge shooting case still left local Fabula with no leads. They couldn't find the perpetrator. The traces at the scene were too professional, done either by mercenaries or retired special forces. Chu Zihong's umbrella company was already on the brink of collapse and couldn't use its own security personnel for execution. Although there were still suspicions, it could be determined on the surface that it was unrelated to him. The Tiago City Bridge shooting case had completely fallen into a predicament. 3 days later, Chu Zihong awaited the arrival of Kalian as promised, but he came empty-handed. Chu Zihong glanced at Kalian and asked in confusion, Kalian, what happened to the promised delivery? Chu, there has been a bit of trouble. Customs are strict lately, and the goods can't come in right now, Kalian explained awkwardly with a cough. So you mean I can't get them now? Chu Zihong asked. I'm very sorry. Hearing this, Chu Zihong frowned and fell silent. Seeing this, Kalian quickly said, however, Chu, although the goods can't come in, I can provide you with delivery services. Of course, the premise is that your goods are not for domestic sale. Chu Zihong's eyes brightened upon hearing this, and he asked, you can deliver anywhere in the world? Anywhere, Kalian replied confidently, looking assured. Then can you deliver to the port of Bosaso in Somalia tomorrow? Is that doable? Chu Zihong looked at the confident Kalian and asked. Of course, no problem, Kalian replied, then reminded him, but Somalia is very dangerous right now, and there's a high chance of default. Many arms dealers have listed the Somalia market as a forbidden zone and have even completely abandoned it. Are you sure you want to send it there? Of course. We Chinese have a saying that fortune favors the brave. Just deliver it. After finalizing the issues regarding the goods, as well as the time and place, Chu Zihong had someone send Kalian away. Being a middleman is not my goal. If I want to do it, I should go solo and earn more money. Although I currently do not have a weapons production line, I do have the benefits of being a reborn prophet, the timeline of this parallel universe. Including the current international situation is basically the same as in my previous life. It is now November 12th, 1989, less than 2 months before 1990. The Cold War ended with the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991, but by this time, the Soviet Union was already facing internal problems. Economically, inflation was nearing collapse, and many officials or military personnel began to sell weapons. As a result, even some daily necessities could be exchanged for a batch of weapons and ammunition. If the price was right, nuclear weapons could even be obtained. This shows that before the dissolution of the Soviet Union, the entire empire was already in chaos and decaying. If I want to get weapons, why bother with Kalian? Isn't it better to go directly to the Soviet Union and wholesale weapons at the lowest cost? Chapter 11. AK-47 in hand. Starting to sell arms, most of Somalia is in a tropical desert climate, resulting in high temperatures and little rainfall throughout the year. Even in November, the winter month, the weather remains as hot as summer. At the port of Bosaso, under the scorching sun, only 1 or 2 medium-sized cargo ships are docked to load and unload goods while replenishing fresh water. In such weather, the port workers prefer to stay in the air conditioning rather than come out to work. Not to mention that the locals are inherently lazy, always looking for ways to avoid work. The entire port is sparsely populated, appearing unusually quiet. At this moment, 2 off-road vehicles suddenly drove into the port's dock and finally stopped in front of a cargo ship named Cruston. The car doors opened in succession. 6 tall and strong white men stepped out of the vehicles, all dressed in suits, wearing sunglasses and earpieces, their expressions cold, clearly professional security personnel. After surveying the surroundings and finding no danger, one of the white men stepped forward to open the door of the second vehicle, for which a young man of Chinese descent stepped out. It was Chu Zihong and his party, who had arrived in Bosaso. At this time, on the deck of the cargo ship, Clean saw Chu Zihong's arrival and immediately led people down the ship to greet him. "Chu, thank goodness you finally made it," he exclaimed, giving Chu Zihong a warm embrace. Chu Zihong's face flashed with discomfort, but quickly masked it. After some polite exchanges, Clean ordered his men to unload boxes from the ship, all containing refurbished AK-47s. Chu Zihong instructed Victor to pry open one of the boxes and took out an AK-47, which was oiled, and inspected it. He then gently stroked the gun's body, akin to caressing a young girl's skin. Finally, he pulled back the bolt, producing a crisp sound. Hearing such a wonderful and pleasant sound instantly surged Chu Zihong's adrenaline. He felt every cell in his body involuntarily rejoice and leap. Just thinking about completing his first major arms deal with these weapons made Chu Zihong unable to contain his excitement. He found himself more invested in this taboo, constrained, and condemned industry, feeling an undeniable thrill. Why had he never realized before that he was born to thrive in this line of work? Seeing this, Clean smiled and said, "Chu, these are all 90 new, definitely worth the price." Chu Zihong suppressed his excitement and placed the AK-47 back in the box. "Hey, buddy, aren't you providing bullets as well?" "Chu, bullets are extra, but as friends, I'll give you 50 boxes for free," Clean replied, signaling for 50 military-green boxes to be brought down. When opened, they were filled with shiny bullets glimmering in the sunlight. "Thank you, Clean. We're friends, aren't we?" Clean smiled and said. Chu Zihong smiled back, but did not respond. "Friends? In the face of immense profit, not to mention friends, even family could betray you. Walking this path meant trusting only oneself." Confirming that the goods were fine, Chu Zihong instructed Victor to transfer 1 million USD to Clean's Swiss bank account. After successfully receiving the money, Clean warmly hugged Chu Zihong again and took his leave. As Chu Zihong looked at the boxes of weapons in front of him, he felt a surge of excitement. This was all money. With money, you could get anything done. When profit speaks, even God must remain silent. Victor glanced at the boxes filled with weapons and couldn't help but ask, "Boss, can we really sell all these weapons?" "I don't expect to sell them all. I just hope to make a name for ourselves in Bosaso with this batch of weapons," Chu Zihong replied with a smile, shaking his head. He was well aware that selling 5,000 AK-47s in a relatively stable Somalia would be challenging. Therefore, the first step was to build a reputation, so that business would come pouring in. "Then what should we do next, boss?" Victor asked. Chu Zihong stared at the mountain of weapons and thought for a moment before asking, "Which is the largest tribe in Bosaso right now?" "Boss, it's the Digil tribe located east of Bosaso. They're a branch of the Sab subclan with a population of over 10,000, Victor replied. "Let us go to the Digil tribe." Chu Zihong waved his hand and instructed the port staff to move the weapons to the warehouse they had rented in advance, leaving someone to guard them. After taking care of everything, Chu Zihong and his party immediately set off for the Digil tribe on the outskirts of Bosaso. However, what Chu Zihong did not know was that the Digil tribe was currently in a state of despair. The entire tribe seemed to have just experienced a great battle, with smoke and ruins everywhere. Some tribal soldiers were busy moving bodies off the road. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Although Somalia appeared stable on the surface, tribal conflicts over territory were frequent. It is important to note that Somalia has a population of 3 million, the vast majority of whom are Somali, divided into the two main clans of Samael and Sab. The Samael clan accounts for over 80 of the national population and is divided into four major tribes: Darid, Ha'i, Isaac, and Dir. The Sab clan is divided into the Digil and Rahawain tribes. Among these two clans, the Samael clan has long been dissatisfied with the current Somali government. The more radical Dir tribe even openly opposes the existing government to become the rulers of Somalia, essentially acting two-faced. If it weren't for the slightly stronger government forces, they might have been overthrown long ago. The Digil tribe, supporting the government, has naturally become a target for the opposing Dir tribe. If the government can't win, could they still not defeat the weaker Digil tribe? The Dir tribe started to attack and harass the Digil tribe, intending to swallow them up and strengthen their own power. If it weren't for the Digil tribe's fierce resistance, they might have already become a thing of the past. Months of battles have taken a heavy toll on the Digil tribe, especially in terms of weaponry. The Dir tribe, backed by Western support, exclusively uses M16 rifles, and even has plenty of heavy weaponry. But what about the Digil tribe? They're still using weapons from World War II, so what good is having more people? They are instead being suppressed and beaten by the smaller Dir tribe, barely holding on. Ahmed, the chief of the Digil tribe, is extremely worried. If this continues, their tribe could really be wiped out. He sought help from the government, but they had no desire to get involved in tribal disputes. This made Ahmed feel that his tribe had been abandoned by the government forces. Faced with such a predicament, Ahmed felt he was at his wit's end. Had he known, he wouldn't have supported the government. Now, he feels caught between a rock and a hard place. Just as Ahmed was frowning in distress, a soldier came to report. "Chief, a group of Westerners has come to the tribe. They want to see you." "Westerners? They want to see me?" Ahmed frowned, feeling uncertain. At this moment, did the Westerners want to support him? Thinking of this, Ahmed quickly said, "Hurry, bring them in." "Yes, Chief." The soldier nodded and turned to leave. Meanwhile, outside the Digil tribe, Chu Zihong looked at the Digil tribe that seemed to have just experienced a battle. A glimmer of shrewdness flickered in his deep-set eyes, giving him more confidence in securing his first arms deal. With a dismissive glance, Chu Zihong turned to Victor beside him and asked Catalia, "Have the investigation results come in from over there?" "Boss, just received it. It contains all the information about the Digil tribe," Victor replied, handing over a black-and-white screen Motorola Model 3200 cell phone produced in 1988 to Chu Zihong. This model, commonly known as a brick, had a small screen, could receive text messages, and was introduced to the domestic market in 1995, with most people referring to it as a big brother. Upon receiving the phone, Chu Zihong browsed through the information sent. When he learned that the Digil tribe had been suppressed by the Dir tribe due to outdated weapons, his expression changed. What a great opportunity. It seemed that his 5.000 AK-47s had found a buyer. It was a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. What a coincidence. Chapter 12. Ahmad. To succor the residents of the Digger tribe's chieftain. With the guidance of soldiers, Chu Zihong and others arrived at a luxurious building with a strong Afro style. However, in the courtyard, they were stopped by a strong black man who demanded they hand over their weapons. Naturally, Victor and the others were unwilling, and the situation reached a stalemate. A soldier ran out and whispered something into the ear of the black man at the entrance. Only then did the black man let Chu Zihong and the others pass, allowing them to enter the building smoothly. Before entering, Victor shot a glare at the black man in a show of defiance. "Just a doorman. What is he so tough about?" A middle-aged black man wearing a white hat had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Chu Zihong arrive, he immediately greeted him warmly. The warmth made Chu Zihong feel a bit embarrassed. Although the Somalia region is notoriously known as a pirate den globally, in reality, Somalis are always proactive in greeting foreign guests, with their salutations flowing like a string of pearls. It's somewhat akin to how people in the capital greet each other by asking if they've eaten yet. After some pleasantries, Ahmad welcomed Chu Zihong into the room, while Victor and the others waited outside. Once the two were seated, Ahmad looked at the yellow-skinned Chu Zihong and couldn't help but ask, "Sir, are you from South Korea or Japan?" Chu Zihong shook his head and said, "Chieftain Ahmad, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Nicholas Yuri, and I am an arms dealer with a passion for world nuclear disarmament. I'm also Chinese." "Chinese?" Ahmad was taken aback. Then his tone turned somewhat apologetic. "Mr. Nicholas Yuri, em truly sorry. I didn't know you were from the ancient Eastern country." "Chieftain Ahmad, there's no need to apologize. It's not your fault." Chu Zihong waved his hand to indicate it was fine. As a descendant of the dragon, he had a bit of magnanimity. "Indeed, you Chinese are quite understanding. Far better than those hypocritical Westerners." Upon learning that Chu Zihong was Chinese, Ahmad's attitude noticeably changed. Although at this time, the homeland had not yet provided support to Somalia due to Zhou Gong's diplomatic policies, even if they were poor, they had to squeeze out some funds to support the countries in the Black State. Generally, people from the Black State treated their compatriots fairly well and wouldn't make things too difficult, unlike the slight hostility they showed towards Westerners. To gain support from the Black State countries, Zhou Gong had worried a lot in diplomacy. This is also why, when China regained its permanent seat at the United Nations, the majority of supporting votes came from the Black State. Chu Zihong humbly waved his hand and said, "Chieftain Ahmad, you are too polite." "Ha! Ahmad Laugid Hayartili." Then fixed his gaze on Chu Zihong and asked, "May I know, Mr. Yuri, what brings you to our digger tribe?" "Chieftain Ahmad, I'm an arms dealer, and I'm here to sell you weapons." Chu Zihong narrowed his eyes and got straight to the point. Hearing that Chu Zihong was an arms dealer, Ahmad was undoubtedly pleased. The digger tribe couldn't compete with the deer tribe because they were weaker in terms of weapons, right? If they had equally advanced weaponry, the digger tribe wouldn't be beaten so badly by the deer tribe. However, he couldn't show it outwardly. Otherwise, it would be hard to negotiate. Ahmad maintained a calm demeanor and said, "I didn't expect Mr. Yuri to be an arms dealer. That's surprising. However, Mr. Yuri, our digger tribe is strong and well-equipped, and we don't seem to need any arms." Chu Zihong glanced at Ahmad, questioning, "Chieftain Ahmad, that might not be the case, right? From what I understand, your tribe has been oppressed by the smaller deer tribe due to outdated weapons, resulting in many casualties. Don't you want to buy some advanced weapons to avenge your fallen tribesmen?" Chu Zihong's words gradually darkened Ahmad's expression. The atmosphere fell into silence. Yet from Ahmad's eyes, Chu Zihong could still see a hint of unwillingness and hatred. What does this indicate? There's hope. So let us keep stoking the fire and try to close the deal. However, before he could intensify the pressure, Ahmad suddenly looked up at Chu Zihong and said seriously, "Mr. Yuri, may I ask what kind of weapons you are selling? M16, perhaps?" Chu Zihong shook his head and denied. "The M16 is too delicate. It jams easily, especially in sandy conditions. It's not suitable for use in Somalia." "Oh, then what kind of gun is suitable for use in Somalia?" Ahmad asked with newfound interest, as he had never heard such a claim before. "Of course, it's the AK-47 produced in Russia. This gun is suitable for any extreme environment. It's easy to operate, and it can fire continuously. Its firepower suppression is unquestionable. In terms of practicality, the AK-47 completely outperforms the M16. After speaking, Chu Zihong looked at Ahmad, waiting for his response. Ahmad frowned and asked, "Mr. Yuri, how many AK-47s do you have?" 5,000 AK-47s, along with 10 boxes of ammunition. Chu Zihong replied without hesitation. Bang! Ahmad slapped the table, stood up, and said, "Mr. Yuri, I'll take them all. Just name your price." "Chieftain Ahmad, you're straightforward." Chu Zihong smiled and stood up, gesturing a flat price of 10 million US dollars, and I want to charge you for the 10 boxes of ammunition. They're all a gift for you. What do you think? 10 million? Can you lower the price a bit? Chieftain Ahmad, this is already a fair price. The market price for an AK-47 is several thousand US dollars. I've given you quite a discount. I'm almost losing my shirt here." Chu Zihong said with a mournful expression. In reality, he was just bluffing. The market price for an AK-47 could be bought for $300 to $400 US dollars. Even after the 1990s, Weapons like the AK-47 and M16 were sold by weight. European capitalists are bloodsuckers, and Chu Zihong was going for the bones. It was simply heartless. 10 million it is. Ahmad gritted his teeth and decided to buy. With this batch of weapons, would the Digger tribe still fear the Deer tribe's attacks? In other words, the opportunity for revenge had come. But little did he know, he was being played as a sucker. Ahmad's willingness was entirely within Chu Zihong's expectations. The weapons possessed by the entire Digger tribe were still from the World War II era, and their backwardness was evident. Faced with the Deer tribe, which had Western support, they were naturally beaten to the point of losing their bearings. The two sides were not on the same level. What good was having more people? Chapter 13 My dream is for love and peace with 10 million in hand. Chu Zihong sighed at how quickly money comes in the arms trade. With a cost of 1 million, he earned himself 10 million. It was simply outrageous profit. Chu Zihong smiled at the foolish Ahmed and had a sudden thought. This will must continue to be sheared. He wouldn't show mercy. As long as his pockets were full, he didn't care whether it was unethical. Money is a good thing. With it, he could even replace President Sam. Thinking of this, Chu Zihong decided to take advantage of the moment and try to shear some more wool. Why not? Right, he said with a beaming smile. Patriarch Ahmed, to give back to our clients, our umbrella corporation has launched a promotion. Ahmed showed a hint of interest and asked, Mr. Yuri, what promotion? We're offering the AK-47, originally priced at several thousand US, at half price, plus free maintenance oil and a lifetime factory repair service. Ahmed was stunned. Oh, my God, Allah. Is this Chinese guy crazy? Half price, free maintenance oil, and lifetime repair service. How is this different from a pie falling from the sky? If it's half price, I wouldn't need 10 million for the weapons I just bought. Ahmed felt that Chu Zihong's promotion was a bit out of line. With such sincerity from the other side, he thought he couldn't let Mr. Yuri make a loss. Mr. Yuri, isn't this promotion a loss? A loss? To be friends with you, Patriarch Ahmed, even if it's a loss, it's worth it. Chu Zihong showed a sincere demeanor. A loss? Not at all. Once I get the 10 million US and spend half on a bunch of liquor and daily necessities, then charter a plane to the territory of the Bears, I could exchange for thousands of AK-47s and even more weapons. Ridiculous. Why make a loss on this deal? Moreover, he could gain Ahmed's deep gratitude and friendship. This deal was totally worth it. Look how principled I am. Capitalist scum. Ahmed could never have imagined that apart from 5,000 AK-47s, Chu Zihong had no other weapons. The promotion was merely a way to write a bad check. A typical case of being sold and still counting the money for others. As expected, Chu Zihong's words immediately touched Ahmed, making him feel brotherly affection towards Chu Zihong. Look, this is the kind-hearted Chinese. Much better than those hypocritical Westerners. Mr. Yuri, it's an honor to meet a friend like you. Seeing Ahmed take the bait, a glint of conspiracy flashed in Chu Zihong's eyes. Patriarch Ahmed, you can call me Yuri. Mr. sounds too formal. Now we are friends, aren't we? Yes, Yuri, we are friends. Ahmed was overjoyed, looking at Chu Zihong with a much softer and kinder gaze. Perhaps he was tempted by the promotion Chu Zihong just offered. Ahmed couldn't help but ask Mr. Yuri, how many can you provide in the next batch? Chu Zihong tapped the armrest of his chair. How many do you need? Another 5,000 AK-47s would be great. If you have RPGs, tanks, and heavy machine guns, that would be even better. Ahmed rubbed his hands together, speaking eagerly. Not a problem, but a deposit is required in advance. Chu Zihong glanced at the expectant Ahmed, rubbing his fingers. How much? Not much. 3 million US. When can you ship? Ahmed asked. In about a week. After all, smuggling arms is quite troublesome. Chu Zihong shrugged and explained. Very good. Ahmed was satisfied and directly took out a travel bag from the safe and tossed it in front of Chu Zihong. As he opened it, Franklin's face appeared. Chu Zihong glanced at it. Though a bit green, the old man still looked pretty good. Within a week, our umbrella corporation will deliver to your doorstep. Chu Zihong reached into the bag, grabbed a handful of cash, and stuffed it into Ahmed's hands, saying, not much to offer, just a little gift for our meeting. Yuri, you are too polite. Ahmed said this with his mouth, but his hands were very honest. We are friends. Aren't we? Chu Zihong replied with a smile. Hearing this, Ahmed was extremely happy. Yes, Yuri, we are friends. Then let us wish for a happy cooperation. Haha, happy cooperation. After informing Ahmed of the warehouse address for the 5000 AK-47S, Chu Zihong took his leave from Ahmed's residence. Once in the car, Chu Zihong immediately ordered Victor head to Mogadishu airport and return to Tiago. Victor was taken aback and turned with a puzzled expression. Boss, the headquarters location hasn't been determined yet. And we're returning now? The headquarters matter isn't urgent. The priority now is to get a batch of arms. Chu Zihong shook his head and replied. Understood, boss. Victor nodded and didn't ask further. The two SUVs sped towards Mogadishu, kicking up a cloud of dust. Looking out at the vast desert disappearing outside the car window, Chu Zihong narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. Although the current situation in Somalia seemed stable, internally it was already in turmoil and could collapse at any moment. According to the timeline, in 2 years, in January 1991, the Said regime in Somalia would be overthrown, plunging the country into a warlord chaos with multiple regimes coexisting. This meant that within the next 2 years, he must establish his own power in Somalia. Even if Somalia fell into complete chaos, he wouldn't fear any warlord. However, the best method was still to control all of Somalia. How could he live up to the name of the umbrella corporation by being confined to one place? If he was going to do it, he had to do it better and stronger, starting with Somalia, gradually encroaching globally. A hint of ambition surfaced on Chu Zihong's lips. 2 days later, Chu Zihong returned to Tiago City, but this time he came to buy liquor and daily necessities on a large scale. At the same time, to be able to fly into the territory of the bears, he needed someone to handle some procedures, as the bears and Sam were still in a hostile relationship. Otherwise, if he flew directly into bear territory, the only outcome will be getting shot down by their military. So this time, Chu Zihong sought out his dear father's close friend, Uncle Phelps. But when Phelps heard that Chu Zihong was going into bear territory, he exploded. What? You're going into bear territory? Chu, are you crazy? Don't you know that the two countries are in a hostile relationship and could explode into war at any moment? Phelps' roar over the phone made Chu Zihong move the phone away from his ear. It was terrifying. He felt like his ears were buzzing. Only when a voice on the other end lowered did Chu Zihong bring the phone back to his ear. Dear Uncle Phelps, I'm just going there to complete a foreign trade deal. It's very safe. Moreover, I'm Chinese, so I believe they want to make things difficult for me. Phelps frowned at this. What kind of deal requires you to go personally? Chu Zihong quickly explained, it's a deal that can bring my company back to life. So I hope Uncle Phelps can help me. Hearing this, Phelps suddenly fell silent, not replying for a long time. Chu Zihong was not in a hurry and quietly waited. After a few seconds, Phelps's deep voice came through the phone again. Chu, do you think I'm a fool? I don't believe you're going there to sell Pepsi. Is this how you want to be remembered by future generations? Upon hearing this, Chu Zihong was slightly surprised. Indeed, the old fox was sharp and had hit the nail on the head. He no longer hid anything and spoke frankly. Uncle Phelps, I don't wish to leave a name in history at all. If that were the case, it would mean I am already dead. Phelps sighed and said, have you really decided to take this path? It's not that I want to take this path. I'm just trying to amplify the voices of the common people. If no one listens to the common people's words, then let the bullets speak. Everyone deserves respect. This is my dream for love and peace. Besides, the biggest arms dealer in the world is President Sam, and he sells more in a day than I do in a year. So why can't I do it? Phelps. Fuck, what kind of twisted logic is this? But I have to admit, damn it, he actually convinced me. Chapter 14, Dear Davarish. We are forever brothers. After hanging up the phone, Chu Zihong let out a sigh of relief. It was all taken care of. However, he was surprised to learn that his father and Uncle Phelps had once been involved in smuggling arms. No wonder there were so many weapons and ammunition in the basement. The reason they had stopped their arms smuggling business was that his father wanted to inherit the family estate, and Uncle Phelps had children and family responsibilities. Thus, they both washed their hands of the matter. One became the owner of a security company, while the other became a well-known legal pioneer in Tiago City. He also found it strange that in the late 1980s, during a period of severe racial discrimination in the United States, there were so few white people with such deep ties to Chinese people. It turned out they had a bond that was life and death. In the earlier conversation, Uncle Phelps had agreed to help him sort out the transportation procedures for entering Ukraine. With the procedures in hand, the next step was to procure a large quantity of white liquor, daily necessities, and also to charter a transport plane. As for the umbrella company in Tiago City, Chu Zihong directly contacted a headhunting firm to recruit a professional manager for it. The security business still needed to operate on the surface to appease the tax authorities in the United States. Otherwise, it would truly become a shell company. For personnel matters, he would let the professional manager handle the hiring, while he still retained Katerina on the dark side. Although the headquarters was not located within the United States, Chu Zihong certainly wouldn't miss out on this rich area. When he returned next time, the market in the United States would surely be conquered by him. Moreover, since the United States was a capitalist-controlled country, as long as the money was in place, supporting a puppet president would not be a problem. 2 days later, in the morning at Tiago City Airport, a Boeing 747 cargo plane was parked at the airfield. The cargo hold beneath it opened up, and boxes of goods were loaded one after another until the entire cargo hold was full. Chu Zihong stood by, watching the massive aircraft, and couldn't help but think of the world's largest military transport aircraft, the N-225. That giant was much larger than the 100-ton Boeing 747 before him. It was a super transport aircraft equipped with 6 engines, known as the airborne behemoth. Both the wingspan and fuselage length exceeded 80 meters, and when it was on the ground, its footprint was roughly equivalent to 2 international standard football fields. If Bolt were to run from one wingtip to the other, it would take about 9 seconds, assuming he didn't fall in between. Unfortunately, this giant had only one operational unit, and another was only half produced. He remembered that in his past life, this famous super transport aircraft was destroyed in the conflict between China and Russia, becoming a thing of the past. But in this world, it hadn't been destroyed. He could very well acquire it. However, the current N-225, which had its test flight on November 30th, 1988, was still just about a year old. It was a key focus for Russia, and obtaining the blueprints would be somewhat difficult, although Russia was on the verge of collapse. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse. If he were targeted by one of the world's 4 major intelligence agencies, the KGB, he would suffer greatly, even if he didn't die. Chu Zihong was someone who disliked trouble. He didn't want to provoke a pack of hunting dogs before he had risen to power. Since he couldn't get the N-225, he thought it would be good to settle for the blueprints of the N-12 or IL-18 transport aircraft instead. He remembered that starting in the 1970s and 1980s, this superpower began to breed corruption on a national level. Moreover, poor internal management and inadequate supervision led to many subsidies and allowances that were supposed to be distributed being embezzled. Half of the imperial enterprises went under, with many being forced into bankruptcy by the upper management. Just how corrupt was it? A reserve bureau head took advantage of his position to sell MiG fighter jets for 153 rubles, about 35 renminbi, to a shell company without military procurement qualifications. Even later aircraft carriers could be purchased for just $60 million. Prices were unimaginable. Dozens of tons of meat products or daily necessities could be exchanged for cruisers, destroyers, and even MiG fighter jets or T-72 main battle tanks. This illustrated the extent of corruption within this superpower. When a country begins to face corruption from top to bottom, its disintegration becomes inevitable. Even if Gorbachev did not implement reforms, the various contradictions and problems that had accumulated in history and reality would lead this superpower step by step toward its demise. It was only a matter of time. A few minutes later, the cargo was fully loaded. The massive Boeing 747 began to slowly taxi onto the runway for takeoff. It finally charged into the clouds, disappearing into the horizon. A great arms dealer was about to rise. Lviv, founded in 1256, bordering Poland. It is a major city in western Ukraine and a key industrial and cultural education center, with many large factories and famous ancient buildings. In November, Lviv was covered in a silver blanket of snow, appearing completely white. As dawn broke, a large civilian transport plane, a Boeing 747 from the United States, glided down the runway of Lviv International Airport, bearing the marks of frost and wind. The nearly 2-meter-high tires under its belly rudely crushed over the smooth runway, emitting a piercing screech of brakes. Finally, it came to a steady stop at the designated airfield, and the waiting ladder truck immediately approached. As the cabin door opened, a spirited Chu Zihong stepped down the ladder with Victor and others. The moment his feet touched the ground, Chu Zihong felt an immense sense of security. Although everything had gone smoothly along the way without any issues, he still felt uneasy about the plane. They say planes are safe, but to him, the most unsafe thing was indeed flying. Therefore, during business trips in his past life, he preferred taking high-speed trains over planes. At this moment, Victor's gaze locked onto a military jeep speeding towards them, and he quickly reminded, "Boss, there's a vehicle coming." Hearing this, Chu Zihong looked in the direction of the voice and saw a military jeep rapidly approaching. It executed a beautiful drift before coming to a steady stop in front of them. A portly officer with the rank of colonel stepped out of the vehicle, his large belly protruding as if he were 9 months pregnant, and his military uniform barely fit his massive frame. Accompanying him was a guard holding a submachine gun, his piercing blue eyes vigilantly fixed on Chu Zihong and the others. It seemed that at the officer's command, he would raise his submachine gun and open fire on them. However, as the officer approached, Chu Zihong caught a whiff of alcohol. No wonder they were known as the drunken combatants. If this were in the Chinese military, who would dare to drink? They would be waiting for a major reprimand or confinement. The rotund officer scanned Chu Zihong and the others before asking, "Who among you is Nicholas Yuri?" "Respected Commander, I am Nicholas Yuri. You must be General Ivan Ivanovich, the commander of the 103rd Border Division, right?" "It's a pleasure to meet you, General." With that, Chu Zihong smiled and extended his hand. He had done his homework before coming. In Ukrainian names, the first name comes first, followed by the father's name, and finally the surname. If addressing someone of the same generation, one must include the father's name as a sign of respect. Simply calling someone by their first name is reserved for elders and relatives. Miscalling could easily lead to misunderstandings. Seeing that Chu Zihong was actually Chinese, Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov's eyes flashed with surprise, and then his old face broke into a brilliant smile. After tidying up his clothes, he extended his hand to shake Chu Zihong's. "Mr. Nicholas is actually of Chinese descent? That's quite rare. I thought he was one of those white pigs from Sam's. However, I really like Chinese food, but the Chinese restaurant in Lviv is run by an Indian, and just the thought of them cooking for me with hands that have wiped there but making me want to vomit. But when you have the chance to come to Chinatown in Sam's country, I will definitely take you to try the most authentic Chinese food. It is absolutely the most delicious food in the world," Chu Zihong said politely. "We will definitely become good friends." "No." Chu Zihong's expression changed, and he shook his head, saying, "We are already brothers. We will never forget the help that the Davrich family provided to our homeland. We will always be brothers." "Haha, yes, we are brothers." Victor looked at the laughing Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov and the serious boss. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly, and his mouth twitched. These two are really good at acting, aren't they? Even the Oscar-winning actor would feel ashamed in front of them. And the Davrich family? A gunsmith talking about history? And a corrupt general reminiscing about the martyrs? Victor felt his scalp tingle, and he was a bit unable to listen anymore. Fortunately, both of them knew that this was obviously not the time for nostalgia, and they quickly shifted the conversation back to the main topic. "Nicholas, although the broker has already communicated with me, according to the requirements, I need to see your goods first." Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov rubbed his hands and revealed a rather embarrassed expression as he spoke. "Of course, no problem." Chu Zihong shrugged and then turned to Victor, instructing, "Open the cargo hold immediately and show our client the goods." "Yes, boss." Victor nodded and immediately waved to the pilot in the cockpit. The pilot understood and immediately opened the tailgate of the aircraft's belly. Chapter 15. Buy 6 T-72 main battle tanks. Get one free. Bargain price as the tailgate beneath the fuselage opened. A cargo full to the brim was revealed. Ivan Ivanovich peered through the opening, his eyes widening in surprise. "Sukaboli, this must weigh several tons, right?" Chu Zihong glanced at Ivan Ivanovich's expression, a half-smile appearing on his face. Once a person becomes greedy, it's easy to handle. As the old saying goes, money can make the devil push the mill. If it can't be pushed, It just means the money isn't enough. There's nothing that can't be solved with money. Therefore, Chu Zihong felt more confident about the upcoming journey. Once the tailgate was fully opened, Chu Zihong stepped into the cargo hold first, coming to a box labeled with the character for wine. He took a look and then snapped his fingers. "Victor, bring me a knife." "Yes, boss." Victor quickly pulled out a sharp paratrooper knife from his waist and handed it to Chu Zihong. Without hesitation, Chu Zihong plunged the knife into the box and yanked it open. Crack! The paratrooper knife instantly sliced a long opening, revealing bottles of white liquor inside. The text on the bottles was not in a foreign language, but familiar Chinese characters. 5 plain and unadorned characters read, "Red Star Erguo 2. Seeing the Erguo 2, Chu Zihong smiled slightly, believing that no man from Demao could resist this liquor. He took a bottle out and turned to hand it to the approaching General Ivan Ivanovich. "General, this is white liquor from our hometown. It has a strong flavor. Give it a try." From a moment Chu Zihong cut open the box, Ivan Ivanovich's eyes had not left it. His keen nose had already caught the scent through the bottle. No man from Demao could refuse white liquor, especially strong liquor. There's nothing that strong liquor can't solve. If it can't solve it, just have a few more bottles. As the saying goes, little bird vodka, ruthless halasheo. "Nicholas, this isn't good, right? I still have military duties later. I can't drink." Ivan Ivanovich pretended to decline, his eyes fixed on the Erguo 2. "General, besides, this isn't liquor. It's just a drink." Chu Zihong smiled and said, "Just a drink?" Right, just a drink." Ivan Ivanovich understood, quickly grabbing the Erguo 2 from Chu Zihong's hand. Gulps. He rolled it down his throat, eagerly tilting his head back to gulp it down. In the blink of an eye, he showcased a bottle of Erguo 2 in front of everyone. Watching this scene made Chu Zihong roll his eyes. Truly the fighting nation. This was not drinking white liquor, but practically drinking beer. Burp. Ivan Ivanovich licked his lips, savoring the taste, seemingly wanting more. "Nicholas, this is the second best liquor I've ever had after vodka. Can I have another bottle?" "General, please." Chu Zihong smiled and handed him another bottle of Erguo 2. This time, Ivan Ivanovich stopped after drinking a third of it, his nose red like a circus clown. He wiped his mouth with joy and said, "Davari, we are eternal brothers. Now, let me show you my goods." Ivan Ivanovich enthusiastically put his arm around Chu Zihong's shoulder, ready to take him to his jeep. "General, what about my people?" Chu Zihong naturally couldn't put himself in danger, quickly pointing to Victor and the others. "Small problem." Ivan Ivanovich patted his chest, picked up the radio hanging in the vehicle, and chatted away. Before long, a black Volga sedan arrived with a troop transport vehicle in tow, stopping in front of Ivan Ivanovich and Chu Zihong. A squad of soldiers disembarked from the transport vehicle, each armed with submachine guns, fully equipped. Chu Zihong showed a hint of confusion and asked, "Your Excellency, what is this?" "Nicholas, don't misunderstand." Ivan Ivanovich explained with a smile. "These are here to protect the transport plane. After all, there is so much cargo inside. It will inevitably attract those with ulterior motives." Hearing this, Chu Zihong nodded, realizing that the general was quite considerate. After all, some of it belongs to me as well." Ivan Ivanovich laughed heartily, and then proactively opened the door of the Volga sedan for Chu Zihong. "Nicholas, you are the guest. Please go ahead." "Thank you, General." Chu Zihong expressed his gratitude and got into the car without being polite. Victor and the others climbed into the back of the jeep, with the Volga sedan leading the way toward the border defense 103rd Division stationed 50 kilometers east of the major town of Lviv in western Ukraine. An hour later, they smoothly entered the camp of the Border Defense 103rd Division, and Chu Zihong saw, at first glance, a whole regiment of T-72 main battle tanks neatly lined up on the parade ground. At a glance, it resembled a torrent of steel, extremely shocking. Chu Zihong felt his heart surge. Under the 40-year Cold War Iron Curtain, Demao's powerful industrial system had created the largest arsenal on the planet. The countries of Europa, long under the shadow of Demao, trembled in fear in the face of Demao's torrent of steel. This reminded Chu Zihong of the unprecedented super drill held by Demao in 1981. In this exercise, codenamed West 81, Demao deployed more than 10 army groups, with troop numbers reaching the largest scale in history. During this exercise, Demao showcased its formidable strength. When observers from European countries witnessed thousands of tanks rolling across the hills, they, as the hypothetical enemy, couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Many understood that this was blatant military intimidation, and the progress of this intimidation went very smoothly, almost entirely achieving Mao's objectives. After this exercise, European observers clearly concluded that Europa could not stop the torrent of steel from Mao. When war broke out, they could only pin their hopes on another superpower across the ocean. But the United States was too far away, and Mao was too close. By the time they received military support from the United States, Mao's million-man army was already standing at the Atlantic coast, ready for action. If we talk about who has the strongest tanks, it must be Mao's torrent of steel. When thousands of tanks come rolling towards you like a flood, it's likely that you would be scared out of your wits. For instance, when islanders see Mao's torrent of steel, they run away. Where is there any samurai spirit to speak of? Survival is paramount. Seeing Chu Zihong staring out at the main battle tanks, Ivan Ivanovich leaned over and asked, "Nicholas, are you interested in these tanks?" Chu Zihong, upon hearing this, redirected his gaze and turned to Ivan Ivanovich. "Can you sell them?" "Of course, how about this? Buy 6, get 1 free?" Ivan Ivanovich seemed like a salesperson trying to sell soon-to-expire goods as promotional items. Chu Zihong looked at Ivan Ivanovich in surprise. It was a pity this guy wasn't a salesperson. Buy 6, get 1 free? Do you think this is laundry detergent? It must be said that as Mao faced impending disintegration, the arms business was at its hottest. The arms market had opened its doors. Guided missiles, unguided missiles, mortar, landmines, armored vehicles, entire tank units, and even armed helicopters can all be obtained at the cheapest prices. Since that's the case, not taking advantage of such deals would be foolish. Chu Zihong enthusiastically negotiated the price with General Ivan Ivanovich for the batch of main battle tanks they had just passed by. Chapter 16. Getting 3 main battle tanks for free. Is this business worth 20,000? No way. Nicholas, you need to understand that this is a world-class main battle tank, at least worth 30,000 bottles of the kind of liquor you just mentioned. Ivan Ivanovich stared wide-eyed, shaking his head as he quoted his price. "All right, General, let's go with your price. I'll take a tank battalion." Upon hearing this, Chu Zihong's eyes glinted with cunning, and he stopped haggling, making a decisive agreement. The price of 30,000 bottles of ergo liquor is about 450,000 RMB, while the T-72 main battle tank system lists a price of $3 million US dollars. He had truly struck a great deal. Indeed, there are prices you can hardly imagine. 4 T-72 main battle tanks worth $3 million US dollars. He only needed to pay 450,000 bottles of ergo 2. Plus, with Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov's offer of buy 6, get 1 free, he essentially got 3 main battle tanks for free. This deal was incredibly valuable. Ivan Ivanovich blinked, feeling as if he had underquoted. Why did Nicholas agree so readily when he was just haggling with him? But the words had already left his mouth, and he couldn't take them back. A tank battalion was sold at a bargain price, and he even felt pleased with himself, thinking he had gained an advantage. He even considered selling some tanks, but realized that reporting too many losses could draw attention from higher-ups. Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov had no choice but to give up, knowing he shouldn't be greedy. After all, compared to immediate benefits, losing his position would leave him with nothing. As for how to transport a battalion of tanks, Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov would send someone to deliver them to the port. Chu Zihong had already booked a large ocean freight ship before he arrived, which would likely reach the port of Kiev by tomorrow. Passing through the tank camp, the group continued deeper into the area. As they ventured further, Chu Zihong noticed that since entering the camp, there were very few soldiers seen conducting daily training. The vast base, aside from those steel behemoths, hardly had any soldiers visible, not even a guard on duty. Even though it was a border defense unit, military discipline seemed so lax. Take the tanks, for example. They were covered in visible dust, clearly having not been operated or maintained for a long time. These were T-72 main battle tanks, legendary models. Such wastefulness was astonishing. It truly echoed the old saying, dying of thirst, dying of flood. It seems there are reasons behind the collapse of this superpower. With such conditions from top to bottom, this empire is clearly on a path to decline. A few minutes later, under the lead of Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov, Chu Zihong and others arrived at a desolate, massive warehouse. The warehouse was locked with a chain as thick as a thumb, and Ivan Ivanovich immediately signaled his aide to open it. The aide rummaged through a large bunch of keys before finding the right one to unlock the warehouse. The roll-up door of the warehouse slowly rose, emitting a sharp, screeching sound reminiscent of sawing wood. Clearly, the door was a bit rusty. Seeing this, Chu Zihong rolled his eyes. How long had this warehouse been closed? Was everything inside still intact and not rusted due to neglect? However, when the roll-up door was fully raised and sunlight poured in, Chu Zihong was stunned. The nearly 1,000 square meter warehouse was lined with rows of towering shelves. All the shelves were neatly stacked with the legendary AK-47 rifles. In addition, there were other firearms here as well, such as the AK-74, known as the father of the imitation gun, and the AKS-74U, often referred to as the child labor due to its compact size. Finally, there was the classic sniper rifle seen in many games, the Dragunov sniper rifle, also known as the SVD sniper rifle, which uses the 7.62x54 MMR cartridge, has a total capacity of 10 rounds, an effective range of 800 meters, and a maximum lethal range of 1,300 meters. The 79 style sniper rifle and its improved version, the 85 style sniper rifle, developed by Huagua in 1979, were modeled after the SVD. After regaining his composure from the initial shock, Chu Zihong walked into the warehouse and approached the shelves to inspect them. He finally stopped in front of the shelf stacked with AK-74s, reaching out to touch the layer of dust. He wondered if they could still be used. Chu Zihong turned his head and asked Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov, who was following behind, "General, how many guns do you think are here?" "Wait a moment, let me check." Ivan Ivanovich called over his aide to bring the warehouse inventory list and began to flip through it. There were 20,000 AK-47s, 10,000 AK-74s, 5,900 AK-74s, and 1,000 SVDs, totaling 40,000 guns. How could a border defense division, located in a strategic area, have only this few guns? Chu Zihong turned back, looking meaningfully at Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov. "General, you need to request another batch of weapons from the logistics factory." Ivan Ivanovich seemed to understand the implication behind Chu Zihong's words, his expression becoming serious. "If the higher-ups find out, I won't be able to handle it." Chu Zihong smiled and offered a suggestion. "Your Excellency, I believe no one can resist the temptation of immense profit. Why not try to pull them in as well? Be grasshoppers in the same boat." Upon hearing this, Ivan Ivanovich stared wide-eyed at the smiling Chu Zihong for a moment. Then he took out a bottle of liquor from his pocket, took a small sip, and spoke again. "Nicholas, you are absolutely right. How did I not think of this? General, now you should understand what to do." Chu Zihong patted Ivan Ivanovich on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Understood." Ivan Ivanovich nodded, then waved his hand and said, "Nicholas, there are 40,000 guns here, all at a very low price. I can sell you the entire warehouse, provided that I want more than half of the goods you brought." When it came to pricing, Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov paused his voice and put on an expression that was hard to refuse. Chu Zihong frowned and shook his head, saying, "General, I brought nearly 100 tons of goods. Isn't asking for half a bit too greedy? I can only offer 20 tons at most. Nicholas, you need to understand that selling you the entire warehouse of weapons carries a significant risk. My soldiers will be left without weapons, and if discovered..." The implication of Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov's words was clear to Chu Zihong. He sneered inwardly. No rabbit, no hawk. For the sake of long-term benefits, Chu Zihong had to endure for now. Who would go against money? Selling an entire warehouse of weapons was worth at least several hundred million US dollars. Paying a small price to gain a fortune was worth it. He had that much capacity. Chu Zihong snapped his fingers and said, "Victor, bring the suitcase over." Victor stepped forward and presented the briefcase in front of Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov. With a snap, the case opened, revealing a box full of Franklin bills. Upon seeing the money inside, Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov's eyes widened instantly. He laughed heartily, quickly reached out to close the suitcase, and then took it in his hands. No problem. 20 tons is just 20 tons. Well then, General, let's have a pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov shook Chu Zihong's hand enthusiastically, his face beaming with a smile. Chapter 17. A Me. 24 hand to hand. Competitors emerge, secured an entire warehouse with 40,000 guns. Additionally, exchanged 3,000 bottles of Ergo-2 for 100,000 rounds of ammunition. These weapons and ammunition were sent to the airport by Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov. After unloading nearly 30 tons of Ergo-2, only over 40 tons of cargo remained in the Boeing 747's cargo hold, consisting mainly of daily necessities, with very little liquor left. However, the remaining supplies were still enough to acquire some heavy weapons, such as armed helicopters and armored personnel carriers. Ultimately, the root cause was that Russia was too poor. The military competition between two superpowers forced Russia, as a superpower, to exhaust its resources internally while providing aid externally. Although the output of heavy industry and aerospace was astonishingly high, light industry and agriculture were severely lacking. Coupled with external pressures and an unreasonable national economic structure, rampant privilege, and military spending exceeding national strength, these factors ultimately became the last straw that broke Russia's back. It was like a T-80 tank out of fuel. No matter how powerful its firepower, it couldn't move without fuel. Anyone could simply carry an RPG and a box of rockets and shoot at you. In the end, it still couldn't hold on and became history. Chu Zihong vividly remembered watching videos and documentaries about the disintegration of Russia in his past life. An Asian person exchanged a truckload of cane sugar for Russia's most advanced T-80 tank. The price was simply unbelievable, like buying cabbage. There were also instances of trading overcoats and fruits for military armored vehicles and bulldozers, and even exchanging daily necessities for planes and cruisers. Such incidents were endless. There was nothing you couldn't buy, only prices you couldn't imagine. Chu Zihong stood at the warehouse door, watching military trucks transport weapons and ammunition away, as if he could already see mountains of gold and silver beckoning to him. But these weapons were still far from enough. If he wanted to become the world's strongest military contractor, merely selling some assault rifles wouldn't suffice. After all, assault rifles were small money. Guided missiles, armed helicopters, armored vehicles, and fighter jets were where the real profits lay. With this thought in mind, Chu Zihong glanced over at Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov, who was sipping his drink. General, do you have any intention of selling armed helicopters? Of course, but we have a small-scale military exercise at the end of the year, so we can't sell too many. However, we can sell one. Ivan Ivanovich wiped his mouth and looked at Chu Zihong, asking, what price can you offer? This time, he was smart and didn't propose a price, but instead inquired about Chu Zihong's offer. Chu Zihong knew very well what was going on. After pondering for a moment, he said, Your Excellency, how about 1 ton of daily necessities? Deal. Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov agreed decisively without hesitation. 1 ton of daily necessities sold in Kiev would earn enough to not worry for the rest of his life. Subsequently, Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov took Chu Zihong and others to the hangar where the armed helicopter was parked. Soon, they arrived at an open hangar. A Me-24 Hind armed helicopter was quietly parked inside, with a young private soldier currently cleaning and maintaining it. Seeing the Me-24, Chu Zihong's eyes lit up. This was the world's first-generation armed multi-purpose helicopter, carrying on the Me-8's wide fuselage, with a troop compartment capable of holding 8 infantrymen. This was a significant difference between the Me-24 and the AH-1, which represented Western armed helicopters. The Me-24 had a 12.7mm 4-barrel Gatling gun mounted beneath its nose, and the short-wing weapon mounts could carry 4 AT-2 Swatter anti-tank missiles. The short-wing mounts could also carry the UV-32-57 rocket launcher, with each launcher capable of holding 32 57mm rockets, 500 kilograms of chemical or conventional bombs, and other weapons. With its troop compartment, the Me-24 could be considered an aerial BMP-1, especially with the troop compartment. The 24 could first suppress ground enemies with its own firepower and then quickly airdrop infantry into specific areas, making it very suitable for coordinated airborne operations with Army units. The most precise artillery was specifically designed to deal with the United States, but unfortunately, the war never occurred. According to the system's introduction, its guide price was $5 million US per aircraft. 1 ton of daily necessities was worth only about 100,000. It was a complete profit. Nicholas, how do you plan to transport it? I've heard that military helicopters are heavily scrutinized. Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov pointed to the helicopter and asked. Simple. Just remove its weapons and transport them separately, then disguise it as a humanitarian rescue helicopter. Chu Zihong shrugged casually. Impressive. Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov was very impressed and couldn't help but give thumbs up. Chu Zihong smiled and then approached the private who was maintaining the Mi-24. Private, can you pilot this big guy? Of course. Even if I have to dismantle it entirely, I can still restore it to its original state. The private turned back with a confident smile. Talent. Chu Zihong smiled warmly, feeling a desire to recruit him. General, can I have this pilot? 200 bottles of liquor, and I'll immediately retire him. Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov patted his chest and guaranteed, without caring whether the soldier agreed or not. General, you really do business better than I do. Chu Zihong shook his head helplessly. Haha, likewise. With the helicopter settled, just as Chu Zihong was about to inquire about other equipment, a military jeep drove over. As soon as the vehicle stopped, a soldier hurriedly jumped out and rushed towards General Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov. General, there's a white man named Sean Stark outside the camp asking to see you. He says he is an old friend. Stark, why is he here? Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov frowned, instinctively glancing at Chu Zihong. The presence of Stark was too coincidental given the competitive relationship between arms dealers. Chu Zihong also heard the soldier's report, and his eyes moved slightly. Sean Stark was also an arms dealer from the United States, but he was much stronger than him. He was an agent for multiple military factories, including the largest arms manufacturer, Lockheed Martin, and also a procurer for several third countries, with substantial strength and a long-standing presence in the arms business. He was definitely a formidable competitor. Seeing that Chu Zihong remained unperturbed, Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov made a decision in his heart. Tell him I have a guest, and ask him to come back another day. General, but he has already come in, and Colonel Dmitri is with him. Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov. Sukali, what is that guy doing here? Your Excellency, if you want to meet him, go ahead. I'm fine. He's just a competitor. I believe our brotherly friendship can withstand the test. Chu Zihong couldn't help but say, seeing Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov's mixed expressions of frowning and seriousness. All right then, Nicholas. Since Chu Zihong said so, Ivan Ivanovich Ivanov had no choice but to let the soldier bring the person over. Soon, a Rolls-Royce sedan arrived. A gentlemanly dressed old white man, holding a gilded exquisite cane, stepped out of the car. At the same time, a middle-aged colonel came down, looking very upright and giving off a very righteous vibe. Chu Zi raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling an ominous premonition in his heart. He had a strong sense that these two were going to ruin his plans. If they dared to block his financial path, then he wouldn't hesitate to send them to meet their maker. Chapter 18. Blocking my financial path, I don't mind sending you to meet God General Ivanov. It's great to see you again. Sean Stark approached with a smile and extended his hand. Stark, it would be even better if you brought a bottle of vodka. Ivanov replied, shaking his hand with a thick-skinned grin. In the face of delicious spirits, is face really that important? If it were before, he would certainly care about face. But the vodka originally allocated to each border defense division in Kiev had become a worthless check in the nationwide economic crisis. Forget vodka. Even the dung of Ukrainian pigs had been snatched away. Without alcohol, the Soviet army couldn't even shout Yura. General, next time for sure, Sean Stark naturally agreed. Alcohol is the lifeblood of the Soviets. With it, everything becomes much easier. Just as the two were exchanging pleasantries, Colonel Dmitri, who had come with Sean Stark, had his eyes on Chu Zihong and the others, especially Chu Zihong, whose Asian face stood out among the white faces of Victor and others. Moreover, Chu Zihong seemed to be the boss of these white giants. He frowned. As the deputy chief of staff, he was well aware of the 103 RD Division's arms dealing. He was also involved and had his own share. But today, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to get anything, because he was the introducer who connected Sean Stark with General Ivanov, in underworld terms that made him a broker. If Stark couldn't buy weapons from General Ivanov, how would he get his commission and generous remuneration? Therefore, Dmitri viewed Chu Zihong and the others as disruptors to his financial gain and naturally wore a sour expression. He even wanted to make things difficult for them or sabotage his arms deal with General Ivanov. But he didn't know that the benefits Chu Zihong brought to General Ivanov could be described as mountains of gold and silver. Who would let a cooked duck fly away? Yet, people like Dmitri, who were self-righteous, always liked to seek their own demise. Dmitri arrogantly approached Chu Zihong, glancing at him and saying, "Are you Korean or from the island nation?" "Colonel, I am Chinese," Chu Zihong replied politely, a cold glint flashing his eyes. "Chinese? The Sino-Soviet relations have been severed. What is your purpose here?" Dmitri leaned in aggressively, his tone questioning, as if he regarded Chu Zihong as a spy from China. "Colonel, I think you misunderstood. I am from Sam's country, and I am of Chinese descent." Chu Zihong smiled slightly. "Calm the mountain." "Sam's country?" A glint of sharpness flashed in Dmitri's eyes. Then his expression stiffened as he said, "So, you were a spy sent by Sam's country?" After speaking, he took a step back and placed his hand on the holster of his pistol. Just as he was about to draw his gun and arrest Chu Zihong, someone was faster than him. Victor stepped forward in a flash, reaching out with his left hand to pin Dmitri's gun-drawing hand. Dmitri tried to struggle, but found that the other person's hand was clamped down on his hand like a tiger's claw. "Sukarev, what are you doing?" Dmitri was furious, glaring at Victor with a murderous look. Unmoved by Dmitri's murderous gaze, Victor continued to hold Dmitri's hand firmly. Dmitri struggled several times but couldn't break free, making his face turn green with anger. Seeing this scene, Chu Zihong stepped forward and said, "Colonel, if you don't want to die, it's better not to struggle." Feeling the threat in Chu Zihong's words, Dmitri no longer fought alone and shouted, "General Ivanov, these people are spies from Sam's country. Quickly arrest them." Before he could finish his sentence, a gunshot suddenly rang out, echoing at the empty hangar door. The unexpected gunfire startled Ivanov and Stark, who were exchanging pleasantries, making them freeze momentarily and look toward the sound. They saw Chu Zihong holding a Glock 17 pistol, his expression extremely indifferent, looking at Dmitri opposite him. A small blood hole appeared on his forehead. The situation at the scene was clearly evident. Chu Zihong had shot Dmitri, blowing his head off for some unknown reason. This scene shocked everyone. Dmitri could never have imagined that the Chinese man opposite him would dare to kill him in their Soviet military camp. Did he eat the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard? Thud! With a look of unwillingness and disbelief, Dmitri fell to the ground, lifeless. Where did the gunshot come from? A young pilot in the hangar rushed out with a submachine gun. Upon seeing what was happening outside, this young pilot quickly returned to the hangar without a word, acting as if he hadn't seen anything, going about his business. The matters among the big bosses were not something a small soldier like him could interfere in. Life was more important. It was a tight situation. "Sukarev, Nicholas, what have you done?" At this moment, General Ivanov also reacted, striding over with a shocked and angry expression. He angrily confronted Chu Zihong, asking, "Why did you kill Colonel Dmitri? Are you crazy?" Chu Zihong threw the gun back to a member of the NOCS protection team beside him. Then he spread his hands and explained, "General, how would you handle it if someone blocked your financial path?" "What do you mean?" Ivanov frowned, his anger easing a bit. "I believe the general also heard that Colonel Dmitri wanted to arrest us, thinking we were spies from Sam's country. Of course, arresting us is no big deal. But if this matter reaches higher-ups, especially the KGB, what does that mean? General, you should understand, right?" Ivanov's brows furrowed tightly, his expression darkening completely. He turned to glance at the unblinking Dmitri, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Damn, he certainly understood what it meant. If this matter got into the hands of the KGB, there would be no good outcome. Whether he could come out alive was uncertain. In short, it was a terrifying place. He didn't want to go in, nor did he want his family to go in. Seeing that General Ivanov seemed to have made a choice, Chu Zihong seized the opportunity to say, "General, Colonel Dmitri died in the line of duty during an operation to apprehend illegal immigrants. He is a hero who defended the nation's borders, a true Bolshevik warrior. Upon hearing this, Ivanov turned his head to look at Chu Zihong, and his previously gloomy expression brightened instantly. Nicholas, you are right. Colonel Dmitri is a hero, a true Bolshevik warrior. He deserves to be a role model for our 103rd Division. Yes, General. A smile crept onto Chu Zihong's lips as his gaze turned to the silent Sean Stark. At this moment, Sean Stark stared at the deceased Dmitri for a while, then listened to the conversation between Chu Zihong and General Ivanov. He originally looked down on Chu Zihong, but now Stark had to admit that he could no longer afford to underestimate Chu Zihong in the slightest. Because Chu Zihong was definitely the most different among all the submissive Chinese he had ever seen. This person was ruthless and bold, handling matters with calmness and maturity. In just a few words, he had General Ivanov standing by his side. This was a very frightening competitor, but it merely made Sean Stark put away his contempt. He realized he was not a soft persimmon that could be easily squeezed. Retreat? Impossible. It will never happen in this lifetime. Who will the deer fall to is still uncertain. And the change in Sean Stark's expression was fully captured by Chu Zihong, who had been staring at him. This is an old fox. However, blocking his financial path, Chu Zihong doesn't mind having one more white-skinned pig in his hands. Chapter 19 Umbrella Express. Mission accomplished. Stark. Do you think Colonel Dimick is a true Bolshevik warrior? Ivanov asked, looking at the taciturn Sean Stark. As he spoke, his aide quietly approached Sean Stark, with his hand resting on his waist. With just a glance from Ivanov, the aide would draw his gun to deal with him. This was clearly Ivanov's test, wary of Sean Stark's identity. However, if he acknowledged Dimick as a Bolshevik warrior, it would imply he had made a choice and pretended not to see. But if he denied it, Ivanov would have no choice but to send him to meet God. As a battle-hardened old fox, Sean Stark naturally understood how to choose. Of course, General, Colonel Dimick is a true Bolshevik warrior. Seeing this, Ivanov waved his hand, signaling his aide to halt his actions. Then he smiled and said, Stark, your offer is quite tempting. But I'm sorry, I've already sold all the arms to someone else. You'll have to leave empty-handed. In that case, General, I must take my leave. Sean Stark understood Ivanov's meaning. This was a dismissal. Ivanov showed a hint of regret and apologized again. Stark, I'm really sorry for making you come all this way for nothing. It's fine, General. Sean Stark shook his head dismissively and said, We'll meet again. After saying that, he glanced at Chu Zihong and the others before getting into his Rolls-Royce and quickly leaving. The meeting between the two arms dealers ended with Chu Zihong's side gaining the most benefit. Watching Sean Stark leave, Chu Zihong recalled the look he had given him before departing, which seemed to carry a deeper meaning. He raised an eyebrow. It seemed this old guy was holding a grudge. But was he afraid? They were both arms dealers. He came first. Did Stark have any objections? If so, then sorry. Godi. This industry is one where winners emerge from a sea of blood and corpses. The one who laughs last is the real king. Everything else is nonsense. General, shall we continue my business? Chu Zihong walked over to Ivanov, smilingly asking. Ivanov glanced at Chu Zihong and said, Nicholas, do you know that Sean Stark's offer was much higher than yours? But for the sake of our deep brotherly friendship, I turned him down. General, I understand. Chu Zihong was also a savvy person. How could he not hear Ivanov's intentions? This guy wanted benefits, to get more arms. Chu Zihong naturally chose to cater to his wishes. General, for the sake of our friendship, I'm willing to give you 3,000 bottles of Erguo 2 and 1,000 winter coats for free. Haha, Nicholas, I knew it. We are forever brothers. Upon hearing this, Ivanov immediately broke into a wide smile and gave Chu Zihong a bear hug. No profit, no early rise. In the face of huge benefits, swearing brotherhood on the spot or acknowledging a godfather is no problem. Brothers? Spare me. Good brothers are in the heart. If something happens, I'll go missing. Chu Zihong scoffed at this, but he still had a beaming smile, because Chu Zihong understood that greedy people often do not end well. His transaction with Ivanov was the first and the last. This stepping stone no longer had what he needed. An ordinary border defense division had nothing good. Letting go of Chu Zihong, Ivanov kindly asked, Dear Davarish, do you need any other goods? Such as RPGs, armored vehicles, machine guns, etc. Oh, by the way, there are Hurricane large caliber cannons, but they're a bit pricey. Chu Zihong, what the hell? Are you planning to sell everything you use to eat? Don't you plan to live? Speechless, Chu Zihong also felt the undercurrents beneath the imperial edifice of the Big Bear. This was just an ordinary border defense division, and he was also an ordinary buyer. If it were national-level fleece. If that doesn't kill you, then the old Russian must be a cockroach. Discussing prices? Davarish, let us go to my office to talk. The group chatted and laughed as they got into the jeep, heading to Ivanov's office. Negotiating was painful, just like haggling with a market ant. It was a protracted war of words. They talked until about 3 or 4 in the afternoon before Chu Zihong finally left the camp of the 103rd Border Defense Division and headed to the dock. However, the final result of the negotiation was still very satisfactory to Chu Zihong. He acquired 3 of the most advanced T-80 tanks, 8 BTR, 40 armored personnel carriers, as well as RPD light machine guns, RPK machine guns, and 300 guns from the 103rd Division, all for him. For this, he paid the last 10,000 bottles of Ergwo-2 and nearly half a ton of daily necessities. Overall, if this batch of arms was sold, it could bring Chu Zihong several hundred million in income. Indeed, selling arms for profit is much faster than risking life and death in PMC. At least he didn't have to face a hail of bullets or worry about losing his life at any moment. In addition to these arms, Chu Zihong also obtained through Ivanov the contact information from Major General Joseph Pushkin, the head of the Soviet Air Force's 5th Army Group stationed in Kiev. Just for this contact information, Chu Zihong spent 10,000 meters of cash. Damn, that was expensive. This General Ivanov truly valued wealth like life. As for why he needed it, Chu Zihong was, of course, aiming for the IL-12, IL-18, IL-76 heavy transport aircraft and the MiG-series fighters. As an arms dealer, it's unacceptable not to have decent transport aircraft under his command, right? Of course. The most important thing was that he needed to set up his global aviation routes as soon as possible before other arms dealers could rise, and quickly expand and strengthen his own power. This way, he could also provide global express services, medical services, humanitarian aid, and even help with wars by providing fire support for clients in need. To become the strongest military contractor globally, he couldn't rely solely on arms sales. He also needed to offer other services. Client satisfaction is the most important thing. Umbrella Express. Mission accomplished. Imagine if a military resource company had the power to invest militarily on a global scale. That would be something unimaginable. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, only the sole superpower, the United States, had the capability to do this, rapidly deploying its soldiers to any corner of the globe and providing powerful fire support. As an umbrella company, all this is essential and an indispensable part. Creak. The car suddenly came to an emergency stop, pulling Chu Zihong back to reality. What is going on? Chu Zihong rubbed his aching forehead and asked with a not-so-good expression. Fortunately, the speed wasn't too fast. If it had been on the highway and suddenly braked, I reckon I'd have already flown out through the windshield. Boss, a Rolls-Royce is blocking the road. It seems to be the one belonging to that scene Stark. Huh? Chu Zihong frowned, his expression darkening. This old guy is blocking my way. Could it be that he wants to get out and see what is going on? Be careful. Yes, boss. Victor nodded, drew his Glock from his waist, and got out of the car with another NOCS member. The two walked over cautiously. However, just then, the door of the blocking Rolls-Royce suddenly opened. A gentleman dressed elegantly, holding a golden cane and exuding an air of nobility, descended from the car. He looked at Victor, who was approaching with a weapon, and calmly said, "Mr. Nicholas, as fellow arms dealers, would it be convenient for you to step out for a moment?" Victor and his men stopped in their tracks, staring intently at Sean Stark. Meanwhile, inside the car, Chu Zihong heard Sean Stark calling him and curled his lip. "If you call me out, I'll just go out. That'd be quite embarrassing." However, after sitting for a few seconds, Chu Zihong still made a choice and opened the car door to get out. It wasn't about the law of it smells good, but rather he wanted to see what this old guy was really up to. Let's see if it's a donkey or a horse. Come out and show us. Chapter 20. Threatening me? So scary. On the road to Kiev, Sean Stark leaned on his golden cane and greeted the approaching Chu Zihong with a smile. "Mr. Nicholas, nice to meet you." Chu Zihong stopped 2 meters away from Sean Stark and teased. "Mr. Sean Stark, with your status and identity, you wouldn't want to rob me on the road, would you?" "I'm sorry to meet you this way, Mr. Nicholas." Please forgive me. Sean Stark was not angry. Instead, he apologized, showing genuine sincerity. For this kind of smiling tiger, who was actually ruthless, Chu Zihong did not believe that this old man stopped him just to apologize. I've forgiven you, so please let me pass, Mr. Stark. Sean Stark. The opponent's unexpected response momentarily caught Sean Stark's words in his throat. It was deliberate, definitely deliberate. He suppressed his anger and smiled. Mr. Nicholas. As a fellow professional, can we talk? A fellow professional means a competitive relationship. What is there to talk about? Besides, I'm not familiar with you. Chu Zihong waved his hand, showing no respect, and turned back to his vehicle, stopping my car and causing me to bump my head. Expecting me to give you a good face? What are you thinking? Foreign devils are just hypocrites. Seeing Chu Zihong treat him with such disregard, even Sean Stark, who usually had a good temper, couldn't help but feel his pale face suddenly cloud over with a terrifying gloom. A hint of chilling coldness flickered in his bright blue eyes, making one shiver. He stared at Chu Zihong's back and coldly shouted, Mr. Nicholas, you have a big appetite. Be careful you can't handle it. As Chu Zihong was walking to his car, he paused at the words, laughing. He turned around, narrowing his eyes at Sean Stark. Mr. Stark, can I take that as you threatening me? Is there? I'm just reminding Mr. Nicholas. You're too sensitive, Sean Stark shrugged and replied. Chu Zihong was not angry. Instead, he smirked. I don't know if I'm sensitive, but I'm not familiar with you, nor do I need your reminders. Oh, by the way, I've always had a big appetite. I can eat anything. After saying that, Chu Zihong directly opened the car door and got in, ignoring Sean Stark. Different paths lead to different fates. We're not from the same village, so we can't share the same pot of rice. What is there to say among peers? Just get it done. Avoiding the obstructive Rolls-Royce, Chu Zihong and his team headed straight for the port. Sean Stark stood at the intersection, his gaze dark as he watched the departing convoy of Chu Zihong, unmoving. This old fox was likely plotting some schemes in his heart. Boss, Sean Stark is an agent from multiple countries and the military industry. He probably won't let this go easily. In the car, Victor turned his head to look at the resting Chu Zihong in the back seat and said, When soldiers come, we block. When water comes, we cover it. Choosing this path inevitably leads to some obstacles blocking your financial road. Chu Zihong closed his eyes and said leisurely, So what should we do? We can only completely eliminate the troublesome ones, and the road will be unobstructed. At this point, Chu Zihong suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of deep eyes filled with murderous intent. Blocking my financial road? No matter if you are a dragon or a tiger. You must call me Dad in front of me. Since he wanted to become the strongest military contractor in the world, he needed to be decisive. Being merciful to enemies is often cruel to oneself. If you don't kill him today, he will kill you tomorrow. Even if you're not afraid, it could lead to the death of a friend or a loved one. Just like Colonel Dmitri before, he was thinking of ways to make things difficult for you, even harboring murderous intent, wanting to frame you with a random accusation. So, do you still need to be polite? The arms trade is not child's play. It's either you die or I live. If you don't act decisively and cautiously, you can't survive in this cannibalistic industry. Regardless of whether he can truly be ruthless, reality demands that he must do so. At the same time, Chu Zihong was also a person who feared trouble. He did not want endless troubles to find him and preferred to eliminate them at the root, solving them in advance. As the saying goes, if you don't eliminate the roots, the spring breeze will blow again. Victor, send Sean Stark's information to Katerina. I don't want him to appear in the Soviet Union again. Chu Zihong looked at the fleeting scenery outside the car window and instructed. Understood, boss. Before sunset, Chu Zihong and his team arrived at the Kiev port. However, along the way, Chu Zihong saw an extremely desolate Kiev. As the capital of Ukraine, one of the 5 founding countries of the Soviet Union, it used to be so prosperous. But as this imperial edifice gradually walked towards its end, coupled with the continuously deteriorating national economy, no matter how Gorbachev reformed or even changed the national system, it could not save the collapse of the Soviet Union under severe internal and external troubles. Its fate was already predetermined. More than 40 years of military competition had deeply drained the Soviets' national strength, exceeding its bearing limit. With the involvement of major powers, the decaying national economy completely collapsed. The disintegration of the Soviet Union had become inevitable, So seeing the desolate Kiev along the way made Chu Zihong feel deeply emotional. The once immensely powerful Bolsheviks, one of the three giants globally, with an iron torn of the army, were unstoppable. Now, anyone could come and take a share. It was truly sad. The facts proved how wise the ancestors of Huagua were. They did not follow the trend, but instead walked their own strong path. Returning to the port, a large ocean cargo ship, like a towering mountain, quietly docked at the wharf. Workers were carefully securing T-72 tanks with ropes, then using cranes to lift the tanks onto the ship. The dock was also filled with various military equipment, such as armored vehicles, RPGs, anti-air missiles, and armed helicopters. General Ivanov was very efficient, having already sent all the arms purchased by Chu Zihong to the dock ahead of time. Another portion was sent to the airport. Boss, that General Ivanov is quite proactive. He sent these arms to the dock early. Victor looked at the dock filled with military equipment and said with a smile, "How can he not be proactive? We are now his big financial backer. He expects us to bring him more benefits in the future." However, Chu Zihong did not intend to continue doing business with him. Ivanov's 103rd Division did not have any decent equipment. Therefore, his utilization value was already gone. Once this batch of arms was sold out, Chu Zihong's focus shifted to the Kiev Military District and the 5th Air Army. These were the elite troops of the old Russians, and there would definitely be many good things. But the price to pay would likely be much higher than that of Ivanov's 103rd Division. After all, the higher the position of the general, the bigger the appetite. Well, big is fine. You have to shear the sheep to get the wool. This will still needs to be sheared. Chapter 21. The more chaotic. The more suitable for arms dealers, isn't it? When all the arms were loaded onto the cargo ship, it was already 11 o'clock at night. The process went very smoothly, without any hiccups, which made Chu Zihong breathe a sigh of relief. During this period, the Soviet KGB was very active, clearing out dissidents and investigating corruption to remove obstacles for Gorbachev's reforms. Once targeted, it would be difficult to return to the Soviet Union. Thank the Jade Emperor for everything going smoothly. Boss, the airport is ready. Should we take off? Victor approached Chu Zihong with a satellite phone to report. Take off. Chu Zihong Institute. By the way, tell Baroque that the Boseso airport has been arranged, and they can directly unload the cargo to our rented warehouse. Boss, can Baroque and Danny handle the warehouse? After all, there are tens of thousands of guns. I've already spoken with Ahmed from the Digital Tribe. He will send troops to assist. Although Chu Zihong knew that relying on local forces was ultimately not a solution, he had no choice. Besides the 6 members of his Italian political protection team, there was also the top assassin, Kataria. For this operation, he had to pull 2 people from his protection team to be responsible for the airport. He still had too few people under his command. As for the tactical level special team rewarded by the system, they had not appeared since helping him resolve his crisis. The entire special team seemed to have evaporated. According to the previous system prompts, the special team would appear at appropriate opportunities when he was in danger. He was eager to see them again, but at least he felt more at ease with the tactical level special team lurking in the shadows. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about encountering danger. After comforting himself, Chu Zihong boarded the cargo ship with Victor and the others, setting sail back to Boseso port in Somalia. First, he would deliver the arms and ammunition reserved by Ahmed, and then head to Kanilia in West Africa. This was one of the 5 most chaotic places in the Black State. The more chaotic the place, the more suitable it was for arms dealers, right? This was also a place he had studied with a map for a long time, combining it with local conditions. Kanilia was a very unstable place, compounded by the Great Famine in the Black State in the late 1980s. This suddenly exacerbated the situation for the majority of poor countries on the continent, leading to starvation and internal turmoil. Kanilia was one of them. Although the country would achieve independence in October 1990, it was still in dire straits. The government army and the rebels were evenly matched, fighting fiercely. Let them fight. The more chaos, the more opportunities one have to make money. A week later, when they arrived at Boseso port in Somalia, Chu Zihong felt like kneeling down and kissing the ground. A week of life at sea had nearly driven him insane. It was incredibly uncomfortable. Not a day went by without swaying, and he had to worry about whether he would wake up on the floor the next morning. The food was even worse, canned food or compressed rations. Eating made him want to vomit. He had no appetite at all. Plus, showering was a problem. He felt as if every inch of him smelled like seafood. It was sickeningly salty. He had to admire the sailors who spent their lives at sea. It was not easy for them to make a living. The first thing Chu Zihong did after disembarking was rush to the port shower room to wash himself thoroughly. After shaving his scruffy beard, he transformed back into a spirited young man. However, this sea journey left a deep impression on him. Next time, he would rather die than take a boat again. Isn't a private plane more appealing? After tidying himself up, he went to the airport restaurant for a hearty meal. After eating, he enjoyed a cigarette. That was heavenly. After a comfortable meal, Chu Zihong returned to the dock and looked at the cargo piled high on the ship. He felt a bit of a headache. Had he bought too much? There was absolutely no space. Just as Chu Zihong was worrying, Reed, the person in charge of Boseso Port, came jogging over. He was a black state man wearing glasses, a suit, and a tie, looking quite refined. When he arrived at the dock and saw the cargo on the ship, his eyes widened in shock. Oh my God, what am I seeing? Tanks, armored vehicles, and armed helicopters. And so many of them. Are you planning to start a local war? Mr. Nicholas, it's great to see you again. How many warehouses do you need this time? After recovering from his shock, Reed immediately put on a flattering smile and approached. When this black man smiled, his big white teeth sparkled in the sunlight. As the airport manager, he certainly liked these capitalist vampires. With so much arms, he could rent out all the warehouses at the dock. That was money. Who could refuse money that came knocking at the door? Chu Zihong glanced at the fawning Reed. Like a cat smelling fish. I want all the warehouses at the dock, along with a batch of laborers. Mr. Nicholas, how many workers do you need? Reed rubbed his hands, his eyes sparkling with dollar signs. The more warehouses he rented, the more money he would make, and he could take a bigger cut. In his eyes, Chu Zihong was a big tycoon. 50 people at $1 a day per person. Chu Zihong held up a finger, stating his price. $1 a day could easily attract a group of strong young men. After all, this was quite a considerable income in poverty-stricken Somalia, equivalent to 21,000 Somali shillings. Enough to support a family for a month. As one of the world's least developed countries, Somalia faced severe shortages of necessities, and its residents had no security in their lives. Over 75% of the population lacked access to safe drinking water, and the average life expectancy was 47 years. The extreme poor, earning less than $1 a day, accounted for 43% of the population, while those earning less than $2 a day accounted for 73%. The mortality rate for children under 5 was 22%, and the enrollment rate for school-age children was only 22%. Approximately 47% of the able-bodied population was unemployed. In economically prosperous countries, democracy and freedom were promoted everywhere, while impoverished countries lost sovereignty, and their people lived in constant fear of war and hunger, worrying each day whether they would see the sun rise again. Living in such a country was extremely unfortunate. Okay, Mr. Nicholas, I'll arrange that for you right away. Reed dared not neglect his benefactor and quickly turned to make arrangements, hurrying as if his pants were on fire. Money makes things easier, no matter where you are. Before long, 2 large trucks arrived, filled with a group of young, strong black men. With these people, the unloading speed of this batch of arms would naturally be very efficient. Due to insufficient manpower, Chu Zihong had to personally oversee the unloading. It was ridiculous for a future world powerhouse to supervise unloading himself. The system was unreliable. He needed to expand his workforce. With so many arms, it was much safer to have his own people guarding them. Thinking of this, Chu Zihong took out his satellite phone and called Uncle Phelps, who was far away in the United States. This time, he would contact the 103rd Border Defense Division in Ukraine and reach out to General Ivanov. It was entirely thanks to Uncle Phelps that he found this broker. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had any connections. However, the intermediary's fee has also cost Chu Zihong quite a bit. Although it hurts to spend, there is no other choice. Before he grows, the money that needs to be spent still has to be spent. However, he will eventually get this money back. Chapter 22, Labor Shortages. Capital Vampire Chu Zihong. This story is purely fictional and contains artistic exaggeration. Please do not bring it into reality. However, the call did not go through. There was only a voicemail. Chu Zihong, then remembered that it was already the middle of the night in Sam country. Disturbing others while they were sleeping is quite impolite. He quickly hung up the phone and looked at Victor beside him. According to the system's previous explanation, these summon tools were arranged with suitable identities in this world and had relevant experiences. Naturally, they were quite knowledgeable about mercenary agencies. So why bother to ask from afar when he could just ask Victor directly? Victor, I need to recruit some personnel. Do you have any recommendations for mercenary agencies? Victor pondered for a moment and said, Boss, there are currently 3 well-known mercenary agencies globally, but their prices are a bit high because most of their recommendations are retired special forces from various countries. However, I think it's not very safe. It's hard to guarantee that there aren't any spies planted by various countries among them. That's true. Chu Zihong frowned. He hadn't thought this through. Boss, actually, if you want to recruit personnel, I have a few friends who are professional mercenaries and are quite well known in the circle. If you think it's okay, I can have them come over, Victor said hopefully. His friends did not have a fixed mercenary team or belong to a military resource company. They mostly took on odd jobs. However, these odd jobs generally lacked guarantees, making it easy for employers to default, and they were quite dangerous. Most importantly, the money earned was not much. Let alone supplementing ammunition and purchasing new equipment, it was even far from enough to support a family. Despite risking their lives, they still lived paycheck to paycheck. They were once elite soldiers, and now they were living a constrained life. Naturally, Victor did not want to miss the opportunity to help his former comrades. All right, have them all come over with an annual salary of 50,000. Chu Zihong agreed without hesitation and offered very attractive benefits. As the saying goes, money can make the devil push the mill. Money can make people risk their lives for you, blocking bullets. Mercenaries are in the line of fire every day. Once they encounter danger, the future is uncertain. At the same time, the long-term, dangerous missions of mercenaries have made them many enemies, and their future lives would be at risk of being hunted by these enemies, which is quite terrifying. Life is precious. Is this amount of money too much? Among capitalists, Chu Zihong was already quite conscientious. Thank you, boss. Victor was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. His loyalty to Chu Zihong skyrocketed in that moment. No need to thank me. Chu Zihong waved his hand and said, After all, you risk your lives, earning blood and sweat money. I can't treat my own people poorly, and your benefits will be the same. Victor was so moved that he had no words, only able to express his loyalty through immediate action. Watching Victor contact his friends, Chu Zihong felt that the manpower was still insufficient. A few mercenaries couldn't solve the urgent problem. He needed more manpower, but where could he find so many people at once? Just then, an idea struck Chu Zihong. Sam country had launched many wars in the 1980s, but after the wars ended, many soldiers retired due to combat stress disorders. Among them were certainly Delta Force, Navy SEALs, and Rangers. By the end of the 1980s, some well-known PMC companies from his previous life had not yet been established. These soldiers who only knew how to fight had nowhere to go. Some ended up on the streets, some sold labor, and some became mercenaries taking on odd jobs. But most became homeless. This led to about 7,000 or 8,000 homeless people appearing on the streets of New York, or even more. What you thought was a paradise on earth was, in fact, a hell on earth. So why not go to the streets of New York and recruit some manpower? Additionally, there were the famous Cossack mercenaries from his previous life. After the dissolution of the Soviet Union, Cossacks living in the Don River, Central Asia, and the Far East became a hot source of mercenaries in the CS, and even the world. The Cossack paramilitary organizations within Great Russia had over 1 million personnel, ready to serve the national government, business tycoons, and arms magnates at any time. The most prominent advantage of Cossacks is their natural love for weapons and loyalty to their missions. In March 2000, 90 Cossack paratroopers fought against 500 bandits for 3 days, with an average of 1 paratrooper facing more than 20 illegal armed elements. They fought until the last moment, with only 6 surviving. Wouldn't that give him the manpower he needed? However, with so many weapons on hand, to avoid drawing attention from those with ulterior motives, Chu Zihong needed to sell them off quickly. The recruitment matter could only be postponed. But with a target in mind, he wouldn't be like a headless fly buzzing around. At the same time, The organizational structure of the company also needed to be readjusted, such as referencing the original mechanism of Umbrella or combining it with the Titan Group. In the afternoon, Chief Ahmed of the Digital Tribe personally brought people to the Bosaso port. Upon seeing all the warehouses at the dock filled with arms, Ahmed was shocked beyond measure. A whole battalion's worth of tanks, armored vehicles, and mountains of guns and ammunition. If he wasn't mistaken, there were even armed helicopters. Oh, my God, is that Nicholas guy trying to overthrow a country? After the shock, Ahmed swallowed hard, feeling very tempted. He wanted to take everything at once. With these arms, he would definitely be able to annihilate the opposing side. You little brat, let me show you who's boss. But after patting his pockets, Ahmed suddenly came back to reality. Dreams were nice, but the money wasn't enough. Even if he sold everything he had, he could only buy 3 or 4 tanks. Reality was too cruel. Ahmed, how about it? Do you need tanks and armored vehicles? As long as you purchase over $10 million from us. Everything is at a 9. 5 discount. Over 50 million, it's 8. 5 off. If you reach over 100 million, you will receive a prestigious platinum membership card from our company, enjoying all arms at 60 off, along with lifelong maintenance and free shipping. Chu Zihong enthusiastically introduced. Like a salesman. Although Ahmed was very tempted by Chu Zihong's words, unfortunately, the lack of money limited his purchasing power. It was like facing an unparalleled beauty. He could only look but not touch. It was simply a torment. Ultimately, the cash-strapped Ahmed left with 5,000 AK-47s, 10 mortars, 40 RPGs, 2 tanks, and 1 armored transport vehicle, feeling dejected. Out of sight, out of mind. Just with these arms on hand, Ahmed was almost left penniless. His hard-earned $50 million vanished in an instant. It hurt. Chu Zihong stood in front of the warehouse, watching Ahmed disappear in a puff of smoke. He turned his head and couldn't help but ask, Victor, did I sell it too expensively? Why did that guy run away so fast? Boss, it is a bit expensive. It has already exceeded the market price by double, Victor said with a wry smile. He suddenly felt that the boss was simply playing the capitalist game too skillfully. He even had the ability to fool Ahmed into being dazed. For example, in terms of discounts, he was in complete admiration, as it was already far above the market price. If they offered another discount, wouldn't it just revert to the original price? The key is that the other party actually believed it and paid. He suddenly felt a bit of sympathy for Ahmad. It's like being sold out by someone and still helping them count the money. Chapter 23. Imagination from Stark. CIA emerges in Kiev, founded in the second half of the 5th century. Kiev is located in the central northern part of Ukraine, bordering Belarus, with an area of 900 square kilometers. During World War II, Kiev suffered from the ravages of war, but quickly recovered after the war, becoming the 3rd largest city in the Soviet Union, known as the Garden City and the Hero City. However, the once prosperous Kiev has erupted into an economic crisis, leading to severe desolation on the streets. Many shops are closed, and the only open bakery has long lines outside. The economic crisis has caused extreme shortages of food and various daily necessities throughout the Soviet Union. What use is the world's largest arsenal? Can it be eaten? Ultimately, the weapons produced from the consumption of national strength were not used against enemies, but instead led to the collapse of the entire empire, becoming a thing of the past. In the city center, inside a luxury hotel, arms dealer Sean Stark stands holding a glass of red wine, overlooking the desolate streets of Kiev. Behind him stand a muscular white man with a fierce demeanor and a middle-aged white man in a suit and glasses. At this moment, both are lost in their own thoughts, not disturbing Sean Stark's enjoyment of the scenery. Who would have thought that this superpower standing at the pinnacle of the world would fall into such a state? Is this a joke from God? Sean Stark takes a sip of red wine, turns to the 2 men, and says, Boss, this is how we can have the opportunity to make more money, right? The cultured middle-aged white man raises his head and smiles. Flanders, you are right. Sean Stark is very pleased with his subordinate's answer, the smile on his face broadening. However, he suddenly thinks of something, and the smile on his face instantly fades. Flanders, what do you think of that Chinese named Nicholas Yuri? Flanders furrows his brow and says solemnly, decisive and steady, not to be underestimated. But there's one thing I'm curious about. Oh, what is it? Sean Stark sits down, asking with interest. We learn from the government that turmoil has arisen within the Soviet Union, and it is very likely to disintegrate in a year or two. So currently, the arms dealers inside the Soviet Union, besides us, are Britain and the oligarchs. It's not surprising that they would know. However, Flanders frowns and analyzes. According to domestic feedback from investigations, this person has no background and only owns a private security company that is about to go bankrupt. How did he get this information? Flanders, do you think there's a possibility that he received intelligence from Huagua? Sean Stark squints, looking shrewd. Boss, if that's the case, everything becomes clear. Flanders nods in agreement. The CIA does not allow Huagua forces to enter the Soviet Union and divide this cake. Flanders, do you understand what to do next? Sean Stark lowers his head, staring at the bright red liquid in his wine glass, and says meaningfully, Boss, I understand. Flanders' mouth curves up, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. After sending his two subordinates away, Sean Stark puts the wine glass down on the table, takes out his phone, and makes another call. He then gets up and walks to the floor-to-ceiling window and says, Director Pierce, I want half of the arms this time. On the other end of the line, Director Pierce's brows furrow intensely upon hearing this. Stark, have you been kicked in the head by a demon? Half. Are you crazy? Or did I mishear you? Hearing such scathing words, Sean Stark is not angry and laughs. Director Pierce, killing a Chinese is troublesome. It will bring retaliation from Huagua. Moreover, I had to bribe the entire senior management of the Kiev military district to get this batch of arms. The cost was too high. Is it too much to ask for half? Director Pierce. After a moment of silence, Pierce seems to compromise and says, Stark, half is too much. I can't explain that to the Department of Defense. How about 40? Deal. Seeing that he achieved his goal, Sean Stark immediately agrees without hesitation. He is not foolish enough to ask for so much from the military. After all, that is a military district's arms worth hundreds of billions. Asking for half was also to better achieve his goal. With the goal reached, naturally, he takes a step back. Sean Stark's straightforward agreement suddenly brings Director Pierce back to his senses. Damn, that damn capitalist. I actually fell for it. After hanging up, Sean Stark feels even more pleased and decides to call a Ukrainian beauty to relax. He immediately calls the hotel front desk to request a top-notch beauty for room service. Unbeknownst to him, the danger of death is also approaching him. Disguised as a white beauty, Catalia is taking the elevator directly to Sean Stark. This top assassin from the deadly Blackland is about to complete her second assassination mission in this world, wearing a sexy red short skirt that perfectly showcases her devilish figure. Combined with an angelic face, any man who sees her would find it hard to look away. The 4 white bodyguards outside the presidential suite where Sean Stark is located are no exception. Seeing the beauty coming out of the elevator, they are mesmerized, drooling all over the place. With her alluring figure swaying as she walks, Catalia takes all this in. Thus, her expression becomes even more charming and enchanting. The 4 bodyguards are instantly captivated, unable to extricate themselves. However, thinking of their duties, they reluctantly pull their gazes back, but the subsequent pat-down process instantly ignites a fiery gaze from the leading bodyguard. Such a gem. If they can't touch her, just a pat would be excellent. As expected, the leading bodyguard gropes Catalia several times, causing envy and jealousy among his subordinates. However, the 4 completely fail to notice the fleeting cold, killing intent in Catalia's eyes. After nearly half an hour of searching, the bodyguards reluctantly let her enter the presidential suite. Once inside, Catalia scans the room and then directly strips off all her clothes, approaching the eagerly awaiting Sean Stark, causing his breathing to quicken. Noticing this, Catalia smiles seductively, truly living up to the saying that a glance can create 100 charms. She then sways her slender waist, stepping towards Sean Stark on the bed. For a top female assassin, the body is a weapon. Of course, this only applies to beautiful women. If one looks like a flower, do they still need to rely on their body? Just a face can be terrifying. Sean Stark on the bed is completely entranced, even a bit impatient, completely unaware that death is slowly approaching him. Chapter 24. The old Russian drinks and flies a plane. It's true at the port of Baseso under the setting sun. A disassembled Me-24 Hind is being skillfully reassembled by a white pilot. This includes 4 At-2 MiG anti-tank missiles on the weapon racks and 4 portable UV-32-57 rocket launchers. These launchers fire S-5 rockets, which fly at a speed of 2 Mach, capable of both impact and proximity detonation, with a maximum range of 5,000 meters. A single rocket pod can carry 32 rockets, totaling 128 rockets for 4 pods, with an explosive load comparable to a 100 mm howitzer. If fired at full force, the instantaneous firepower could match that of 2 artillery battalions, leaving no time for recovery. Therefore, some arms dealers dismantle UV-32-57 rocket launchers to sell them separately to armed groups in war-torn areas. Typically, armed organizations buy them back, modify them, and mount them on pickup trucks, creating powerful mobile firepower. After completing the assembly, the white pilot jumped down from the ladder, grinning as he approached Chu Zihong, boasting, "Boss, how's it going?" For me, disassembling and reassembling is just the time it takes to drink a bottle of vodka. Belinsky, well done. Chu Zihong had to admit that he had struck gold. In less than half an hour, a disassembled Me-24 was back in shape. Truly, the fighting nation has a natural talent for certain things. To reward Belinsky, Chu Zihong had Victor bring over a bottle of Erguo 2 and tossed it to him. For a Soviet man, you can't shout Yura without drinking. Thank you, boss. Belinsky was delighted as he opened the bottle cap and tilted his head back, gulping it down. Chu Zihong shook his head, realizing that these Soviets were indeed heavy drinkers. Ignoring Belinsky, who was drinking, Chu Zihong circled around the Me-24, then reached out to pat the big guy. Next time I go to the Soviet Union, I must bring back more of these. Besides selling them off, my own protection company could use them. He viewed this aircraft as not much inferior to the Black Hawk helicopter. In third-party countries, it would definitely be popular. It was also cheaper than Uncle Sam's Black Hawk, priced at only $5 million, while a Black Hawk helicopter cost $25 million, equivalent to about 438 million renminbi, making it the most expensive medium rescue helicopter in the world. This price would deter many. While Chu Zihong was inspecting the Me-24, Victor rushed over. "Boss, there's an incident at the airport." Hearing this, Chu Zihong frowned and asked in a deep voice what happened. Victor immediately reported the situation in detail. Since Biseso Airport is very close to the territory of the DR tribe, any valuable cargo at the airport would be targeted and violently robbed by them. The airport authorities dared not speak out for fear of losing their lives. So, when a Boeing 747 unloaded a large shipment of arms at the airport, a large number of weapons were spotted by insiders planted by the DR tribe. Upon receiving the news, the DIR tribe's chief, Ahad, sent his son Hamandi with troops to the airport to seize the shipment. Fortunately, Chu Zihong had taken precautions by paying for the guard around Ahmad to protect this batch of arms. These guards were all carefully selected by Ahmad and trained elite soldiers. Although there were only 200 of them, they were elite soldiers capable of fighting 10 enemies each, all equipped with AK-47s and RPGs. Chief Ahad had suffered losses against Ahmad's guards before, so his son brought over more than 100 soldiers, who were soon beaten back. The batch of arms was temporarily secured. However, the airport was surrounded by reinforcements from the DR tribe, and Chief Ahad was also on his way to the airport with a large force. Once the DIR tribe's heavy troops arrived, Ahmad's guards would not be able to hold out, no matter how strong they were. After understanding the situation, Chu Zihong's expression darkened. "Damn it. Is it that easy for me to bring back some arms? Does everyone have to step on me? If I don't show my power, do they think I'm a pushover?" Victor immediately notified Ahmad and request them to send troops for support, no matter the cost. "Yes, boss." Victor nodded and immediately contacted Ahmad, the chief of the Digil tribe. This was the only tribal armed force Chu Zihong was relatively close to in Somalia. After giving his instructions, Chu Zihong grabbed Belinsky, who was still drinking. "Belinsky, stop drinking, come with me." "Boss, where to?" "To kill." As soon as Belinsky heard these 2 words, he immediately perked up, then got excited. "No problem, boss." Without a second thought, he stuffed the bottle into his pocket, opened the Me-24 cockpit, and jumped in. After contacting Ahmad, Victor saw that Chu Zihong wanted to go to the airport and quickly stopped him. "Boss, it's too dangerous for you to go to the airport. Let me take people instead. My cargo, I want to retrieve it myself." Chu Zihong shot a glance at Victor. his tone leaving no room for refusal. Seeing this, Victor sighed and didn't stop him anymore. He could only prepare weapons and gear and instruct his men to protect Chu-Zi-Hong well. Buzzing, as the helicopter's rotor blades spun rapidly, the Mi-24 Hind took off with a rough and explosive posture. The fighting nation's takeoff style is always so simple and brutal. At that moment, inside the Mi-24 cockpit, Belinsky was gripping the control stick with one hand while holding the bottle of Ergotu with the other, tilting his head back to finish off the last bit of alcohol. A flush appeared on his fair face, and his nose turned red, resembling a clown from a circus. After finishing the bottle, Belinsky excitedly said, "Drinking a bit makes flying more exciting." In the co-pilot seat, Chu-Zi-Hong watched this scene with a sudden jolt in his heart. Oh no, drunk driving. It turns out that Soviets do drink and fly. Although Belinsky had downed a bottle of Ergo-2, he flew the helicopter quite steadily, which relieved Chu-Zi-Hong. These fighting people really can't do without alcohol. Meanwhile, Baseso Airport was already surrounded by a group of armed personnel numbering in the hundreds. All passengers and staff at the airport were confined to a corner. A muscular black man wearing a large gold chain and holding a gleaming AK-74 glared fiercely at these people. This man was Hamandi, son of Chief Ahad, and after suffering defeat, he had set his sights on these innocent passengers. At the warehouse, Ahad himself had surrounded the area. The warehouse's large doors were blocked by two overturned SUVs, forming a stronghold. Ahmad's guards were aiming their guns at the DIR tribe soldiers outside. Behind them stacked mountains of weapons and ammunition. Thus, they were not worried about running out of supplies and could hold out for a long time. Among these black warriors, two tall white men stood out. They were Baroque and Danny, members of NOCS. As Chu-Zi-Hong's men, they naturally became the temporary commanders of Ahmad's guards. "Baroque, Ahad is personally here. We probably can't hold out much longer," said the head of the guards, Kazad, with a furrowed brow. "Reinforcements are on the way. Hold on." Baroque reassured him. "All right, we'll do our best." Kazad shrugged helplessly in agreement. At this moment, outside the warehouse, Ihar hid behind a pickup truck, using binoculars to stare at the warehouse ahead. Through a gap, he saw mountains of guns and ammunition piled inside. Suddenly, he was excited. The quantity of weapons and ammunition was at least in the thousands. If he could get hold of these weapons, he could recruit soldiers again and expand his army. Overthrowing the Syad government would be completely feasible. Therefore, the warehouse must be secured at all costs. No matter the price, he was willing to pay it. Chapter 25. The Mi-24 gunship takes the field. The crisis at the armory is averted when Ahad saw the mountains of weapons piled up in the airport warehouse. An endless desire and greed surged within him, making his breath quicken. He immediately ordered the tribal soldiers to launch another strong attack. Two pickup trucks mounted with cannons drove up first, and the soldiers on top quickly aimed their guns at the overturned off-road vehicle outside the warehouse door. Shit! Varric was both surprised and angry upon seeing the cannons. What the hell are they shooting at? How can his AK-47 compete with those two machine cannons? Moreover, he also spotted a 63 Type 107mm multiple rocket launcher pickup and a 75 Type 105mm recoilless rifle Toyota pickup in the rear. The Dyer tribe was determined to take the warehouse, deploying nearly all their firepower. Varric no longer hesitated and shouted, "Everyone retreat into the warehouse. They won't dare to assault us. There's something they want inside." The guards immediately complied, not wanting to die there. They retreated into the warehouse and quickly closed the main door. However, this made them all sitting ducks. Seeing the warehouse door close, Ahad sneered and gave the order to open fire. The two cannon pickups instantly opened fire, flames bursting forth with a drum-like sound. In the next moment, the two off-road vehicles blocking the door were blown to bits, flames scattering everywhere. With no obstacles in their way, the Dyer tribe soldiers charged forward with their weapons. Facing the closed door, Ahad waved his hand and ordered someone to use an RPG to blast it open. Could a mere aluminum alloy door stop them? He commanded the soldiers to be ready to storm the warehouse, with several machine gun pickups also aiming at the warehouse to prevent anyone from breaking out. 3 soldiers carried RPGs and fired them at the warehouse door. Boom! The entire door was blown open. Seeing this, Ahad shouted, "Charge in! Be careful of the weapons inside." Upon receiving the command, the soldiers rushed in, but were greeted by a dense hail of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of unfortunate diatribe soldiers were instantly turned into sieves. The remaining soldiers turned and fled, narrowly escaping. With the loss of over a dozen soldiers, Ahad's face turned blue with anger, wishing he could slice the people inside into 1,000 pieces. But he still ordered a retreat. The large amount of weapons in the warehouse made him cautious. He didn't dare to use the machine gun pickups to sweep the area. Otherwise, the warehouse would have been blown to the sky long ago. In this situation, Ahad found himself in a bit of a bind. He couldn't take the warehouse. Once the support from the Digital tribe arrived, it would be even more difficult. However, thinking about how this batch of weapons was related to the Digital tribe made Ahad even more envious. If the Digital tribe got these weapons, it would be even harder for him to take Boseso, and the cost would be even greater. If he couldn't have them, they shouldn't be able to either. With this thought, a cold glint flashed in Ahad's eyes. Since he couldn't take it, he would blow the entire warehouse to pieces. Although the mountains of weapons inside made him feel pained, it was still better than letting the hostile Digital tribe get their hands on them. Kazad, immediately plant bombs around the warehouse. I want all these people to meet the devil. As soon as he finished speaking, a roaring sound suddenly came from the sky. Not only did Ahad look up, but all the Dire tribe soldiers also raised their heads to the sky. It was an armed helicopter. Ahad's eyes widened instantly. A cold chill surged from his feet to his heart. Indeed, the Mi-24 Hind helicopter was arriving above the warehouse. Seeing the hundreds of Dire tribe soldiers below, dressed in black long robes like KB members from a movie, Chu Zihong decisively ordered Belinsky to open fire below, sending these Dire tribe soldiers to meet their Allah. Belinsky was ecstatic. He had never had the chance to kill enemies since joining the army. He had heard instructors say that Sam was their enemy, but he had never actually fought anyone. Now, he finally had the opportunity to kill, and the inherently combative nature of the fighting nation exploded. He opened the missile launch key cover and decisively pressed it. Little chick tremble. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 4 anti-tank missiles on the weapon rack shot out like smoke, targeting those armed pickups. At the same time, 4 rocket pods released their S-5 rockets, raining them down on the ground. It's worth noting that Mi-24's rocket pod can carry 32 missiles. With 4 pods, that's 128 missiles, with a payload similar to that of a 100mm howitzer. With full firepower, the instantaneous firepower was equivalent to 2 artillery battalions, leaving no chance for recovery. Thus, the Dire tribe was out of luck. With the unobstructed view of the airport warehouse, there were no barriers. As for the vehicles, they all turned into explosives. The first to be hit were those armed pickups, blown apart by the anti-tank missiles. Following, that was an extremely bloody scene. Dire tribe soldiers were obliterated by S-5 rockets. Their remains and blood splattered everywhere, resembling a hellish scene. In the smoke-filled air, the nauseating smell of blood mingled. Within a few seconds, there were no living souls standing in the open area outside the warehouse. Only the burning wrecks of cars and pools of glaring red blood and human organs remained. On the Mi-24 helicopter, Chu Zihong glanced at the horrific scene below and couldn't help but swallow hard. The firepower of the old Russian armed helicopter was incredibly ferocious. It was simply the most powerful cleaning machine. For countries with insufficient firepower, having such a fiercely armed and economically viable helicopter was a blessing. However, it was precisely because of the Mi-24's fierce firepower that some countries importing this helicopter frequently sent them into battle, resulting in a high casualty rate for Mi-24 pilots. Seeing that all the enemies below had been wiped out, Chu Zihong prepared to have Belinsky descend. But Victor came over and said loudly, "Boss, there is still a batch of Dire tribe soldiers over at the terminal. They are being guarded by Ahad's son, Hemandi, who has taken dozens of passengers hostage." Upon hearing this, Chu Zihong frowned, about to say something. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion came from the terminal, shaking the ground and sending up a small mushroom cloud. Shocked, Chu Zihong grabbed the binoculars and looked toward the terminal from the air. He could vaguely see intense gunfire erupting inside the terminal, accompanied by explosions. In addition, he saw 2 armored vehicles mounted with Gatling guns, sweeping fire into the terminal. There was even an armed helicopter in the sky, but the model looked somewhat like the AH-1W Super Cobra made by Sam. "Victor, has Ahmed's support arrived?" Chu Zihong put down the binoculars and asked in confusion. "Boss, Ahmad and his team still need about 10 more minutes to arrive," Victor explained. "Then who is attacking the Dire tribe over at the terminal?" "We don't have." Chu Zihong was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly thought of something. Could it be that tactical-level special operations team that saved him last time and had not appeared since? Yes, that would explain everything. After all, he only had cooperation with Ahmed's Digital tribe in Somalia. There was no cooperative relationship with other forces. The sudden appearance of a third party could only be attributed to that elusive tactical-level special operations team rewarded by the system. "Belinsky, go to the terminal." "Yes, boss." Belinsky immediately turned the aircraft and flew towards the terminal. At this moment, the battle at the terminal was extremely intense. Chapter 26. The terrifying strength of a tactical special forces team a few minutes ago. Inside the airport terminal, Hamandi, the son of Ihade, stood before all the passengers and airport staff, brandishing a golden Alaska, resembling an ancient tyrant and instilling a sense of oppressive fear. Everyone dared not voice their anger and could only huddle obediently in the corners. They were not only afraid of the ferocious Hamandi, but also of the soldiers from the Dir tribe around them, dressed in black long robes and holding AKs. Perhaps finding it boring, Hamandi grabbed a chair and sat down in front of the crowd. His extremely aggressive gaze began to scrutinize some relatively attractive white women, lingering on them. As for the local women, he didn't even glance their way. With the lights off, no one could be seen, let alone at the entrance. Ultimately, his gaze landed on a well-proportioned white flight attendant. "You come out." Seeing Hamandi point his gun at her, the flight attendant's eyes flashed with fear. Despite her reluctance, she trembled and stood up, slowly walking towards Hamandi. The soldiers around, holding guns, watched the moving flight attendant with faintly mocking smiles. When the flight attendant was less than a meter away from Hamandi, he showed a hint of impatience. He reached out and pulled her in front of him. Then, like a pervert in a movie, he roughly sniffed her neck and hair. He even stuck out his tongue and licked her pretty face, making her shiver in fright. Hamandi felt the fear of the lamb to be slaughtered in his hands, and a satisfied expression appeared on his fleshy face. That sickly look was terrifying. "Take off your clothes." Hamandi pushed the flight attendant away and poked her abdomen with his AK, smiling as he spoke. The flight attendant's face turned pale, and her playful fear intensified. She took a step back, clutching her collar, unwilling to undress at all. I am a French citizen. You can't do this." "French?" Hamandi narrowed his eyes, suddenly exuding a beast-like, dangerous aura. "Are you threatening me?" No. "You misunderstood," the flight attendant stammered, stepping back in fear, her expression growing even more terrified. "Misunderstanding?" Hamandi laughed, raising his gun to shoot the flight attendant. Just then, a strong sense of crisis surged in Hamandi's heart. Years of frontline combat experience made his expression change dramatically. "There's a sniper." Without a second thought, he lunged to the side. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out. A bright yellow bullet instantly pierced through the terminal's glass at an unseen speed. Although Hamandi sensed the danger and dodged his head, the bullet still shattered his left arm at the shoulder. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere. He fell to the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. The bloody scene made the flight attendant scream and hurriedly crouched down, covering her head. The surrounding soldiers just realized what was happening when two Humvees suddenly appeared outside the large windows. Click, click, accompanied by the sound of mechanical rotation. The Gatling guns mounted on the roofs of the two Humvees opened fire on the Dir tribe soldiers inside the terminal. Tot. Dense bullets poured out like a torrential storm upon the soldiers. The Dir tribe soldiers were instantly blasted in half, creating a bloody scene. Under the crossfire net formed by the two Gatling guns, the Dir tribe soldiers had no chance to fight back. Some soldiers holding RPGs didn't even have time to pull the trigger before meeting their demise. They died, only to be blown up again by the exploding rockets. How tragic! The sudden turn of events frightened all the passengers and staff in the terminal, who quickly lay flat on the ground to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The operators of the Gatling guns intentionally avoided the hostages, focusing solely on the DIR tribe soldiers. The soldiers inside the terminal were completely unable to lift their heads under the pressure. In between life and death, Hamandi, with his left arm blown off, endured the immense pain, rolling and crawling behind a wall, not daring to stick his head out. He was furious but helpless. The firepower net formed by the two Gatling guns was terrifying. Unless they ran out of bullets, he had no hope of counterattacking. Meanwhile, outside the terminal, the DIR tribe soldiers quickly surrounded the two Humvees, with the heavily armed pickup trucks leading the charge. However, whoosh whoosh, suddenly, the sky echoed with the sound of whistling missiles. Two anti-tank missiles, trailing long tails, swiftly approached. Boom! The two heavily armed pickups were instantly flipped 2 meters into the air. They then crashed down violently, turning into a mass of burning scrap metal. The DR tribe soldiers looked up to see an American-made AH-1W Super Cobra appear on the horizon. At the same time, they saw the rocket pods of the AH-1W Super Cobra spewing blinding flames. That was rockets. Run. The DIR tribe soldiers turned and fled, but the bolder ones fired an RPG. Yet, the AH-1W Super Cobra dodged skillfully, and the soldier firing the RPG was taken out. One shot to the head. It wasn't the helicopter that made the kill, but a sniper on a nearby billboard, delivering a one-shot kill. After the appearance of the AH-1W Super Cobra, a number of Special Forces personnel dressed in pure black combat gear and equipped with full individual combat gear descended via parachute. After landing smoothly, 12 special operators launched their assault with extremely standard tactical movements. So well trained, they resembled a Special Forces unit from a great power. Wherever they went, every DR tribe soldier was shot in the head without exception. The accuracy was astonishing. Great power Special Forces were nothing like this. When amateurs met professionals, it was death. Bang, bang, bang. Intense gunfire continued, accompanied by earth-shattering explosions. That was the noise made by the AH-1W Super Cobra launching anti-tank missiles. A group of disorganized DIR tribe soldiers suffered countless casualties. In less than a while, nearly 1,000 DIR tribe soldiers were reduced to less than 200. One must admit, this Special Forces team that appeared was extremely brutal, well-trained and well-armed. They were like gods of death. By the time the Mi-24 carrying Chu Zihong arrived at the terminal, the battle was nearing its end. Seeing the one-sided fight, Chu Zihong was shocked. Oh my God! Is this the terrifying strength of a tactical Special Forces team? It's not just sheep entering a tiger's den. It's a group of ferocious tigers entering a flock of sheep. However, after the shock, Chu Zihong couldn't help but wonder, was the system reward just one Special Forces team? Moreover, last time on the Tiago Bridge, the ones who came to save him seemed to be 8 people, right? Now, there seem to be at least 20. Could it be that this is the complete tactical Special Forces team? At this point, the gunfire had become sparse. When Chu Zihong came back to his senses, the gunfire in the terminal had completely ceased. Hamandi, the son of Ihade, became the last survivor of the DIR tribe, successfully captured by the Special Forces team. Belinsky, descend quickly. Chu Zihong immediately urged Belinsky to lower the helicopter. He couldn't wait to meet the members of this elusive tactical Special Forces team. They always appeared at just the right moment. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it was like sending coals in the snow or providing a pillow to someone who was dozing off. Chapter 27 Shocked. It's the USS Rapid Response Team as the Mi-24 landed on the open space in front of the terminal. 25 tactical-level special team members were already lined up waiting. Hamandi was also thrown to the ground, tightly bound, with blood flowing from his broken leg, struggling while having a stinky sock stuffed in his mouth. His fate awaited him, and it would be tragic. When Chu Zihong jumped off the helicopter and saw the 25 special team members lined up, his eyes immediately brightened. The special team members were all wearing black combat boots, pure black combat uniforms, tactical vests, 4-eye night vision goggles, and Kevlar helmets. The unit emblem that was extremely familiar to Chu Zihong was printed on the back of the tactical vests and the sides of the helmets. Moreover, each special team member wore an SF-10 gas mask that resembled an octopus face, along with integrated personal radio headsets microphones. These pieces of equipment were far superior to the special forces of this era, as if they were special warriors from the future. At this moment, the 25 tactical level special team members saw Chu Zihong and immediately saluted in unison with loud voices. "Commander, the USS Rapid Response Team reports to you." USS. Chu Zihong was taken aback, his eyes filled with surprise. It turned out that the tactical level special team he had dreamed of was actually the Umbrella Security Service, USS, the Rapid Response Security Team from the Resident Evil series. This was a secret unit of the Umbrella Corporation, known only to a few within the organization. The members were all elite, retired soldiers from various country special forces, experts who completely obeyed and effectively executed orders, with no emotions among the members. The system first made him rename the company to Umbrella Corporation, and now it had delivered the USS Rapid Response Team. It was evident that it wanted him to create another Umbrella Corporation in a different timeline. However, I like it, He, especially the T-virus. Wouldn't it be easy to destroy Uncle Sam with just a little bit, but to become even stronger? He would naturally follow the route of the Titan Group from Call of Duty. In terms of technological power, the Titan Group definitely had an advantage over the Umbrella Corporation. Firstly, the technology of both sides was different. Umbrella could only be considered modern black technology, while Titan was solidly near-future technology. Moreover, the Titan Group was a legitimate PMC. It not only had a formal military force and research team, but could also conduct military operations worldwide under legitimate names. At the same time, it became the only PMC that could join the United Nations through stabilizing war zones, VIP rescues, and post-disaster reconstruction. One was a specialized party focused almost entirely on biotechnology, while the other was a top-tier giant with comprehensive technological development, leading the world by 20 years. Naturally, the strongest was still the Titan Group. Future technology determines everything. Chu Zihong regained his senses, looking at the 25 special team members in front of him with an extremely satisfied expression. He waved his hand and said, "Comrades, you've worked hard. Serving the commander is not hard for us." The 25 special team members immediately responded, their gazes unwavering. Hearing this made Chu Zihong feel delighted, especially that kind of spirited atmosphere, which deeply resonated with him. Very refreshing. After secretly rejoicing, Chu Zihong also noticed that the special team members were still wearing the octopus-faced SF-10 gas masks. Wasn't that quite stifling? Now that the battle was over, they could take off their masks and breathe. "Yes, Commander." As the 25 special team members removed their octopus-faced SF-10 gas masks, various skin tones appeared. There were mostly white and black members, with only 3 Asians. However, these 3 made Chu Zihong's eyes flash with surprise. Zhuangyan, Wang Gui, Xing Tian. What the hell? I'm the protagonist of the Special Forces, the protagonist Wang Hui from the Amazon, and the protagonist from the Wolfpack novel. They all appeared in front of me at once. Especially Xing Tian, from the world's #1 mercenary group in the Wolfpack. With such a protagonist halo, wouldn't that be extraordinary? Great, I like it. Chu Zihong's gaze lingered on the 3 for a while. Then, he swept a glance at the other powerful USS team members. Who is the team leader? As soon as he finished speaking, a tall and strong white man and a white woman stepped forward together. USS Alpha Team Leader Hank, at your service, Commander. USS Delta Team Leader Karina Lesbrooks. At your service, Commander. Chu Zihong was taken aback again, surprised once more. Holy crap, the Grim Reaper Hank? This was a key character from the Resident Evil series, a member of the Umbrella Corporation.S Security Special Forces, nicknamed Grim Reaper Hank. He was once a squad leader of the British Special Air Service, SAS, which was the early prototype of the USS forces. The other team leader was Wolf Mother Rupert, a retired member of the French Special Forces and also a key character from the Resident Evil series. She trained her team in the Delta Force style, serving the Umbrella Corporation as security, and called her training method the Wolfpack Tactics, which earned her the ultimate nickname, Wolf Mother, i.e., Lupo She-Wolf. Suddenly, having 2 significant USS team leaders appear made Chu Zihong feel like he had hit the jackpot. Of course, it would have been even better if the creator of USS, U.B.C.S., and the highest commander, Sergei Vladimir, had shown up. This former Soviet colonel was the original tyrant, and the tyrant studied by Spencer was cloned from him. Therefore, the tyrant could be considered his brother. However, one must be content and happy, otherwise, greed could lead to disaster. These two team leaders were more than enough. With the USS Rapid Response Team arriving, his umbrella corporation was also considered complete. After getting to know the two team leaders and the other team members, Chu Zihong finally understood the identities that the system had arranged for these people. They were a group of orphans cultivated by the Chu family years ago. Later, they became part of the top 5 global mercenary organizations, the Wolfpack Mercenary Group, and had been secretly protecting Chu Zihong, which was why they had been so elusive. This identity arrangement was truly reasonable. After understanding the identities of the team members, Chu Zihong's gaze shifted to the tightly bound Hamandi. His eyes narrowed, and a cold light flickered. Stealing things, and now they came to me? Truly audacious. Boss, he is the son of Ehad, the chief of the Deer tribe, notorious in the area. Victor stepped forward to introduce. Upon hearing this, Chu Zihong suddenly remembered a tyrannical warlord from Mali in his past life, who seemed to be named Hamandi. Regardless of whether they were the same person, killing him would still be ridding the people of a menace. Give me your gun. Yes, boss. Victor immediately unlocked the safety on the Glock 17 he was holding and handed it over. Taking the gun, Chu Zihong expressionlessly shot Hamandi, who was struggling on the ground. 3 times, all hitting vital spots. Hamandi stared with unblinking eyes, and his life came to an end. After dealing with Hamandi, Chu Zihong tossed the gun back to Victor. The first time killing someone didn't make him feel nauseous. Instead, he was excited. However, the second time, killing someone brought no emotions, just as bland as drinking plain water. Just then, the voice of Baroque came through the walkie-talkie in Victor's hand. Captain, all enemies have been eliminated, and the warehouse is secure. Hearing the report from the walkie-talkie, Chu Zihong turned his head and said, "Tell Baroque to continue to hold the warehouse. I will send an elite special forces team over." Okay, boss. 10 minutes after the attack at the airport broke out, Ahmed finally arrived with a large force, relieved to learn that the situation had been resolved. It was great to get paid without any cost. However, upon discovering that his guard had lost 20 men, he felt a pang of pain. Training these elite guard soldiers was not easy and cost a lot of money. Losing even one was a financial blow, which naturally made Ahmed feel heartbroken. These men died to protect his arms, and Chu Zihong would not let them go unrewarded. He directly took out $200,000 as compensation and handed it to Ahmed. Each family of the fallen soldiers would receive $100,000, which would make them wealthy in Somalia. Ahmed was, of course, overjoyed, especially upon learning that the leader of the Deer tribe, Ehad, and his son, Hamandi, had both died. He was even more excited, dancing with joy. With the main threat eliminated, the leaderless Deer tribe was no longer a concern. In the entire Boseso, their digital tribe was the only dominant force. Who else was there to challenge them? Regarding Ahmed's excitement, Chu Zihong curled his lips in disdain. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. It was still uncertain whose territory Boseso really was. I haven't said anything yet, so why are you getting all worked up? Chapter 28. Supporting the weak and suppressing the strong. Backing puppet forces after the incident of arms being stored in the airport warehouse and nearly being hijacked. Chu Zihong understood that he had to quickly determine the location of the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters and expand his own power. Alternatively, he could support local forces, such as the Dir tribe. As for why he didn't choose the Djur tribe ruled by Ahmad, it was because he clearly understood the principle passed down from his ancestors about supporting the weak and suppressing the strong, maintaining a balance of power. Currently, the Dir tribe was leaderless and could easily be controlled by the puppets he supported, requiring little cost. However, the Djur tribe was different. It was in a period of strong expansion, especially after purchasing arms from him twice. Their strength far surpassed that of the Dir tribe. Their willingness to help him was also a result of the money he had spent. But as their desires and ambitions grew, wouldn't they set their sights on his money and arms? This was a truth that even a fool could understand. And Chu Zihong certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to support a force he couldn't control. Moreover, in a year, Somalia would fall into a state of anarchy. with warlords rising and pirates rampant, becoming one of the most chaotic regions in the world. To put it simply, it would be a chaotic struggle for territory among bandit gangs in a state of anarchy. As the strongest tribal force in Boseso, Ahmad would certainly have his own ambitions. In Chu Zihong's view, if one wanted to survive in this world, one should never underestimate human nature. The darkness of human nature is akin to Lucifer falling from heaven to hell, becoming a fallen angel. Currently, he was in a cooperative relationship with Ahmad, but that could change in a year. Therefore, supporting the DR tribe and restraining the Dejur tribe was what Chu Zihong planned to do next. 3 days later, Boseso Airport Warehouse. Baroque stood respectfully beside Chu Zihong. "Boss, all the arms have been delivered to the dock." "Well done." Chu Zihong glanced at the empty warehouse, revealing a satisfied smile. Just then, Victor rushed in. "Boss, last night the USS Alpha team, led by Captain Hank, eliminated all but Mohammed Siad from the DR tribe, the other two strong competitors. This morning, the USS Delta team, led by Captain Karina Lesbrooks, has taken control of the entire DIR tribe. Their efficiency is impressive." Hearing this, Chu Zihong immediately smiled. "No wonder my left eye twitched this morning. This is truly refreshing news. Let us go to the DIR tribe." Half an hour later, Chu Zihong and his team arrived at the DR tribe, located 50 kilometers east of Boseso Airport. The entire DR tribe looked like a slum, much poorer than the Dejur tribe. However, the residence of the chieftain, Ahad, was magnificent, a typical Arabian-style castle. No wonder this guy was dead. The entire DIR tribe was in chaos. How could they not celebrate with fireworks and firecrackers after such a death? Since Ahad had taken most of the DIR tribe soldiers to seize his arms, the tribe was left weak. Taking advantage of this opportunity, after Ahad's death, Chu Zihong immediately sent someone to bribe several members of the DIR tribe and started sowing discord within. The effect was quite good, easily igniting conflicts among the three major forces within. The already limited military force was almost entirely depleted in an instant. Seeing the opportunity ripe, Chu Zihong promptly dispatched 2 USS teams to infiltrate the DIR tribe at night. One team swiftly eliminated the other 2 major forces, leaving only Siad's faction. This faction was the weakest among the 3 and also easier to control as a puppet. The remaining team took control of the entire DIR tribe. The plan was very successful and achieved Chu Zihong's expected goals. He couldn't help but admire this USS Rapid Response Team, which operated at a tactical special forces level. The impact of just 25 people was comparable to that of 1,000 troops. If they expanded to hundreds or thousands, wouldn't they easily be able to overthrow a third world country? Indeed, products from the system are of high quality. Entering the castle, Hank and his team welcomed them. "Commander, the task you assigned has been successfully completed. Good job." Chu Zihong smiled broadly and patted Hank's shoulder, then asked, "Where is he?" "Inside." Hank quickly led Chu Zihong into the main hall of the castle, where a robust-looking black man was kneeling on the ground. His hands were bound behind his back, and his body was covered with symbols that were hard to understand. They seemed to be religious writings. Otherwise, they wouldn't look like some kind of scribbles. This black man was Siad, the weakest among the 3 major forces of the DR tribe. It was said he was Ahad's cousin, but he was an incapable person. Such a useless individual was just right to become his puppet. Chu Zihong smiled and looked Siad up and down, pulling up a chair to sit in front of him. "You are Mohammed Siad? Who are you? Why did you invade our DIR tribe?" Siad raised his head to glance at the Chinese-looking Chu Zihong, thinking, "This Chinese looks approachable. He shouldn't be a bad person, right?" Approachable? Perhaps he didn't know that some people, while appearing very amiable on the surface, could never truly possess such a smile if they aspired to become the world's strongest arms dealer. Having walked the knife's edge and been at the forefront of war for years, a weapons dealer worth billions would really have such a friendly smile? That's because they have a deceptive skill. That is acting. To put it bluntly, it's the ability to act. And this is a skill that all capitalists around the world excel at. One moment they're smiling at you, and the next they unleash thundering methods to swallow you whole, taking all your company and property away. This is the true face of capitalists. Hearing Siad speak perfect English, a hint of surprise flashed in Chu Zihong's eyes. How come all Somalis can speak English now? However, Hong seemed to forget that Somalia was a sovereign nation before entering the 21st century. Although it wasn't wealthy, the domestic situation was relatively peaceful, and people lived and worked in peace. Education and the economy were also barely adequate. Additionally, being located on a maritime trade route, it was common for ships from various countries to dock. It was not surprising that Somalis could speak English. Hong revealed an interested smile. I am an arms dealer. 3 days ago, your chieftain had his eyes on my arms, and in the end, he died in my hands. When a wolf sets its sights on a hunter's prey. As the hunter, what do you think I should do? After speaking, Hong smiled and stared at Syed, waiting for him to respond. Upon hearing this, Syed lowered his head and fell silent, his throat bobbing. Clearly, he was very unsettled inside. Seeing that Syed remained silent for a long time without uttering a word, Hong asked, "Why aren't you speaking? What do you want to do? Surely it's not just to chat with me about these things?" Syed raised his head to look at Hong. "You are very smart, and I like talking to smart people." Hong grinned and continued, "What do I want to do? It's simple. I want you to integrate the entire DR tribe within 3 days. Can you do that?" Syed frowned, feeling that the matter might not be that simple. The other party wants to integrate the tribe by themselves, probably to control the entire tribe through their own hands, right? If they don't agree, the only outcome is death. So, why go against their own life? With this in mind, Syed no longer hesitated and said, "Sir, I can do it, but what benefits will I have?" "The benefit is that you will rule the deer tribe, and I will provide you with $1 million in support funds every month, including weapons and equipment, as well as personnel welfare. You can decide how to use it effectively." Hong laid out his conditions. As a result, Syed agreed without any hesitation. $1 million every month. In the backward Somalia, this is an astronomical number. Needless to say, being a puppet poses no life danger and allows for a lot of money to be earned. Why refuse? As for whether to give it to the subordinates, he has the final say. Raising the tribe can cost a few dollars. Little did he know, as the deer tribe grew stronger and its population increased, the amount of money he spent far exceeded the 1 million support funds given by Hong. He even had to dig into his own pocket to buy weapons and equipment from the protection company. In the end, this 1 million ended up back in Hong's pocket. In other words, Hong didn't lose anything and got a potentially limitless armed tribe for free. Indeed, the evil capitalist. It's like a summer barbecue stall where you think you've earned a lot by eating 100 pounds of marinated shrimp, but in reality, it's the boss who profits. It attracts a lot of customers and makes money from your pocket. As for whether the shrimp is genuine, only your stomach can measure its truth. Throughout history, whether ancient or modern, home or abroad, merchants have always prioritized profit and never engage in a losing deal. Chapter 29. A million, taken but seems not taken after leaving the deer tribe. Victor couldn't help but ask, "Boss, the benefits you promised are too good. Can he really be obedient?" The path to survival was already laid out in front of Syed. If he were smart, he would do as I asked. If not, that would be his own death wish. I could always find another puppet. Moreover, apart from the $1 million a month, if Syed wanted to recruit troops or buy arms, he could only take it from that 1 million. Supporting an armed force of over 10,000 people with $1 million, do you think it's worth it? Hong shrugged and said lightly, "Boss, it's totally worth it. This move of yours is brilliant." Victor realized and couldn't help but admire the boss's shrewdness. Spending only $1 million a month in exchange for a sustainable and growing armed tribal force. Additionally, if Syed wanted to buy arms, he would have to come back to them, putting the money right back into their pockets. This was practically free. In the end, Syed would have to dig into his own pockets to add some funds. $1 million a month, taken but seems not taken. As if, well, just taking a bit of loneliness. Brilliant. Victor admired silently for a moment, and then said, "So, boss, do we need to send someone to keep an eye on this?" "Of course. Inform Kataria. She will be in charge of this matter." The reason Hong wanted Kataria in charge was that she was a black woman, making it easier to conduct intelligence work in East Africa. Moreover, she had performed quite well in the last assassination of Scene Stark, successfully killing the target and escaping unscathed. No one was more suitable than her. So, handing it over to this top female assassin, Chu Zihong felt quite at ease. After wrapping up the matters in Basseso, Chu Zihong left the USS Rapid Response Team to guard the arms in the dock warehouse. He then took Victor and others on a cargo ship loaded with arms to Mogadishu. After staying for a few days, they traveled from Mogadishu through the Gulf of Aden directly to Galilea. Boom! The massive cargo ship, as large as a mountain, emitted a deafening horn and slowly departed from the port of Basseso. Before sunset that day, Chu Zihong and the others successfully arrived in Somalia's capital, Mogadishu. Mogadishu, untouched by war, was serene and beautiful. The entire city was lush with greenery, without high-rise buildings, only beige minaret towers soaring into the clouds. Rows of Arab-style houses perched like lions on the rising hills. The streets were straight and flat. After traveling east from the Baidoa Hotel for dozens of minutes, one could see an ancient castle with a history of over 1,000 years, standing like a giant by the seaside. Entering such an ancient city left Chu Zihong in awe. The Mogadishu he had seen on television in his previous life was a scene of devastation, with ruins everywhere, resembling an apocalyptic landscape. War destroys everything. Thinking of such a beautiful city that would be ruined in a year due to the Battle of Mogadishu, Chu Zihong couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. It was a shame for such an ancient city to be destroyed overnight. The convoy entered the urban area and soon arrived in front of a 4-star hotel. This 4-star hotel was the only upscale hotel in Mogadishu, naturally becoming the place for the Somali government to host foreign guests and dignitaries. Getting out of the car, Chu Zihong looked up at the splendid 4-star hotel and thought about how, in a year or two, it would become a pile of ruins. He couldn't help but shake his head in regret. The weak suffer from war, while the strong maintain global peace. This is always the most realistic polarization on this planet. Upon reaching the presidential suite on the top floor, Chu Zihong did not enter immediately, but had Victor and a group of NOCS members check the room first. After confirming there were no listening devices or surveillance equipment, he allowed Chu Zihong to enter. As an international arms dealer, it was easy to become a target for Interpol or certain big countries. Safety and anti-eavesdropping measures were essential for every arms dealer staying in a hotel. Once inside the room, Chu Zihong plopped down on the sofa and comfortably crossed his legs. Victor approached him and said, "Boss, the investigation report on Mohammed Farah aided you requested is out. Let's hear it," Chu Zihong said, lighting a cigarette for himself. Mohammed Farah aided joined the army in 1950 and later served in the colonial troops recruited by Somalia. After receiving military and language training in Italy, he returned to Somalia in the 1960s and was promoted to colonel. He is now the military leader of the Somali United Congress Party and has the support of the vast majority of the Somali military. Victor's report on the investigation results was almost identical to the memory of Aidid, the largest warlord in Somalia and the famous leader of the Battle of Mogadishu in Chu Zihong's previous life. It was he who would overthrow the current Bar regime in a year, plunging the entire Somalia into 2 decades of civil war. But he needed to do business with him, as an arms dealer only sees clients without distinguishing between good and evil. Furthermore, he also needed to acquire some land from him to establish the headquarters of his protection company. Additionally, don't underestimate the black people. Although they may seem foolish, most who reach a certain status have experience studying abroad. For instance, Aidid had studied at a military academy in Italy. Otherwise, how could he dare claim to have 4,000 elite troops to confront the legendary Soviet Marshal Vasily Ivanovich Petrov and his hundreds of thousands of soldiers? You think Aidid is a pushover? So, Chu Zihong would not underestimate this future largest warlord of Somalia, the man who would make Uncle Sam face his second Waterloo after the YN War. However, since he was going to take on Uncle Sam, he needed to help out. Selling a batch of arms would be very beneficial as well. After reporting Aidid's personal information, Victor seemed to think of something and added, "Boss, tonight is Aidid's birthday. He has invited ambassadors from various countries and local dignitaries. I think this is a great opportunity to make contact with Aidid." After speaking, Victor thoughtfully took out an invitation, which he bought from one of Aidid's subordinates for $5,000. It was half a month's salary, and it hurt him for a while. Damn it, vampires! Chu Zihong glanced at the invitation, slowly exhaled a ring of smoke, and smiled slightly. It seemed we needed to prepare a gift a rather substantial one. Boss, are you suggesting that the big gift is money? Victor asked curiously. Money? Too klitsch. If we're going to give a gift, let's give some health supplement. Chu Zihong said. The advertisement slipped out subconsciously. Victor immediately showed a puzzled expression. Health supplement. What is that? Cough, cough. Chu Zihong realized he had misspoken and awkwardly cleared his throat. What do you think is most important for a warlord? Victor paused, seemingly thinking of something. Boss, won't that be a bit too costly? You have to invest again. Chu Zihong replied, and it can also serve as an advertisement for our arms at Aided's birthday party. Then, boss, how much are you planning to give? 80 main battle tank, along with a box of RPGs and 2 boxes of rockets. Victor, that's a really substantial gift, if you remember correctly. The boss spent a lot of time negotiating with General Ivanov to obtain the T-80 main battle tank. In the end, he paid a hefty price to get it. As a result, it was just sent out like that. Truly, money allows for reckless behavior. Chapter 30. Making a splash, the long-awaited system is alive. Very handsome. Aided looked at his reflection in the mirror, a satisfied smile spreading across his face, with the sharp military green uniform enhancing his appearance. His spirit seemed to rise significantly, exuding an aura of dominance. In his eyes, he should be the president of Somalia, not that hypocrite Barreros. Sooner or later, he would overthrow that hypocrite. General, your sidearm. At that moment, a servant handed him a desert eagle, not the usual silver, but in gold. Aided turned around, took the golden desert eagle, and, after playing with it briefly, he directly holstered it at his waist. This was a custom-made golden handgun he had specifically ordered from the Magnum Research Company, to be used as his sidearm on important occasions. Talp, talp, talp. A rapid sound of footsteps approached, causing Aided to frown and look in the direction of the sound. He saw his aide rushing towards him, excitement written all over his face. Lex, did you take some stimulants? Or did you find money? General, a guest has brought you a super big gift. Lex explained eagerly. A big gift? Aided furrowed his brow and asked, how big could it be to make you this excited? General, you should see it for yourself. Confused, Aided followed his aide to the balcony, looking down at the courtyard from a height. He saw many guests gathered around a massive object. When he saw the true form of the object, in the next moment, Aided's eyes widened in disbelief. This is the Soviet Union's third-generation main battle tank T-80? No way. A T-80 main battle tank was parked in the center of the courtyard, its large dark green figure shining under the bright lights, exuding a fierce and dominating presence. A tank as a gift? What a grand gesture. It was a bit too ostentatious under everyone's gaze. However, I like it. Aided's face broke into a broad smile, his vanity greatly satisfied. Just thinking about driving the T-80 tank across Mogadishu, while civilians looked at him with awe, made him feel incredibly pleased. Whose gift is this? General, it's from Mr. Nicholas. Lex pointed in the direction. That's him over there. Aided quickly followed the direction and saw an Asian man in a black suit, holding a wine glass, standing beside the tank. He had a rugged face adorned with a friendly smile, making it easy for people to feel good about him. A Chinese person? Aided narrowed his eyes, wondering what he was thinking. At that moment, beside the tank, Chu Zihong noticed Aided's gaze and raised his glass in a toast to him. Then, he spoke in fluent English to the surrounding guests. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to attend General Aided's birthday tonight, to express our admiration for the general. Our umbrella corporation has specially prepared a T-80 tank worth $3 million as a birthday gift for him. The prize called out by Chu Zihong immediately drew gasps of surprise from the guests, who began whispering to each other. Meanwhile, several people inside the villa, who were engaged in conversation, suddenly heard Chu Zihong's words and stood up to look out the window in astonishment. They were the ambassadors from major countries like the United States, France, and Great Britain stationed in Somalia. An Asian face. Is he from the island nation or from the south? The U.S. ambassador asked in confusion, but no one could answer the question. Umbrella Corporation. Have you heard of them? Given their demeanor, they must be arms dealers. All these individuals were ambassadors, akin to provincial governors in ancient times. They stared at Chu Zihong, some with meaningful expressions, others indifferent, and some deep in thought. But one thing was certain. They all remembered the name Umbrella Corporation. The T-80, as the Soviet Union's third-generation main battle tank, was currently only equipped with elite Soviet forces or border defense troops. It was rarely even exported. How did this Asian manage to acquire one? As for what the ambassadors thought or how they would investigate him later, Chu Zihong naturally had no idea. Even if he did know, he wouldn't care. Arms dealers always had to show their faces, becoming thorns in the eyes of various countries. When he chose this path, Chu Zihong was already prepared mentally to face all dangers. At this moment, seeing aided in the expressions of the surrounding guests, he knew his purpose had been achieved, leaving a deep impression on everyone. The price he paid was worth it. After all, advertising at a celebrity's birthday party was something Chu Zihong could likely claim as unique among arms dealers worldwide. Let's go down and meet this gentleman. Aided tidied his clothes, not hiding his happiness, and walked briskly downstairs. At that moment, Chu Zihong was already surrounded by a group of guests, as if he were the main character of the banquet, effortlessly navigating through the crowd with his wine glass. Such a high profile naturally attracted the attention of the ambassadors from various countries, especially the U.S. ambassador, who immediately sent someone to contact the CIA personnel in Somalia to investigate Chu Zihong. An Asian arms dealer appearing here is definitely not simple. Chu Zihong didn't mind being watched. His purpose for being here was to make a name for himself. That way, business would come knocking. He knew he was in Somalia. In such a war-torn place, small and large arms dealers were everywhere, making it seem like there were countless of them. So what was the use of being low-key? In Somalia, only being high-profile could achieve results. Being overly low-key would only make the locals think you were easy to bully. Chu Zihong was not yet old and needed to keep a low profile. What he needed was to break into the market and establish his reputation. Clearly, today he had achieved that. After dealing with the crowd, Chu Zihong walked straight towards the villa. He had already seen Aided coming down from upstairs. The main target he aimed to fleece. Big sponsor daddy. Just as Chu Zihong stepped into the villa, the long-lost system notification sound that he almost forgot echoed suddenly in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have achieved a small level of fame. Fame is a must-have money tree for an arms dealer. Congratulations, host. You have attained a small level of fame in Somalia. Reward. Randomly draw arms from your previous life as a military power once, and 10 special talents. Would you like to draw? Chu Zihong's eyes lit up fiercely. Drawing arms from his previous life as a military power? The era he was in was the late 1980s, and he would enter the 1990s in just over 2 months. If he drew arms from his previous life, for example, 4th or 5th generation fighter jets, or drones, laser cannons, etc., it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it would completely dominate this era. However, the aloof system suddenly spoke up. Host, this system needs to remind you. The randomly drawn past equipment is positioned in the 1980s you are currently in and will not exceed the level of the existing parallel timeline. Chu Zihong was stunned upon hearing this and then let out a bitter laugh. It seemed he had been overthinking it. How could there be such good fortune? Host, you actually don't need to feel down. The subsequent random military equipment will increase according to the time span of your parallel universe, and the corresponding weaponry will increase accordingly. The purpose of this is to ensure that the military technology processes of each country in the parallel world are not disrupted as much as possible, thereby triggering the world's corrective power. System, what if the technology one research exceeds that of this world? Will it trigger the world's corrective power? Chu Zihong asked with confusion upon hearing this. As long as it does not interfere with the normal military technology of each country in the current parallel universe, it will not trigger. Why? Because any normal research behavior that exists in this parallel world will be assumed to be the items and technology of that world. Upon hearing this, Chu Zihong's eyes lit up. This is great. The system is really considerate. Love it. Chapter 31 Arms Dealer? No. I'm a peace ambassador! Exclamation point. Chu Zihong took a glass of red wine from the tray, served by the servant, his mind made up with a thought. The next second, he saw the virtual screen in front of him flashing the flags of various countries, many of which were familiar. For instance, the world's only superpower. The Sam country, followed by Hua country, the Winter country, France, and Great Britain, among the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council. Compared to some military powerhouses, Chu Zihong preferred Hua country and the winter country, as the weapon costs were not high and met the firepower requirements. In this regard, both countries had well inherited the Soviet style of weapon manufacturing, sturdy, durable, and low-priced. After all, the strength of the Soviet military was clearly reflected in its weaponry. They focused more on the quality and power of the weapons themselves, rather than pursuing advanced concepts like the SAM country. Therefore, their weapon manufacturing was more practical. For example, the AK-47 assault rifle, the Typhoon-class strategic nuclear submarine, and the Tu-160M strategic bomber, among others. These weapons are still in service today and perform well. Chu Zihong silently prayed in his heart, hoping to draw Hua country or the winter country, but things rarely go as one wishes. A two-color flag, blue on top and yellow on the bottom, finally settled on the virtual screen. This is Ukraine. Although Chu Zihong wanted to curse, he suddenly thought it wasn't too bad. After the Soviet Union dissolved in 1991, Ukraine inherited a very powerful legacy. According to incomplete statistics, there are over 6,000 tanks for ground combat, more than 7,000 various types of armored vehicles, and over 7,000 artillery pieces. The most famous aircraft, the Tu-160, had 19 owned by Ukraine, while the winter country had fewer than 10 at that time, along with nearly 32, 95, and Tu-22 bombers. Additionally, they inherited a large number of transport aircraft, over 100 IL-76S, 25 in 124 strategic transport aircraft, and the only in 225 Maria in the world. Besides the astonishing number of various weapons and equipment, Ukraine also received advanced military design units. The famous Antonov Design Bureau was inherited by Ukraine, along with a large number of nuclear weapons researched during the Soviet era. More than half of the personnel in these defense units were technical staff and experts, all possessing strong weapon design experience. Nearly half of them had direct experience in weapon production, and even the SAM country was trying to poach talent in Ukraine at that time. In summary, post-Soviet Ukraine not only possessed the third largest nuclear and conventional weapon arsenal in the world, but also had a solid military production capacity, ranking firmly third globally. Therefore, being able to draw Ukraine, Chu Zihong was quite satisfied, especially since the Tu-25 he had longed for was included. After confirming Ukraine, the system's prompt tone followed. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have drawn Ukraine. Starting to randomly select weapons and equipment from this country. Selection completed. You have obtained 50 T-72 tanks, 100 T-64 tanks, 30 BTR-60s, 20 Me, 24 helicopters, 10 tons of AK, 47 assault rifles, 5 tons of AKM automatic rifles, and 20 tons of grenades and ammunition. Friendly reminder, all weapons are legally sourced and will be transported to Boseso port in 3 days. Chu Zihong was at a loss for words to express his feelings. He could only exclaim, wow, to convey his mood. Selling all these weapons and ammunition would surely net him tens of billions, right? Awesome. However, it's a pity that there were no aircraft. It seems that next time he goes to Kyiv, he will have to spend quite a bit to get planes. Shaking off his thoughts, Chu Zihong downed a glass of red wine in one go and then looked towards Aided, who was coming down the stairs. This was his first time seeing the warlord who stirred the storm in Somalia and dealt a blow to Uncle Sam in person. Previously, he had only seen him in documentaries or online. Now seeing him in person, he seemed no different from an ordinary civilian, just a bit skinnier. The military uniform he wore made him look like a child who had stolen their parents' clothes, appearing comical and lacking any military grandeur. Perhaps due to his long tenure in a high position, he exuded an air of authority, filled with majesty. Money emboldens people, and power straightens a man's back. But unfortunately, he was ultimately a clown from circus. No matter how impressive, he was still just a clown to make people laugh. Chu Zihong smiled slightly, secretly mocking him in his heart. Mr. Nicholas, thank you for your gift. From today on, you are my brother. Aided tightly grasped Chu Zihong's hand, his weathered face blooming with a smile. General, just a small token of my appreciation, not a formal gift. Chu Zihong smiled modestly, inwardly scoffing at the term brother. Good brothers, in his heart, would go missing when something came up. After the pleasantries, Aided glanced at several powerful ambassadors who were continuously looking their way and said, Mr. Nicholas, there are too many people here. It's not convenient to talk. Shall we go upstairs and chat? No problem, General. Chu Zihong naturally felt the scrutiny of those around him and readily agreed. Then Mr. Nicholas, please follow me. Aided released Chu Zihong's hand and gracefully gestured for him to go ahead. When a butcher learns Western etiquette, it indicates he is trying to use civility to cover up the filthy smell of blood on him. Chu Zihong deeply agreed with this sentiment. The decor on the second floor of the villa was even more extravagant, filled with ostentatious gold, not much different from an ancient palace. In addition, there were several famous paintings from European castles hanging on the walls, although he couldn't understand why these bizarre paintings could be called art. Soon, under Aided's guidance, they arrived at a room deep in the corridor. The style of the entire room was slightly more normal, purely Arab. A huge self-portrait of Aided hung above the fireplace. Upon entering the room, Aided warmly greeted, "Mr. Nicholas, please have a seat." "Thank you." Chu Zihong nodded in gratitude and sat up straight. Aided plopped down in his chair, glancing at his aide Lex. Lex understood and brought him a cigar, which Aided offered to Chu Zihong. He politely declined, as he wasn't used to it. Aided lit his cigar, took a puff, then looked at the upright Chu Zihong and tentatively asked, "I heard Mr. Nicholas is an arms dealer?" No, General. I need to correct you. I am a messenger of world nuclear peace, responsible for bringing hope to people." Chu Zihong waved his hand and explained. "World nuclear peace?" Aided shook his head upon hearing this and then laughed. "Isn't it a bit contradictory for an arms dealer to say that?" "Nicholas, this joke isn't funny." "General, I'm not joking." Chu Zihong began to use his silver tongue, entering his big bluff mode. The people of third world countries shouldn't just live in poverty. They need weapons to seek their futures. And Allah guided me here, saying that he does not want every believer to live in poverty. He wants everyone to be happy, bathed in his holy light. Guidance? Allah? Eddie's mouth twitched. What the hell? What does this have to do with a nuclear apocalypse? I've dealt with quite a few arms dealers from Europe, and they are either tough and greedy or calm and gentlemanly. But none have been as good at fooling as this Asian in front of me. You even brought up Allah. As a Muslim, what can I say? General, I'm here to bring warmth to the people in need of weapons. At this point, Chu Zihong's gaze was exceptionally firm. Eddie, he rubbed his forehead, not wanting to hear any more of Chu Zihong's nonsense. Nicholas, can I see your weapons? No, I mean hope. No problem. Chu Zihong spread his hands. I currently have a batch of Soviet goods. Of course, General, I can get whatever you want, or I can place an order if I don't have it. Do you have AK-47S? General, how many tons do you want? No, how many pieces? Cough almost revealed the price. Chu Zihong straightened his body and made a gesture. 1 AK for 800 meters, with 10 rounds included. If you want 1,000, I can give you 20 discount. How about it, General? Action speaks louder than words. Eddie clenched his fist and glanced at Lex, who gently shook his head at him. Chapter 32. Caring for the mentally challenged is Chu Zihong's virtue. Nicholas, I do have some thoughts on what you said, but can you offer a better price? Great. I've run into another penny pincher, Joe Poppy. $800 isn't cheap, is it? You poor bastard, I really want to kick your ass. Of course, Chu Zihong would never show such feelings. He maintained a friendly smile. General, this is already a fair price. Others are selling them for several $1,000s each. Plus, transporting weapons is quite troublesome. It requires a lot of connections to avoid being targeted by Interpol. Also, I have a group of people waiting for their salaries. I need to make some profit, right? Cough, cough. You make a valid point. Aided nodded in agreement and continued. But Nicholas, the quantity I need is quite large. About a division's worth of troops. I want to equip them all with Soviet goods. Can you really not offer a better price? General, allow me to think about it. Chu Zihong pretended to be in a difficult position, but in reality, he was cursing Aidida for being a miser. $800 for one, and still complaining? When I sold to Ahmad, I quoted over $1,000 without hesitation. Now I have to bargain with you? Somali warlord? Nonsense, just a broke bastard. Of course, this deal still needed to be made. He also needed to secure land from Aidida to build the headquarters for his protection company. Considering his own interests, Chu Zihong decided to take a step back. Moreover, an AK-47 typically costs about $300 to $400. Earning a little less wouldn't be a problem. So let's settle on $700. Then Chu Zihong put on a dramatic act, feigning a loss. General, for the sake of our brotherhood, I can afford to earn a little less. How about $700? Nicholas, since you put it that way, if I haggle again, it would seem stingy. I'll take your price. General, you're straightforward. Cash or bank transfer? Chu Zihong gave a thumbs up and then pulled out a Siemens POS machine. The whole device looked like a brick, comparable to a big mobile phone. Nicholas, let's not rush. Adida glanced at the POS machine and waved his hand with a smile. Chu Zihong's eyes flickered, becoming somewhat alert. What? This monkey isn't planning to default, is he? He immediately laughed and said, General, your business is so big that you wouldn't want to. Before he finished, Lex standing next to Adida interrupted, Mr. Nicholas. You misunderstood. Our general means we need other arms as well. Oh ha, I thought. It was me who was being abrupt. I apologized, General. Chu Zihong smiled awkwardly and directly apologized to Adida. No problem, I understand. Adida wasn't angry and waved his hand generously. But the next second, he revealed a bargaining face and said, Nicholas, if that's the case, can you lower the price a bit for the next items? No problem. I'll give you a 20% discount. Chu Zihong generously agreed, then cursed Adida for being a miser again in his heart. Then, General, what else do you need? Do you have the T80 you promised me? Adida got straight to the point. General, that's a tough one for me. Chu Zihong displayed a pained expression and said, the T80 was bought at a high price specifically for you. If you still want it, I'm really powerless. Adida wasn't difficult and asked as a second choice. What about the T72? Yes, $5 million each. How many do you want, General? Chu Zihong quoted his price, surprising Adida slightly. He quickly regained his composure. $5 million? Isn't that a bit too expensive? General, that's the internationally standardized market price. After all, this is the best tank from the Soviet Union. One of the top main battle tanks in great powers. Adida pondered for a moment, straightened his body, and said, for $1 million. I want a tank company. That. Chu Zihong hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, fine, deal. Haha, Nicholas, you're a good friend. Adida laughed heartily and warmly shook hands with Chu Zihong. I also need some RPGs, grenades, light and heavy machine guns, and armored vehicles. Do you have them? Yes. But General, I really can't lower the price any further. Otherwise, I won't make a profit. Haha, don't worry. This time we'll go with your price. Adida didn't bother to negotiate further and readily agreed. An hour later, General, please stay. Chu Zihong at the door smiled warmly and pressed his hand down to signal Adida to calm down. The arms you requested will arrive at the Mogadishu port at 1 p.m. tomorrow. After saying that, he got in the car parked at the door and drove away. In the moonlit night, 2 red tail lights gradually disappeared at the end of the street. At the villa entrance, Adida still stood there, his expression restrained, gazing at the dark street ahead. The next moment, he suddenly spoke. Lex, how much can we trust what this Chinese man says? Lex hesitated for a moment. Given his Chinese identity, he could probably believe it. To his surprise, Adida scoffed coldly. Chinese? A country as poor as theirs trustworthy? Take people to collect the goods tomorrow. After dropping that sentence, Adida turned and left. A black SUV was smoothly driving through the dark streets of Mogadishu. Caring for the mentally challenged has always been Chu Zihong's virtue. But among the mentally challenged, there are inevitably a few smart individuals. Chu Zihong felt that Adida was one of them. He spoke directly and without hesitation. His perspective was broad among East Africans and understood that whoever controls public opinion and the military holds the power of discourse. On his first day in Mogadishu, he took control of all the city's broadcasts, occasionally promoting his achievements, commonly known as brainwashing. This is also why, later, when the U.S. military attempted to capture him, he shouted over the broadcast, and immediately thousands of Mogadishu residents rushed out with rusty AKs or clubs. Indeed, being able to establish a foothold in Somalia cannot be due to stupidity. Chu Zihong felt increasingly that the T-80 tank he gifted was the right choice, successfully becoming a chain for exchanging mutual benefits. He earned $1.5 billion in a bag of blood diamonds. Diamonds are the most commonly used currency in Africa, also known as blood diamonds, because they're often used to fund bloody wars. Blood has stained them, and resentment is sky high. It's a dirty thing, but it's valuable. Regardless of how dirty it is, a businessman only sees profit. This deal left Chu Zihong very satisfied. He obtained the land he wanted and 10 years of usage rights for Mogadishu Airport. Boss, why do business with such a warlord? Victor, the driver, couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Chu Zihong smiled and asked an unrelated question. Victor, who do you think will rule the planet? Victor was a bit confused by the question and tentatively said, Sam, the Soviet Union. And oh, it's the arms dealers. Why? Because other countries are too busy killing each other. Chu Zihong smiled slightly and said. Upon hearing this, Victor fell into silence. Clearly, Chu Zihong hit the nail on the head and got to the point. Chapter 33. The Soviet Ambassador's Invitation. Big talker Chu Zihong goes online a few minutes later. Chu Zihong successfully arrived at the hotel. If this were in his previous life in Somalia, he would probably be in a pirate den right now, waiting for someone to come and pay a ransom for him, right? Entering the splendid hotel lobby, Chu Zihong suddenly thought of something. He stopped and turned to Victor, who was following him, and said, Victor, tell Baroque to remove all the composite armor from that tank company. Oh, and take down the machine guns on top as well. Boss, if we remove these things, the defense capability of the T-72 tank will probably be greatly weakened, Victor said, a bit confused about why his boss wanted to do this. Without these components, can the T-72 still be called a tank? It would completely become a piece of scrap metal. That's exactly right. The weaker it is, the more likely they will come to us for maintenance, or to buy a new batch of tanks with composite armor and machine guns. We can make a killing off of them, so why not? Chu Zihong said with a smile, clearly showing his scheming side. Hearing this, Victor felt a bit sympathetic towards Aided. After spending a large sum of money, what did he get in return? A batch of downgraded T-72s. It was simply more tragic than a Shakespearean tragedy. The boss is indeed clever. He has fully grasped the capitalist playbook. After giving the orders, Chu Zihong was about to head towards the elevator when a well-dressed white man quickly approached him. Hello, sir. Are you His Excellency Nicholas Yuri? Yes, that's me, Chu Zihong admitted generously. Mr. Nicholas, I am Poroshenko, a staff member of the Soviet Embassy in Somalia. Our ambassador, Sergei Schmeigel, invites you to the embassy for some drinks and to get to know each other. Upon hearing this, Chu Zihong's eyes flickered. It seemed that his high-profile appearance at Aided's birthday banquet had attracted the attention of several major powers' ambassadors. Just after returning from Aided's, someone came looking for him. However, unexpectedly, the first to approach him was the Soviet Union. He had thought it would be the Americans. After all, they were the largest arms dealers in the world. He had taken a piece of their cake, so they would surely come to him first. They would sweet-talk him into becoming their puppet, and if he disagreed, well, then tomorrow would be his doomsday. They were nothing but barbaric robbers. Since it wasn't Uncle Sam, but rather the Davarish inviting him, why not go? It might lead to something good. The Soviet Union's fortunes were nearing collapse. Not many years left. Not only the domestic officials, but also those ambassadors abroad will be looking for a way out. The only thing that provides a sense of security is money. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The embassies of various countries in Somalia were very close to the hotel where Chu Zihong was staying. It was just a street away, around the corner. The Soviet embassy was situated in the innermost building, the largest and most magnificent among all the embassies. The classic red flag fluttered in the night breeze, making it extremely eye-catching. Retracting his gaze, Chu Zihong, under Poroshenko's guidance, entered the embassy without any hindrance. After turning left and right, they finally arrived in a spacious office. The first thing that caught his eye was the portraits of three great leaders who led the Soviet Union to the pinnacle of the world. Then there was the classic red flag, reminiscent of the once popular online game Red Alert. At this moment, behind a circular table, a middle-aged white man with a mustache saw Chu Zihong arrive and immediately greeted him with a beaming smile. Mr. Nicholas, it's a pleasure to meet you, a young and promising individual. It is also my honor to meet you, Mr. Ambassador. As the saying goes, a smile can resolve conflict. And Chu Zihong naturally responded with a smile. After the pleasantries, Ambassador Sergei Schmeigel turned his gaze to Poroshenko, who was standing at the door, and waved his hand. Poroshenko, you can leave now. Okay, Ambassador, Poroshenko nodded and immediately turned to leave the office. Schmeigel then pulled Chu Zihong over to the sofa and took out a bottle of long-preserved red wine to entertain him. At the same time, He began to complain to Chu Zihong about red wine, saying it was nowhere near as good as their Soviet-produced vodka. Unfortunately, in a resource-scarce Somalia, it was hard to find genuine vodka. Getting a bottle of Ch Tola Fight was already not easy, so Schmeigel had always been reluctant to drink it, usually saving it for honored guests. Clearly, there was a hidden meaning in his words. Chu Zihong was well aware of this. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and brought a bottle of Erguo from his room before leaving the hotel. Mr. Ambassador, although I don't have vodka, I have some white liquor from my homeland. Would you like to try some? Saying this, Chu Zihong took out a palm-sized bottle of Erguo and placed it in front of Schmeigel. Hearing it was white liquor, Schmeigel swallowed hard and then smiled, saying, "Oh, that's too embarrassing." Though he said this, his body was quite honest. The truth of deliciousness applied everywhere. Schmeigel couldn't wait to twist off the cap, and instantly a strong aroma of liquor wafted out. This scent was hardly inferior to vodka. He then tilted his head and downed the entire palm-sized bottle of Erguo in one go, finishing it in an instant. For Soviet men, liquor was indeed a matter of life and death. Once they had a drink, they could call you brothers, become sworn friends, and even offer their daughters as wives. Taking your words as law, after downing the Erguo, Schmeigel wiped his mouth and displayed a satisfied expression. "Mr. Nicholas, thank you so much. Your Erguo is great. Where can I buy some? If you like it, I have plenty more. I'll give you some," Chu Zihong said generously, waving his hand. "Really? That's wonderful." Schmeigel stood up excitedly, looking as happy as a 300-pound man. Chu Zihong secretly laughed to himself. Soviets loved alcohol as if it were life itself, and just a bottle of liquor could win a brotherhood. Moreover, they were not hypocritical. They treated you like a true brother. This was what real men were like, not like those hypocrites in the West. Having shown his sincerity, Chu Zihong noticed that Schmeigel was no longer beating around the bush and directly got to the point. "Nicholas, you're an arms dealer? Mr. Ambassador, I need to correct you. I am an ambassador bringing peace and hope to the world." Schmeigel, how can this Chinese guy speak with such a clear conscience? Doesn't Tia hurt? "Nicholas, you really know how to talk." Schmeigel had no choice but to compliment him, brushing it off for now. "Mr. Ambassador, while I have some gift for languages, I find that the dollar, dinar, drachma, ruble, rupee, and pound are much more persuasive." Saying this, Chu Zihong took out $10,000 and pushed it in front of Schmeigel. The meaning was self-evident. He believed that Ambassador Schmeigel was not merely here for small talk. He was likely looking to sell arms to him. Those who could be ambassadors usually had impressive family backgrounds. "You are right. I feel the same way." Seeing this scene, Schmeigel immediately smiled in agreement. At the same time, he unceremoniously pocketed the $10,000 pushed in front of him. "Nicholas, I came to you because I have a big business deal to discuss." Upon hearing this, Chu Zihong's eyes sparkled. It was as he expected. He laughed and said, "What big business do you mean?" "My brother has a batch of arms in the country that needs to be sold. I wonder if Mr. Nicholas is interested?" Schmeigel straightened his body and squinted at Chu Zihong. "Mr. Ambassador, as long as it's about arms, I am certainly interested." Chu Zihong spread his hands and said, "I am a peace-loving arms dealer." Schmeigel rolled his eyes, thinking it was all nonsense. Peace is the biggest risk for an arms dealer. And you actually say you are a peace-loving person? Sabrika, this Chinese really knows how to fool people. Chapter 34, Self-Production and Self-Selling. Only this makes a qualified arms dealer, Mr. Ambassador. I wonder how much arms your brother can handle. How much can you take? Schmeigel smiled meaningfully and directly countered with a question. Chu Zihong was taken aback by the counter-question. "Ah, I didn't expect to make a fortune tonight with Adida, and now I've encountered a big client. Haha, the heavens are not treating me badly." Chu Zihong suppressed the agitation in his heart and smiled confidently. "As long as your brother is willing to sell, I have the capital to take as much as he offers." "Mr. Nicholas, quite ambitious, aren't you?" Schmeigel glanced at the confident Chu Zihong and asked again, "My brother commands a group army. Are you sure you can handle it? A group army?" Upon hearing this, Chu Zihong's eyes showed a hint of uncertainty. No way. No way. Could it be such a coincidence?" He quickly asked, "May I know, Mr. Ambassador, which general is your brother?" Schmeigel proudly replied, "My brother is Major General Joseph Pushkin, commander of the Air Force's 5th Group Army." Chu Zihong, "Well, it turns out to be true. If I had known I could get in touch with Major General Joseph Pushkin for free, why did I spend $10,000 with Ivanov? Moreover, with Schmeigel's connection, wouldn't I be a guest of Major General Joseph Pushkin? The price I have to pay would be much smaller. What bad timing. Seeing Chu Zihong suddenly fall silent, Schmeigel asked in confusion, Nicholas, what's wrong? Mr. Ambassador, it's nothing. Let's talk about this big business deal. Chu Zihong waved his hand, certainly not telling Schmeigel that he spent $10,000 just to get your brother's contact information. The subsequent conversation mainly revolved around the batch of arms that Joseph Pushkin intended to sell. When he learned that his brother was interested in selling IL-76 and an 124 strategic transport aircraft, Chu Zihong's eyes lit up. The IL-124 is the second largest transport aircraft in the world, with a payload of 229 tons. The IL-76 transport aircraft has a payload of 60 tons. For comparison, Y-20 has a payload of 66 tons, and Uncle Sam's largest transport aircraft, the C-5 Galaxy, has a payload of 120 tons. If he could get both of these transport aircraft, he could establish global air routes, truly achieving global delivery of arms, delivering to customers in any corner. Umbrella arms. Mission accomplished. Furthermore, once the PMC is established, he could expand to help third countries in warfare, eliminate hostile forces, provide medical services, humanitarian aid, and more. He would be one of the few military contractors in the world, second only to Uncle Sam, with global cross-border military force deployment and combat support. A private military resource company with global military strength investment would be simply unprecedented. If he could also acquire the Tu-25 Dream transport aircraft, as well as strategic bombers like the Tu-160, Tu-95, and Tu-22. Chu Zihong could already envision the grand future blueprint of the umbrella company under his control. Therefore, no matter what the cost, he must acquire these assets. Going bankrupt is nothing. Damn it, I'm all in. Leaving the Soviet embassy, it was already 2 a.m. Chu Zihong, however, felt no sleepiness at all. He was so excited he couldn't fall asleep. If it weren't for the fact that the goods weren't ready and they had agreed to meet in a week, he would have wanted to fly to Kiev immediately. Chu Zihong suppressed the urge in his heart and said to Victor, who was following him, Victor, when will the people you called arrive? Boss, they're on their way. They should arrive in Bosaso in about 3 days, Victor explained. 3 days? That coincides with the timeline for the Ukrainian arms transported by the system. Chu Zihong then asked, how many people? 13, including members from the French Special Forces, SAS, and NOCS. Good. It's great to have more talents like these. Chu Zihong was very satisfied. Having this group join the company would make it stronger. The night in Somalia was so quiet it felt as if time had stopped. On such a tranquil and peaceful night, in a year, Somalia would probably become just a memory in his mind. Under the faint moonlight, the two disappeared one after the other into the streets. Meanwhile, in the Soviet embassy, at a window on the second floor, Ambassador Schmeigel stood there, watching Chu Zihong leave until he was out of sight, before he pulled the curtain back down. Turning around, Poroshenko, who had previously brought Chu Zihong in, appeared quietly. Ambassador, as a KGB agent, what is your evaluation of Mr. Nicholas? Schmeigel sat down on his own, lit a cigar, and then looked up at Poroshenko. Poroshenko thought for a moment and said, a shrewd and ambitious guy. His goals probably won't stop at the arms dealer industry. Not just that, I see his ability to deceive people. He could convince the dead to speak as if they were alive, Schmeigel added, recalling Chu Zihong's earlier persuasive skills. The ambassador is sharp. I feel ashamed, Poroshenko replied. Schmeigel smiled and instructed, Poroshenko, in a week, you will go to Bosaso and bring him to Kiev. I hope no other greedy individuals will block our opportunity to profit. Rest assured, Ambassador, I understand what to do, Poroshenko said respectfully, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Schmeigel was satisfied and took out $10,000, throwing it onto Poroshenko's desk. Do well, and you won TB shortchanged. Yes, Mr. Ambassador. Poroshenko glanced at the $10,000 and smiled broadly. Blocking my chance to profit? He wouldn't mind having a few more souls in his hands. Back in the hotel room, Chu Zihong suddenly remembered that he had not yet used the rewards from the system. System? Do I still have rewards left to use? Do you wish to summon special talents? 10. Summon. Chu Zihong confirmed directly, feeling a bit of anticipation. I wonder what kind of special talents will be summoned. Task Force 141. Satan Mercenary Group. Angel Mercenary Group. Black Devil. Giant God. Arctic Fox? If there are talents from these powerful teams, that would be amazing. Unfortunately, Chu Zihong was overthinking. Ding! Congratulations. Host has obtained 3 financial talents, 2 high-tech talents, and 5 firearms technical talents. Warm reminder, the above special talents will arrive at the host side in 3 days as headhunting recruits. The host can interact and communicate with them at any time. They will gladly accept the host's invitation and will never betray the host. It's actually not? Damn it. Chu Zihong thought the system was summoning mercenaries, but it turned out to be these auxiliary talents. I didn't expect that, although it wasn't what he had in mind. These special talents were still rare and necessary auxiliary resources. For example, financial talents are needed to manage the company's operations. The boss only needs to be responsible for strategic direction and the overall development of the company. If everything is handled by the boss personally, wouldn't he be exhausted? Moreover, after the Soviet Union's dissolution, besides arms, there are countless gold and silver mountains. One important reason for the dissolution of the Soviet Union was economic issues. In the 1980s, the Soviet Union borrowed money from various countries due to its financial shortfalls. At that time, the global monetary system had not yet been fully established, and the ruble was still quite valuable. The exchange rate between the ruble and the dollar once reached $100 could only be exchanged for 60 rubles, and the ruble was even slightly stronger before that. However, the dramatic devaluation of the ruble suddenly made borrowing countries harbor ill intentions, profiting greatly within the Soviet Union. You can hardly imagine that in 1991, 100 meters of currency could be exchanged for 17,000 rubles. And this rate continued to expand. By 1995, the ruble had almost become worthless, with $100 exchanging for 450,000 rubles. Financial mogul Soros made his fortune from the dissolution of the Soviet Union. As a reborn individual, I certainly wouldn't miss such an opportunity to become wealthy. With financial talents, I could start laying out plans within the Soviet Union. Besides finance, the most important thing is to have technical talents in firearms. Chu Zihong did not forget that he had the manufacturing blueprints for the 416 Hong Kong dollars. With these talents, I could build my own arms factory, producing and selling independently, and conducting research and development on my own. This is what it means to be a qualified international arms dealer. Chapter 35. What is the most important thing in the 20th century? Of course, it's talent. Besides finance, it's also the talent in firearms. The final high-tech talents even made Chu Zihong feel excited. Were high-tech talents. For example, what invented and improved the steam engine, leading humanity into the steam age and pushing forward the Industrial Revolution. This also allowed the British Empire to rapidly develop into the world's #1 power at that time. In simple terms, they are top scientists and they're versatile. With the addition of these scientists, it means that Chu Zihong will master world-class technology, truly becoming the umbrella corporation of the real world. The system's rewards are incredibly generous. Don't be fooled by how silent the system usually is, as cold as an iceberg. But once it reveals itself, it basically gives a big surprise. Chu Zihong almost wanted to hug the system and give it a few kisses. With talent in hand, the next step is to accelerate the establishment of the headquarters of the umbrella corporation and begin construction. Bringing down the world's largest arms supplier, Lockheed Martin, is no longer a dream, but a reality. The next day, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, at the port of Mogadishu. Nicholas, I hope we can cooperate again next time. No problem. Chu Zihong smiled and shook hands with Lex, then said, please tell the general that if he needs customized weapons and equipment, he can come to me. I studied design at California University, and if the general needs it, I will definitely help design the most ergonomic equipment for his elite troops. Lex tilted his head. California University studied design? Is there a major in weapon equipment design? He hadn't heard of it, but seeing Chu Zihong's earnest expression, he suppressed his doubts. He mainly worried that if he expressed his doubts, he might be laughed at. Little did he know that Chu Zihong had learned nothing about design. His previous self was a spendthrift who spent all day partying with a bunch of friends. He didn't attend university. It was all just a vacation. What he just said was merely Chu Zihong trying to bluff Lex. After that, Lex didn't linger any longer, confirming that the arms quantity was accurate, and then left with his team. On the cargo ship, Chu Zihong watched the convoy filled with arms worth billions leave. The batch of arms purchased by aided from him was probably for preparing to overthrow the Bar regime. Tanks and armored vehicles could easily push through everything in Somalia. A year later, Somalia's situation would completely change. However, the more chaotic the place, the more advantageous it is for arms dealers, right? As for how aided will stir things up in Somalia, it has nothing to do with him. Chu Zihong only cares about whether the Franklin in his pocket has increased. Isn't it good to be a slave to money? The former slave got it. The current slave received. No one starts out dirty, but when you realize that without money, you're nothing. For example, when your longtime girlfriend is about to walk into the marriage hall with you, but when you can't come up with the bride price, you suffer the disdain of your mother-in-law, you'll understand. Money is really important. A single dollar can show the most despicable rich and the most noble poor. Chu Zihong prefers the former. The latter is just pitiful. He admits he is a mundane person. But reality is just like that. Chu Zihong leaned against the railing at the edge of the deck and smiled self-deprecatingly. Victor, notify the captain to take the cargo ship back to Baseso port first. Yes, boss. Due to the arms and talents transported by the system arriving at Baseso port in 3 days, Chu Zihong had to change his itinerary and postpone his trip to California. The ocean freighter returned with the remaining arms, while Chu Zihong, along with Victor and others, headed to an abandoned town 30 kilometers east of Mogadishu. That was the land Aided promised him, an abandoned town that had once suffered a massacre. But it cost Chu Zihong quite a bit. $15 million, plus 10 years of usage rights for Mogadishu airport. Damn, a vampire even harsher than himself. This was also one of the reasons why Chu Zihong removed the composite armor and machine guns from a tank company. Moreover, if Aided came to buy arms from him again, he would definitely take advantage of the situation. After driving along the road for half an hour, Chu Zihong and his group finally arrived at the town full of ruins. Upon seeing the ruins, the corners of Chu Zihong's mouth twitched. Cleaning up the entire abandoned town would cost a considerable amount of money. My money. It hurt a bit. Chu Zihong stared at Victor and others as they wandered around the abandoned town. Everywhere were ruins and signs of fire damage. Clearly, this place had once suffered from a fierce fire. It was hard to imagine what horrific events had occurred here. However, the town was quite large, which satisfied the company's needs. This made Chu Zihong happy. After wandering around for a while, Chu Zihong did not find any signs of life. The degree of abandonment was at least 3 to 4 years. Victor, what are your thoughts on this place? Chu Zihong stopped and turned to look at Victor beside him. Boss, if we build the company headquarters here, we will also need to build a wall on the outskirts. Victor pointed to the edge of the town and said, what else? The wall should be no less than 20 meters high, and we need to set up artillery positions, anti-aircraft weapons, infrared, radar, and other defensive equipment to enhance defense capabilities. Are you sure it's a wall you're building and not a military fortress? Chu Zihong showed a strange expression upon hearing this. However, Victor's suggestion did resonate with Chu Zihong. After all, he would need to produce and sell independently and conduct independent research and development in the future. Therefore, the future umbrella corporation would not only be targeted by local forces in Somalia, but also by various countries, especially those who might extend their hands to deal with him after he took their cake. Not building a solid military fortress would indeed be unwise. Additionally, some important military factories and laboratories could not be built on the surface. This would require learning from Umbrella to dig underground and build an underground military base. Important buildings would develop underground, while the surface would serve as the company's office, employee dormitory, entertainment, and other facades. Let's do it that way. The specific construction would still need to find professionals. But who to find? It needs to be confidential and also be one of their own. Then, as long as I recruit. The first thought that came to Chu Zihong's mind was the Soviet Union's big brother. Before the dissolution, they were not just selling arms. They had countless talents. A few tons of living supplies could even be exchanged for a cruiser, let alone people. A bottle of vodka would suffice. There isn't a Soviet man who doesn't love vodka. If they don't drink, they won't have the energy to work. So for his trip to Kiev a week later, Chu Zihong decided to dig a construction team from the Soviet Union. After that, there was basically nothing noteworthy. Chu Zihong came today to scout the land and see his future territory. Just as he was about to leave, Victor, who was following him, suddenly became alert. Years of experience told him that someone was observing them in the shadows. "Who's there? Come out." Victor quickly shielded Chu Zihong behind him, pulling out his Glock and aiming at the 1 o'clock direction. There, a half-collapsed wall stood out among the ruins, towering like a crane among chickens. The other 3 NOCS personnel also reacted quickly, drawing their guns to form a pincer movement. "Victor, what's going on?" Chu Zihong asked, his expression darkening. "Boss, someone has been watching us from the shadows. Right behind that wall," Victor explained. "Force him out. Take him alive." "Yes, boss." Victor then gave a signal to his subordinates with a glance, and the 3 of them understood, raising their guns and slowly surrounding the area. Perhaps the person behind the wall realized that if he didn't come out, he could be shot at randomly. He shouted, "Jiligwala," which roughly meant, "Don't kill me. I'm coming out now." Then, a white man dressed like a beggar raised his hands and walked out from behind the wall. 2 NOCS personnel immediately rushed forward, using a set of skilled takedown moves. The man was quickly pressed to the ground with his hands behind his back. A gun was pointed at his head, and a nylon zip tie was secured around him. In the blink of an eye, he was turned into a meat dumpling, unable to move. Chapter 36. Picked up a mercenary on the way, 2 bodyguards searched the beggar-like white man thoroughly, finding no weapons. They immediately lifted him up and half-dragged him in front of Chu Zihong and Victor. Chu Zihong examined the white man. Long black hair over his neck, a scraggly beard, deep-set eyes, a face full of dirt, and clothes barely covering him. Was he just released from prison? Or was he a foreign tourist who had been robbed by locals and fallen into misfortune? "You two, let him go." "Boss, he might be a mercenary or a spy. Be careful," Victor quickly interjected. With his weak appearance, even a woman could handle him. "Just let him go." Chu Zihong waved his hand. The 2 bodyguards immediately released the white man, who fell to the ground helplessly. "Hey, can you speak English?" Chu Zihong squatted down in front of the man and pushed aside his long hair with his gun. Sir, I can speak." The white man struggled to prop himself up, showing a weak demeanor. "Who are you? Why are you here?" The man did not answer. Instead, he swallowed hard, looking pitifully. "Sir, can you give me some food? I haven't eaten for 3 days. I feel like I'm going to die." In the man's eyes, Chu Zihong saw pleading, pity, despair, and regret. But he also saw something else, a trace of brutality hidden deep within. "This man has a story. Victor, do we have any food?" Chu Zihong turned to Victor behind him. "Yes, in the car." "Victor nodded. Go get some, and bring water too." "Yes, boss." Victor didn't go himself, but sent a subordinate instead. He needed to protect the boss's safety at all times. Soon, the bodyguard brought a pack of dry bread and a bottle of water. The beggar-like man quickly snatched the bread, tore open the package, and began to wolf it down. He really must be starving. "Slow down, don't choke. Drink some water," Chu Zihong reminded him, fearing he might choke to death. After a while, the man finished the bread and water, but seemed still unsatisfied. After regaining a bit of strength, he immediately answered Chu Zihong's earlier question. Upon getting the answer he wanted, a strange expression appeared on Chu Zihong's face. The man's name was Chris Collette, a retired Special Forces soldier from a former French Special Forces. Because he didn't know anything else but special operations, he took his meager possessions and came alone to Mogadishu to seek help from a former close comrade. Unfortunately, the mercenary team his comrade belonged to had taken a big job the day before he arrived, assassinating a tribal leader near Mogadishu, but unfortunately fell into an ambush by that tribe. The entire mercenary team was wiped out. With his comrade gone and no money left on him, he could only walk back to Mogadishu, planning to seek help from the French embassy. Little did he know, he was also unlucky enough to encounter a sandstorm in the desert. Special forces can survive in the wild, but in a desert with only yellow sand, even the best cook can't make a meal. In the end, he turned into the ghostly figure that Chu Zihong saw, with no money and no food. After walking for a day and a night, he finally found the direction out of the desert and arrived at an abandoned town. Colette initially sought some food and then saw Chu Zihong and the others. Seeing the large group, he wanted to observe. As a result, he was discovered by Victor. This guy is really unlucky. He was a special forces soldier, yet he ended up looking like this, truly a remarkable talent. Losing interest, Chu Zihong stood up, preparing to leave. As for whether this guy lived or died next, he didn't need to care. He had provided bread and water, which was enough to ensure he wouldn't starve to death here. After all, even a dog has its dignity. How much more so for a human? Sir. Seeing Chu Zihong and the others about to leave, Colette hurriedly called out. Chu Zihong paused and turned his head in confusion. He saw Colette swallow hard, looking very nervous. Can you give me a job? Even $100 will be fine. In the hotel, in the presidential suite, Chu Zihong was smoking, sitting with his legs crossed on the sofa. Opposite him was Colette, who was wolfing down food as if he were a starving ghost. Crumbs fell from the corners of his mouth, scattering all over the carpet. Cough, cough, cough. Perhaps he was eating too quickly. He accidentally choked. His face turned red as he coughed continuously. Victor rolled his eyes, unable to watch any longer. He handed over a bottle of mineral water. Colette thanked him and downed half the bottle, which eased his complexion considerably. By this point, he was also full. Seeing that Colette had eaten his fill, Chu Zihong extinguished his cigarette and spoke. Now that you're full, let us get to the main topic. Joining us at Umbrella Corporation, you'll frequently enter war-torn areas. So the salary is $30,000 a year, with a death benefit of $500,000. We offer insurance, medical care, holidays, holiday gifts, and other benefits that other mercenary organizations have. Additionally, you'll have 2 months of vacation each year. Would you like to consider? Being just a civilian is much better than dying somewhere on Earth and being treated like dung by beasts. Chu Zihong stared intently at the dazed Colette, waiting for his response. Colette was completely stunned. A salary of $30,000 a year? A death benefit of $500,000? Oh my God, he couldn't have heard wrong, could he? The average salary of the middle class in France is only about $1,000 or $2,000 a month, and he was offering a direct annual salary of $30,000 with such great benefits. What reason did he have to refuse? Without hesitation, he agreed to join. Before entering the 21st century, the average salary in Europe and America hadn't reached $10,000. At that time, in America, $1 could buy a good meal. $100 was unimaginable. Chu Zihong's offered benefits had already surpassed the vast majority of mercenary organizations. An annual salary of $30,000 and a death benefit of $500,000. Just based on this welfare, as long as he waved his hand, countless mercenaries would rush to join. The allure of money is always so captivating. Welcome to Umbrella Corporation. Our company's mission: all actions are for the sake of nuclear peace in the world. Chu Zihong stood up, smiling as he extended his hand to Colette. He didn't necessarily need Colette, but right now, the entire Umbrella Corporation had no one else besides the few summoned by the system. With the company growing, they were severely short-handed. Colette was at least a retired French Special Forces soldier. Being cannon fodder was better than an ordinary person, right? Moreover, would Chu Zihong do anything without benefits? He was a highly educated talent. Although he dropped out midway, being able to get into the University of California wasn't the act of a fool. Okay, that was something his father bought with money, but even so, he was still a college student, right? As the saying goes, it's not that I'm afraid of a ruthless rogue. I'm afraid of a rogue who understands the law. Boss, I will work hard. Colette excitedly shook Chu Zihong's hand, acting like a sycophant. The company's PMC team is about to be formed. If you have friends or comrades, feel free to bring them along. Each person comes with a 500-meter knife introduction fee. Chu Zihong made a gesture, the true money temptation technique. Chapter 37, France. Surrender? It's impossible to surrender in the early morning. The first rays of sunlight streamed into the luxurious room, warming it as if it were brand new. Chu Zihong lay half-reclined on the bed, watching the CNN News broadcast on the television screen. CNN International News Network broadcasts news reports to the world 24 hours a day. In the face of breaking news, they provide live reports. Over 210 countries and regions worldwide rebroadcast CNN's news. Although Chu Zihong knew full well that these CNN reporters were notorious for their lack of principles and their tendency to fabricate stories, especially when it came to issues of human rights and freedom, maliciously tarnishing the sovereignty of other countries. They shamelessly promoted their own ideas, easily leading people astray. For instance, during a CNN program connecting the world, they shamelessly spread rumors about the so-called human rights issues in the Rabbit West and the future stance of the U.S. government. CNN even mistakenly identified a small town in Guangdong province as being in Xinjiang, marking Xinjiang on the map within Guangdong province. It was simply ridiculous. What you see is merely their biased narrative serving political agendas. CNN's prejudiced reports of the world have long ceased to be news. This is no longer about being the first to know. Journalists? Nonsense. They're just tools for capitalists and politicians to maliciously attack other countries. However, this did not prevent Chu Zihong from using CNN to understand the global landscape. It was his daily habit and a necessary course for an arms dealer. After all, how else would you know where conflicts were brewing? Only in chaotic regions could arms dealers find opportunities to get rich. After watching for a while, Chu Zihong turned off the television. The world order seemed as usual. Perhaps it was the last calm before the storm of the 21st century. After entering the 1990s, the global pattern underwent tremendous changes, especially due to several localized wars that drew worldwide attention, leaving lasting impacts. He dressed and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. At a glance, he took in the entire landscape of Mogadishu, which looked magnificent. Compared to the towering skyscrapers of developed countries, Mogadishu resembled a small town. The skyscrapers were pitifully few. Apart from mosques, there was only the four-star hotel where he was staying. The only advantage was that at night, one could see the dazzling starry sky and breathe in the fresh air untainted by industrial pollution. However, all of this would become a distant memory a year later. Top, top. A faint sound of footsteps came from behind, but Chu Zihong did not turn around. He knew it was his bodyguard captain, Victor. Boss, Khalid took the money you gave him and flew to France on the earliest flight. His efficiency is quite impressive. He's a man of his word. Chu Zihong turned around and smiled. Boss, what if he doesn't come back? Victor voiced his concerns. Khalid took $2 million US dollars, which was a fortune in this day and age. Who could resist the temptation of money? This person was not like them, who came from the same place and were loyal to the boss. If he ran away, it would indeed be awkward. In my homeland, there's a saying, don't use a person you doubt, and don't doubt a person you use. At this point, Chu Zihong changed the subject. If he really runs away with the money, just consider it as a dog carrying away a pile of dung. Victor, that metaphor is quite something, boss. In fact, for Chu Zihong, the French special forces that Khalid recruited were just cannon fodder to fill manpower. France, once the First Empire, had shown unyielding resolve during World War II, refusing to surrender. In reality, before the enemy even reached Paris, the white flag of surrender was already raised at the French National Assembly. No one could occupy France before surrendering in Paris, because France's surrender speed would always be faster than that of its enemies. This surrender meme has been played out in international circles, yet the French could not offer any defense for it, because during World War II, the so-called world's strongest army, the First French Empire, decisively raised the white flag to Germany in less than 40 days after the war began. France had been too brave in World War I, resulting in a loss of 5 million young lives. A generation of youth perished on the battlefield, and from then on, they learned to preserve their strength, adopting a long-term mode of passive defense. Being one of the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council had to thank de Gaulle. French soldiers? He did not expect Khalid to bring back anything formidable. Just enough manpower to serve as cannon fodder would suffice. Today, I plan to visit Mogadishu Airport. Aid had promised to give me 10 years of usage rights. Chu Zihong plopped down on the sofa and took a bite of the breakfast bread on the coffee table. Mogadishu has 4 airports. Apart from the international airport, the other 3 are military airports. They are Esserai Airport, 18 kilometers north of the capital, Caruso Airport, 50 kilometers southwest, and Baladogle Airport, 105 kilometers northwest. The latter 2 are transit stations for Daro Aviation, headquartered in Djibouti, and Africa Express Airlines, based in Nairobi. The airport that aided promised him usage rights for 10 years was the Mogadishu International Airport located in the Old Town. This airport became one of the main battlegrounds after the Civil War began, and by 1992, it had suffered tremendous damage due to American bombings. It was completely a hot potato, yet Chu Zihong accepted it. With him around, he would be in charge of his territory. Anyone who dared to reach out would have their hands chopped off. No amount of talk was as decisive as a bullet. Conversely, for aided, the Somali fighter jets and helicopters were few and far between, rendering the airport useless. It was better to exchange it for money, especially since it was only a 10-year usage right. Whatever happened in the meantime, he could still forcibly reclaim it. Two old foxes, one young and one old, were indeed scheming. Boss, is Aided's word more reliable than the president's? Victor frowned and said, Aided currently controls the national army and has the support of most Somali tribes. Unless Bar has lost his mind, he wouldn't dare to offend him. Chu Zihong took a sip of hot milk and swallowed the bread in his mouth. Isn't that just being a puppet? Close, but better than a puppet is that he has some real power and controls part of the military. In Mogadishu, he still has a say, but once you go beyond that, it's a different story. The current Bar government is akin to the Zhou dynasty during the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods. The Zhou emperor's authority only existed within the capital. Outside the capital, you can see how the lords of the 7 surrounding states treat him. To be a president at this level is quite a unique situation. France, Paris. Following the flow of people at the airport, Khalid emerged, wearing sunglasses, carrying a black handbag, and dressed in a black suit. If one were not careful, they might mistake him for a man in black. He took a deep breath, savoring the familiar scent of the air. He had finally returned. This was his hometown. More than a month had passed, yet it felt as if he had been away for decades. How comforting it was to be back in his motherland. Damn, who could imagine what he had experienced out there? Chapter 38. Today's lactation law, ban on flights from major powers after leaving the airport. Colette walked to the taxi stand and queued for a ride. When a passenger got in, the taxi driver turned his head and spoke in authentic local Parisian French. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to Daniel's taxi. Where to? The 19th district, please. Driver Daniel had just reached for the passenger sign to cover it when he paused and turned to ask, Sir, the security in the 19th district is very poor. It's a territory of addicts, gangs, and homeless people. Are you sure you want to go? Of course. Is there a problem? Colette looked at the driver with a determined gaze. No problem, sir. Please fasten your seatbelt. We're off. Seeing this, the driver shrugged and reminded him before turning around and starting the car. After leaving the airport, they headed straight onto the highway. The 19th district Colette was heading to was known as the Stalingrad neighborhood. This area is considered one of the poorest and most chaotic regions among the 19 districts of Paris, essentially a slum. Generally, people think of slums as something that only exists in third-world countries or developing nations. How could such a thing exist in a wealthy, developed country? In fact, in developed European countries, the gap between the rich and the poor is enormous. The existence of slums is not surprising at all. Capitalists only care about making money. Who would pay attention to the poor? Moreover, the district is plagued by addicts, gangs, and homeless people, becoming a persistent problem for the Paris city government. Every night, dozens of people gather by the canal's edge to use drugs, sometimes even over 400. The congregation of addicts leads to many issues, such as noise, robbery, fights, and so on. Some local residents are deeply disgusted by this and have resorted to using paintball guns from their windows to attack the clustered addicts, while others feel helpless sympathy for these afflicted individuals. The police occasionally intervene, but they merely push the trading spots 500 meters away. Once the patrol officers leave, these people gradually return. This area is also where the most homicides occur. Since it is within a tourist area, any visitor who has been here refers to the 19th district as a dump. The chaos in the 19th district has long been a headache for Paris authorities, who have racked their brains to find ways to manage this area. Time and again, they have struck down on it, yet it continues to thrive. An hour later, the taxi passed through the bustling streets of Paris and arrived at an extremely desolate street. This was the 19th district. The bleak scenery formed a stark contrast to the previously vibrant streets. In that moment, it felt less like arriving in one of the world's most developed countries and more like stepping into a war-torn country. Colette glanced outside the car and saw a filthy, homeless man shamelessly defecating in the street, as if no one was around. Although the people nearby looked disgusted, they seemed accustomed to it. Colette had also grown used to such uncivilized scenes. Western countries always consider themselves civilized and view underdeveloped countries as barbaric. But in reality, they're just as barbaric. It's absurdly amusing for a bunch of barbarians to call themselves civilized. Creak. The car's tire crushed a used glass syringe, and it came to a stop. "Sir, we've arrived. That'll be 25 francs. Daniel pointed to the meter, indicating Colette to check it himself. Colette pulled out a 50-franc note and said, "No need for change." "Sir, you're quite generous." The taxi driver was overjoyed to encounter such a generous passenger. Colette smiled, pushed open the car door, and got out. Once outside, he immediately felt the eyes on him, some scrutinizing, some wary, and others covetous. Most of the gazes lingered on the suitcase in Colette's left hand. It was a high-end case with a combination lock. Inside were either money or valuable items. Colette frowned and reached to his waist, feeling the bulge of a hard object. A gun. Upon seeing that he was armed, most of the covetous looks instantly dissipated. Following his memory, Colette headed towards the southwest street. If he remembered correctly, most of the veterans who had experienced war were over there. Although France lost a battle, it won the entire war. However, as a victorious nation, it gradually regained its confidence. With confidence restored, but after World War II, France's international status had plummeted. The proud Gallic rooster naturally sought to restore its status as a strong nation in the world. Thus, it followed Uncle Sam and launched a series of foreign invasions, such as the Suez Crisis, the invasion of Yemen, the Algerian War, the Gulf War, etc. It also sought to restore its colonial rule in Africa. But the global situation had changed dramatically. France was increasingly in decline. After the war broke out, a strong anti-war sentiment permeated French society. Many soldiers who returned from combat became targets of public criticism, labeled as executioners. This led to extreme rejection of these veterans in French society, making it difficult for them to find work. Many went bankrupt and suffered from severe post-war anxiety, with numerous veterans committing suicide. After the war ended, politicians shook hands and made peace, capitalists made a fortune, and mothers buried their children in tears. The surviving soldiers, however, were tormented by the psychological issues left by the war. As a result, many veterans with severe emotional fluctuations ended up becoming homeless or joining the mafia to survive. Colette was looking for these people, as well as those in the French Foreign Legion. He planned to approach from these two angles. As long as there was money, would these people refuse? After spending a day in the 19th district, he left before sunset. Behind Colette, a dozen homeless people had followed him, bringing a foul odor wherever they went. It's hard to imagine that the well-dressed leader in front was followed by ragged, stinking individuals. What a strange combination. To help these people change their appearance, Colette had no choice but to take them to a hotel to clean up and change into fresh clothes. Otherwise, he couldn't stand the smell. The next day, Colette took two transformed veterans to the outskirts of Aubagny near Marseille in southern France. That place is the headquarters of the French Foreign Legion. In a world where maximizing profits is key, no one can resist the allure of money. With money paving the way, nothing is a problem. If there is a problem, it just means there isn't enough money. Colette reaped considerable rewards and thought about bringing these people before his boss. The smile on Colette's face was as brilliant as fireworks blooming. Achoo! At Mogadishu Airport, Chu Zihong suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose, feeling puzzled. As the saying goes, I think, curse, and mutter. It seems like I'm all alone. Who would think of me? If not, it can only mean I've caught a cold. In Somalia, which feels like summer, catching a cold is as rare as a scorpion taking a dump. Mr. Nicholas, what's wrong with you? The airport manager, Sines, looked at the suddenly silent Chu Zihong with concern. Oh, I'm fine. Chu Zihong came back to his senses and waved his hand. You continue. Mr. Nicholas, although we are an international airport, in reality, there are very few flights. Besides the major airlines from the US, Britain, and France, there are no other airlines landing here. After speaking, the airport manager Sines sighed helplessly. The lack of flights means they basically have very little income. Little did they know, Chu Zihong, after listening, surprisingly said, in that case, let's stop all flights. Stop. Stop flying? Zines was taken aback, thinking he heard wrong. Since your government has leased me the rights to use this place for 10 years, from now on, this naturally becomes my territory. The entire airport can only accommodate planes belonging to our umbrella corporation. Chu Zihong's tone was unquestionable. Upon hearing this, Zini showed a hesitant expression, clearly wanting to say something. But due to his concerns, he found it hard to speak out. Is this Asian crazy? Daring to stop the flights of powerful nations. Doesn't he care about his life? Isn't he afraid those ambassadors would skin him alive? Chapter 39 Capitalists. If there's no profit, even dogs want to pay attention, sir. Forgive me for speaking candidly. If flights to the major powers are grounded, it will not only put immense pressure on the government, but could also lead to your rights being revoked. Although Sinis felt that Chu Zihong might be going mad, he still explained the causal implications of grounding flights to major powers. After all, this matter could also implicate him, risking his job. Without an income, would his family have to eat sand in the desert? What is there to be afraid of? Aren't there other airports? Just let them go there. Chu Zihong waved his hand dismissively. Seeing that the other party was so determined, Sinis did not say anything more. He could only find another way. Fortunately, over the years, he had earned quite a bit of money at the airport, enough for his family to leave Somalia and head to European countries. Europe is filled with opportunities. As long as one has hands and feet, they'll be fine. Buddy, stop talking and act. Immediately send a fax to several major airlines stating that all flights, except those of Umbrella Corporation, will be grounded starting tomorrow. Chu Zihong patted Sinis on the shoulder, sending him off. The other party shook his head and turned to leave. Victor glanced at the departing Sinis and then leaned closer to Chu Zihong. Boss, are we really going to offend the major powers? Somalia is now a sovereign nation. Those hypocrites won't dare to openly violate international law. Besides, who would be interested in a place with no profit? Chu Zihong scoffed, his tone light and carefree. Since modern times, Somalia had long been colonized by European countries. After gaining independence in the 1960s, the domestic situation was unstable. Later, Somalia aligned with the Soviet Union, and with their help, the country gradually stabilized and developed quite well. However, Somalia soon became arrogant because of its reliance on the Soviet Union. In the early 1970s, taking advantage of the turmoil in Ethiopia, Somalia provoked a conflict with them. This time, Somalia overestimated itself and underestimated its opponent, and the Soviet Union, which had been supporting Somalia, changed its stance. After the Soviet Union abandoned Somalia, the situation became extremely unfavorable. Having lost the supply of Soviet military equipment, Somalia could only seek help from the international community. Although they received some support, it was still not enough. After the Battle of Mogadishu, Uncle Sam lost interest in Somalia, withdrawing troops and their embassy. It was only when pirates ran rampant, threatening the country's maritime trade, that naval vessels from various countries began to escort through the Gulf of Aden. As for eradicating the pirates, that was even more impossible. It was unrealistic to remove Somali pirates at a minimal cost. The waters where Somali pirates operated are located at the intersection of the Red Sea, Arabian Sea, and Indian Ocean, where the maritime conditions are complex, with narrow shipping lanes and densely packed coastal ports that allow pirates to quickly escape and hide. Moreover, internationally, any attempt to eradicate pirates must consider the issue of Somalia's sovereignty. No country can easily enter another's territory for military action. Additionally, since Somali pirate activities occur in such a lawless area, many countries are reluctant to intervene for fear of getting burned. Without profit and requiring costs, those European capitalists, the bloodsuckers, naturally turn a blind eye. If the countries in the Middle East were involved, they would undoubtedly rush over. Grounding their flights means nothing to them, and besides, there are other airports they can use. At most, it would just apply pressure to the Somali government, and with aided shielding him, what is there to be afraid of? If the sky falls, there will be someone taller to hold it up. Victor felt there was some truth to the boss's words. Being Italian, he naturally understood the true nature of these European countries. Governments supported and controlled by capitalists only do things that benefit themselves. If there's no profit, they won't even bother. Next, Chu Zihong took Victor on a tour of Mogadishu Airport, only to find the entire airport incredibly shabby. This can be called an international airport? There are hardly any basic facilities. The terminal is just a large bungalow with some large windows. The airport's perimeter is surrounded by barbed wire and a sign warning of high voltage. As for surveillance cameras, forget it. There aren't even any wires installed. Are they fooling ghosts? The entire airport likely doesn't meet the minimum standards. The only thing that satisfied Chu Zihong was the runway, which is nearly 3,000 meters long, sufficient for an IL-76 to take off and land. But that's far from enough, so Chu Zihong needs to spend money to properly expand the entire airport. The main focus would be on the runway, perimeter wall, warehouses, and control tower. As for the remaining land, of course, he plans to use it as a training base. Somalia is a good place, and he is taking full advantage of it. 10 years of airport usage rights? Once it's in his hands, it can operate. The abandoned town will serve as the headquarters for the umbrella company and an underground military base, while Mogadishu Airport will be the informal base for mercenaries. Informal mercenaries, as the name suggests, are just cannon fodder. Mogadishu Presidential Palace. A female secretary walked into the president's office and placed a document in front of President Mohammed Sidebar. Mr. President, this is a fax from the airport that requires your signature. Sidebar turned around in his office chair and glanced at the document. Immediately, he frowned. Has Sini's lost his mind, grounding flights to major powers? Mr. President, General Aidid rented Mogadishu Airport to an Asian from the United States 2 days ago, with usage rights for 10 years. I believe this is the fax sent by that Asian, the female secretary explained. Upon hearing that it was the operation of an old rival, Sidebar seemed to understand something, and his frown relaxed. At the same time, a cloud passed over his face. Since it was General Aidid's agreement, I'll reluctantly sign it. With that, he quickly took a pen and signed his name on the document. Then he handed it to the female secretary. You need to immediately send this document to the embassies of various countries. Do it quickly. Yes, Mr. President. The female secretary gave Sidebar a meaningful look and took the document out. As a smart person, how could she not understand what the president was planning? He was merely using the grounding issue to apply pressure on Aidid, hoping to reap benefits for himself. Someone who could stage a coup to become president wouldn't he be a simple-minded, brawny fool, right? Of course not. They're all cunning old foxes. A few minutes later, major airlines from the United States, Great Britain, France, and others received a fax from the presidential palace in Mogadishu at the same time. It was a document signed by Somali President Sidebar, requesting them to prohibit flights to Mogadishu Airport starting today because all international flights will be grounded starting tomorrow. They were all taken aback. What is the Somali government doing? However, since it was a grounding order issued by a sovereign nation, they could only comply. But of course, there were objections. Suddenly grounding flights would affect customers who had purchased tickets to Somalia for travel. Wouldn't this harm their company's reputation? This matter quickly reached the embassies of various countries in Somalia. But in the end, it came to nothing. Could Ada be unaware of this matter? Naturally, Ji Qihong called Chu Zihong in advance, simply to say some things about how he was under pressure and so on. Chu Zihong, being someone who dislikes trouble, directly used money to silence Aidid. Upon receiving the money, Aidid was naturally satisfied and hung up the phone, then used the benefits to curry favor with various embassies. The issue of a no-fly zone could be serious or trivial. Moreover, the flights to Mali from Tonghang only occur 2 to 3 times a week. There are another 2 airports around Mogadishu, so they could just switch to those airports. The interests involved were negligible. Naturally, this turned a major issue into a minor one, and a minor issue into nothing at all. President Sidebar, upon learning the outcome, was furious. Once again, he felt thwarted. Damn it, Aidid. However, while this President Sidebar was filled with hatred and anger, he also set his sights on Chu Zihong. I can't afford a mess with Aidid. Damn it. Can't I deal with you? Chapter 40. A visitor from the Chinese embassy, Chu Zihong refuses to meet Mogadishu International Airport inside the office. Chu Zihong stood by the window, looking out at the entire airport through the Venetian blinds. At the same time, he was smoking. The room was filled with a choking smell of smoke. The cigarette he was smoking was called Marlboro, a globally renowned brand in the 1980s and 1990s. It had 3 flavor options: strong, light, and menthol. Chu Zihong preferred menthol, as it could refresh his mind when he was tired or troubled, allowing him to think better. Just like now, he recalled a few minutes ago when Aidid had knocked away 2 million Somali shillings from here. He felt he had somewhat underestimated this person's greed. However, greed is good. It indicates a flaw. One can better exploit this flaw to obtain what one desires. Aidid? Let's see if this guy can survive for a year. Daring to take his money, he is already destined to be dead. Knock, knock. A series of knocks sounded, followed by the office door being pushed open. Victor walked in. Boss, there's a person outside claiming to be a military attaché from the Chinese embassy, named Yao Yan. Chu Zihong paused his smoking hand, quickly turning to look at Victor. Victor, say that again. I was just thinking and didn't hear clearly. Victor, hearing this, had to repeat it once more. After confirming it was from the Chinese embassy, Chu Zihong frowned and fell into silence. After a while, he finally spoke. Victor, tell him I'm not here, and let him leave. Boss, since he's from your homeland, why not meet him? Victor asked, puzzled. Chu Zihong didn't want to explain too much and waved his hand. Do as I say. All right then, boss. Watching Victor leave, Chu Zihong rubbed his brow and sighed. He almost forgot an important thing. At this time, the rabbit, referring to China, had gradually become stronger, and its economic and trade exchanges with other countries had become closer. At that time, a very important market was Africa, where the rabbit had gained many benefits from trade with African countries, one of which was Somalia. Initially, Somalia hoped that the rabbits would intervene in the war to help them, but the rabbits naturally would not get involved in the war. Subsequently, Somalia changed its attitude, no longer demanding that the rabbits participate in the war, but hoping to purchase the rabbits' fighter jets. In the face of this proposal, the rabbits naturally would not refuse, as Somalia was already isolated from the world and could hardly purchase any equipment. The rabbit had become the only country Somalia could rely on, and at that time, the rabbit was very much in need of doing business with other countries to earn foreign exchange. Moreover, Somalia had many things that interested the rabbit. That was the engines of the Su-22 fighter jets in Somalia, which were extremely advanced and very important for the rabbit. Thus, the two sides ultimately reached a contract worth $33.1 million, with the rabbit selling 26J-6 jets to Somalia, and in addition to paying for the goods, Somalia also had to give the rabbit 4 Su-22 engines. These engines were sent back to the country for inspection and analysis by relevant experts, playing a significant role in the future development of the Air Force. However, after the transaction was completed, the rabbit specifically set up a permanent office in Somalia. However, although Somalia purchased these planes, their significance for their war was not as great as imagined. This was because Somalia not only lacked fighter jets, but also lacked the entire supporting industry. They soon fell into a dilemma of lacking weapons and ammunition, as well as maintenance equipment. This was also the reason why Aidid felt the airport was useless and rented it to Chu Zihong. The African market was a big cake that many arms dealers were eyeing, and countries around the world were no exception. Thinking about the possible conflicts in arms trade with China made Chu Zihong feel overwhelmed. So he simply chose not to meet, but business still had to be done. He could only say that they would talk later when they met. Right now, his own interests were the most important. He didn't want to deal with anything else. He tried to minimize contact. Airport office building. Rather than an office building, it was more like a 5-story small bungalow. At this moment, a jeep was parked downstairs. A Chinese man dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, with sharp eyes and a rugged face, exuding a military air, stood by the car. He was Yao Yan, the military attaché sent by the Chinese embassy that Victor mentioned earlier. The overseas military attaché is responsible for military diplomacy and military intelligence work, dispatched by the country's military intelligence agency. Yao Yan looked up at the blazing sun above, thinking that the weather here was really hot. It was obviously November, yet it felt no different from summer. It was much more comfortable back home. Just as he was lamenting, a sound of footsteps approached, bringing him back to his senses. The person coming was Victor. Yao, I'm sorry, our boss is not here. You should go back. Not here. Yao Yan's eyes flashed at the words, and a smile appeared on his face. How unfortunate. Since that's the case, we'll have to come back another day. Victor showed an apologetic expression and said, I'm very sorry. Yao, it's all right, we intruded. Yao Yan waved his hand nonchalantly. He shook hands with him and then took his leave. Watching the jeep drive away, Victor turned back to the office. Meanwhile, inside the departing jeep, Yao Yin sat calmly in the back seat, looking at the airport outside, lost in thought. In the passenger seat, a young guard turned his head to glance at Yao Yin with an expression that seemed to want to say something but hesitated. Yao Yin seemed to sense the guard hesitation and shot him a displeased glance. I say, Xiao Lu, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't be so wishy-washy like a woman. Chief, that Chinese named Nicholas you clearly is upstairs. Why did he have someone say he is not here? Is this looking down on us? Or has this guy forgotten his roots? The guard Xiao Lu immediately spoke indignantly. You can't say that. Yao Yin shook his head and said, these overseas compatriots have grown up abroad and have received the European education system, even though they have the same face. They are actually very different from us. Different paths, no collaboration. It's normal for him to refuse to see us. But didn't Qian Lao and the others? Xiao Lu hadn't finished speaking when he was silenced by Yao Yan's glare. All right, don't say those things. Ambassador Ouyang just asked us to try the invitation. It's expected that the other party would refuse. Okay. Xiao Lu had nothing more to say, silently turning around. Yao Yin then looked back outside at the gradually receding airport. His eyes reflected contemplation, as well as a hint of speculation. Chapter 41 Revenge from President Barr. Shortly after the people from Huagua left, a group of fully armed Somali police suddenly drove into Mogadishu International Airport. The security personnel tried to stop them, but were quickly subdued. Soon, the news reached Chu Zihong. In the office, upon hearing that a group of fully armed Somali police was storming the airport and heading straight for the office building, Chu Zihong furrowed his brow. Sensing that something was unusual, most of the police in Mogadishu were directly controlled by President Sidebar. This was also why Aidid could control the vast majority of the military and sit safely in the presidential palace. After all, he was still the president recognized by various governments. Naturally, Aidid did not dare to take action against Barr at this moment. A year later, when he fully controlled Mogadishu, it would be another story. This sudden influx of police could possibly be dispatched by President Sidebar. It seemed that President Sidebar did not dare to confront Aidid. So he targeted himself? Hey, did he really think he was easy to bully? Thinking of this, Chu Zihong picked up the phone and called Aidid. The phone rang twice, and then Aidid's voice came from the other end. This is Aidid. Who is it? General Aidid, this is Nicholas. After introducing himself, Chu Zihong immediately demanded an explanation. General, may I ask if a group of fully armed Mogadishu police has arrived at my airport? Is this your doing or someone else's? Upon hearing this, Aidid immediately put on a hypocritical smile and said, of course, this is not my intention. Nicholas, we are brothers, aren't we? Don't worry. I will handle this matter for you and definitely give you a satisfactory answer. I hope so, Chu Zihong replied coldly before hanging up. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Aidid looked at the phone in his hand, his expression darkening. Since taking control of Mogadishu, it was the first time someone had dared to hang up on him. According to his past temperament, such a person would have long been dragged out and shot dead. However, considering that Chu Zihong had greatly satisfied his vanity at his birthday banquet, showing off in front of the powers and then bringing him a batch of arms, such an arms dealer was exactly what he needed. After all, since the Soviet Union stopped supporting Somalia, their situation had been declining day by day. The national economy was in shambles, and the resources obtained from seeking help from the international community were pitifully scarce. Trading with Huagua had brought in a batch of fighter jets, and there was still a payment of 17 million US dollars that had not been settled. Chu Zihong's appearance gave him hope. Naturally, he did not want his benefactor to encounter problems, because after overthrowing the current government, the army's weapons would still depend on Chu Zihong. He could only swallow this anger. However, the fact that Sidebar dared to ruin his good fortune instantly turned Aidid's anger towards Sidebar. He immediately put on a cold face and shouted outside, Lex. The next moment, the door opened, and Lex hurriedly walked in, respectfully saying, General, what are your orders? You immediately take a team of guards to the airport and drive away those troublesome guys. Kill anyone who obstructs us. Understood, General. Lex's eyes flashed with determination as he turned and left. Soon, a well-equipped and well-trained guard team boarded several armed pickups and quickly left Aidid's large villa. Meanwhile, at the Mogadishu International Airport, the office building was completely surrounded by Somali police. A team of police, led by a middle-aged black man, was about to rush inside. Victor appeared with 4 members of NOCS and blocked their way. Each of them raised their MP5 submachine guns, aiming at the Somali police ready to charge in. What does the fully armed Somali police intend to do here? Don't you know this is an airport rented by the Sam Country Protection Umbrella Company? Trespassing here is like invading Sam territory. Victor's gaze swept over the incoming Somali police as he raised the Sam Country flag, looking righteous. Seeing the Sam Country flag, the leading middle-aged black man frowned, clearly feeling a bit intimidated. The surrounding police exchanged glances and lowered their weapons. The Sam Country is one of the 2 superpowers in the world, with powerful military strength spread across the globe. Currently, there is a Sam Country military base in the suburbs of Mogadishu. Moreover, there is also the Sam Country embassy in the city. Offending them is not something a small police chief like him can bear the consequences of, unless he no longer wants to live. The black police chief immediately raised his hands and said, "Sir, please don't misunderstand. I am Amir, the chief of Mogadishu Police. An hour ago, I received a report that several anti-government elements were hiding at the airport. I am just following orders to search, and there is absolutely no intention to invade." Hearing this, Victor coldly laughed and said, "Your Excellency, Chief, why do you Somalis always like to talk nonsense? Besides our protection umbrella company employees, where are the anti-government elements?" Amir awkwardly struggled to find words. He had to admit that his reasoning was indeed a bit forced. But this was the reasoning given to him from above. And even the search warrant was written this way. What could he do? Damn it, just destroy it. He thought in his heart. In reality, he certainly wouldn't do that. "Sir, this is the search warrant. I'm just doing my job." Amir hurriedly handed over the search warrant. Victor did not take it, but glanced at the search warrant. Seeing that the signature was not Aided's, but President Syed Barr's, he instantly understood what was going on. Aided and President Syed Barr were political enemies and had always been at odds. In fact, when Syed Barr came to power, he had imprisoned Aided for several years. The 2 were basically in a life-and-death struggle that could not be reconciled. The boss had done a deal with Aided, and it was likely that Syed Barr had received the news and did not dare to take action against Aided. This President Syed Barr could only vent his anger on their boss. Understanding this, Victor said, "Your Excellency, Chief, I need to inform our boss. Until then, you can't go in." "Sir, of course, no problem." Amir shrugged and immediately ordered his subordinates to withdraw a distance. Seeing the other party's sincerity, Victor instructed his subordinates, "You stay outside. If they dare to come in, shoot immediately." "Yes, Captain." Victor glanced at Amir and the others again before turning and entering the office building. Soon, he arrived at Chu Zihang's office on the upper floor. "Boss, those Somali police are sent by President Syed Barr." Chu Zihang had been standing by the blinds, watching the situation below. Upon hearing Victor's report, he turned his head and squinted, saying, "Syed Barr, it seems we have become Aided's scapegoat. Boss, what should we do now?" "Wait, Aided will send someone to handle it." Chu Zihang pulled out the boss's chair and calmly sat down. Without the support of the Soviet Union, Somalia lost its supply of equipment. Essentially, it became a headless fly without a backing. Moreover, the neighboring countries that had been bullied by Somalia would not take the opportunity to seek revenge. Their emergence gave Aided a glimmer of hope. He couldn't ignore it. Now, he could only wait quietly. However, today's events serve as a wake-up call for him. A toothless arms dealer is not a real international arms dealer. Fortunately, after tomorrow, he will have the manpower he needs in place. Thinking of this, a chilling cold light flickered in Chu Zihang's eyes. "Syed Barr, clean yourself up and wait to die. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late." "Nonsense. I take revenge without saving it for the new year." Chapter 42, Let the Bullets Fly for a while. Mogadishu Airport, inside the office. Chu Zihang leaned back in the boss's chair, eyes closed, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. Victor stood by the blinds, looking down at the situation below. Just then, he saw 6 or 7 armed pickup trucks charging over with great momentum. At the same time, he noticed several fully armed soldiers sitting in the back of the trucks. The fluttering black flag was the emblem of Aided's personal guard. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of the Somali police outside the office building, who turned to look. The expression of Police Chief Amir instantly changed. "Damn it, it's Aided's personal guard. They are a group of well-trained, cold-blooded killers. Almost no one in Mogadishu dares to provoke them. With these people coming, can they expect a good outcome? TMD, why did I take on such a task? Now it's clear that the scapegoat will be me. Thinking of this, Amir seemed to lose all his spirit, becoming somewhat dejected. In the battles of the big shots, the little guys are often just pawns, a pawn that can be sacrificed at will. This is the tragedy of the little people. In a world where interests reign supreme, it has always been a survival of the fittest. This unchanging truth since ancient times. To change it, one must climb step by step. Only by reaching a height that others cannot aspire to can one grasp their own destiny. This is also the principle by which Chu Zihong enters the world. To be a supreme overlord who controls his own fate and the fate of others. Anyone who hinders his ascent will not live long. God's block, kill gods. Buddha's block, kill Buddhas. Victor withdrew his gaze, turned to Chu Zihong, who was resting with his eyes closed in the boss's chair, and said, "Boss, Aided's people are here." Upon hearing this, Chu Zihong stopped tapping on the table. His eyes suddenly opened. A smile crept across his lips as he said, 10 minutes used, not bad efficiency. Boss, should we go down? No need, someone will come up. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the office door. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Victor couldn't help but admire the boss's foresight and immediately went to open the door. Standing at the doorway was none other than Aided's confidant, Lex. He was alone, with no one else accompanying him. What followed were merely some apologetic words, which Chu Zihong had anticipated long ago. "Mr. Nicholas, our general said that if you need, those people outside can be killed," Lex said with a smile, as if it were a trivial matter. "Lex, please thank your general for his kindness on my behalf. I'm just a peace-loving arms dealer, not a cold-blooded butcher." Chu Zihong waved his hand and said. His words carried a hint of sarcasm. Lex understood perfectly. He chuckled and replied, "Mr. Nicholas, you are truly humorous." "Humorous? I'm just speaking the truth." Chu Zihong blinked seriously. "Huh." Lex chuckled, but said nothing more. A peace-loving arms dealer? That is indeed the biggest joke of the century. Behind any war, the shadow of arms dealers is never absent. Just like Uncle Sam in World War II, initially selling weapons everywhere. If it weren't for the provocation by the island nation, bombing Pearl Harbor, would they have entered the war? Of course, only Uncle Sam knows the truth about the bombing of Pearl Harbor. "Mr. Nicholas, if you're not going to handle it, how about I help you?" Lex pointed to the Somali police officers kneeling on the ground, cradling their bodies. "You can do as you wish with your internal matters," Chu Zihong shrugged, adopting an observer's attitude. Lex's expression shifted, and he immediately issued orders to the guards. "Pull them out 5 meters and execute them on the spot." As soon as the words fell, the Somali police turned pale, and Amir let out a bitter laugh. There was regret, unwillingness, and an endless resentment towards President Sidebar, who had given the orders. Upon hearing this command, Chu Zihong couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Isn't this just killing the chicken to scare the monkey, sending a warning to me? If I don't obediently comply, my fate will be the same as these police officers. Just a bunch of leftovers from the ancestors. So scary. Those who dare to threaten me can line up at the gates of hell. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of dense gunfire, the Somali police who had come with such aggression were all dead in front of the airport office building. A large pool of glaring blood under the sun appeared exceptionally eye-catching, especially the corpses that refused to close their eyes, which were not taken away by Lex, but were directly left behind as he departed. Chu Zihong stood on the steps in front of the office building, watching Lex lead the guards away. He appeared so calm that it was somewhat terrifying, even giving Victor beside him a chilling feeling. After a moment of silence, Chu Zihong finally withdrew his gaze and said, "Call Sini's over and have him find some people to deal with those corpses." "Boss, what Aided's people did is..." Victor's words were cut off by a wave of Chu Zihong's hand. "Victor, have you heard the words from the Bible where God said..." "What words?" "God said, if he wants to destroy a person, he must first make them crazy." Upon hearing this, Victor seemed to suddenly understand something, his eyes brightening. "Boss, you mean, let the bullets fly for a while." Chu Zihong tossed out this line and turned to enter the office building. At the same time, the news that the group of police led by Amir had been killed by the guards sent by Aided reached the presidential palace at the fastest speed. When President Sayed Barr learned of the news, his expression instantly darkened. The temperature in the entire office seemed to drop to an all-time low. The female secretary rubbed her goosebumps and hurriedly left the office. She didn't dare to stay any longer. Otherwise, she would be the one suffering. As soon as she stepped out, she heard the sounds of things being smashed in the office, accompanied by a series of beast-like roars and howls. How terrifying! The female secretary patted her prominent chest, quickly leaving in fear. In contrast, Ada was quite pleased, praising Lex for doing a great job. As expected of my confidant, when it comes to doing things, it is always so satisfactory. Not only did he give Sidebar a warning to not ruin my good things, but he also warned Chu Zihong to better cooperate with me and not have any other thoughts. Well done. Very good. Little did he know, he had directly brought about his own demise. Would Chu Zihong, who has always been vengeful, be an easy target to bully? Of course not. It can be said that both Sidebar and Aided had already made it onto Chu Zihong's blacklist. Since they are uncontrollable, why not support his puppet forces to rise to power? Don't you think so? Chapter 43. What is it like if President Sam is one of us? Somalia time, 10 o'clock a.m. There are only 24 hours left until the system rewards of Ukrainian arms and talent arrive. Chu Zihong did not continue to stay in Somalia, but directly returned to Basseso with Victor and others. When he returns to Mogadishu again, it will surely stir up a bloody storm. The morning sun in Somalia is extremely scorching. As the view from the sky slowly zooms in, 3 Hummers are seen racing along a winding road in the middle of the desert. Inside the car, Chu Zihong gazes at the rapidly passing desert, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the armrest. Boss, your Uncle Phelps is on the phone. Victor turned his head and handed over the satellite phone. Chu Zihong took the satellite phone and greeted enthusiastically, Uncle Phelps, good evening. Have you eaten? On the other end of the line, Phelps stood in front of the blinds in his office, rubbing his forehead and said, just finished. Your Aunt Caitlin has already prepared dinner, waiting for me to come back. That's great. Thinking about the steak Aunt Caitlin makes is making my mouth water. Haha, come back home when you have time. I want Aunt Caitlin to cook for you. Your Aunt Caitlin has been thinking about you. Phelps smiled and said. Hearing this, Chu Zihong felt a warmth in his heart. It's nice to have someone caring for you in a foreign land. Although they are not blood relatives, they're like family. After chatting about family matters for a while, Phelps sat down on the sofa, his expression becoming serious as he began to get to the point. Chu, the goods you wanted are ready. They should be able to fly to Basseso tomorrow. Chu Zihong was slightly surprised and quickly expressed his gratitude. Uncle Phelps, thank you for your hard work. You prepared it in just 2 days. This time, he ordered 1,000 tons of supplies, with various spirits making up the majority. In addition to the liquor from Sam's country, there are also white spirits from his homeland, such as Erwotu and Matai. These drinks suit the Soviet palate, being rich and strong, which they prefer. The rest consists of various daily necessities, including soap, shower gel, shampoo, towels, warm clothing, and so on. Also included are various meat products. These items can fetch a lot of arms in the resource-scarce Soviet Union. Moreover, this time Chu Zihong intends to exchange for some heavy weapons, aiming for larger developments. He wants to take advantage of the situation before the Soviet Union collapses to maximize his gains. Once the 1990s arrive, with Sam and European countries entering the scene, it will be harder to exploit the situation. However, the 1,000 tons of supplies have cost him nearly half of his assets. Currently, he only has $200 million and a bag of blood diamonds left. But he is not worried about going bankrupt. The Ukrainian arms rewarded by the system will arrive at the port tomorrow. Selling them will surely bring him at least $10 billion. Who's afraid of bankruptcy? Everything is moving in a positive direction. Chu, let's not be polite between us. However, the quantity of goods this time is huge. So be careful when heading to the Soviet Union. Phelps didn't find it hard, but felt that the large quantity of goods Chu Zihong wanted could easily attract attention. He had to remind him seriously, especially the KGB. If they set their sights on you, your arms transactions in the Soviet Union could very well be halted. I understand. I will be cautious. Chu Zihong nodded seriously, indicating that he would be careful. That's good. Phelps smiled and continued. Also, the several congressmen you asked me to find have agreed to accept Umbrella Corporation's funding, but it must be no less than $200 million a year. Besides, you specifically asked me to bribe military personnel, including mid-level CIA staff. The progress is going very smoothly, and there are interested candidates. Hearing this good news, Chu Zihong was extremely excited. Having his own umbrella in Sam's country meant he no longer had to worry about being targeted by the CIA or FBI, making it easier for him to operate in Sam's country in the future. Chu Zihong certainly did not want the Umbrella Corporation's branch in Tiago City to be shut down. Of course, he actually hoped that under his sponsorship, these congressmen could become significant figures in Sam's country. With even the higher-ups being his people, would he still need to worry about someone causing him trouble? If he couldn't beat them, he would corrode and assimilate them from within. In addition, he could also receive orders from his Sam military. Not making money is foolish, right? If he wants to replace military-industrial giants like Lockheed Martin, Boeing, and General Dynamics, he must do so. Moreover, as an umbrella corporation, if he doesn't become the top boss above all countries, it would be unacceptable, right? Not only would it be a disservice to the name, but it would also be a disservice to having the system. Overall, the current progress is quite good, but it's still far from enough. To successfully control some people, he still needs to grasp their lifeline. He does not want the story of the farmer and the snake to happen to him one day. 10 minutes later, after hanging up the phone, Chu Zihong felt refreshed. He had to say, Uncle Phelps was indeed a famous legal pioneer in Tiago City. He handled matters efficiently and effectively. Chu Zihong had a thought. Should he support Uncle Phelps to compete for that position? With his abilities, it seemed possible. However, this matter needs to be planned carefully. One cannot rush and eat hot tofu. Before the sun sets, Chu Zihong and his group successfully arrived at the Dyer tribe near Bosaso Airport. This tribe is a puppet force he supports, and the future base will naturally be here. The current Dyer tribe is undergoing renovation and reconstruction everywhere, bustling with activity. Boss, this new chieftain is quite decisive and has thoroughly implemented your instructions, Victor said as he looked through the car window, unable to help but turn his head and speak. If he wants to survive, he has to do so. Chu Zihong smiled, as if he had seen through everything. Mohammed Syed's decisiveness is built on his own life. If he does not obey, it is his own death. Clearly, he made the right choice. A puppet must have the awareness to be a puppet. As soon as they got out of the car, the new leader of the Dyer tribe, Mohammed Syed, came forward with people. Boss, you've worked hard all the way. We have prepared delicious dishes to welcome you. He spoke in awkward Chinese, like a child learning to speak, which was a bit amusing. Chu Zihong glanced at Mohammed Syed, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. This guy is quite dedicated. He actually learned Chinese, but sounds too terrible. He reached out and patted Mohammed Syed's shoulder, saying, Syed, your Chinese is very good, but don't say it next time. Mohammed Syed was taken aback, thinking he had said something wrong. He rubbed his hands and cautiously asked, Boss, are you not satisfied? No, very satisfied. It's just a bit hard on the ears. So don't say it. Don't insult such a noble language. Mohammed Syed. Deeply hurt, Mohammed Syed decided that he would practice Chinese well from now on. As a result, in the future, almost everyone in the Dyer tribe would be able to speak Chinese. This was something Chu Zihong never expected. An unintentional remark changed the entire local tribe. Chapter 44 He here. Big Brother is coming on the winds and waves the next day before dawn. Chu Zihong couldn't wait any longer and brought Victor and others to the Bosaso port. In the 2 days since he left, Mohammed Syed had secured a 50-year usage right for Bosaso port through the Bosaso government. Therefore, the current Bosaso port now belonged to Chu Zihong as private territory. The defense forces were stationed by 2 squads from the USS Rapid Response Unit, which also served as their temporary training base. Although there were only 25 men, they were as formidable as an army of thousands. As the elite Rapid Response Unit of Umbrella, each member was a master among masters. Since the headquarters was not available, they had to make do. At the dock, Chu Zihong was eagerly waiting, but no cargo ships appeared along the distant coastline. Time passed slowly. The sun gradually rose, radiating intense heat. Waiting was undoubtedly the most tormenting. After waiting for about an hour, Chu Zihong felt like he had become a stone waiting for a husband. He had to wipe the sweat off and take a sip of water to rehydrate. The sun in Somalia was even more scorching than the June sun. Just as Chu Zihong was taking a sip of water, a loud horn echoed through the sky. Woo! Hearing this sound, Chu Zihong excitedly sprayed water everywhere. not bothering to wipe his mouth. He hurriedly picked up the binoculars to take a closer look. Suddenly, a large red, ocean-going cargo ship appeared on the distant coastline. The ship had a deep waterline, clearly loaded with goods. "It's here. Yes, here. Big Brother is coming on the winds and waves." At the moment he spotted the cargo ship, Chu Zihong felt an unprecedented excitement. Look, what did he find? Money. Countless money. No, it should be a mountain of gold and silver. Oh my gosh, I'm going to get rich. At this moment, the large red ocean-going cargo ship was moving at full speed, slowing down only after entering the port's water area. In no time, it had approached the dock. From a distance, it didn't seem that big. But when the cargo ship truly came before him, he realized it was enormous. This was not just big. It was a towering giant. Not only did it shock Chu Zihong, but it also astonished everyone at the dock. Oh my gosh, what did they see? Is this a mountain towering into the clouds? How could there be such a massive giant ship in the world? It was simply unbelievable. As the giant ship docked, it slowly came to a stop. At that moment, the entire dock darkened, as if it were night. Chu Zihong snapped back to reality. Looking up at the colossal object before him, he felt a familiar sensation. A virtual screen panel appeared before his eyes. The data displayed on the screen was all about the giant ship in front of him. Wow, it turned out to be this big guy. Name, Evelyn Maersk container ship. Length, 397. 7 meters width, 56. 4 meters height, 76. 5 meters weight, 450,000 tons. Built by A.P. Maersk Shipping Company. If Chu Zihong remembered correctly, this giant ship was the only ship in the world with a hull width capable of accommodating 22 rows of containers. And it was over 60 meters longer than the world's largest Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, towering higher than the Eiffel Tower when standing upright. Its container capacity was 11,000 TEUs. And if transported by train, the total length of the train cars would reach 71 kilometers. Fully loaded, its maximum draft reached 16 meters, and its long and heavy characteristics determined its high requirements for docking ports. In addition, it was the most environmentally friendly and technologically advanced container ship in the world. Highly automated, it was fully monitored by a computer system and required only 13 crew members to operate. Boss, isn't this giant ship too big? Victor looked up at the colossal object in surprise, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Big? It's just average, Chu Zihong said calmly, glancing at Victor, who had never seen such grandeur, speaking with a hint of pretentiousness. The large transport ship universe, independently researched by Huagua in his past life, was much bigger than the Maersk giant. Speaking of rabbits, they truly were impressive. Despite numerous difficulties, they decisively broke through the technological blockade imposed by Western countries and created their own ocean-going cargo ship. People must strive for success themselves. Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. Just average? Victor was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Boss, is there an even bigger one?" "Of course. It's south, just second place." Chu Zihong pointed at the Evelyn Maersk container ship and said, "This one is still the second in the world." Victor was shocked. How big could number one ship be? It was simply unbelievable. His imagination was completely limited. While everyone was in shock, the gangway of the Evelyn Maersk container ship fell with a clatter, slowly descending to the dock. Chu Zihong looked up. Suddenly, he saw a number of people of various skin colors appearing on the gangway. There were a total of 10 people, likely the 10 special talents rewarded by the system. Aside from these special talents, there were also 2 or 3 Chinese wearing white uniforms. They should be the ship's captain. However, this time, it wasn't a white person, but Chinese? This surprised Chu Zihong for a moment. Then he broke into a smile. Chinese are better. They feel more familiar. Soon, all these people descended the gangway and came before Chu Zihong. Just as everyone was about to say something, Chu Zihong directly interrupted them. "You've worked hard on the way. Let's talk after you rest." "Thank you, boss. No need to be so formal among family." Chu Zihong smiled, then instructed Victor to take these people down to rest. He himself approached the 3 Chinese crew members. "Which of you is the captain?" "Boss, Captain Zheng Yixing reports to you." One of the middle-aged men stepped forward and saluted Chu Zihong, his voice loud and clear. This smooth action was filled with military demeanor. Clearly, This Zheng Yixing had served in the military. Chu Zihong looked Zheng Yixing up and down, displaying a satisfied smile. Nice. Captain Zheng has served in the military, right? I was a captain of a naval frigate, later retired for personal reasons, Zheng Yixing explained. Chu Zihong was surprised and thought to himself that the system was quite generous. Not only did it give him a container giant ship far beyond this world, but it also gifted him a batch of maritime talents. What conscience! In addition to Captain Zheng Yixing, the other two were the first mate, also retired from the Navy, both having experience as captains. These three could each stand alone as captains. Chu Zihong was practically in love with the system. As an arms dealer, wanting to have global delivery capabilities naturally includes land, sea, and air. With the Evelyn Maersk container ship, the maritime trade line was basically secure. As long as there are seas, he could deliver. The only arms dealer with the world's largest ship, who else could compare? Chapter 45. The Lucky Star Colette brings the mercenary king of the Digger tribe. The chieftain received news that a towering giant ship had arrived at the port, reportedly belonging to the Umbrella Corporation. A soldier rushed into Ahmed's residence to report. The giant ship? Ahmad was taken aback, then asked, "Did you see what was loaded on it?" "It's all containers, definitely military supplies," the soldier replied. "You can go now. Keep watching." Ahmad dismissed the soldier and paced back and forth in the room, frowning. Then he paused, deep in thought, hesitating and speculating. A giant ship has a minimum capacity of hundreds of tons. What does that signify? It means that Nicholas must have brought a massive amount of military supplies. At that moment, he felt a stirring in his heart. It was like mountains of gold and silver lay before him. If he could swallow this batch of military supplies, not only would it strengthen the tribe's power, but he could also hand over the remaining supplies to President Syed Bear. Their tribe would be the first benefactor. Such a windfall only comes once. However, Ahmad suppressed his greedy impulses and calmed himself down. To acquire so many military supplies and have a giant ship deliver them likely meant there was support from great powers behind it. This indicated that if he swallowed this batch of military supplies, the subsequent repercussions would be unbearable for him, possibly even provoking military retaliation from the powerful nations behind Nicholas, bringing disaster upon the entire Digger tribe, making it a total loss. Weighing the pros and cons, it was clear that the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. He wasn't a fool, nor was he reckless. He could only befriend international arms dealers like Nicholas, not offend them. The thought of the massive amount of military supplies made his heart itch, leaving him unsatisfied. No matter how unwilling he was, in the end, he had to grit his teeth and give up. After all, his power was insufficient. Meanwhile, on the deck of the giant ship, Chu Zihong and others, led by Captain Zheng Yixing, successfully boarded the vessel along the ship's rail. Looking around, the vast cargo hold was filled with rows of containers stacked like mountains. Chu Zihong frowned in confusion. He didn't see any tanks, armored vehicles, or helicopters. The system rewarded him with 50 T-72 tanks, 100 T-64 tanks, 30 BTR-60s, and 20 Mi-24 helicopters. Why were there only containers? He hadn't seen a single tank. Captain Zheng, why are there only containers? Where are the tanks and armored vehicles? Boss, to avoid unnecessary trouble, the first level of containers contains living supplies for inspection. The second level has weapons and ammunition, while the tanks, armored vehicles, and helicopters are all in the third level. Zheng Yixing explained with a smile. "Oh, I see," Chu Zihong said with realization, then added with satisfaction, "You guys thought it through. Well done. It's our duty to alleviate the boss's worries." Zheng Yixing laughed. "Ha, great. The system has gifted me another batch of living supplies. Awesome." After disembarking from the giant ship, Chu Zihong noticed the dock's crane seemed only half the height of the Evelyn Maersk cargo ship. It looked like a little dwarf standing in front of giant, weak and helpless. He turned to ask, "Captain Zheng, how do you unload the cargo?" "Boss, the cargo ship is fully automated. There are cranes on board to unload the goods." Zheng Yixing smiled and explained. "That's great." Chu Zihong thought he would have to buy a crane, but it turned out they had their own, which relieved him. With limited funds now, he needed to be frugal. Zheng Yixing then returned to the giant ship to begin operating the computer to unload the large amount of military supplies. At that moment, 6 old buses drove into Boseso port and quickly stopped on an empty space not far from Chu Zihong. He looked over in confusion. The first person to get off was Colette. Then, many others followed, totaling at least 100 people, all exuding a military aura. When Colette saw Chu Zihong, he immediately jogged over respectfully. "Boss, Colette has fulfilled the mission you assigned. How many people did you bring back this time?" Chu Zihong glanced at the crowd in surprise. "Boss, there are at least 200 to 300 people here," Victor interjected. Colette smiled slightly and said, "Boss, besides 19 retired soldiers. I also spent money to recruit 321 mercenaries from the French Foreign Legion." Chu Zihong was stunned. "Wow, I didn't expect this. This guy was incredibly efficient, even recruiting from the French Foreign Legion, and not just a few, but 321. This brother was definitely reliable." Not only was Chu Zihong shocked, but Victor was also wide-eyed. Recruiting from the French Foreign Legion? What a tough guy. Coming back to his senses. Chu Zihong didn't know what to say and immediately gave him a bear hug. "You did great." For this, Chu Zihong generously rewarded Colette with $100,000. Additionally, according to his previous promise, he gave Colette $500 for each person he brought in. The total was settled for Colette. Having received so much money for the first time, Colette's face turned red with excitement. However, Colette seemed to remember something and awkwardly scratched his head, saying, "Boss, I've already spent all the money you gave me. It was only 200,000, but the people you brought me are already worth more than that." Chu Zihong patted Colette's shoulder and smiled. $200,000 for 321 mercenaries from the French Foreign Legion. What a bargain. "Boss, there's one person I need to introduce to you seriously." Colette slapped his forehead and then went back to the group, bringing a middle-aged white man to Chu Zihong. "Boss, this is my former instructor from the Special Forces, Bob Dennar, definitely the best of the best among Special Forces." "Who?" Chu Zihong was suddenly taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Colette patiently repeated his instructor's name. Upon hearing it, Chu Zihong fell silent, staring at Bob Dennar. Colette and Bob Dennar exchanged glances, unsure of what was happening. But little did they know that Chu Zihong was completely silent from excitement. Wow, it's the legendary Bob Dennar. This big shot was the king of mercenaries. He had spent almost half his life involved in coups and assassinations and was known as the first mercenary of France. The most shocking textbook-like classic battle in the world was when he led a team of mercenaries on bicycles into Angola, launching a coup that left the world stunned, installing a pro-American regime. Among all coup conspiracies, Dennar was most famous for his 4 coups in Comoros, where he became the country's supreme leader. He seemed to be born for war, having orchestrated coups and assassinations across Asia and Africa for 30 years, becoming the supreme leader in more than 10 countries. An absolute legend, and such a legendary figure was actually brought before him. At this moment, he didn't know what words to use to describe his feelings. Chapter 46. What butcher? Is it the peace-loving messenger boss? Hearing someone call his name, Chu Zihong withdrew from his thoughts and looked at Bob Dennar in front of him. "Mr. Dennar, on behalf of all the employees of Umbrella Corporation, welcome to the team." After saying that, Chu Zihong smiled broadly and extended his hand to show his welcome. It was only right to treat this legendary figure in the PMC industry with respect. Dennar was also taken aback and quickly shook hands with him. After some pleasantries, Chu Zihong instructed Colette to take people down to rest, arranging everything for a welcome dinner in the evening. Just as Colette took the team downstairs, Victor received a phone call. It turned out that the comrades he had invited had arrived at Bosaso port, but were stopped outside by the port security. After hanging up, Victor immediately reported to Chu Zihong. "Boss, the people I invited have arrived." "Oh, where are they?" "Hurry and let them in," Chu Zihong said, his eyes lighting up. "What great news! A batch of mercenaries has arrived, and now another batch. What a wonderful day. With all this good news, it would be a shame not to buy a lottery ticket." "Boss, they're being stopped at the port gate by the security," Victor explained. "Let's go, we're heading over," Chu Zihong said without hesitation, waving Victor to get in the car and heading to the port gate. Eager for talent, he couldn't care less about saving face. Talent is a rare commodity. If missed, one would regret it forever. Meanwhile, at the Bosaso port gate, 3 white jeeps were parked. In the lead jeep sat 3 people, while the other 2 vehicles each contained 5 people, totaling 13 individuals. These people looked quite formidable, each exuding a subtle air of iron-bloodedness. They were either assassins or professional mercenaries. Moreover, They all had a unified tattoo on their left wrists, depicting a skull gripping a dagger. Mercenaries with a unified tattoo pattern seemed more like part of a mysterious organization. I say, Barney, why did you bring us to Somalia? Wasn't there a big job? A bald white man, who resembled Gouda, asked in confusion from the front passenger seat of the lead vehicle. They did not belong to any mercenary organization, but were freelancers taking on odd jobs. Teams like theirs were not uncommon, so landing a big job was no easy feat. Yet, their boss had given up and brought them to Somalia in East Africa. Christmas was baffled. Who would turn down money? Barney Ross leaned his hand out the window and said, "A brother I fought alongside introduced us to a job with pretty decent benefits. That big job isn't worth mentioning." "What job?" "You're not bringing us to join another mercenary organization, are you?" "God armed were the ghosts." Christmas frowned and asked, I say, "Christmas, do you think I would lead our suicide squad into one of those butcher organizations?" Barney Ross rolled his eyes in disbelief. "Barney, we are butchers. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to call others butchers?" A white man in the back seat chimed in, his tone teasing. This guy was named Fee Highway, an expert in explosives and the brains of the suicide squad. "Are we butchers? We are peace-loving messengers, okay?" Barney Ross retorted. However, his tone sounded strikingly similar to Chu Zihong, both fond of talking about peace. In short, big talkers. Does God know you said that? Christmas felt that Barney Ross's skin was truly thick. I think. He knows now." Barney Ross shrugged and smirked. "A car is coming," Fee pointed outside. Barney Ross and Christmas looked up to see a Humvee speeding toward them from the port. Then, the Humvee made a sharp turn and parked elegantly at the gate. The doors opened, and an Asian man, accompanied by a blonde white man, got out of the vehicle. "Get out. Let us meet our future boss," Barney Ross said to the two, opening the car door first. Christmas and Fee exchanged glances, finding it interesting to see an Asian in Somalia, resembling yin and yang. They then followed suit and got out of the vehicle. On the other side, Chu Zihong saw the tall, white man walking toward them and was instantly stunned. "Ward? Who did I just see?" "Stallone. My idol." However, when Chu Zihong saw the two following closely behind him, he could immediately confirm that the mercenaries Victor invited were the main cast of the Expendables movie series. He never expected such a surprise to come so quickly. The strength of the Expendables team was undoubtedly powerful, definitely on par with the USS Rapid Reaction Force. To verify his thoughts, Chu Zihong threw out a probe. As expected, the entire Expendables team had indeed reached the level of a tactical special forces team. The key was that the Expendables Victor introduced to him were from the third movie. Not just 5 people, but 13 new and old members. A fully staffed Expendables team. Stallone and Jason Statham were here. As for his other idols, Schwarzenegger and Dwayne Johnson, how far could they be? Not only was Coletta's lucky star, but Victor was too. If he had a few more lucky stars like this, it wouldn't be long before he had a wealth of talent under him. The strongest PMC, private military company, on the surface undoubtedly belonged to Umbrella Corporation. Seeing his idol, Chu Zihong certainly wouldn't show excessive enthusiasm. After all, as the boss, he needed to maintain the aura of someone in a superior position. The next day, in the morning, at Bosaso Port, inside a warehouse, a total of 353 people sat in their chairs, each with a stack of contracts as thick as a fingernail and a pen in front of them. These individuals varied in skin color and wore different colored outfits, but their styles were extremely similar, all combat uniforms suitable for operations. They also shared a common characteristic. They were all tall, muscular men. This group of brawny men consisted of retired French soldiers, mercenaries recruited from the Foreign Legion, and members of the Expendables invited by Victor. They were flipping through the contracts, their facial expressions somewhat strange. The benefits listed in the contracts were simply astonishing. An annual salary of $30,000, high insurance coverage, and 2 months of vacation each year, with vacation funding provided by the company. Even if they died, there was a payout of $500,000. Additionally, the company would provide no less than $5,000 in death benefits to the families of employees who sacrificed their lives. With benefits like these, they were naturally determined to work hard. In the mercenary world, the best benefits usually topped out at around $40,000 to $50,000 a year, which was the salary level for top-tier mercenaries. For ordinary mercenaries, Earning 20 to 30,000 a year was already quite good, risking their lives. But seeing salaries below $10,000. I'm not in love anymore, just destroy it. However, with such great benefits from Umbrella Corporation, weren't they losing money? This was also the reason for their strange expressions. The benefits were so good that they felt like they were dreaming. At this moment, Christmas, sitting in the front row, nudged Barney Ross next to him with his elbow. He used lip reading to ask, "Barney, why is our contract different?" "Different how?" Barney Ross turned his pen around in his hand and responded in the same manner. "Those French mercenaries have a salary of 30,000, and if they die, they get 500,000. We're so much better than them. Could the Umbrella Corporation have made a mistake? Are you sure?" Barney Ross frowned, filled with doubts. "Is it a case of preferential treatment?" Little did Barney Ross know that the mercenaries from France were merely cannon fodder in Chu Zihong's eyes. The members of this suicide squad were elite, possessing the same strength as the USS Rapid Response Team. Naturally, they could not have the same benefits as cannon fodder, akin to the outer disciples in fantasy novels. How could they possibly be compared to the inner disciples? Chapter 47, the first batch of mercenaries from Umbrella Corporation. Tap, tap. A faint sound of footsteps approached. The attention of those looking at the contract was drawn to the front. Dressed in a dark blue suit, Chu Zihong entered the warehouse with Victor, Reaper Hank, and Wolf Mom Rupert, greeted by the first rays of morning sunlight. Seeing the future boss appear, everyone stood up in unison to pay their respects. As Chu Zihong stepped into the warehouse, he felt a serious and tense atmosphere hit him. The smell of soldiers. Anyone who has been to a military camp knows that there is a very special vibe that makes one feel serious. These mercenaries are the foundation of the Umbrella Corporation. With them, Umbrella Corporation can become the most powerful private military company in the world. No exceptions. With immense confidence, Chu Zihong stepped up to the podium in front of everyone, akin to an ancient emperor attending a morning court. Victor and the others stood behind him like 3 bodyguards, hands clasped behind their backs. Upon closer inspection, one could notice the badge on Victor's chest, as well as the red and white umbrella insignia on the right arms and berets of Reaper Hank and Wolf Mom Rupert. At this moment, Chu Zihong radiated an imposing presence, looking down on everyone. "Please, everyone take a seat." With a rustle, everyone sat down simultaneously, truly embodying the stance of standing like a pine and sitting like a bell. Just for this, Chu Zihong felt quite satisfied. This was the private army he envisioned. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chu Zihong, the president and CEO of Umbrella Corporation. Our Umbrella Corporation is not merely a military resource company, but a multinational conglomerate with a private armed force and our own technology and industry. Currently, our main business is arms dealing, and in the future, we will venture into more industries. Lastly, on behalf of all employees of the company, I sincerely welcome you all to join us at Umbrella Corporation. Our company's motto is, all actions are for the sake of world nuclear peace." As soon as his words fell, a thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Chu Zihong stood on the podium, looking down at everyone with satisfaction. These seasoned veterans still had some sense. He pressed down with his hand, and the applause immediately ceased. "Orders must be followed. Very good. You are all decisive soldiers, and I won't waste words. As long as you sign on the contract, you will receive a minimum annual salary of $30,000 as a base pay." Seeing that the crowd had no objections, Chu Zihong continued. "The price is that you must fully obey the company's commands and must not disclose any company secrets. Once you breach the contract, the amount you need to compensate is not just a few tens of thousands." At this point, Chu Zihong rubbed his neck. The implication was clear. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Breaching the contract not only meant losing money, but could also cost them their lives. However, in this era, an annual salary of $30,000 was incredibly tempting, even capable of saving their families. After a few seconds of silence, someone unhesitatingly picked up a pen and signed their name on the contract. Once someone took the lead, the remaining 300 people also picked up their pens and signed. Many among these mercenaries were the ones who needed money the most and were the most combat capable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been recruited by Colette. As for the members of the Suicide Squad, with Victor's connections and such a high salary, they naturally wouldn't refuse. Very well. You will feel grateful for your choice today. Seeing that everyone had signed, Chu Xiang's satisfied smile widened, and he praised loudly. May I ask a question? At this moment, someone raised their hand and asked, what are the differences between the U.S.'s, U.B.C.S. and U.T.S. units? Why do some people's contracts have different benefits from ours? Chu Zihong looked at the person asking the question. It was none other than Gunnar from the Suicide Squad. This outspoken young man was quite direct. As soon as Gunnar spoke, Barney Ross shot him a glare. Wasn't he asking this question right now, putting someone on the spot? But Gunnar didn't care. Asking questions is normal. This guy was really a one-track mind. Since someone had asked, Chu Zihong naturally had to clarify. Otherwise, the people below would definitely be dissatisfied. Buddy, you asked a great question. Let me clarify for everyone. The U.S.S. is an elite unit formed by our umbrella corporation, composed of tactical-level special forces. They mainly participate in the company's secret operations and are a highly confidential secret unit. Those with U.S.S. on their contracts have a base salary of $50,000 and a sacrifice compensation of $1 million. Upon hearing this, a stir erupted in the audience. Some mercenaries gasped in shock. Oh my God! Completing assessment tasks with an annual salary of $50,000 and a sacrifice compensation of $1 million. Such enticing benefits. Even top mercenaries don't earn that much, right? A company like this is worth joining. Chu Zihong pressed down with his hand to quiet the noise below. He continued, secondly, the U.B.C.S. is an armed security unit established to protect high-level employees of the company and important company assets. Of course, it also accepts some security and quasi-military tasks from outside, such as protecting politicians or businessmen from certain countries, conducting rescue operations in war zones, humanitarian aid, and so on. Those with U.B.C.S. on their contracts have an annual salary of $30,000 and a sacrifice compensation of $500,000. Hearing this, the mercenaries realized that the vast majority around them belonged to U.B.C.S., indicating they were all from the same department. Lastly, the U.T.S. mainly deals with cleaning up after the company, which means they are responsible for eliminating those who may harm the company's interests or groups. The salary and benefits are the same as those of the U.B.C.S. department. After explaining, the faces of the mercenaries showed expressions of realization. All of them were elites from the military, so they naturally understood what tactical-level special forces were. The strength of special forces is generally categorized into tactical, operational, and strategic levels. The first is subordinate to the Army's special forces, while the latter two are shadow special forces at the national level. Becoming the first is already quite difficult, not to mention the latter two. Among the more than 300 people present, the vast majority came from the French Special Forces and the French Foreign Legion. They did not meet the requirements for tactical-level special forces and could only be considered ordinary special forces. Only the members of the Suicide Squad qualified, as they came from renowned top special forces, such as the Christmas SAS and the Inyang from the Longyan Special Forces. The others were either from NOCS, SEALs, or Alpha and other units. Team leader Barney Ross was even from the famous Delta Force. He had surpassed tactical level and reached operational level. As for the strategic level, no one in the world currently met that requirement. Being marked as U.S. naturally entitled them to better benefits. Strong individuals have always been respected. They can only envy, but earning an annual salary of $30,000 is already quite good. It's something to brag about. The monthly salary is higher than that of high-ranking mercenaries. Chapter 48 Umbrella. Not the end of one's journey. Boseso Port. Warehouse number 002. Upon seeing many people with seemingly satisfied expressions, Chu Zihong furrowed his brows. Is there no one among you who has thought about breaking through limits and reaching a higher level? Boss, joining USS requires reaching tactical level. We are not strong enough. Someone said helplessly. Yeah, we don't qualify as French. Another sighed. The once great First French Empire no longer existed, and even the special forces were not ranked among the top in the world. These French soldiers had long since resigned themselves to their fate. This life would be like this. Hearing this, Chu Zihong felt a bit exasperated. Others may give up on you, but you cannot give up on yourselves. As long as you complete the tasks assigned by the company, you will have the opportunity to be promoted to become a member of USS. Whether it was his words that stimulated them or the allure of money, someone tentatively asked, "Boss, can we really do it?" "Remove that can." "You can," Chu Zihong said. "Comfort is for the dead. Only by becoming stronger can you gain more. Set your sights on joining USS. Countless dollars are waiting for you." Chu Zihong continued to brainwash them. Now, he resembled an insurance salesman, unconsciously making them willing to buy into his vision. The effect was quite good. The mercenaries felt invigorated. Their hearts starting to stir. 50,000 per year. Who would want that? As expected, before a company culture and sufficient foundation were established, throwing money at the situation was undoubtedly the best approach. Chu Zihang Sayin Wali. Money. He didn't mind selling off a large batch of arms that brought him hundreds of billions of dollars. At that moment, a system notification suddenly rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the first phase of the hidden recruitment mission. The number of recruited mercenaries has reached 100. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the second phase of the hidden recruitment mission. The number of recruited mercenaries has reached 300. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully recruiting 353 mercenaries with an average loyalty of 60. Successfully completing the formation of Umbrella Corporation's private army. System rewards are being distributed. Hearing the commotion in his mind, Chu Zihong was instantly amazed. It wasn't easy. The aloof system had finally made an appearance. At the same time, he felt a sense of anticipation. Having completed a series of 3 tasks, the rewards should be quite generous, right? While the system was distributing rewards, Chu Zihong also used the system to scan the loyalty of everyone. Victor, Hank, and others went without saying. Their loyalty was already maxed out. However, the loyalty of this batch of mercenaries had been steadily rising, going from a maximum of 60 to 90. Even the lowest loyalty did not drop below 70. However, Chu Zihong also discovered that a dozen or so mercenaries had not seen any increase in loyalty, remaining at 50. A few even had their loyalty in the red, below 30. What does Scarlet indicate? These few were highly likely to be spies with ulterior motives. Chu Zihong's eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting. Have they already been targeted by European countries? At that moment, the system's voice interrupted his thoughts. First phase recruitment mission reward. First captain of Umbrella Corporation's Biological Disaster Response Unit U, BCS, Mikhail Victor, with 5 accompanying members. Second phase recruitment mission reward. Captain of Umbrella Corporation's USS Rapid Response Team, Enrique Marini, with 6 accompanying members. Successfully forming Umbrella Corporation's private army. Mission reward. USS founder Colonel Sergei Vladimir, Construction Team X1, Special Talents X15, Alpha Team X1, Pelican Fighter Jet Manufacturing Blueprint X1. At this moment, Chu Zihong was at a loss for words to describe his current feelings. Unfortunately, being uneducated, he could only express himself with an exclamation. The system had completely rewarded him with all the military groups of Umbrella Corporation from the Resident Evil series. He had previously worried about not having a top leader to carry the banner for his private army. The king of mercenaries, Bob Dennar, was not summoned by the system. He ultimately did not feel assured handing over all his troops to him. Though one should not suspect those they employ, one should also be wary of others. An ancient proverb that holds true. As a result, the system sent him the founder of USS, Colonel Sergei Vladimir. Produce. The construction team was exactly what he needed. The system, like sending a pillow to someone who is dozing off, was incredibly thoughtful. With the personnel rewarded by the system, the strength of his mercenaries had already surpassed that of the world's mercenary organizations. In fact, it even exceeded the vast majority of special forces globally. One can only imagine what kind of power this would be. A few minutes later, the welcome and signing meeting concluded. The prototype of Umbrella Corporation's private force had basically taken shape. During the meeting, Chu Zihong appointed Sergei Vladimir as the highest military head of the company, overseeing all troops. Although everyone had not seen him, they still complied with Chu Zihong's appointment. Next, Chu Zihong appointed Bob Denner as the highest commander of the UBCS unit, with Colette as his deputy. Victor also took on the role of the highest commander of the UTS unit, while the USS Rapid Response Team was personally commanded by Sergei, with the deputy being the Suicide Squad leader Barney Ross. Currently, the headquarters had not yet been built, and there was no trace of an underground military base. All military personnel were temporarily arranged in a warehouse at Boseso Port, conveniently protecting the large batch of arms stored at the port. After arranging everything, Chu Zihong hurriedly went to the port office to summon the characters rewarded by the system. System summon. Summoning successful. All members will appear in a few minutes with appropriate identities. Chu Zihong's eyes brightened. This time he wouldn't have to wait so long. He estimated they would probably come over in the guise of headhunters, which would explain it. He no longer got caught up in this and said again, system. Use special talents. Ding. Usage successful. Obtained 10 research-type talents, 5 espionage-type talents. All personnel will appear in a few minutes with appropriate identities. Research? Espionage? Chu Zihong's eyes sparkled, feeling a surge of excitement. The former meant he could embark on a path of independent research, developing various advanced technologies. The latter, needless to say, would allow his intelligence department to become increasingly sophisticated, rivaling world-renowned agencies like the CIA and KGB. With the military, intelligence, and research departments all established, if given sufficient time, he could become the reality of the Titan Group. Umbrella was not his end, possessing near-future technology as the Titan Group was. He would forge a prosperous era by destroying hegemony. He, Chu Zihong, would be the hero. Thinking of this, Chu Zihong clenched his fist, a flame of ambition igniting in his eyes, burning fiercely. Chapter 49 in Boseso. I only want to hear one person's voice as night fell. The darkened Somalia concealed hidden dangers beneath its silence. The Boseso port office was brightly lit. Sergei Vladimir, Bob Denner, Barney Ross, and Victor, 4 high-ranking members of the Umbrella Corporation's military division, gathered here. Chu Zihong glanced around at the others. The structure of the Umbrella Corporation had basically taken shape. These 4 were the backbone of the company, and he believed that in the future, it would be filled with talent. The day would come, but not too late. Returning to his thoughts, Chu Zihong spoke. Those present today have just joined. So to test your command abilities and to assess the practical skills of all mercenaries in the military division, I command. The atmosphere became serious, and everyone stood up straight, looking at Chu Zihong, who sat in the boss's chair, waiting for his orders. The military vibe was strong. This made Chu Zihong feel like he was pointing the way forward and commanding the world. A smile crept onto his lips as he said, I command you to take down the largest force in Boseso, the Digital Tribe, within an hour. Do you have confidence? Boss, we do. The 4 shouted in unison, their voices loud. Very good. Chu Zihong was quite satisfied. With such subordinates, how could he not achieve great things? I hope you're not just speaking for show, so act immediately. Report, boss, I have a question. Bob Denner raised his hand and said, Denner, what is your question? Chu Zihong fixed his gaze on Bob Denner. Boss, is the Digital Tribe's leader, Ahmed, to be dead or alive? I hope to see the Digital Tribe destroyed. Because in Boseso, there can only be one voice of power. Chu Zihong's words were domineering and unequivocal. Understood, boss. Bob Denner's eyes lit up, fully grasping the implication. In Boseso, the boss strongly supported the puppet force, the Dill Tribe. Now that the boss wanted to destroy the Digital Tribe, the purpose was clear. Boss, what about the civilians? Barney Ross asked. So this is the assessment I give you. Destroy the armed forces of the Digital Tribe without harming the civilians. We are nuclear pacifists, not butchers. Chu Zihong tapped the table and said, Understood. Barney Ross nodded, knowing what to do. Any more questions? Chu Zihong scanned the rest and asked. Report, boss, none. The 4 responded in unison. Good act. Wish you a triumphant return. Chu Zihong stood up and smiled at everyone. He originally didn't want to move against the Digital Tribe, letting them live for a while longer, or rather, to make a big profit. But unfortunately, Ahmed was not compliant and even sent people to watch him. They even sent someone to infiltrate the dock and monitor his arms. Wasn't this asking for trouble? So sorry. I can only use you to practice. Former partners? That was in the past, not now. Once the Digital Tribe is dealt with, The entire Boseso will fall under the control of the Dill tribe. Controlling an entire region is better than controlling just one tribe. In Boseso, there can only be one voice, and that is his, Chu Zihong. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The Digital tribe. In the castle of the tribe, on the second-floor bedroom bed, Ahmed had just finished with his wife and was leaning back on the bed smoking a post-coital cigarette. But for some reason, he felt restless, as if something was about to happen. Yet everything seemed calm within the tribe, and in Boseso, the once formidable enemy, the Dill tribe, was no longer a concern. He was even considering picking a time to annihilate the Dill tribe. This way, in the Boseso area, the Digital tribe would be the only dominant force. As for that arms dealer named Nicholas, he had no grievances with him, just a capitalist from the Sam country. Once he reaped the profits, he would naturally pack up and leave. So he felt he was overthinking it, or maybe he was just too tired. Thinking of this, Ahmed glanced at his beautiful wife, a wicked smile creeping onto his dark face. Then he pounced again. In an instant, the bedroom was once again filled with the spring breeze of passion. Little did he know, a deadly danger was quietly approaching. Fully armed mercenaries, like ghosts in the night, infiltrated the Digital tribe, whose guards were lax. All donned black combat boots, pure black combat uniforms, tactical vests, 4-eye night vision goggles, and Kevlar helmets. The back of their tactical vests and the sides of their helmets bore the classic red and white logo of the Umbrella Corporation. Each member of the Special Forces had smeared their faces with black paint. The weapons they carried were all SG-550 assault rifles with silencers. Pew pew pew. The faint sounds of gunfire quickly took away lives one by one. Report Hive. Team A has eliminated the guards at the entrance. Report Hive. Team B has removed all visible and hidden sentries. The Digital tribe warriors, who had militia strength, were no match for the well-trained elite mercenaries. Not to mention the Suicide Squad Special Operations Team, each member of which had reached the level of tactical special forces. Their strength was formidable, easily taking on 10 opponents. For example, Christmas, who could throw knives that instantly claimed lives, was simply more effective than a gun. The yin-yang fist and kicking techniques were even more ruthless, having broken countless necks. The big guy gonna wielded a Nepalese knife, chopping down like splitting wood. The number of Digital tribe warriors was rapidly decreasing. Yet no one noticed. These Digital tribe warriors were merely a rabble. Infighting was fine, but when facing an elite army, they were utterly powerless. However, some were less fortunate and were discovered by a Digital tribe soldier who had gone out to the restroom. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire from AK-47s rang out loudly in the silent night. At once, countless Digital tribe warriors woke from their dreams. The once quiet Digital tribe was thrown into chaos. Damn, who's that idiot? I'm gonna kick your ass. Bob Dennell, the highest commander of the UBCS forces, cursed angrily over the radio. He was not directing from the command post, but was personally leading the troops into the Digital tribe. As soon as the gunfire broke out, Bob Dennell was furious. The entire Digital tribe had over 1,000 armed personnel, and they had just silently eliminated 3 to 400. They had also set up timed explosives in the barracks, ready to send the sleeping Digital tribe warriors to meet their maker. But as soon as the gun went off, everything was ruined. Damn it. Bob Dennell was filled with murderous intent, but now was not the time to lose his temper. He decisively detonated the timed explosives. Boom! One barrack after another was instantly blown into the air. Soldiers who had just jumped out of bed were consumed by the destructive force of the explosion. A mushroom cloud shone brightly against the night sky. At that moment, the entire Digital tribe was thoroughly alarmed. Commander Sergei Vladimir immediately ordered all mercenaries to stop hiding and to attack with full force. The dense sounds of gunfire and explosions rang out continuously throughout the Digital tribe, resembling a battlefield of gunfire and bullets. Due to the large number of Digger tribe warriors, Sergei Vladimir did not hold back and directly ordered the armed helicopters to take off. Buzzing over the Digger tribe, 3 Mi-24 Hind helicopters appeared. The strongest ground-clearing machines were on the scene. A whole regiment of troops was not enough to fight them. Meanwhile, a T-72 tank company on standby outside the Digger tribe was deployed. The drivers included new members from the Alpha Squad and members of the USS Third Squad. The first and second squads were old members and did not participate in the combat. With tanks and helicopters deployed, the outcome of this battle had long been determined. As for the chieftain Ahmed, who was passionately interacting with his beautiful wife in bed, he had already been captured by the squad, led by Colette, who took down the king first. Now, he had been knocked unconscious and was quickly taken away by Colette like a chick being carried. Clearly, she intended to hand him over to Chu Zihong for handling. The young man knew how to get things done. He had a bright future. Chapter 50, What the Heck? It's Dr. Halsey Besaso Port, rooftop of the office building. Chu Zihong leaned against the railing, a cigarette in his mouth. His deep gaze looked towards the eastern suburbs where the Digil tribe was located. Suddenly, the calm sky in the distance faintly echoed with the sound of explosions. The next moment, flames lit up half the sky. Chu Zihong squinted his eyes and exhaled a puff of smoke. TSK, the fighting is quite intense. Although he wanted to join in the excitement, he decided against it. As the future strongest man, he should stay behind the scenes and maintain a strategic position. He shouldn't throw his life into dangerous situations like a reckless youth. He never understood why some protagonists in novels, despite having so many powerful subordinates, insisted on going into battle themselves to earn the respect or admiration of their subordinates. In his opinion, it was probably a habit from their previous lives of working for others. A true strong man should strategize from behind the curtain and win battles from a distance, not show off their brute strength. Such people often die faster. After watching for a while, Chu Zihong found it boring and crushed the cigarette, but under his foot before turning to leave the rooftop. Back in the office, a tall, attractive blonde woman in a white lab coat had been waiting for a long time. It was evident that her figure under the lab coat was excellent, especially her fair skin that looked as delicate as cream. However, when Chu Zihong saw the blonde woman, he thought he must have been mistaken and rubbed his eyes vigorously. It turned out he was not wrong. Wow, Chu Zihong was stunned. Halsey. It was actually Dr. Catherine Elizabeth Halsey, an important character from the sci-fi game series Halo. Although he was not very skilled at gaming, it didn't prevent him from being a loyal fan of the Halo series. Therefore, Chu Zihong naturally knew the power of Dr. Halsey in front of him. The renowned Spartan 2 program in Halo was created by this genius, Dr. Halsey. With her on board, Chu Zihong believed that the Spartan super soldier program and exoskeleton armor had a high chance of being developed. Goodness, that would put them 100 years ahead of the world. Becoming the strongest military contractor on Earth would be a piece of cake, right? He never expected such a big surprise hidden among the summoned scientific talents this time. As for the core scientists in the research department, besides Dr. Halsey, Chu Zihong couldn't think of anyone more suitable than her. He loved the system, although it usually took ages to produce any results every time it appeared. It was like a timely gift. Boss, the head of the research team, Catherine Elizabeth Halsey, reports for duty. Upon seeing Chu Zihong, Halsey immediately introduced herself. Dr. Halsey, I've been looking forward to your arrival. Chu Zihong took Halsey's hand, showing great enthusiasm. There was no way around it. The company's technology would rely on her in the future. She was his golden goose. He had to treat her warmly to show his importance, right? Chu Zihong's enthusiasm took Halsey by surprise. Boss, you're a bit too enthusiastic, aren't you? After some pleasantries, Chu Zihong invited Halsey to sit down and personally poured her a glass of water. Then he plopped down on the sofa opposite her, staring at Halsey as if admiring a rare treasure. Halsey felt extremely uncomfortable under his gaze, her heart racing. Boss, you're not a pervert, are you? Halsey forced a smile and asked. Look at my memory. Chu Zihong slapped his forehead and chuckled. Currently, the research department is just getting started, and I plan to have you take charge as the head of the department. Dr. Halsey, what do you think? Thank you for your trust, boss. I believe I can lead the entire research department well, but I prefer focusing on technology research. For management, you might need to find someone else. Halsey naturally wouldn't refuse, but still stated her request. No problem. Chu Zihong snapped his fingers and asked again, Dr. Halsey, do you have any other requirements? Boss, not at the moment. Halsey shook her head, not thinking of anything else for now. Okay, if you have any other requests, feel free to bring them up. Also, the headquarters construction is not yet completed, so for now, your research department will be temporarily located in Warehouse 001 at the port, Chu Zihong said. Yes, boss, Halsey nodded. preparing to take her leave. But Chu Zihong called out to her, "Doctor, wait a moment, I have something to give you." After saying that, he stood up and approached the desk, pretending to take something from the drawer. In reality, he was pulling out the blueprints for the 416 Hong Kong dollars and the Pelican aircraft from the system space. "Doctor, this is the blueprint for a weapon called the 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle. And this is the blueprint for a transport aircraft called the Pelican. Can you study these and produce the actual items as soon as possible?" Halsey took the two blueprints and glanced at them carefully before saying, "Boss, if the materials and tools are complete, it should be no problem." "Great. Please make a list of what you need." Chu Zihong's eyes lit up, quickly responding. "Okay, boss." Halsey nodded, her gaze lingering on the blueprints. It seemed she had some ideas for improvements on the 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle. After Halsey left, Chu Zihong leaned back on the sofa, a smile on his face. Once the 416 Hong Kong dollars was produced, the mercenaries under him could all use the same weapon. The current weapons were too varied, like a mishmash of 8 different countries' brands. And then there was the Pelican aircraft. If that thing was produced, it would be revolutionary. However, some materials for the Pelican might not be available on Earth, so Chu Zihong didn't expect it to be as powerful as in the game. If it could reach the level of the Quinjet from the Marvel movies, he would be satisfied. The Quinjet could easily dominate most fighter jets of the current era. Everything was developing towards a bright future. Just as Chu Zihong was daydreaming about a beautiful future, there was a knock on the office door, immediately pulling him back to reality. Chu Zihong straightened up and called out, "Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, Baroque pushed the door open and entered. "Boss, Colette has brought Ahmed downstairs. They can handle things on their own. Why bring them here?" Chu Zihong frowned and said, "Boss, then I'll go notify Colette to let him handle it himself," Baroque said as he prepared to leave. "Forget it." Chu Zihong understood that Colette was doing this to please him. He waved his hand and said, "Since they are here, let us go down and meet them. After all, Ahmed represents the first business deal I made in Somalia, bringing me quite a bit of money." Chu Zihong reluctantly decided to be generous and let Ahmed know a little before his demise. It wasn't his fault. It was the fault of this ruthless world. In his next life, he should be reborn as an ordinary person. Chapter 51, Wanting a Person to Die. There is no reason. Where am I? Am I about to die? What should I do? Urgently online. At this moment, Ahmed expressed that he was very anxious, very scared, and very desperate, especially with the stinky sock stuffed in his mouth, filled with a nauseating sour smell. Looking at Ahmed's current state, he was wearing a black hood on his head, his hands tied behind his back, and a gun was pointed at his forehead while he knelt on the ground. Quietly waiting for an unknown death made Ahmed even more fearful. He didn't understand which deity he had offended to mobilize so many people and heavy firepower to capture him. From the moment he left the tribe, he heard the sounds of armed helicopters and tanks, followed by violent explosions from the direction of the tribe. One can imagine what kind of brutal blow his tribe was suffering. Faces of enemies with whom he had grievances kept flashing in his mind, but none had such strength. The only one with that strength was Nicholas, but he quickly dismissed that thought. It absolutely couldn't be him. Arms dealers are in it for business, not warlords fighting for territory. Moreover, he had no grievances with him, only a cooperative relationship. So it was unlikely to be him. The Deer tribe? Since the father and son of Ahad were killed by Nicholas, their main forces suffered heavy losses. The leaderless Deer tribe fell into infighting, making it even less likely. Who could it be? While Ahmed was in doubt, he suddenly heard faint footsteps approaching. Following that was a stream of fluent English conversation. He was about to perk up his ears to try to hear what was being said. Suddenly, the black hood on his head was yanked off. Then, a strong light struck him. The sudden glare made Ahmed squint his eyes. In the dim light, he saw a tall figure that looked somewhat familiar standing in front of him. The owner of that figure seemed to be looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Who is it? Who on earth is it? Ahmed tried to open his eyes to see the person in front of him clearly, but the blinding light kept him from doing so for a long time. The figure in front of him was none other than Chu Zihong himself, a person Ahmed never expected. Perhaps he never thought that the arms dealer he dismissed would actually consider him and his tribe as targets for practicing with hired mercenaries. At this moment, Chu Zihong looked down at the dusty, half-naked Ahmed with a hint of amusement. The once glamorous and spirited Ahmed was now facing him in such a pitiful state, almost naked and shivering in the cold wind. To make his exit a bit more dignified, Chu Zihong immediately instructed, "Colette, give him a piece of clothing. As a Muslim, he should have a decent way to die." "Yes, boss." Colette unbuckled his bulletproof vest and took off the black combat uniform inside, draping it over the shocked Ahmed. Clearly, as soon as Chu Zihong spoke, Colette had already recognized who was standing in front of him. "Nicholas? How could it be him? How could it be?" "Baroque, turn off the flashlight." Seeing that Ahmed had recognized him, Chu Zihong felt there was no need to cover it up. Deceiving oneself was just self-deception. He didn't need to do that. Baroque nodded and turned off the strong flashlight. Without the blinding light, Ahmed suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked up at Chu Zihong in front of him. "Nicholas, it's you. Why are you doing this? I don't believe I have offended you." Chu Zihong shook his head with a smile and said, "In this world, wanting someone to die doesn't require a reason. Of course, if you need a reason, give me one, so that if you die, it will be clearer." Ahmed glared at Chu Zihong with anger, gritting his teeth. He should have thought of this long ago. No arms dealer is a good person. As long as it involves huge interests, the blood on their hands is more than the number of people they have killed. As long as the price is right. What would they do? Butchers. Damn butchers, devils. The reason is simple. Chu Zihong said from above, "You and your tribe blocked my way." What does that mean? Ahmed frowned tightly, not understanding when he had blocked Chu Zihong's way. "You're an arms dealer, doing arms business." "I'm not an arms dealer." Chu Zihong smiled meaningfully and did not answer Ahmed's question. He extended his left hand to signal Baroque. Baroque initially didn't understand what he meant, as he hadn't been by Chu Zihong's side like Victor, who knew a lot of things. But upon seeing Colette point to the pistol hanging at his waist, he suddenly realized, quickly pulling out a Glock pistol, disengaging the safety, and handing it to Chu Zihong. Once the pistol was in hand, Chu Zihong waited for a moment. The next second, he aimed the Glock pistol at Ahmed in front of him. In Boseso, there can only be one voice, and that is mine. The cold glint in Chu Zihong's eyes flashed as he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! A flash of fire erupted from the muzzle. A bright yellow bullet instantly shot out from the chamber. The bullet tore through the air at a speed invisible to the naked eye, spinning as it headed towards Ahmed's forehead. At that moment, everything around, including the bullet, seemed to be pressed into slow motion. The speed was incredibly slow. When the bullet was less than a centimeter from Ahmed's forehead, everything returned to normal. A bright yellow bullet instantly penetrated Ahmed's brow. Blood splattered. Ugh! Ahmed's body trembled, his eyes wide open. Then his whole body fell backward stiffly. Bright red blood gushed out from the hole in his brow, pooling on the ground. His eyes, which did not close, were wide open, filled with unwillingness and resentment. In the end, Ahmed still died with his eyes wide open. But did Chu Zihong care? Not at all. Throughout history, which noble and royal has not stepped over a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood to rise? Ahmed was just a stepping stone on Chu Zihong's path to growth. A small character, not worth mentioning. After killing Ahmed, Chu Zihong put the safety back on the gun and tossed it back to Baroque. "Clean it up." He casually threw down a sentence and turned to enter the office building. Compared to the excitement of the first time, Chu Zihong was as calm as water about the third kill. Nausea? Fear? All negative stress responses were completely absent. Entering this level, it was basically no different from a butcher killing pigs. He was just killing a piece of meat. With Ahmed dead, his tribe was not far from extinction. Tomorrow morning, the entire Boseso would only have one voice of power. That is the Umbrella Corporation. Dawn. A ray of light broke through the horizon, and the clouds were a tempting red. The streets of Boseso were once again bustling with traffic and people, still prosperous. But almost all residents of Boseso, upon waking up, would first look towards the direction of the Digil tribe. Last night, the Digil tribe was extremely lively. Gunfire echoed throughout the night, along with earth-shattering explosions. They had been terrified all night. One could say they didn't sleep at all, nor dared to sleep. In the morning, everyone was sporting dark circles under their eyes. Yawning. However, the dark circles. For the people of Boseso, there is both presence and absence. In contrast, the residents of Boseso have not slept a wink. Local government officials in Boseso are deeply troubled, their brows furrowed in worry. The Digital Tribe has replaced the former DIR tribe as the largest tribe in Boseso. Now, facing attacks from unidentified armed forces, it can essentially be said that they are in a precarious situation. So, could they be next? This has caused local government officials in Boseso to become anxious and uneasy. At the same time, they urgently order the guard troops to set up defenses. Chapter 52, The Local Maximum Power. The sluggish mayor of Boseso, when the Boseso government was worried and fearful due to attacks on the Digital Tribe. Mohammed Syed arrived with tribal armed forces to clean up the battlefield at the ruins of the Digital Tribe. They had previously launched multiple attacks on the Digital Tribe, but were always fiercely resisted by the troops led by Ahmed. Now, stepping onto this land again, the situation was drastically different. The entire Digital Tribe had turned into ruins, with burnt-out houses reduced to mere skeletons. Smoke filled the air, and sparks flew. Corpses were scattered everywhere, almost all of them belonging to Digital soldiers. At first, there were still complete corpses visible, but later, hardly any remained intact. The horrific scene was unbearable to look at, leaving Mohammed Syed pale and unable to suppress his nausea. Not to mention the soldiers behind him, who were already bent over, ready to vomit their bile. This was no battlefield. It was simply a hell on earth. All of this, of course, was the work of the Me-24 armed helicopters. With the fury of a small doe, under full firepower, even a regiment of troops would struggle to find a complete corpse. Otherwise, how could it be called the strongest cleaning machine? For countries suffering from fear of insufficient firepower, the Me-24 was indeed a blessing. Mohammed Syed suppressed his urge to vomit and instructed his subordinates. You guys split into 6 small teams and immediately clean up these corpses. Let them rest in peace as soon as possible and meet Allah. The remaining people should follow me to the center of the Digital Tribe and bring all the civilians back to the tribe. Yes, Chief. Everyone obeyed and dispersed with their teams to handle those horrific corpses. Faced with the utterly unmanageable bodies, they directly shoveled the earth away. Mohammed Syed sighed and headed straight for the center of the Digital Tribe. In just one night, the Digital Tribe, which had thousands of armed forces, was completely cleared out. The power of the Umbrella Corporation was undeniable. This left no room for any thoughts of betrayal in Mohammed Syed's mind. He knew to obediently carry out his cleanup work. As a puppet, one must have the awareness of being a puppet. What needs to be done must be done well. What should not be done must not be done, even at the cost of death. Cleaning up the battlefield had its benefits. The population of the Digital Tribe was greater than that of their own tribe. By supplementing these civilians, their tribe's population would significantly increase. A larger population means a brighter future. Additionally, there were weapons scattered everywhere, as well as munitions from the Digital Tribe's armory, especially the arms that Ahmed had bought from Chu Zihong, including tanks, armored vehicles, and thousands of AK-47s. The entire stock would be confiscated and added to their own forces, greatly enhancing their strength. These were intentionally left for the Dill tribe by Chu Zihong, after all, as it was the puppet force he supported. If they were too weak, it would be a disgrace to the Umbrella Corporation. The cleanup work for the Dill tribe could be said to yield rich rewards. Meanwhile, Bob Denar, leading the Alpha team, drove 3 armed Hummers into the city of Boseso. Upon seeing the 3 imposing armed Hummers, filled with fierce and well-equipped white Special Forces soldiers, the guard troops of Boseso quickly let them pass without hesitation. The 3 armed Hummers boldly arrived outside the Boseso government municipal building and came to a steady stop. The doors opened, and Bob Denar, dressed in black combat gear and wearing a beret, was the first to step out of the vehicle, carrying a silver suitcase. He stood at the bottom of the steps, gazing up at the municipal hall with piercing eyes, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With confidence comes strength, not arrogance. Following him, 6 fully armed members of the Alpha team stepped out of the vehicle. Clad entirely in black combat gear, their tall figures made them appear mysterious and powerful. Upon seeing the Alpha team, led by Bob Denar, the military and police outside the building dared not to intercept them. Their white identity said it all. Any rash actions that might trigger diplomatic disputes were consequences these small figures could not bear. Bob Denar and the Alpha team stepped up the stairs, exuding a strong sense of oppression. Soon they reached the front of the municipal hall. The military police officer in charge saw Bob Denner and his team, hesitated for a moment, but still stepped forward to block them. However, his tone was not so firm. He was quite polite. "Hello, sir. This is the Baseso Municipal Hall. Please identify yourselves. Please inform your mayor that I am Bob Denner, the commander of the Umbrella Corporation's military division UBCS, and I have business to discuss." Bob Denner introduced himself. "Sir, please wait a moment. I need to consult." The military police officer had not heard of him, but still spoke politely. "Take your time." Bob Denner shrugged and stepped aside with his team. After waiting for a while, the military police officer returned and said, "Sir, the mayor has agreed to let you in. Please follow me." Subsequently, Bob Denner led the Alpha team and followed the military police officer into the municipal hall. They took the elevator to the 5th floor, walked through a long corridor, and finally arrived at a large office at the end. The military police officer knocked on the door, and upon hearing a voice from inside saying to come in, he turned and said, "Sir, you may enter. However, your men need to stay outside. You all wait here." Bob Denner instructed and directly pushed the door open. Inside the office, a middle-aged black man sitting behind a circular desk saw Bob Denner enter and immediately stood up, welcoming him with a broad smile. "Mr. Denner, I am Mayor Mori-san. It's a pleasure to meet you." Mr. Mayor, likewise. After some polite exchanges, they took their seats on the sofa. Mayor Mori-san cautiously asked, "Mr. Denner, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" "Mr. Mayor, I represent our boss to inform you that from today onwards, there will be only one largest tribe in Baseso." Bob Denner glanced at the cautious Mori-san, his tone carrying a hint of firmness. Upon hearing this, Mayor Morrison's eyes flickered, and he suddenly realized. So the battle that occurred last night involving the Digital tribe was orchestrated by the Umbrella Corporation? The implication of his words was clear. The Digital tribe was no more. In Baseso, there had only been two major tribal powers, the Dil and the Digital tribes. These two tribes belonged to the Samael and Sab systems, respectively. Since the founding of Somalia, the two tribes had always been at odds, essentially a matter of either you die or I die. The Dil tribe opposed the government and supported the warlord aid. The Digital tribe, on the other hand, supported the government and was aligned with President Barr. Among Somalia's population of over 14 million, the vast majority belonged to the Samael system, which could be considered a prominent aristocratic lineage. They all supported warlord aid, which is why aid, although not president, wielded power surpassing that of the president. The Sab were weak and had always been suppressed. Now, one of their two major branches, the Digital tribe, had evidently been completely annihilated. Now in Baseso, the Dil tribe, one of the four major tribes of the Samael system, stood alone in dominance. This was certainly not a good omen, but he is just a mere mayor. As long as he maintains regional stability, that's enough. Other political disputes have nothing to do with him. If it comes to it, he could just quit. The money he has made over the years is enough for his family to live in European countries. So who is the boss doesn't matter anymore. Whoever wants to take charge can do so. From now on, I'll just lay back and do nothing. Chapter 53, Infrastructure Madness? It would be a waste not to do engineering, Mr. Denner. May I ask if there is anything else you need my help with? After deciding to let things slide, Mayor Mori-san of Baseso suddenly revealed a flattering smile and inquired. "Our boss hopes to privatize the Baseso port and airport. Mayor, please name your price." Bob Denner said, as he placed the briefcase in his hand on the table. Upon hearing this, Mori-san showed a difficult expression. It's not that it can't be done, but he was pondering a more critical question. What price should he offer, and could he embezzle a portion of it? "What is the matter, Mayor? Are you feeling troubled?" Denner stared intently at Mori-san across the table, his presence exuding immense pressure. As the king of mercenaries and the top mercenary in France, Bob Denner was stirring up bloodshed across Asia and Africa, having overthrown more than 30 countries and become a figure of supreme authority. The aura he emitted felt like a mountain pressing down, making it hard for Mori-san to breathe. Suddenly, the mayor felt overwhelmed, thinking that if he hesitated any longer, he might suffocate. What he faced was not a person, but a devil from hell. Terrifying. "Mr. Denner, this matter is a bit troublesome. I need to make some arrangements. How about 1 million in Midas?" Mori-san gestured and tentatively asked. "Mayor, it's a deal. Bob didn't haggle and directly pulled a check from his pocket, sliding it across the table to Mayor Mori-san. This is a 1 million Swiss banknote, Mayor. If you're not sure, feel free to call and verify its authenticity right now. No need. I trust your company. Additionally, I will instruct the relevant departments at the town hall to prepare the contract as soon as possible and send someone to deliver it to your company. Mori-san smiled and quickly took the note, fearing it might vanish. Mayor, you're quite straightforward. Bob complimented, then patted the briefcase on the table. This is a gift from our boss to you, Mayor. Please accept it. After saying that, he pushed the briefcase toward Mori-san. Mori-san's eyes lit up at the sight. The owner of the Umbrella Corporation really knows how to conduct business. He then pretended to be shy. Oh, how embarrassing. Please help me convey my thanks to your boss for the gift. If there's a chance, I'd like to treat your boss to a meal. Mayor, I will certainly pass on your message. Bob smiled. The business was done, and he prepared to take his leave. As for the contract for the privatization of the airport and port, it would naturally be delivered by the town hall. There was no need for concern. With plenty of money paving the way, everything could be processed quickly. The power of money is always so omnipotent. Mayor Mori-san warmly escorted him downstairs, watching until Bob and his companions left. He hurried back to his office and quickly opened the briefcase on his desk. A strong smell of ink, unique to the Midas currency, rushed to his face. Money, a lot of money. A sea of green, all Franklin bills. The colors in Mori-san's eyes had long been replaced by two. In his eyes, there was no room for anything else. Only money. The briefcase contained a total of 500,000 Midas, packed to the brim. The owner of the Umbrella Corporation is truly generous. A gift of 500,000 Midas right off the bat. In economically struggling Somalia, this amount is a fortune. Even in European countries, it's not a small wealth. So generous. Having money makes one truly reckless. At this moment, Hang had undoubtedly become the benefactor in Mayor Mori-san's heart. No one else could compare. 3 days later, 30 kilometers east of Mogadishu, the previously lifeless and abandoned small town was bustling with people today, appearing quite lively. A large engineering team had moved in with various construction machinery. Additionally, there were many fully armed white mercenaries. These people were naturally brought by Hang. The construction of the Umbrella Corporation headquarters had to be put on the agenda. As the future strongest military resource company on the planet, being constantly homeless was simply unacceptable. Moreover, there was a large group of mercenaries under him, and they needed a place to live. That would give them a sense of belonging. Therefore, after arranging matters in Boseso, Hang immediately brought the Titan Group engineering team, a reward from the system, to the abandoned town in Mogadishu. It must be mentioned that the system-rewarded engineering team was entirely composed of Chinese, with not a single foreigner. Furthermore, the team came equipped with construction tools that were beyond the current era's heavy machinery. So when Hang saw the engineering team, he was greatly surprised. With these advanced tools, how could he not become an infrastructure madman? It was simply incredible. He even thought about whether to let the engineering team take on projects once the headquarters was completed. After all, construction is also a highly profitable industry. He could fully develop his engineering team into the world's strongest infrastructure leading enterprise. The company couldn't only do military business. Diversification was the way to go. Ultimately, monopolizing global resources and becoming the ruler of the planet. With this thought, it was firmly rooted in Hang's mind. Boss, the machines and personnel are all in place and ready to start construction. The head of the engineering team, Taijingwa, jogged to Hang and reported. Let us get started. Hang looked around at the construction equipment that resembled small mountains, nodding in approval. Everyone, pay attention, let us begin. Upon hearing this, Taijingwa immediately picked up the intercom and shouted loudly. With a single command, boom! All the construction equipment started their engines, producing deafening roars. First, bulldozers began to push down the houses in the abandoned town one by one. Following that, various large machines entered the scene, some of which Hang couldn't even recognize. In short, they were massive. In an instant, the entire abandoned town was engulfed in dust and debris. The ground was bustling, and the underground was just as busy. The headquarters and the underground base were both in operation. and it wouldn't be long before this place was transformed. Chu Zihang stood outside the town, watching all of this with great satisfaction. This was all the territory he had built. After reflecting for a moment, he looked at the head of the engineering team, Tai Jinghua, and instructed, Tai Jinghua, I leave everything here to you and Hu Shengli. I hope to see tall buildings here soon. Boss, I will not disappoint you. Haha, very good. Chu Zihang laughed heartily and patted Tai Jinghua on the shoulder. If you encounter any issues during construction, you can speak with Captain Hank. He is responsible for site security. Understood, boss. Chu Zihang dismissed Tai Jinghua and took another look at the bustling abandoned town before turning to get into the car, heading to Mogadishu Airport. This time, he was heading to the war-torn Guinea, a sovereign nation. Unfortunately, it was currently embroiled in a civil war, with flames of conflict destroying everything. Humanity always seems to love infighting, either on the road to civil war or already in one. This has always been the case throughout history. However, behind every war lies the game of politics. No soldier wants to be used, and no one wants to live under the shadow of nuclear bombs. Yet politics persists. With the sword of Damocles and the scheming politicians always looming overhead, created by humanity itself. The world is not destroyed by the explosion of the earth, but by human hands. However, for Chu Zihang, who becomes the president of Guinea, has nothing to do with him. He is here to sell arms and make money. Purely a businessman. He only talks business, not anything else. Of course, he doesn't mind letting the war last longer, because that way he can earn more. War is indeed very unpleasant, and no one likes it. But it can also bring lasting peace to a country. Chapter 54 Arrival in Guinea. Opportunities everywhere Guinea. A presidential republic in West Africa, one of the least developed countries in the world, and also one of the most chaotic places in Africa. Since the 1970s, Guinea's economic situation has deteriorated. By the late 1980s, the National Patriotic Front of Guinea organized an anti-government armed group in Côte d'Ivoire, and under the leadership of Charles Taylor, marched into the capital of Guinea, leading to a full-scale civil war. The government forces and rebel forces were evenly matched, fighting fiercely. In August of that year, the Economic Community of West African States sent peacekeeping troops to the capital, Monrovia. Although the country achieved independence in October 1990, it was still deeply mired in chaos. Originally, Chu Zihang intended to fly directly to Guinea's capital airport, but was informed that the capital had fallen and international flights could not enter. He had to divert to Guinea, a neighboring country, and enter Guinea through its border. The detour took him 3 days. After entering Guinea, the chaotic situation exceeded Chu Zihang's expectations. A month after the West African peacekeeping forces entered Guinea, the National Patriotic Front launched an attack on the government-controlled capital Monrovia, and President Samuel Doe fled the capital by plane to the southern city of Buchanan. The rebel forces that had captured the capital quickly split into two factions due to disputes over the spoils, plunging Guinea into complete chaos. The internal strife among the rebels gave the weakened government forces a chance to regroup in Buchanan, preparing for a comeback. Indeed, power and money easily lead people astray. However, the more chaotic it is, the more opportunities there are to make a fortune. Where there is war, arms dealers are sure to be active. But the risks are also greater, and one misstep could cost a life. But is Chu Zihang afraid? Moreover, this time he not only brought along Victor and other NOCS members, but also half of the company's mercenaries. The other half was guarding his assets in Somalia. With such a ragtag group, how could they compare to the elite mercenaries under his command? This time in Guinea, Chu Zihang planned to sell arms to the government forces. As for why he wouldn't sell to the rebel forces, Chu Zihang knew well that they were backed by the United States. Without U.S. support, could a bunch of rabble truly fight against a well-equipped government army? Therefore, to make the KB ideology disappear from this world, one must first eliminate the United States. Uncle Sam is the troublemaker of peace. Wherever he goes, war is bound to follow. A country that thrived on war constantly shouts about freedom, democracy, and world peace in the international community. It's downright ridiculous. Did they ever talk about democracy and freedom when they were slaughtering the Indians? The biggest rogue claims to be a good person. Do you believe it? We deceive, we steal. This is the glory of the United States as they continuously explore and advance. Chu Zihong would not be foolish enough to sell arms to the rebel forces, not only because of the risk of default, but also the possibility of attracting the attention of the CIA. Before he strengthened his own power, he did not want to be targeted by a pack of relentless hyenas. It wasn't that he was afraid, but rather that he found it tiresome. As for whether selling arms to the government forces would change the current situation, Chu Zihong did not care. He was only concerned about whether the money in his wallet would increase. Pulling back his thoughts, Chu Zihong asked Victor, the co-pilot, "How long until we reach our destination?" "Boss, we are about 20 kilometers away from Buchanan," Victor replied after glancing at the navigation. "Call me when we arrive. I'll take a short rest." Chu Zihong instructed and closed his eyes. However, less than a minute after closing his eyes, the satellite phone in his hand rang. Chu Zihong reluctantly opened his eyes and answered the satellite phone. On the other end, he immediately heard Kataria's voice. "Boss, the intelligence personnel have arrived at the hotel. I have given them your contact information, and they will contact you directly." "Very good," Chu Zihong said, revealing a satisfied smile. Flowing Sand. He had provided Kataria with $1 billion in funding to set up the intelligence network, and she had developed it quite well, expanding from East Africa directly to West Africa. The intelligence for the Ghanaian government forces this time was provided by the Flowing Sand intelligence personnel. Along with the 5 summoned operatives, Flowing Sand was beginning to take shape. Chu Zihong believed that Flowing Sand would one day surpass the CIA, KGB, Mossad, and MI6 to become the strongest intelligence organization. An hour later, Chu Zihong and his group successfully arrived in Buchanan, the largest city in southern Guinea. The entire city was under military control by the government forces, and entering required passing through 4 checkpoints. Inside the city, fully armed government soldiers and stacked sandbag positions were everywhere. The atmosphere in Buchanan was thick with tension. Chu Zihong looked out the window, his eyes brightening. Wow, there are opportunities everywhere. Along the way, he noticed that the government soldiers were driving armed pickups or armored Hummers, but tanks and armored vehicles were almost nowhere to be seen. The weapons were also quite outdated. He even saw many World War II submachine guns, mostly Thompsons and PPSH-41s. With such equipment, it was no wonder they couldn't compete with the rebel forces, who were armed with M16s and tanks, operating on a completely different level. However, his arrival could change everything. After circling around the prosperous Buchanan city center, Chu Zihong's vehicle finally came to a steady stop in front of a luxurious 5-star hotel. As the largest city in southern Guinea and a port city, its economic development even surpassed that of the capital, Monrovia. The government forces retreating here was undoubtedly the wisest choice. With enough time, they could make a comeback. Upon entering the hotel, Chu Zihong extravagantly booked out 3 presidential suites on the top floor. He wanted to stay comfortably and naturally didn't want to shortchange his security personnel. After all, at critical moments, they would have to risk their lives to protect him. After checking in, Chu Zihong and his group headed straight for the elevator. At that moment, in the right side lounge area of the lobby, a person was lounging with their legs crossed, holding a newspaper that covered their entire face. The shiny leather shoes they wore were reflecting light. Ding! The elevator arrived, and the door slowly opened. Chu Zihong and his group stepped inside, and as the door closed, the person reading the newspaper subtly rolled the corner up, revealing half of their face. Chu Zihong clearly saw that it was a balding man. "Boss, someone is watching us," Victor whispered in his ear. "I see him. It's a bald guy," Chu Zihong joked, but then his expression became serious. It might be a rookie. It was strange that he was the only one sitting in such a large space without wanting to be noticed. Moreover, his newspaper was upside down, unless he was a genius who could read backwards. Although he had only glanced, Chu Zihong was confident he had not mistaken it. "Boss, could he be one of Flowing Sand's intelligence personnel?" Victor speculated. Chu Zihong glanced at Victor and fell silent. Could it be? What a coincidence. If he really was the intelligence personnel Kataria mentioned, that would be disastrous. Chapter 55. It's him, that legendary man, hotel rooftop. Presidential suite, living room. Chu Zihong held a glass of red wine, standing in front of the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the entire city from a high vantage point. He loved this angle, as if standing atop a mountain. Perhaps it was because being high up allowed him to see further and witness sights that ordinary people could not. He swirled the red wine and drank it all at once, smacking his lips, although people said red wine was good. Hong felt it was not as good as the rice wine from his hometown. It had a sour and astringent taste upon entry, while rice wine was sweet and smooth, gliding down the throat. Speaking of rice wine, Hong couldn't help but think of home. Unfortunately, he was an orphan, and the only person he cared about was the old director of the orphanage. In this parallel world of rebirth, the old director should still be in his late 20s. He thought he would visit when he had time to see if he could find the old director. He couldn't repay him in his past life, but in this life, he could at least ensure his wealth for one lifetime. Just as Hong was reminiscing, Victor came up behind him and said softly, "Boss, the person has been brought in. Bring him in." Hong replied, pulling himself out of his memories and sitting down on the sofa. He rested one hand on the sofa and crossed his legs, exuding an air of a big shot. Soon, a bald black man with a lewd appearance was brought in by two bodyguards. Upon seeing the imposing Hong on the sofa, the bald black man's eyes darted around, filled with fear, especially the aura emanating from Hong, which was like that of a high and mighty deity, giving off an overwhelming sense of oppression that made one feel utterly powerless. "Who sent you?" Hong asked as he examined the black man, speaking in English. The black man said nothing, appearing helpless, but it seemed more like he was playing dumb. Seeing this, Hong let out a sigh of relief. If such a person was an intelligence officer trained by Katarija, that would really be absurd beyond belief. "Victor, make him talk." "Yes, boss." Victor nodded and immediately gave a knowing glance to the two bodyguards. The bodyguard on the left decisively made a fist and delivered a kidney punch to the black man. The pain was slightly less than a liver blow, but it was accurate, causing the man to instantly go numb and lose all strength. Thud! The black man fell to the ground, groaning in pain. However, he still did not speak. The bodyguard on the right, seeing this, immediately gave the black man a liver blow combo. This punch was no joke, and the pain was maximized. The black man lay on the ground wailing, though not as loudly as in adult films. "Hey, buddy, if you don't want to meet God, you better tell me who sent you and why you're watching us." Under the dual blows of the kidney and liver strikes, the black man finally couldn't hold on any longer. He lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and managed to stutter out in English, "It's Katarija. I'm a Sandflow intelligence officer." "Well, that is quite unexpected," Hong thought. But how did Katarija train such a person? He couldn't quite understand. But little did he know, Katarija hadn't trained him at all. He was merely an outside informant. "If I remember correctly, didn't Katarija leave you my contact information? Why did you come to see me this way?" Hong asked, rubbing his forehead in frustration. "Boss, I had no choice. Portable phones are very expensive. I can't afford one," the black man explained pitifully. Hong was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. What he said actually made sense, because in the generally impoverished Black State region, only the rich or privileged could afford portable phones. He thought of that. "Help him up." Hong sighed and waved his hand. The two bodyguards immediately helped the black man to his feet, but after enduring 2 rounds of beatings, he stood up wobbly. At least he could barely stand. "What's your name?" "Kazafi." "Sorry, I didn't hear you clearly. What did you say?" Hong asked again, thinking he had misheard. "Almost forgot this guy is Kazafi." "Shouldn't it'd be impossible, right?" The guy in front of him was bald, while the other had a lion-like mane. Kazafi, feeling helpless, repeated his name with difficulty. Hong fell silent for a moment and asked him several more questions. As expected, he answered them all correctly. "All right, there is no doubt this is the guy." Hong hadn't expected to encounter the future president of Guanilia, a legendary man who dared to say no to Uncle Sam and resist. Although this person became a bit arrogant later on, one must admit that during his tenure, Guanilia indeed prospered economically, socially, and in healthcare under his governance. The entire country gradually became stronger, becoming a powerful nation with a voice in the Black State. Suddenly, Hong had a bold idea. Since he had supported a puppet force in Somalia, why not continue to support another puppet force? Moreover, the leader of this force could potentially become the future president of Guanilia. The sudden thought lingered in Hong's mind, refusing to fade away. Looking at Gaddafi in front of him, from initial dissatisfaction, Zhihong began to feel increasingly satisfied, like a mother-in-law looking at a golden son-in-law. At that moment, Gaddafi sensed the sudden warm gaze from across the room and felt a bit uneasy. He wasn't TA beauty. Why was the boss looking at him like he was one? Oh my God, boss, don't tell me you're gay. Perhaps it was because he felt his gaze was too sharp. Zhihong cleared his throat and said, Gaddafi, tell me about the information you brought. Yes, boss. Gaddafi nodded and immediately recounted the information he had brought in detail. The information Zhihong needed was about Guinea's president, Xavier Saming, and the current commander of the government forces. After all, he planned to sell arms to the government forces, and he needed to understand the various leaders involved to address their needs directly. After listening to Gaddafi's extremely detailed information, Zhihong had to admit he had judged him by appearances. Despite Gaddafi's lewd appearance, the information he provided was simply incredible. He knew how many times Xavier Saming went to the restroom in a day. You wouldn't be hanging around Xavier Saming, would you? How do you know so much? However, since he obtained the information he wanted, Zhihong naturally wouldn't shortchange Gaddafi. Victor, give him 10,000 meat dollars. Yes, boss. Victor immediately took out 10,000 meat dollars from a briefcase and handed them to Gaddafi. Immediately, Gaddafi was overjoyed and hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Zhihong. Zhihong waved his hand and said, if you continue to perform well, you will earn more in the future. Boss, you can rest assured, I will work hard. Gaddafi tightly held the 10,000 meat dollars as if it were a treasure, quickly pledging his loyalty. I believe in you. Zhihong smirked, stood up, and approached Gaddafi, leaning in close to his ear. Do you want to earn more money? Gaddafi's eyes lit up at this, but he quickly calmed down, showing hesitation. This scene did not escape Zhihong's notice. TSK, as expected of a legendary figure, faced with the temptation of money, he could still calm down quickly. Such a person will be difficult to control. Chapter 56. The cornered president of Guinea. After Gaddafi left, Zhihong's expression became serious, and a cold glimmer appeared in his eyes. Faced with the temptation of money, he could still quickly maintain his composure. Hard to control? Even the wildest horse can be tamed by a trainer. Moreover, no one is perfect, and no gold is pure. A person cannot be flawless without any shortcomings. And Gaddafi's shortcomings were, unfortunately, all too clear to him. That is, beautiful women. Money can come second, but not beautiful women. In his past life, Gaddafi's bodyguards were composed of beautiful mercenaries. When he fled, all the soldiers around him ran away, but those beautiful mercenaries did not. Heroes are often troubled by beautiful women, and Gaddafi was no exception. Throughout history, how many tyrants have perished because of women? Therefore, the inability to control simply indicates a lack of sufficient leverage. Buchanan, the temporary presidential palace. Xavier Saming felt a headache, helplessness, and also anger. It was evident that the anti-government forces had the support of Uncle Sam behind them, with weaponry and equipment far more advanced than theirs. Additionally, foreign mercenaries had appeared on the scene. Most of the important military facilities of the government forces were destroyed by these mercenaries. Even military depots and barracks suffered heavy losses. He really didn't know what those military personnel usually did. How could they allow people to infiltrate the military camp? Were they all a bunch of pigs? Several battalions of soldiers hadn't even had the chance to reach the battlefield before being blown up in their sleep. How embarrassing. Since the outbreak of the rebellion by the anti-government forces, in just 3 months, the government troops had been routed. Northern cities kept falling, and the capital was on the brink of collapse. In the end, the anti-government forces disguised themselves as peacekeeping troops and stormed into the capital, Monrovia, in less than a day. Can one believe that an army of over 100,000 strong could not defeat a mere 40 to 50,000 rebels? Even a group of pigs could crush the other side, right? But the result was exactly the opposite. Fortunately, he ran fast and returned to his former base in Buchanan in time. Here, not only was there a garrison of 30,000 troops, but also his own Tutsi tribe, with about 40,000 tribal soldiers. A total of 70,000 troops should be more than enough to defend a city. If it really came to it, he could escape by sea to various countries in Europe. However, heaven showed some mercy. The anti-government forces were actually having a disagreement over who should become the head of state. Soon, due to unequal distribution of spoils, they split into two factions and engaged in a melee in the capital, Monrovia. It's not the formidable opponent that is feared, but the pig-like teammates. Sam, who supported the anti-government forces, also expressed considerable helplessness. This great opportunity made Xavier Saming see hope for a comeback. He immediately began to vigorously reorganize the military in Buchanan and improve the local economy and living standards. Gaining the strong support of the local people was fundamental for a prolonged struggle. On this point, Xavier Saming had been to China and firmly believed it. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Unfortunately, his subordinates were not strong enough, causing him too much worry, and he suffered from daily headaches. Xavier Saming felt that if the rebels didn't come, he might very well be the one to drive his own people to death. In the end, he didn't expect his subordinates to do too well. He would let nature take its course. If they did well, that would be great. If not, well, they'd be destroyed. At the same time, he sought support from the international community, such as the Soviet Union or China. As for the United Nations and the West African Union, he had already excluded them. The former was a mouthpiece for Uncle Sam, essentially a sham. The latter had made Xavier Saming lose faith. As the armed rebels disguised as peacekeeping troops entered Monrovia with 100% support from some country in the West African Union. Otherwise, how could they have done it without anyone knowing? No one would believe it. Unfortunately, in the international community, Xavier Saming did not receive any support. The Soviet Union was overwhelmed by its own decaying economic situation and was facing internal storms. How could it have time to manage the lives of other countries? As for China, it did not interfere in his domestic affairs, which was a fundamental principle and a bottom line that would never be crossed. Moreover, the legendary figure was currently focused on vigorously developing the domestic economy. Naturally, he wouldn't meddle in others' affairs. Strengthening national power was the right path. Under these circumstances, Xavier Saming could only grit his teeth and rely on himself. Sigh. Xavier Saming sighed, leaning his forehead against the chair, and began to feel lost. Was it wrong for him to diligently develop the national economy and improve the lives of the people in Guinea? Why did Uncle Sam want to conspire to destroy their hard-earned, peaceful life? Was it because they couldn't stand seeing these third-world countries gradually grow stronger? In fact, Xavier Saming did nothing wrong. The problem lay with the world's rule of survival of the fittest. The weak are ruthlessly crushed by the strong. In the eyes of the strong, weakness is original sin. Moreover, Uncle Sam is a troublemaker. Without war, where's the profit to be made? The world's police. After all, aim for nuclear domination. Wherever Uncle Sam goes, that country has had its fair share of misfortune. Just as Xavier Saming was feeling lost, there was a sudden knock on the office door. Then, the female secretary pushed the door open and entered. President, there's a Mr. Nicholas Yuri outside who claims he wishes to see you. Don't see him, let him go. Xavier Saming waved his hand from his chair, directly refusing. Didn't he see that he was contemplating life? Just wasting time. The female secretary thought about how she had taken $1,000 from him. If she didn't handle it well, it would be too embarrassing. She quickly added, Your Excellency, Mr. Nicholas is of Chinese descent. He says he can solve your current troubles. Xavier Saming straightened up at once, staring intently at the female secretary. You mean he is of Chinese descent? He can solve my troubles? Yes, Your Excellency, that's what he said. Quick, let him in. Upon hearing this, Xavier Saming's eyes suddenly sparkled with a fierce light. It seemed he thought of something and quickly began to give orders. Meanwhile, outside the temporary presidential palace, Chu Zihong, along with Victor and 6 others, quietly waited, surrounded by fully armed government soldiers. It was pitch black. If it weren't daytime, Chu Zihong would have thought there were several coal pillars standing around. Victor noticed that almost 10 minutes had passed, yet the female secretary still hadn't appeared. He couldn't help but whisper, Boss, will President Xavier Saming meet with us? If you were isolated and starving in the desert for several days, about to die, and suddenly saw food and water delivered to you, what would you do? Chu Zihong countered with an unrelated question. I would choose to eat it all. Surviving is the most important thing. Victor replied without hesitation. Exactly. So Xavier Saming will meet with us. Zhu Zihang smike on feed in. Now, Xavier Saming was truly cornered, with no one in the international community paying attention to him. As for his subordinates, Zhu Zihang felt that even pigs were more reliable than them. So, did Xavier Saming still have any choice left? Chapter 57, Mr. President, our company also offers Battlefield Express services. Mr. Nicholas, our president invites you in. However, you need to hand over your weapons to our guards for safekeeping. After waiting for less than a minute again, the female secretary arrived in front of Zhu Zihang and the others, stepping in high heels. Of course, no problem. Zhu Zihang shrugged and instructed Victor and the others to hand over their weapons. With Victor and his team's strength, even without weapons, any part of their bodies, including their clothing, could become a weapon. It made no difference whether they handed them over or not. With these militia-like black soldiers trying to kill Victor and the others? Please, don't joke around. After handing over the weapons, the female secretary led Zhu Zihang and the others to the president's office. Soon, they arrived at an Arabic-style office. Upon seeing Zhu Zihang's Asian face, Xavier Saming immediately showed a warm smile and stood up to greet him. You must be Mr. Nicholas, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. Mr. President, this is just a small token of my appreciation for our first meeting. Zhu Zihang shook hands with him and then handed over a briefcase. Mr. Nicholas, you are too polite. Xavier Saming's eyes flickered slightly, although he said he felt embarrassed. His hands were quite honest as they took the briefcase. He even discreetly weighed it, and it was not light. At least not less than 200,000. Wow, that's quite a sum, although he was an upright person who would refuse money that comes to the door. However, Xavier Saming felt a few more points of vigilance towards this Asian. Being generous must have its motives. After some pleasantries, both parties sat on the sofa. Mr. Nicholas, my secretary tells me you can solve my troubles. How do you plan to do that? Xavier Saming smiled and stared at Zhu Zihang directly. Mr. President, allow me to introduce myself. Zhu Zihang smiled slightly, took out a business card, and pushed it in front of Xavier Saming, starting his grandiose pitch. I am the executive president of Umbrella Military Resources Company, an ambassador for maintaining nuclear peace in the world, responsible for bringing hope to people. Xavier Saming was taken aback for a moment, and then had a strange expression. Why say such grandiose things? For world nuclear peace. A arms dealer saying this is really humorous. It's no different than farting while pulling down your pants. What hope? What it brings is endless war, right? What a load of nonsense. But isn't this kind of arms dealer exactly what he needs right now? He just didn't know who this Asian represented behind the scenes. Could it be Huagua? If so, that would be wonderful. Huagua's weapons are cost-effective and powerful. Thoughts fleeting, Xavier Saming smiled and said, Mr. Nicholas. So you mean you're an arms dealer? No, Mr. President, let me correct you. I bring hope and warmth to countries in need. Zhu Zihang waved his hand and said, So Mr. Nicholas, can I see your hope? Xavier Saming was too lazy to dwell on it and directly got to the point. Of course, but my arms are on the high seas. Depending on how much you need, I can have my people deliver them. Whatever you need, I have. Zhu Zihang didn't waste words and said grandly. Xavier Saming's eyes narrowed slightly as he laughed. Mr. Nicholas, your tone is quite bold. Mr. President, I'm just speaking the truth. Zhu Zihang shrugged and said. Xavier Saming suddenly frowned, falling into a moment of silence. Perhaps he understood something. He straightened his body and stared directly at Zhu Zihang. Mr. Nicholas, then, I need weapons and equipment for 70,000 people. Can you really provide that? Mr. President, it's not a matter of whether I can, but rather that I must be able to. I possess the best weapons and equipment. Tanks, armed helicopters, armored vehicles, RPGs, self-propelled howitzers, rocket launchers, and all sorts of arms that will absolutely satisfy you. Upon hearing this, Xavier Saming's eyes lit up. With these weapons and equipment, were the anti-government forces even worth? Oh, right, Mr. President. Zhu Zihang suddenly thought of something and added, if you need Battlefield Express or tactical guidance, our umbrella company can also provide that. Mercenaries? Xavier Saming came back to his senses and asked, Yes, the world's top mercenaries, coming from elite special forces of various countries, including Delta Force, SAS, and other special forces. Mr. Nicholas, your company can actually recruit veterans from Delta Force and SAS? Xavier Saming was astonished. Who exactly is this guy? He became even more curious about the umbrella company. Mr. President, this is just the tip of the iceberg of our umbrella company. Chu Zihong smiled mysteriously, his expression meaningful. Speaking of suspense, which company is better? He claimed second place, and no one dared claim first. Once this was said, it completely piqued Xavier Samin's endless curiosity. Without further ado, he directly scheduled to go out to sea with Chu Zihong the next day to see the arms. Time waits for no one. Taking advantage of the current infighting among the anti-government forces, he wanted to seize every opportunity to make a comeback and reclaim what originally belonged to him. To hell with the anti-government forces. The next day, early morning, Chu Zihong took the eagerly waiting President Xavier Samin aboard a speedboat heading for the high seas. For safety's sake, Chu Zihong ordered the Maersk giant ship to stop in the high seas near Buchanan. After an hour of bumpy sailing, the Maersk giant ship, resembling a mountain, suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. The moment Xavier Samin saw the Maersk giant ship, his eyes widened instantly. Oh my God, is it a steel mountain floating on the sea? The enormous Maersk giant ship completely overturned Xavier Samin's worldview. An aircraft carrier is nothing compared to this, right? Chu Zihong glanced at the naive Xavier Samin, feeling very pleased. Every time he saw someone staring at the Maersk giant ship with an astonishing expression, he felt very proud. Country bumpkin, never seen one before, right? That's my ship, the world's #1 large ocean freighter. After the shock, Xavier Samin's gaze toward Chu Zihong had completely changed. He now firmly believed in one thing. That is, Chu Zihong is his savior. This is a big, thick leg that must be hugged tightly. If Chu Zihong asked him to call him daddy, he would have no problem with that. So when Xavier Samin stepped onto the deck of the Maersk giant ship and saw that beneath the open curtain were Soviet-made T-72 main battle tanks, armored vehicles, 2 S-3 self-propelled howitzers, and mountains of AK-47S and other weapons, he was almost on the verge of kneeling down and calling Chu Zihong daddy. Daddy money, please support me. Chapter 58, Capitalists Sucking Blood. Chu Zihong, gnawing on bones. Mr. Nicholas, should I go down and take a look? Xavier Sabine cautiously asked, coming back to his senses from the shock. Of course, there's an elevator over there. Please follow me. Chu Zihong smiled and immediately took Xavier Sabine to the first cargo hold via the elevator. The rows of container racks here had been dismantled, and there were 50 T-72 tanks, 100 T-64 tanks, and 30 BTR-60s placed inside. Additionally, there were various weapons and ammunition. 24 helicopters were on the second level. Xavier Sabine approached the imposing T-72 main battle tanks and couldn't help but reach out to touch the thick and massive 125mm main gun. If the government forces were equipped with these tanks, wouldn't they easily crush the anti-government armed groups? Mr. President, this big guy is the current active T-72 main battle tank of the Soviet Union. It features the unique low profile of Soviet vehicles and a 125mm large-caliber main gun. And it is equipped with advanced devices such as guided missiles and an automatic loader, eliminating the need for a dedicated ammunition handler. Only 3 soldiers are needed to operate this beast. The T-72 tank is fitted with composite armor, reliable and durable, easy to operate. It not only serves extensively in the Soviet Union, but is also very popular internationally, priced at only $3 million. If you purchase a large quantity, I can offer you 2 years of maintenance and servicing for free, and if anything breaks during use, we will replace it. Chu Zihong introduced the tanks like a diligent salesman promoting his products. After-sales service? International arms dealers don't typically provide such services, partly because it's hard to manage, and partly because the costs are too high, making it not worth the trouble. Since no one dares to do it, Chu Zihong, will be the first in the industry. As for maintenance, he wouldn't be operating at a loss. It would be like a 4S shop for maintenance. That's right, it's free, but parts replacement will still incur additional charges. As for returns, it's even easier. Shipping costs money, right? For example, transporting a Ferrari back to the factory costs enough to buy another Mercedes-Benz or BMW. Businessmen are very shrewd. Who would do something without profit? Capitalists always seek profit. For Chu Zihong, with a large group of people under him needing to eat, Building the headquarters of the umbrella corporation and the underground base costs money, right? In the future, he also needs to build hives around the world, which is a considerable expense. If he doesn't sell at a higher price, how will his brothers eat? Without cash flow, won't the company go bankrupt? Therefore, Chu Zihong could be as ruthless as he wanted. It said that one speaks to people in their own language and to ghosts in theirs. When dealing with insiders, he would charge normal prices. For outsiders, well, sorry, but he did take advantage of you. Xavier Sabine furrowed his brows and asked, "Can it be a bit cheaper? Mr. President, this is already very cheap. At $3 million, you won't suffer a loss or be deceived. If you buy it, I can also give you 2 boxes of shells. How about that?" Chu Zihong gets the... A price reduction was impossible, especially in a country at war. Chu Zihong could directly multiply the price several times. Sometimes money isn't just money. Guns are life. Xavier Sabine lowered his head and thought for a moment, then patted the tank and said, "All right, give me 6. Great." Chu Zihong smiled even more and quickly had someone note it down for the account. Then he started promoting again. "Mr. President, would you like to take a look at the T-64 tank? This is the Soviet Union's 3rd-generation tank, also equipped with composite armor. The T-72 was designed based on it, and it's priced relatively cheaper at $2 million each. Give me 30. Xavier Sabine waved his hand grandly, without haggling. Compared to the T-72 tank, he was a bit more familiar with the T-64, as the government forces were also equipped with a batch of them. "Mr. President, if you purchase 50 T-64s at once, I can offer you a flat price of $150 million, plus ammunition." Chu Zihong seized the opportunity to say, "$150 million. Xavier Sabine showed a conflicted expression upon hearing this. However, in order to make a comeback, he gritted his teeth and decided to buy it. If he was buying 30, he might as well get 50. The steel torrent formed by the T-64 and T-72 would be enough to crush those damned anti-government armed groups. However, he never expected that he was getting ripped off severely. Chu Zihong was completely a lion opening its mouth wide, as black-hearted as they come. "Mr. President, that's the spirit." Chu Zihong smiled and said, "I'll throw in an additional 20 boxes of shells." "Thank you very much." Xavier Sabine smiled and expressed his gratitude. "Not all come, Mr. President. With tanks, you can't do without armored vehicles, right?" Chu Zihong waved his hand nonchalantly and then enthusiastically put his arm around Xavier Sabine's shoulder, leading him to the area where the armored vehicles were stored. The way the two were so close made onlookers think they were brothers. The BTR-60 armored vehicle has a maximum speed of 80 kilometers per hour and a range of 500 kilometers. Additionally, this vehicle is amphibious, relying on a water jet propulsion system installed at the rear to achieve a speed of 9 kilometers per hour in water. In terms of weaponry, it is equipped with a single-man manual turret armed with a 14.5 mm KPVT machine gun and a 7.62 mm PKT machine gun, and it's cheaper than tanks at $800,000, with 3 boxes of ammunition thrown in. Chu Zihong patted the armored vehicle and introduced it. In reality, the price of a BTR-60 armored vehicle is only $600,000. He marked it up by $200,000, revealing his true nature as a shrewd businessman. European capitalists suck blood, while Chu Zihong gnaws on bones, not even spitting out the bones. He was black-hearted to the extreme, but Xavier Sabine, an outsider, had no idea about this. After thinking for a while, he directly ordered 20 vehicles. Seeing Xavier Sabine's generous demeanor made Chu Zihong extremely happy. He loved such a client. The more, the better. After all, the people from Black State are naive and have money. He was just delivering warmth to them, bringing the beautiful hope of global nuclear peace. Next, Chu Zihong took Xavier Sabine to the area where weapons and equipment were stored. The weapons were piled high, to the point of being countless. Some weapons were even hard to distinguish, like the AK-47, AKM, and AK-74. Then there were RPG ones, mortars, landmines, light and heavy machine guns, and so on. Xavier Sabine was dazzled. He was a pure politician and not someone coming from the military. He didn't know many firearms, so he had to ask Chu Zihong for recommendations. "Mr. Nicholas, do you have any recommendations?" Upon hearing this, Chu Zihong wasted no time and directly picked out an AK-47 from the many weapons. He pulled back the bolt and introduced, "Mr. President, I recommend this assault rifle called the AK-47. It has a simple structure, powerful firepower, good serviceability, few malfunctions, and is solid and durable. It can still fire normally in harsh environments like sandstorms and muddy water. It is the most famous and widely circulated weapon in the world, and one of the 6 most famous guns. Thus, this gun is also one of the main export goods of the Soviet Union, right after vodka and caviar, along with suicidal poets." "How much?" Xavier Sabine's eyes lit up. This gun was better than the M16 they were currently using, which had a high malfunction rate. "Mr. President, how many do you need?" Chu Zihong did not mention the price, but instead asked in return. 70,000, can be a bit cheaper? Xavier Sabine gesturat. A fixed price of 100 million, plus bullets. Chu Zihong directly made a lion's share demand. Xavier Sabine fell silent upon hearing this. 100 million? Damn, that's way too expensive, right? But thinking about the powerful forces and the anti-government armed groups supported by the SAM country, Xavier Sabine suddenly felt that not investing was not an option. Damn it, bought it. Chapter 59. The War Among Mercenaries Purchasing 70,000 AK-47s cost 100 million. President Xavier Sabine of Guanilia stated that maintaining an army is really too expensive. However, under the persuasion of Chu Zihong's eloquence, he spent another 30 million US dollars to buy RPG-1s, mortars, grenades, and several landmines. This left Xavier feeling quite pained again, as money flowed like water. As for the 2S-3 self-propelled howitzer and Katyusha rocket launcher, their firepower was formidable, but Xavier thought they were too complicated. Could that bunch of pigs operate them? He decided against it. "Mr. President, with all due respect, besides the weapons you just bought, I recommend you purchase some heavy firepower, or your infantry corps will suffer on the battlefield," Chu Zihong said, pulling Xavier over to the heavy weapons area. "Nicholas, what do you recommend?" Xavier asked, somewhat convinced. This 107mm 8-tube rocket launcher has a maximum range of 5 kilometers and a lethal radius of 12.5 meters. Its firepower is comparable to that of a 105mm howitzer battalion. It can be mounted on armed pickups, making it ideal for annihilating enemy troop clusters. "Mr. President, I'm not exaggerating. This rocket launcher will definitely make your army make those rebels scream. The price is relatively cheap, only 100,000 US dollars, Chu Zihong said, patting a rocket launcher that looked simple and dirty, resembling a farming tool. "Don't be misled by its rustic appearance. Its firepower is truly exceptional. It has been in service for over 40 years and remains effective, renowned for its excellent performance and outstanding record, along with the AK-47 and RPG, as one of the 3 great tools of guerrilla warfare. Only 100,000. Xavier's eyes lit up. This was the cheapest rocket launcher he had seen. The key was that its firepower was quite good, definitely worth the value. "Nicholas, how many do you have?" "Unfortunately, this rocket launcher comes from Huagua, and I bought it from a second-hand dealer, so I only have 4. Chu Zihong showed a regretful expression. "I'll take them all." Xavier waved his hand grandly, full of enthusiasm. "Just 400,000, as long as it can make the rebels scream. Mr. President, you truly deserve to be the great president leading the people of Guanilia to prosperity. You're so straightforward," Chu Zihong generously praised, flattering him. Xavier felt much better after such flattery, and his smile increased significantly. "Nicholas, do you have any other recommendations?" "Mr. President, take a look at this BM-21 Grad rocket launcher. If we cut a few of its launch tubes and weld them onto a pickup, it can provide long-range fire support on the battlefield. The price is 60,000 US dollars, and I'll throw in 3 boxes of rockets for free." Chu Zihong pointed to the cluster launch tubes in the corner and introduced. To make Xavier feel like he was getting a bargain, he specifically chose the cheapest rocket launcher. After all, overcharging too much could lead to complaints later. Chu Zihong asked himself if his conscience was truly clear. "Only 60,000. Xavier excitedly agreed to buy, without even asking for the quantity. Chu Zihong flattered him again, making Xavier feel a bit giddy. He then recommended the battlefield meat grinder, which had a firing rate of 750 rounds per minute, far surpassing the American-made M2 machine gun, the Soviet NSV machine gun. The price was $200,000 US dollars, cheaper than the M2. President Xavier directly ordered 20 units, displaying a grand spirit. Cheap goods. I'm never stingy, he declared. One word by Chu Zihong, seeing Xavier acting like a wealthy tycoon, suddenly thought this old fellow was quite rich. Victor followed behind them with a calculator, rapidly pressing buttons. The numbers on the small screen had reached 348. 5 million. This figure surprised even Victor. The arms trade was indeed more profitable than selling laundry detergent. Mr. President, there's also an armed helicopter on the next floor. Do you need it? Chu Zihong asked enthusiastically, draping his arm over Xavier's shoulder. Is it expensive? Xavier instinctively asked. Not expensive at all. It's definitely worth the value. With full firepower, an entire battalion could be wiped out, known as the strongest exterminator on the surface, Chu Zihong persuaded. Mi 24. Xavier's eyes brightened. He had heard of this armed helicopter, and its firepower was indeed fierce. However, when he asked the price, it turned out to be 10 million US dollars each. I can't afford it. Excuse me, I'll take my leave. He felt it was a waste of resources since the fighter jets in the warehouse had already accumulated a thick layer of dust. Finally, all were destroyed by foreign mercenaries, a true waste of resources. On the deck of the giant ship, Chu Zihong watched the speedboat fade into the distance, and suddenly felt he had sold too cheaply. In war-torn areas, weapon prices generally far exceed normal prices. Therefore, he could at least make another 100 million. He was still too kind. He needed to learn from the European countries in this regard. Why nibble on bones when you could suck the marrow directly? Boss, the money has arrived, but isn't it a bit harsh? Victor came over and said, harsh? If I don't sell this batch of arms to Xavier, he might meet his end when the anti-government forces attack. In war-torn areas, money is no longer money, but guns represent a person's life. You're right, boss. Chu Zihong smiled at Victor's words, then turned around and said, Victor, immediately notify USS Teams 2, 3, and 4 to mobilize. It's time for our umbrella corporation to send a message to the world. After that, the sharp light in Chu Zihong's eyes shone, emanating a powerful aura. In addition to selling a batch of arms, he also secured an order for Xavier to hire their mercenaries for combat. The task required them to assassinate the high-ranking members of the anti-government forces and eliminate participating foreign mercenaries. Such a task was a piece of cake for the USS Rapid Response Teams, which possessed tactical and even strategic capabilities. If they completed this task, their umbrella corporation would gain significant fame. Being low-key was not Chu Zihong's style. Being high-profile was, especially for a military resource company. To earn more money, there was no need to be low-key. This battle would be their umbrella corporation's debut. Whether it was a mule or a horse would be revealed in the hands of the fighters. Orders were issued. The 3 teams of USS, which had already entered Guanilia and were lurking in various parts of the northern cities, immediately sprang into action. A war among mercenaries quietly erupted within Guanilia. This war, which broke out in the shadows, was destined to be a one-sided game of cat and mouse, wolves catching sheep. The strength of the USS Rapid Response Teams was formidable. Even a single team was a top-tier mercenary squad. The Daredevil Special Operations Team was already well known in the mercenary world. The CIA and KGB had previously hired them to execute certain special tasks. Their strength was beyond doubt. As for the leaders of Teams 2 and 3, Wolfmom and Enrique, need I say more? They were elite forces. The former was responsible for training USS members, while the latter was the captain of the Bravo team. With nearly 20 years of experience in the police force and a leader of STARS, they would utterly crush the mercenaries of this era. Just as Chu Zihong said, it was time for the Umbrella Corporation to make its voice heard to the world. Chapter 60. The Suicide Squad Strikes Christmas in Guanilia. The capital, Monrovia, in the hilly area 30 kilometers to the east. A 6-man special forces team, fully equipped, is resting behind a large rock. The combat vests of these individuals display the classic red and white logo of Umbrella Corporation on the back, and the helmets have the same logo on the sides. Indeed, This six-man Special Forces team is from the mercenaries under Chu Zihan's command, specifically from the 3rd Squad of USS, known as the Suicide Squad Special Operations Group. Leading them is the old-school tough guy Barney Ross, with team members Christmas, Yin Yang, Gunner, Fee, Caesar, and the sniper Billy, who is lying on a high point of the hillside, keeping watch. The older ones rest while the younger ones stand guard. Isn't that unfair? Billy can only complain internally and would never voice it. The remaining 6 young team members form a small group, hunting down Western mercenaries within Guanilia in their youthful way. The 3 squads under USS essentially operate independently, but with the same goal, to eliminate all Western mercenaries hired by anti-government forces in Guanilia. Damn it. My underwear is soaked with sweat. Christmas looked up at the blazing sun, then turned his head to look at the team leader Barney Ross. Barney, why not get a vehicle? Do we have to walk? The vehicle is too big a target and easy to spot, Barney Ross replied without looking up, admiring his beloved skull knife. Damn, that makes sense. Christmas had no retort and could only endure it. Barney, how much longer do we have to walk? Yin Yang Asket, chewing gum. Upon hearing this, Christmas, Gunner, Fee, and Caesar all looked at Barney Ross in unison, clearly wanting to know how much longer they would have to endure the scorching sun. It's too hot. The Black State has this one downside, situated right between the Tropic of Cancer and the equator. It's annoyingly hot. I'd rather kill enemies than continue to bake in the sun. Feeling the eager gazes of his comrades, Barney Ross put away his knife. According to the intel provided by Quicksand, a mercenary group called the God-S Assassin is stationed in a village 30 kilometers east of Monrovia. God-S Assassin? It's those guys. Christmas exclaimed in surprise. Barney glanced at Christmas and asked, Do you know them? I dealt with them when I served in the SAS. Christmas explained, They are ruthless and practically the devil's loyal servants. Why haven't I heard of them? I thought they were unknown mercenaries. Fee couldn't help but interject. They are CIA's contract personnel, not freelance. Also, they are CIA's dogs. Just as Barney Ross finished speaking, Billy's voice came through the radio. Captain, we got a situation. What situation? Barney Ross's expression changed, signaling the others to prepare for combat. In the next second, the previously lazy team members instantly snapped into a combat-ready state. Truly, these are the most elite retired special forces from various countries. Their transition to combat mode is remarkably smooth. A girl has escaped from the village. A foreign mercenary is chasing her along with some anti-government soldiers. Billy reported the situation he observed through his sniper rifle's 4-power scope. Keep an eye on them. I'm coming up to take a look, Barney Ross ordered, quickly leading the team to crouch and ascend the hillside. The 6 members coordinated well, each occupying a firing position. Once the shooting started, they would be able to provide mutual support and create a firepower network. Barney Ross had quietly made his way to Billy's side, picking up binoculars to look down at the village. The entire village looked as if it had been ransacked by bandits, in complete disarray. Numerous corpses littered the ground, and hardly any living villagers could be seen. Several anti-government armed personnel were cleaning up the bodies, and there were 2 armed pickups mounted with them 2 heavy machine guns. Besides the anti-government personnel, Barney Ross also spotted several white mercenaries. They were likely members of the God-S Assassin mercenary group. After briefly scanning the situation in the village, Barney Ross looked in the direction Billy had indicated. Stop! Don't run! You filthy bitch! If you run again, I'll shoot. A girl, about 11 or 12 years old, wearing a torn floral dress that revealed large patches of dark skin, looked terrified as she ran out of the village, glancing back repeatedly. Behind her, a bald white mercenary and 5 rebel soldiers were in hot pursuit. Coincidentally, the members of the Suicide Squad breathed a little heavier. Click! A series of safety catches being released sounded softly. Don't shoot. Wait until they get closer and use knives, Barney instructed. Shooting now would alert all the enemies in the village. Resolving it with knives is the best approach. Even though the suppressor on the assault rifle muffles sound, it still emits a slight noise. A little sound can be deadly, because for mercenaries who often walk on the edge of a knife, they can still detect it quickly. When facing their own kind, Barney Ross had to be particularly cautious. That big guy is mine. Don't you dare steal my kill. Gunner licked the blade of his knife, revealing a greedy look. Before long, the girl and her pursuers had run within 10 meters of the Suicide Squad members. Thud! In her panic, The girl stumbled over a rock and fell to the ground, rolling down the hillside and crashing into a rock before finally stopping. The distance between her and the suicide squad had increased to at least 15 meters. Just as the girl struggled to get up, the bald mercenary pounced on her from behind. Then, the girl was roughly yanked up by the bald white mercenary by her hair. "You little bitch, where do you think you're running?" The bald man cursed viciously, pulling the girl's hair back with his left hand very brutally. The girl's head was forced back, her neck stretching as if it might snap. Whoosh! The members of the suicide squad, concealed nearby and wielding combat knives adorned with skull designs, charged out almost simultaneously. The closest was Yin Yang, who could reach the enemy in just over a second at their speed, eliminating the target before they even had time to react. Whoosh! Thud! 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 Each member of the suicide squad chose their target. But just as they were about to reach the enemy, a throwing knife suddenly whizzed past them and struck the enemy's heart. What the fuck? Everyone was instantly furious, glaring in one direction. Damn it, stealing kills. The source of the outrage was, of course, Christmas, who was the best at throwing knives. He clearly hadn't held back, throwing all the knives in his hand, accurately and swiftly piercing the hearts of the enemies. The 5 soldiers didn't even get a chance to react before they were dead. The leading bald man, a member of the God-S assassin mercenary group and a former ranger, reacted slightly faster. Sensing an attack, the bald man instinctively threw the girl away to save himself. Then, he rolled to the side with great speed. However, the rapidly approaching throwing knife still plunged deep into his shoulder. Thud! Blood splattered, causing the bald mercenary to cry out in pain. But at this moment, he couldn't care less about pulling out the flying knife. He rolled on the ground to a distance of 2 meters and reached for his handgun. Bang! Before the bald mercenary could pull the trigger, his wrist was suddenly kicked, causing pain in his palm, and the gun flew out of his hand. The bald man's eyelids drooped as he glared fiercely at the newcomer. Fact squid. It turned out to be a Chinese face that was 2 sizes smaller than him. Chapter 61 Old Rules. Who kills more? Yellow-skinned monkey, get lost. The bald mercenary let out a furious roar that echoed like a mad wolf pouncing on Yin Yang. His hands shot out like iron claws, attempting to strangle him on the spot. However, Yin Yang was slipperier than an eel coated in oil, slipping away from between the bald mercenary's hands and kicking back. Bang! The bald mercenary took a kick and staggered back a few steps like a black bear. At that moment, a tall, blond man named Gunnar charged in from the side and knocked the bald mercenary to the ground, without giving him a chance to react. He raised his cookery knife and struck it across the opponent's neck. Blood splattered out like a fountain. The bald mercenary's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his bleeding neck with both hands. He emitted a wheezing sound, his body trembling violently as he struggled. Meanwhile, the towering Gunnar pressed down on the bald mercenary's head like a butcher, indifferent to the blood splattering on him. He pressed down hard, preventing the bald mercenary from escaping. The bloody scene was enough to make anyone's heart race. Christmas shot a glance at Barney Ross, the meaning clear. He hoped that Barney, as the captain, would rein in Gunnar's inhumane actions. It was disgusting every time. They were taking kills, ruining their minds. Barney Ross shrugged his shoulders, indicating he was powerless, and turned away. Christmas rolled his eyes in silence, wondering what kind of person this was. At that moment, a large gash appeared on the bald mercenary's neck, blood gushing out. His body trembled and struggled, scraping against the ground with a rustling sound. After a while, the bald mercenary's pupils dilated, and he breathed his last, meeting his maker. "Hey, Yin Yang, I told you he was mine." Gunnar stood up and glared at the shorter Yin Yang with dissatisfaction. Caesar, equally displeased, looked at Christmas. This guy stole my kill. They had agreed to 1 kill each, yet all 5 soldiers had died under his knives. Even the bald mercenary was butchered like a pig with the help of Gunnar and Yin Yang. "You can't blame me. Your speed was just too slow." Christmas shrugged, feigning innocence. Barney pulled out his revolver and spun it in his hand, saying, "Christmas, a knife will never be faster than a bullet. If I had a gun, all these guys would be dead under my fire. But unfortunately, there's no if, only results, right?" Christmas shrugged again and smiled. Hearing this, Barney shot a glance at Christmas and holstered his revolver. Next time, he would definitely let him see. Meanwhile, The little girl watched as a group of fierce-looking people suddenly appeared and killed the bad guys chasing her. Although she knew they had saved her, she was still terrified, trembling and curled up under a rock. Seeing this, Barney approached and squatted down in front of the girl, his face full of bulk. Bore a smile he thought was friendly, but in reality, it was even scarier. However, when he magically produced a piece of candy for the girl, she began to calm down. "Child, do you understand English?" Barney Ross asked tentatively. The girl just stared at the candy in his hand without speaking. Sigh. Barney Ross sighed, realizing she really didn't understand. She was so small. What English could she speak? Christmas walked over and said, "Adults might understand a little." Barney Ross found some truth in that, stuffed the candy into the girl's hand, and stood up. "Let's go. We have a tough battle ahead." Just as he was about to leave, the little girl suddenly reached out and tugged at the hem of Barney Ross's pants. "Yes, sir, I can. Speak a little English." "Damn." Barney Ross's eyes lit up. What a pleasant surprise. He quickly squatted down and asked, "Child, is there a tunnel leading to your village?" "Yes. I can take you." The little girl nodded, speaking English haltingly. Barney Ross then called over Christmas and the others, leaving Sniper Billy at the high ground for long-range support while he followed the little girl to the tunnel. The tunnel was located halfway up the hillside where the Suicide Squad was ambushed, covered by a layer of desert camouflage tarpaulin. The entrance was very discreet and hard to notice. The villagers of the Guanilia tribe could have escaped through the secret passage, but unfortunately, they didn't have the chance. The men were all slaughtered by the god's assassin and anti-government soldiers. Only a few women were left. As for what would happen to them, it was self-evident. Walking through the shaky tunnel for a while, they soon saw a faint light ahead. Barney Ross immediately took the lead and rushed forward, then cautiously opened the exit cover and peered outside. It seemed to be an empty room, devoid of anyone. He gently pushed the tunnel cover open, braced his hands, and easily leaped out. After checking the room and peering out the window to find no one outside, he confirmed it was safe and quickly signaled for Christmas and the others to come out. The little girl followed as well. "Child, how far are we from those bad guys?" Barney Ross asked gently. "Yes, sir, we are now south of the village, and those bad guys are in the center of the village," the little girl said timidly. "You're a good child." Barney Ross ruffled the girl's hair and then struck her on the neck with one hand. Instantly, she slumped down, but Barney Ross caught her with one hand. Christmas and the others looked on in confusion. "It's too bloody ahead. It's not good for her to see," Barney Ross explained, then ordered Caesar, "You take her out through the tunnel and come back immediately." "Okay." Caesar immediately picked up the little girl from Barney's hands and decisively jumped into the tunnel. Soon, Caesar returned. Seeing everyone gathered, Barney Ross said, "Same old rules. Who kills more?" "Barney, this time you're going to lose," Christmas declared confidently. Barney Ross shrugged, indifferent to Christmas's provocation. Who loses and who wins is still uncertain. Anyone can talk big, right? "Move out." Barney Ross wasted no time, checked his weapons, and was the first to open the door and charge out. Christmas and the others quickly followed, rushing off in different directions. Their movements were swift, textbook-like in their combat formation. Yin Yang and Christmas moved in tandem towards the two-armed pickup trucks, while the others headed straight for the village center, where the god's assassins were stationed. Along the way, they encountered numerous anti-government soldiers, all of whom were swiftly dealt with by the Suicide Squad members. They quickly dragged the bodies away and hid them, clean and neat, leaving no trace. Meanwhile, on the hillside opposite the village, Billy, wearing desert combat gear, almost blended into the surrounding environment. His L-115A3 sniper rifle was also painted in desert camouflage, and the 4-power scope had anti-glare features. If he remained still, it was nearly impossible to spot him with the naked eye, making it difficult even for other snipers to detect him. At that moment, he was searching for the enemy snipers from the god's assassins in the village through his scope. Soon he spotted a middle-aged white sniper lying in a 2-story building across from the center of the village. Billy's eyes glinted coldly, and a smile crept across his lips. "Little mouse, I've finally found you." As he spoke, his hand quietly moved to the trigger. The intent to kill was about to erupt. Chapter 62. Old-school tough guy style, direct confrontation near the center of the village. There was a 2-story small building. "Eric, The first sniper of the God-S assassin mercenary group expressed that it was really boring and lacked challenge. He even wanted to drink some red wine and call a girl to have some fun. The mercenary task accepted by the organization this time was too simple. Simpler than building blocks for kids. Dealing with a group of militia from Black State, he could stab several of them to death with just a stick. After 2 or 3 months, he had no idea how many snipers from the Guerrilla government forces had died at his hands, not to mention the government soldiers, which numbered at least 400 or 500. There wasn't a single capable one among them. It was lonely for a master. Eric initially wanted to wrap things up quickly, capture the government forces leader, Xavier Samin, hand him over to the anti-government forces, and then return to Santiago for a good relaxation. Staying in such a godforsaken place all day was driving him crazy. To make matters worse, the anti-government forces, which were a bunch of incompetent teammates, actually started infighting. It was absolutely terrible. Evolution was incomplete. These idiots were elevating the Black State militia, a bunch of morons. At this rate, he might not be able to finish before Christmas Eve. Didn't T, his little lover, want to die? To vent his frustration, he killed over a dozen black pigs today in this village. Damn it, what a bad luck. Eric spat and cursed. Even if he killed a few more civilians today, it still wouldn't ease his anger. Suddenly, he felt a sense of unease in his heart. Years of combat experience told him there was danger. But in a godforsaken village, what danger could there be? However, for safety's sake, he immediately put away his gun and hid under the wall on the rooftop. This scene, of course, was witnessed by Billy on the distant hillside. He sneered. It was just a dying struggle. When the operation began, he would send you to meet God. Meanwhile, in the village, Barney Ross bent down and approached a house. He glanced through the window and saw the bodies of civilians sprawled all over the place. Then he peeked at the door and noticed 2 anti-government soldiers holding M16s, chatting about something. Seeing this, Barney Ross slowly drew out his beloved skull-headed knife, a sharp blade longer than a dagger. In the sunlight, the blade emitted a chilling white gleam. The knife, named Bowie, was specially crafted for Barney Ross by a renowned craftsman. The blade was over a foot long and thick at the spine. The knife was large and heavy, with a handle that was long enough and weighted just right, essentially custom-made for him. He had used this knife to take down countless enemies. The cold aura exuded by the knife was enough to send shivers down one's spine. After drawing the knife, in the next second, Barney Ross charged out like a cheetah. The cold blade gleamed ominously in the sunlight. Puff! The neck of a nearby anti-government soldier was instantly sliced open, blood gushing out like a fountain. The soldier clutched his neck, eyes wide open. Just as the other soldier was about to raise his gun, Barney Ross kicked him in the chest. Bang! The soldier flew backward, and Barney Ross swiftly pounced on him. He stabbed the knife into the soldier's heart, killing him instantly. The entire process was decisive and fluid, not just killing but an elegant art of murder. After taking down the 2 soldiers, Barney Ross continued to charge towards the center of the village, going solo. Every anti-government soldier he encountered was dealt with by him with overwhelming force. The process was as easy as slaughtering piglets. Wherever he went, lives were taken. Looking at other directions, advancing into the village, similar bloody scenes were unfolding. However, some were even bloodier than Barney Ross, like the somewhat neurotic giant, Gunnar. Relying on his height and strength, he rampaged with a Nepalese curved knife, taking down a child with each strike. Heads rolled wherever he went. He was thrilled, as if high on drugs. In contrast, his equally tall and strong companion, the support man Caesar, was much more refined. He didn't even use a knife. He simply used his hands to snap the necks of the anti-government soldiers he encountered, making a crisp sound. Yin Yang and Christmas had circled behind 2 armed pickup trucks, first taking out the soldiers in the back before assaulting those in the driver's seats. The 2 seemed to be competing, each trying to outpace the other. In the end, Christmas's flying knife managed to claim a head from beneath Yin Yang's nose, causing Yin Yang to roll his eyes and sigh. So you can throw a knife, huh? How impressive. Why not compare your hand-to-hand skills? At this moment, Caesar also arrived at their location. After all, as the support man, the M2 heavy machine gun on the armed pickup could provide fire support for his teammates. Leaving the situation to the 2, Christmas rushed toward the village center. The remaining members, like Barney Ross, charged into the village center as well. Simultaneously, while killing, he didn't forget to plant timed explosives along the main path. The square at the center of the village had a considerable number of anti-government soldiers. They should all be gathered there. Additionally, he spotted several white mercenaries. Inside a large house opposite the village square was the base of the god-S assassin. To turn this place into a temporary camp, they had slaughtered almost all the men in the village. These mercenaries severely violated humanitarian principles, practically acting as butchers. They say that Sam's country is a nation of freedom and the kindest democracy in the world. But in reality, just look at what their mercenaries are doing. Is this what humans do? Where did democracy and freedom go at this moment? The Sam government once planned to overthrow 7 countries within 5 years, including Iraq and Afghanistan. The UN should reflect on who the real terrorists are in this world. After arriving at his designated spot, Barney Ross immediately spoke softly into the radio. I've reached the designated position. What is the situation on your end? Caesar, Yin Yang have entered the designated position. Christmas is on the way. The remaining members have reached the designated position. Soon, responses from the team members came through the radio. Basically, everyone had arrived at their designated positions, except for Christmas, who was still on his way to the village center square. Barney Ross was about to initiate action directly, not bothering to wait for the headhunting Christmas. Smack! A hand slapped on his shoulder, and Barney Ross instinctively stabbed backward with his knife. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Then came Christmas's startled voice. Fuck, Barney, are you trying to murder your brother? It was just a reflex. Barney Ross shrugged and sheathed his knife, feeling no guilt at all. Who told you to sneak up on me? After Christmas finally arrived at the designated position, Barney Ross immediately spoke into the radio. Check weapons and equipment. Prepare for a strong assault. No wonder he was an old-school tough guy. His tactics were straightforward and to the point. Perhaps this also came from a sense of confidence. Each member of the Suicide Squad couldn't be said to be particularly amazing or able to take on the universe. But they all came from the most elite shadow forces of various major countries, each one a king among soldiers. Dealing with mercenaries from the Sam Navy SEALs was more than enough. In short, what was there to be afraid of? One word, fuck them. Action. At Barney Ross's command, everyone aimed their weapons at the soldiers in the square and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of intense gunfire erupted, and the anti-government soldiers in the square fell down like dominoes. The sudden gunfire also instantly alerted the mercenaries of the god-S assassin. Each of them rolled on the spot, dodging bullets while simultaneously returning fire. In an instant, the square transformed into a battlefield filled with rain of bullets. Chapter 63, What is an arms dealer? A capitalist. Shit, a bunch of pigs. The enemy is right under our noses, and they don't even realize it. Are they all blind? Eric, are you sleepwalking as a sniper? Inside the village chief's house, Sherlock, the leader of the god-S assassin mercenary group, shouted into the intercom from behind a wall. However, the Eric he mentioned had already been shot in the head by Billy the moment Barney Ross shouted to start the operation. Captain, Eric has been shot in the head by the enemy sniper. A member of the god-S assassin mercenaries replied solemnly over the intercom. Sherlock's expression darkened. Damn it, we hit a hard rock. The damned Ganillian government troops have actually hired mercenaries to join the fight. Moreover, they managed to sneak up, right under their noses. Their strength must be at least on par with the god-S assassin mercenaries, if not surpassing them. Could it be a top-tier mercenary group? Impossible, absolutely impossible. There are only about 10 top mercenary organizations in the industry, and more than half are supported by major powers. How could the Ganillian government afford to hire them? But now is not the time to dwell on these issues. It's time to counterattack. Unfortunately, they're facing a suicide squad, a group of guys who fight like they are insane. To them, life seems worthless. They're only focused on taking down the enemy at all costs. Each one is a crazy war machine, vowing not to rest until all enemies are wiped out. RPG, get down. But it was too late. A rocket-propelled grenade came in an instant. Boom! One rocket instantly took out 4 or 5 anti-government soldiers. The battle was one-sided. All the anti-government armed soldiers were swiftly eliminated. Only the god's assassin mercenaries remained, fiercely fighting back, these former Navy SEAL members. Both sides fought to a standstill. After all, as one of Uncle Sam's 5 elite special forces, their strength should not be underestimated. Caesar quickly set up the M2 heavy machine gun on the armed pickup truck and unleashed a torrent of bullets at them. The brutal firepower kept these former Navy SEAL members from raising their heads. Coupled with enemy snipers, they didn't dare to show their heads or bodies easily. A moment of carelessness could lead them to meet God. Their leader Sherlock and deputy leader Crew, along with 2 mercenary members, were trapped inside the house and couldn't get out. The simple house ultimately couldn't withstand the fierce attack from the M2 heavy machine gun. It collapsed, burying the 4 alive inside, leaving their fate unknown. The situation was extremely unfavorable. Fortunately, in the end, both sides ran out of ammunition and resorted to hand-to-hand combat. Compared to the quickly dying anti-government soldiers, these former Navy SEAL members were much tougher. For example, Gunnar faced an equally matched opponent, a muscular black mercenary wielding a machete, as strong as a black bear. On the modern battlefield where firearms reigned supreme, the 2 engaged in a cold weapon duel. Nepalese curved knife versus machete. Their battle was exceptionally intense. The others were no exception, fighting fiercely. But only one person had it relatively easy, and that was Barney Ross, the captain of the Suicide Squad. The mercenary he encountered didn't know that Barney Ross had a revolver behind him, seeing him throw away his handgun. He rushed in with a combat knife. The result was predictable. He was shot dead by the revolver. Just as Barney Ross was about to look for other god's assassin mercenaries, someone suddenly burst out from the collapsed house. It was the somewhat disheveled Sherlock, the leader of the god's assassin mercenaries, who swung a metal rod fiercely at Barney Ross's body. Barney Ross narrowly dodged, but his revolver was knocked 2 meters away. Seeing this, Barney Ross had no choice but to draw his beloved knife and fight back. It was a back and forth filled with murderous intent. Everything happening here, at the same time, was also occurring near the capital of Monrovia in Guinea. Members of the USS were fighting alongside these mercenaries supported by Uncle Sam. But not everyone possessed the same strength as the god's assassin. Many mercenary groups were swiftly wiped out by other USS teams. 1-2, until all foreign mercenaries were completely annihilated near the capital of Monrovia. Meanwhile, the situation of the Ghanaian government hiring other top mercenaries to join the fight quickly reached the CIA's intelligence station in Guinea. After going through the CIA, it was directly sent to the Joint Committee of Uncle Sam's country to overthrow the Ghanaian government. Investigate. Find out which mercenary organization is hindering our good deeds. A silver-haired general slammed the table in anger and stood up. Yes, General. CIA intelligence personnel quickly exited the meeting room and rushed to deal with the suddenly appearing mercenary organization. The largest city in southern Guinea, Buchanan. In a star-rated hotel, in the presidential suite, Chu Zihong was comfortably leaning on the sofa, with sexy white beauties massaging him from both front and back. These white beauties were found for him by Xavier Saming. It is said that the lovers he keeps, unexpectedly, this President Xavier Saming knows how to enjoy. Indeed, all men are the same. Who doesn't like beautiful women? However, Chu Zihong was not interested in the 2 white beauties massaging him. Use goods. He was afraid of HIV. Just a massage would do. Click. The door of the presidential suite was pushed open, and Victor walked in. Boss, we received good news from the USS's 4 special operations teams. What is it? Chu Zihong, eyes half closed in enjoyment, asked without raising his head. All foreign mercenaries, except for the god's assassin mercenaries that the Suicide Squad is dealing with, have been eliminated, Victor quickly replied. Well done. A satisfied smile appeared on Chu Zihong's face. Then he raised his hand and instructed, notify the other USS teams to go support the Suicide Squad. The Navy SEALs are not to be underestimated, second only to Delta. If we continue dragging this out, we may attract a large number of anti-government armed forces for support. Yes, boss. Victor nodded and stepped aside to contact them with a satellite phone. At this moment, the door was pushed open again. Chris, the deputy leader of the protection team, quickly walked in. Boss, President Xavier Saming has sent someone to invite you to meet him. What does he want? Does he want to buy arms? Chu Zihong raised his eyes slightly and asked, "Boss, the person he sent said President Xavier Saming wants to discuss another deal with you, but didn't He provide specifics? Since business is knocking at the door, let us go take a trip." Chu Zihong waved his hand to stop the two white beauties massaging him and stood up. "When a money-giving boy invites you, how can one refuse to go? What exactly is an arms dealer? A businessman, a capitalist. As a big capitalist, who would complain about having too much money?" Chapter 64, Old Foxes, What Kind of Strange Tales Are You Playing? An hour later, Chu Zihong arrived at the temporary presidential palace in a stretched Lincoln and met with Xavier Saming again. As soon as he saw Chu Zihong arrive, Xavier immediately stepped out from behind his desk and warmly welcomed him. Oh, Brother Nicholas, I am so glad to see you again. Mr. President, we have always been brothers, haven't we?" Chu Zihong's hypocritical smile was filled with sincerity. When shopping, merchants often say, "If you really want to buy, I can give you a discount." You see, sincerity is really not worth much. "So, we are all thousand-year-old foxes. What are you trying to perform for me?" After the pleasantries, Xavier Saming immediately took Chu Zihong's hand and got to the point. "Nicholas, my intelligence chief reported to me that your mercenaries have already killed most of the foreign mercenaries near Monrovia. That's really impressive. Not bad, not bad. Helping clients is always the principle of our umbrella corporation." Chu Zihong smiled modestly, but his heart sank slightly. He had only just learned about it himself. This old guy's intelligence network, is that powerful? Regardless of how strong his intelligence network is, it was obvious that this old guy was wary of him. From now on, if anyone dares to say that people from Huzhou are not cunning, I will get angry. However, what Chu Zihong did not know was that not only did Xavier Saming know, but Uncle Sam's CIA had also received the news. It even reached the Pentagon, and they were investigating him. This indirectly indicated one thing. The Quicksand intelligence network under Chu Zihong had not yet managed to cover the entire Guanilia. But knowing this was irrelevant. What Chu Zihong wanted was to send a message to the world, to inform the world of the existence of their umbrella corporation. "I am ready to continue cooperating with your company and increase investment. This time, I want you to help me eliminate the mid-level leaders of the anti-government armed Patriot Front. The price will definitely satisfy you." Xavier Saming stared intently at Chu Zihong and said, "Mr. President, how much can you offer?" Chu Zihong, unwilling to back down, looked straight at him and asked. Xavier Saming made a gesture and said, "This amount." Seeing this, Chu Zihong smiled and shook his head. "Mr. President, are you joking? To complete a decapitation mission at the anti-government armed group's base, the danger level is at its peak, and you offer 1 million? 10 million, not 1 million. Xavier Saming quickly explained. 10 million is still not enough. At least 30 million. Chu Zihong bot guy. "Nicholas, we are brothers. Can't you give me a discounted price? My mercenaries are also my brothers. Are you asking my brothers to go to their deaths? 30 million, plus a relocation fee of 3 million. Otherwise, there is no room for negotiation." Chu Zihong's attitude was exceptionally firm, leaving no room for discussion. This, Xavier Saming, seeing that Chu Zihong was unyielding, fell into hesitation and conflict. 33 million is not a small amount, but thinking that if the anti-government armed group reached a truce, they would undoubtedly come under attack immediately. By then, it would be too late. So, Xavier Saming gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. Money can be earned back, but if lives are lost, everything becomes meaningless. Spending 33 million to eliminate the mid-level leaders of the Patriot Front would cause the entire anti-government armed group to fall apart. He could then lead the government troops back to Monrovia and restore peace in the country. This deal was worth it. All right, it's 33 million. Xavier Saming decisively concluda. Mr. President, that is straightforward. Within a month, I guarantee to deliver the heads of the mid-level leaders of the anti-government armed group to you. Chu Zihong's face no longer bore a stern expression, revealing a friendly smile. Every faction in Huzhou likes to give themselves noble names, such as liberation, patriotism, or republicanism and democracy. Perhaps they do not know what they truly are. The only nation on Blue Star that likes war comes from an empire that claims to represent freedom. Because overthrowing the previous government, armies and guns are more reliable than ballots. With weapons comes a voice, allowing them to bully surrounding countries and peoples. The surrounding people will not sit idly by. They may buy guns to defend themselves, but this is enough to stage a war of considerable scale. Isn't it quite helpless? In this issue, there is actually no right or wrong. There is no right or wrong in the matter of war. But in the eyes of arms dealers, war is not what they care about, and right and wrong are even less of a concern. What they care about is why they can't use the guns I sold them. Will a month be a bit long? Xavier Saming frowned and said, Mr. President, if you want to counterattack, you also need to make sufficient preparations, right? Use this time to properly reorganize the army. Train the troops to familiarize themselves with the new equipment so that when you counterattack, you can crush them effortlessly, Chu Zihong suggested with a smile. Nicholas, you are right. Upon hearing this, Xavier Saming felt it made some sense. He was fully aware of the situation of his subordinates. If they counterattack and still can't win, that would be truly awkward. Mr. President, since you want to counterattack, I think you need military advisory services to help train your troops. Seeing that Xavier Saming agreed with his words, Chu Zihong immediately seized the opportunity. Originally, he wanted to mention commanding the army, but suddenly remembered that aside from Sergei Vladimir, there seemed to be no senior commanders in the company's military department who were good at commanding operations. And Sergei Vladimir needed to stay at the headquarters in Somalia and couldn't be moved. Bob Dennell could, but he also had his own tasks. It seems he still needs to recruit intellectual military talents who are good at commanding operations, similar to MPRI Military Resource Company. Their company mainly relies on intelligence, believing that knowledge is as important on the battlefield as training. Nowadays, if you ask where there are many generals in the world, it is undoubtedly the soon-to-be-dissolved Soviet Union. Many generals either met dark fates during the dissolution or lived out their years in obscurity. Therefore, Chu Zihong's recruitment target immediately focused on the Soviet Union. Once, General Hans was famous for his prowess in battle. If they dare to claim first in the world, then Soviet generals would dare to claim second. The countries with the most famous generals are these two, followed by other nations. Does your company also provide military advisory services? Upon hearing this, Xavier Saming showed a hint of surprise. Our umbrella corporation is a military comprehensive company. As long as the client needs it, we can provide services. The premise is that you can afford enough money. Mr. President, do you need it? Chu Zihong asked again. What is the price? 5,000 per person per day, how about that? Xavier Saming frowned upon hearing this and said, 5,000 is too much, 2,000. All right, 2,000. This time, Chu Zihong did not ask for an exorbitant price, but went with the normal rate. After all, constantly squeezing one person feels a bit awkward. In business, repeat customers are still to be cultivated. As a heartless capitalist, he was already quite kind. Chapter 65 returned to Kiev, bringing nuclear peace to the world as he exited the presidential palace. The sun had already set. Before leaving, Chu Zihong glanced back at the modern building in European style behind him. A vague glimmer appeared in his deep-set eyes. In his previous life, Ganilia's Xavier Saming was besieged by the government forces less than 2 months after fleeing to Buchanan, surrounded by rebel soldiers who had reached a ceasefire. The citizens in the city were anxious, and the morale within the government forces was low, with some soldiers even contemplating surrender without a fight. The rebel forces took only half a day to invade Buchanan, capturing Xavier Saming just as he was about to leave by yacht from the sea. The result was inevitable. He was shot dead by rebel soldiers, and his body was tied to a military pickup truck paraded through the streets. The corpse was unrecognizable. A gruesome sight. Even in death, there was no peace. But such scenes were quite common in Black State. Every toppled government leader would enjoy a VIP tour of the city for a day. For instance, the former Colonel Ka. In Black State, it was rare for leaders to die a dignified death. In short, his appearance had changed everything. Xavier Saming's future had undergone a tremendous transformation. In the terms of a fantasy novel, it could be said that he had defied fate with a batch of Soviet-made weapons. Combined with the training of the mercenaries under his command, the strength of the Ganilia government would undergo a dramatic change. Additionally, with his assistance in assassinating high-ranking members of the rebel forces, along with the mercenaries sent by Uncle Sam for support, if they still couldn't win, Xavier Saming might as well just die by crashing into a tofu. After all, being alive was worthless. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Guanilia would return to Xavier Samin's hands. In fact, if Chu Zihong had to choose whom to support, he would choose Xavier Samin over the rebel leader Charles Taylor, because this man was a well-known tyrant who completely disregarded the national economy and the lives of the people, causing Guanilia to become one of the poorest and most chaotic regions in the world. In contrast, Guanilia under Xavier Samin, while not perfect, at least had a zero-tolerance policy towards corruption, an improving national economy, and ensured that the people's basic needs were met as long as they had hands and feet. It was considered a relatively wealthy sovereign state in West Africa. If it weren't for Uncle Sam's behind-the-scenes manipulation that led to Guanilia's economic collapse, how would rebel forces have emerged? Fortunately, he had changed all of this. He had crushed the impending tyranny and saved Guanilia. Chu Zihong suddenly realized that changing history seemed quite enjoyable. Moreover, he truly was a weapons dealer who advocated for global nuclear peace, wasn't he? Selling weapons to the underprivileged, bringing hope for an end to war to some war-torn countries, destroying hegemony and forging a prosperous era. Chu Zihong, was a hero. You ask me if selling weapons has brought war to third-world countries? No. I'm only here for global nuclear peace, bringing warmth and hope to the people of third-world countries. Retracting his gaze, Chu Zihong turned and got into a stretched Lincoln. Guanilia no longer needed him. The next destination, Kyiv, IL-76 and 124 strategic transport aircraft and 225 Maria transport aircraft, as well as 160, 95, and 22 strategic bombers. Here I come. 3 days later, November in Ukraine was covered in silver with a bone-chilling cold. Snowflakes fell in clusters, as if countless shredded cotton balls were rolling down from the sky. A thick layer of snow accumulated on the rooftops of the city, making it look like a continuous range of snow-capped mountains. Stepping onto this land of Ukraine once again, Chu Zihong caught a whiff of an extremely pleasant scent in the cold air. That was the special ink smell belonging to money. This time, his arrival was different from the last. Not only had his mindset, strength, wealth, and experiences changed dramatically, but he himself had also transformed. The homeland remained the same, but he was different. He did not immediately go to meet Major General Joseph Pushkin of the Air Force's 5th Army Group. Instead, he first went to stay at a 5-star hotel in the city center because someone was already waiting for him there. This time in Kyiv, he had 3 objectives. The first was to acquire various transport aircraft and strategic bombers to build a global air network for his umbrella company, ensuring timely delivery of arms to any corner of the world for clients. The second was to loan rubles, as the ruble was now one of the most influential major currencies in the world. Then, he would exchange the rubles for dollars and repay the loan after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Isn't that a more profitable scheme than playing tricks? Alternatively, he could follow the example of those oligarchic consortiums, establishing private enterprises and then borrowing from Soviet state-owned banks, ultimately using the developed resources to snatch jobs from Soviet state enterprises. Both methods could instantly make Chu Zihong a billionaire, faster than selling arms. Just right. He had financial talent under his command, so he didn't need to personally get involved. Moreover, before coming, he had already sent the financial talents gifted by the system to Moscow and Kyiv. Among them, 2 financial talents were locals from the Soviet Union, named Berezovsky and Friedman. Chu Zihong was quite shocked when he met these 2 financial talents. He never expected the system to be so powerful. 2 oligarchs from the 7 major financial groups of Ukraine had actually become his own people. It was simply incredible. These oligarchs had made their fortunes from the collapse of the Soviet Union, possessing wealth that could last a lifetime. With these 2 oligarchs, Chu Zihong was not worried at all about becoming a billionaire, because the Soviet banks were very strict in reviewing loan applications from foreigners, even not allowing loans to businessmen with Western backgrounds. As locals, such issues naturally did not exist for them. Future loan applications would be approved immediately, and there would be no problem borrowing as much as he wanted. Having the system is truly powerful. The third objective, of course, was to recruit a large number of talents. Technology is the future of the umbrella company. He also aimed to bring Cossacks and Chechen mercenaries under his command. With these fresh troops joining, the umbrella company would truly possess a military strength comparable to that of major powers. With the assistance of the Titan Group's near-future technology, Umbrella Biotechnology, and the Halo Spartan program and exoskeleton armor, even the United States would have to consider his opinions, while Uncle Sam could go cry in a corner. Thus, the first objective was not the main focus. The latter two were key. The current path of arms dealing was merely laying the foundation for the umbrella company to dominate the world. Chu Zihong's goal was to spread his arms business across the globe, bringing hope for nuclear peace to all people. In the future, he would simply say, "Dear, do you need an aircraft carrier? The kind that can fly. You won't regret it. It's a great deal from Umbrella Company. You deserve it." Hey, how awesome would that be? Chapter 66. Are the oligarchs all my little brothers? Am I proud? Mr. President, nice to meet you. I am Barney Ross, head of the Umbrella Corporation's office in Guanilia. In the temporary presidential office of Guanilia, Barney Ross extended his hand to introduce himself to Javier Samin. Behind him were Christmas and Yin Yang, both dressed like men in black, wearing sunglasses. If their skin colors were not white and yellow but black, they could easily form a coffin-carrying funeral team. "Mr. Barney, where's your boss?" Javier Samin was puzzled to see Barney Ross instead of Chu Zihong. "Mr. President, as a multinational company with operations worldwide, our boss is naturally in other countries negotiating business. In the future, for any business in Guanilia, you can come to me, and I can still help you solve your problems," Barney Ross said with a smile. "You could decide everything?" Javier Samin looked Barney Ross up and down, thinking he looked less like a businessman and more like a mercenary. "Of course, whatever you need, I can decide," Barney Ross replied with a smile on the surface. But internally he was cursing. "How dare you question me? Damn it. If it weren't for the partner assigned by the boss, I would genuinely pull out a knife and stab you in the ass." "All right then." Javier Samin shrugged, somewhat acknowledging Barney Ross. The theme of this meeting was a friendly exchange between the two sides regarding military advisor training for the Guanilian army and related matters. Members of the Suicide Squad would serve as military advisors, responsible for providing all military training to the Guanilian government army, including tactical guidance. To fully promote the professionalization of the Guanilian army, Barney Ross emphasized that everything needed to follow their guidance, hoping President Javier Samin would provide strong support. During the meeting, President Javier Samin stated that the government army would absolutely cooperate fully with the Umbrella Corporation's training of their troops. Those who do not cooperate will face severe punishment. Both sides were very satisfied with the meeting, and it came to a close. Leaving the presidential office, Christmas began to complain, "Barney, I can fight, but I can't train people. Especially training a bunch of militia is simply torture. Boss, why did you assign this task to our team? I'd rather go assassinate mid-level members of the anti-government armed forces. Why risk gunfire to earn $2,000 a day when this job is so easy?" "Christmas, don't be ungrateful." Before Barney Ross could speak, Yin Yang chimed in. Yin Yang was right. "How easy is this job? If you don't want to do it, you can give the money to me," Barney Ross agreed. $2,000 is also money. Give it to you? In your dreams." Christmas shot a glare at Barney Ross, looking protective. "Isn't that great? What is there to complain about?" Barney Ross patted Christmas on the shoulder and laughed. "The provocation method works quite well. I need to study Sun Tzu's Art of War when I go back. The wisdom of ancient Chinese people is truly impressive." Meanwhile, Chu Zihong had arrived at the five-star hotel, Katyusha, in downtown Kiev with his team. Waiting in the presidential suite were Berezovsky and Friedman, two financial talents, who immediately greeted Chu Zihong respectfully upon his arrival. The future oligarch of Ross country is their subordinate. Just thinking about this made Chu Zihong very pleased. "Look, the heads of the oligarch consortium are all my little brothers. Isn't that impressive? Supporting Uncle Phelps to become the president of Sam country in the future is simply legendary. So, what are the results of your trip to the Soviet Union?" Chu Zihong boldly sat on the sofa, looking at the two financial talents standing respectfully in front of him. "Boss, I'll go first." Berezovsky eagerly spoke up. "Go ahead," Chu Zihong said, glancing at Berezovsky, who had a scholar-like demeanor. This big shot was indeed a humble applied mathematics professor before his rise to wealth. During that turbulent period, Berezovsky realized that making money through mathematical products was not feasible. So he quickly turned to an industry unrelated to mathematics, the automobile sales industry. Berezovsky successfully acquired a lot of cars at a price of $4,800 each and sold them for $7,500. He would also collect deposits from car buyers and delay payment to the factory. Under inflationary conditions, Berezovsky could easily earn extra cash equal to half the value of the cars. This allowed him to make hundreds of millions in profit in just 2 years. After making his first bucket of gold, Berezovsky turned his attention to the oil sector. He acquired 51 of the shares of the Siberian Oil Company through mortgage auctions. Besides industrial manufacturing and oil, even the public television station in Ross Country became a tool for Berezovsky to make money. In his prime, Berezovsky was listed as the 9th richest person in the world by Forbes magazine. He embodies the identities of a mathematician, financier, media tycoon, and political genius, making him a legendary figure. Having such a legendary figure as his little brother, Chu Zihong could brag for a lifetime. Berezovsky's report was nearly identical to his previous wealth accumulation experience. In a short time, he had gained some fame in Moscow, started a company, and a private bank. He had applied for a loan of 10 billion rubles from the Soviet Central Bank, which was still under review. However, it shouldn't take too long. Bribed bank insiders told Berezovsky that it would be approved within 2 or 3 days at most. Once approved, converting this money into bucks would yield a significant profit. Although the domestic situation in the Soviet Union was starting to shake violently and the ruble was depreciating sharply, it was still the late 1980s, and at that time, the ruble exchanged for more than $10 each. 10 billion rubles exchanged for bucks would amount to hundreds of billions. Pulling a fast one on the wolves, truly profitable. I could easily become a billionaire and have more to do with this money. The strength of the umbrella corporation would absolutely soar like a rocket. Friedman's report was similar to Berezovsky's, but he was relatively low-key and conventional, aligning with his cautious personality. Therefore, he was the least known among the 7 oligarchs, and his behavior was restrained and his business dealings quite honest. He did not go to Moscow, but came to Kiev, where he obtained a loan of 8 billion rubles from a bank. This made Chu Zihong a bit dissatisfied. Only 8 billion? What good is that? Are you used to being the sixth man? Friedman, you should learn from Berezovsky and be bolder. What I hope for is to gain more wealth, not just a mere 8 billion. Remember the law of the jungle. The timid have no future. Chu Zihong knocked on a coffee table in front of him, staring intently at Friedman, his tone filled with dominance and authority. At the same time, he was also speaking to Berezovsky beside him. What good is a few $100 billion? What I want is tens of trillions, even more. Opportunities are rare. I must seize the initiative. After all, other countries have not yet begun to lay out plans in the Soviet Union or short the ruble. I must act first. Once the capital from foreign consortiums enters the Soviet Union, don't even think about getting a piece of the pie. Damn it, you want to even get a sip of the soup. Chapter 67. Bundling interests is always the way. KGB agents visit remember my words. I don't want 180 billion. I need more money. Go ahead and do it, as long as the sky doesn't fall. Lend me as many rubles as you can. Whatever working capital you need, just say it. I will prioritize satisfy your demands. Chu Zihong's gaze was piercing as he focused on the 2 future oligarchs of the Russian Federation, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Making money can cure all pretentiousness. Having money can cure all inferiority. Capitalists are profit-driven, interests come first. After that, we can talk about feelings and everything else. Without money, you are nothing. This is reality, and it is a fact. Yes, boss. Berezovsky and Friedman's eyes sparkled, and they immediately nodded respectfully. It seemed they had been too conservative with the boss's words. It gave both of them the courage to go all out. At that moment, a hint of madness flashed in both their eyes at the same time. Perhaps. Chu Zihong didn't even realize that his words had given him a boost of excitement. The surprise he would get in the end would also be even greater. Even if he knew, Chu Zihong just wanted to say, more of such huge surprises, I won't refuse them. As for those officials from relevant departments, if they can be bribed with money, then bribe them, and try to pull them all onto the same boat. It's better than bringing trouble to myself. Bundling interests is always the way. Also, be careful of the KGB. If they focus on you, withdraw your money immediately. Chu Zihong reminded them, and then send them away. Meanwhile, outside the Katyusha Hotel, A jeep parked steadily at the hotel entrance. The doorman immediately approached to open the car door. A tall white man in a brown leather jacket stepped out of the car. He was Poroshenko, the KGB agent sent by Ambassador Schmeigel to meet Chu Zihong. He was already a senior KGB agent stationed abroad with the right to return to his home country. Since Chu Zihong unilaterally changed the schedule, Poroshenko did not return to the Soviet Union with him. A few days ago, he had to return to Kiev alone to wait. Upon receiving the news of Chu Zihong's arrival in Kiev today, Poroshenko rushed over without stopping. "Park my car properly." Poroshenko tossed the keys to the doorman while generously slipping a 100-ruble note into the doorman's chest pocket. This prompted the doorman to bow repeatedly in thanks. That was quite a tip. In the late 1980s, when the ruble hadn't depreciated severely yet, 1 ruble could exchange for over 10 kopecks. 100 rubles? You can imagine how much that was. Just as Poroshenko entered the hotel, he happened to brush past Berezovsky and Friedman as they were exiting. He glanced casually and suddenly frowned. Why does that feel a bit familiar? It seems I've seen them somewhere before. However, by the time he chased outside, Berezovsky and Friedman had already entered the Cadillac that came to pick them up. One after the other, they gradually drove away in different directions. Poroshenko stood at the door, not fixating on Friedman's car, but on the car that Berezovsky was in, revealing a hint of an ambiguous look. Berezovsky had recently appeared as a rising wealthy figure in Moscow. It was said that he acquired 51 of the shares of the Siberian Oil Company through mortgage auctions. How could he be in Kiev? As for Friedman, he didn't catch Poroshenko's attention simply because this guy was very low-key. After pondering for a while, Poroshenko couldn't figure it out and didn't care to think too much. Businessmen run around all the time, which is quite normal. Retracting his gaze, he re-entered the hotel and headed straight for the elevator. Knock, knock. Outside, Victor knocked on the door. After hearing Chu Zihong's response from the presidential suite, he pushed the door open and entered. "Boss, Poroshenko sent by Ambassador Schmeigel has arrived." That was quick, let him in. Chu Zihong was a bit surprised. It hadn't been a few minutes, had it? Soon, under Victor's lead, the tall Poroshenko stood before Chu Zihong. "Mr. Nicholas, it's a pleasure to see you again. Sorry to keep you waiting. I was handling some business for my company." Chu Zihong smiled and extended his hand to shake with him. "Mr. Nicholas, I understand that you are busy with business." Poroshenko didn't mind. As long as he could make money, it didn't matter whether it was early or late. "I wonder about General Joseph Pushkin." Chu Zihong didn't care about Poroshenko, a small fry. The key was the money master, General Joseph Pushkin. If this general got angry, it would be difficult to handle. "Rest assured, Mr. Nicholas," General Joseph Pushkin said, "he could understand your business handling." "That's good." Chu Zihong breathed a sigh of relief. When a Soviet person gets angry, it's hard to appease them, unless it's through drinking or fighting until the other party is subdued. He couldn't withstand that kind of turmoil with his small stature. At this moment, Poroshenko's eyes suddenly turned, and he said, "Mr. Nicholas, I have a business I would like to discuss with you. I wonder if you're interested?" "Oh, what business? Tell me about it." When Chu Zihong heard this, he glanced at Poroshenko, remaining composed. Poroshenko didn't speak immediately, but directed his gaze toward Victor on the side. The implication was obvious. He wanted to discuss business with Chu Zihong privately. "He is my bodyguard and also my brother." Chu Zihong didn't let Victor leave, but spoke frankly. "We are all smart people, and the matter has come to this." Poroshenko naturally wouldn't make things awkward for himself. He first expressed some apologies before getting to the point. "Mr. Nicholas, let me reintroduce myself. My true identity is a senior agent from the KGB's second main directorate. Your Excellency, you are quite well hidden." A hint of surprise flashed in Chu Zihong's eyes, but was quickly concealed. However, he felt somewhat unsettled. The KGB, known in Chinese as the Committee for State Security, is a super agency that surpasses all departments of the Soviet Party, government, and military, reporting only to the highest levels. The KGB is regarded by British intelligence agencies as the world's largest spy agency for gathering secret intelligence. It is ranked alongside the CIA of the United States, Mossad of Israel, and MI6 of Britain as one of the 4 major spy organizations in the world. In fact, Poroshenko being a senior agent from the KGB wouldn't overly surprise Chu Zihong. What surprised him was that he actually came from the KGB's second main directorate. Because the second main directorate has always been the main player in the KGB's counterintelligence operations. It conducts counterintelligence struggles, engages in work related to foreign representative agencies and tourism systems, and carries out certain reconnaissance activities on Soviet territory. He never expected to encounter a KGB agent in this manner. More importantly, since Somalia, he had been targeted by someone. This made Chu Zihong quite concerned. Fortunately, it was a cooperative relationship, but if he encountered a hostile intelligence organization, he wouldn't even know how he died. This aspect made Chu Zihong feel a sense of crisis. He decided that once he returned, he must significantly enhance and expand the Flow Sand Intelligence Network. He didn't seek to cover the globe like the KGB or CIA, but at least he needed to cover his immediate surroundings. Chu Zihong believed that he was someone who valued his life. If he lost his life, what use would it be to earn more money? Chapter 68. Natasha is right next to me, and I am completely unaware. Mr. Nicholas, I am not hiding anything. I am responsible for the KGB's overseas station group. Poroshenko explained. So, what business do you want to discuss with me? Chu Zihong did not get too entangled on such issues. After all, he and T asked the other party's identity, only knowing that they were embassy staff. I believe, Mr. Nicholas, your appearance here must also be due to the internal turmoil in the Soviet Union, facing disintegration, right? Poroshenko stared straight at Chu Zihong and stated directly, That's right. So what do you want to say? Very simple. I want to find a way out for myself and my group of brothers. What do you mean? Chu Zihong's eyes brightened, and he suddenly sat up straight. No way. Could it be that this is the legendary? While dozing off, sending a pillow. During the disintegration of the Soviet Union, many capable individuals joined private organizations with huge development space. After all, with good benefits, high salaries, and great personal growth. If I recruited personnel from the KGB, my Quicksand Intelligence Network would definitely have the potential to become the fifth world-class intelligence organization. This is also why Chu Zihong felt very excited. Just as Mr. Nicholas thought, the Soviet Union's upper echelons remained unscathed during the disintegration. But they would inevitably purge agents like us. To survive, why not leave a way out for ourselves? You're right, Mr. Nicholas. Poroshenko shrugged and smiled. You're not wrong. As long as you survive, money and women will come. But if you're dead, you can't earn money. And even incense will only be of poor quality. If you bring your brothers to join our umbrella corporation, the annual salary is 150,000, with benefits during holidays and a vacation once a year. In case of accidents, I will also provide a considerable compensation to your families. Chu Zihong leaned back on the sofa, arms crossed. The salary is a bit more than that of the mercenaries in the company's military department. But there's nothing to be done. After all, they come from one of the four major intelligence agencies in the world, the KGB. The nature of the work is different, so the treatment is naturally different. Moreover, 150,000 a year is already quite good for a top agent. If I give a high salary right from the start, there will be internal discord. Chu Zihong did not want such things to happen, especially in the early stages of the startup. If you say the KGB has talent, that's not wrong. But in the Soviet Union, there is no shortage of KGB personnel. Do you know how many people the KGB has? At one point, the KGB system had over 500,000 staff with 10,000 at headquarters, 200,000 in espionage, counter-espionage, and technical support departments, and 300,000 in border troops. Additionally, there were 5 million informants nationwide and 250,000 intelligence personnel abroad. The more there are, the cheaper they are. Of course, if it were the GRU, a group, signal flag, or the Red House trained agents, then the price Chu Zihong offered would naturally be different. 100,000? 20,000 would be fine, because these are all talents. Mr. Nicholas, the conditions you offer are hard to refuse. I agree to join. Hearing the price offered by Chu Zihong, Poroshenko was very satisfied. Working hard in the KGB and seeing an annual salary of less than 50,000. Meanwhile, the umbrella corporation offers an annual salary of 150,000, plus various holiday benefits and a vacation once a year. Only a fool wouldn't join. Welcome to our umbrella corporation. Our company's motto, everything for world nuclear peace. Chu Zihong extended his hand to welcome Poroshenko. It is also my honor to join your esteemed company. Poroshenko quickly extended his hand to shake with his future benefactor, flattering him. We are family. There is no need to speak like outsiders. Chu Zihong waved his hand and then asked, Poroshenko, the business you want to discuss is not just this, right? Boss, your insight is commendable. Poroshenko flattered again before saying seriously, if I can recruit a special forces team onto the KGB, including some confidential blueprints, what price can you offer, boss? As long as you can bring it, no less than $1 million. Chu Zihong's eyes sparkled upon hearing this, making a gesture. Why not take advantage of a good opportunity that comes knocking? It's just like opening a blind box. There might be unexpected surprises. A few minutes later, the two agreed to go to General Joseph Pushkin tomorrow, and Poroshenko happily left the hotel. He hummed Katyusha and walked with a lighter step. Shortly after Poroshenko left, Victor, who had been standing like a wooden block beside him, couldn't help but speak up. Boss, can an agent be trusted? I only believe in money, not in anyone. Chu Zihong said, holding a cigar and crossing his legs. Victor was left speechless. What he said made sense. No wonder he is the boss. However, his words still have some credibility. Going out is better than being trapped here. The sky of the Soviet Union has long dimmed. Chu Zihong exhaled a puff of smoke and sighed. The current Soviet Union is on the brink of collapse, with internal turmoil leading to the August coup. The fall of a giant bear is not just due to external reasons. Chu Zihong didn't want to get involved in politics. He just wanted to dig out the marrow of the Soviet Union to strengthen his own power. Just then, the satellite phone suddenly rang, pulling Chu Zihong's thoughts back to reality. He picked up the phone to see that it was Uncle Phelps calling. Chu Zihong quickly answered, and immediately heard Uncle Phelps' voice filled with some inquiry. Chu, what have you been doing in Ganilia recently? What is wrong, Uncle Phelps? Chu Zihong showed a hint of confusion. He hadn't done anything in Ganilia. It's just that he sold a batch of arms and earned a little extra money. The CIA has set its sights on you. Hey, Uncle Phelps, I thought something happened. The CIA has been watching me for more than a day or two. Chu Zihong thought something serious had happened, but it was just this, and he smiled nonchalantly. This time is different. It's the Special Operations Division. Phelps' brow furrowed, and his tone was heavy. They received an order from the Pentagon to overthrow the Ganilia Joint Committee, and they will stop at nothing to eliminate you, even if it means deploying Delta Force. People from the Operations Division are already conducting 24-hour surveillance outside your branch in Tiago City. Chu Zihong frowned upon hearing this. It was indeed bad news. TSK, Uncle Sam can't play nice. They're already starting to plan an assassination. They actually dispatched Delta Force. Not to mention, they really think highly of themselves. However, being targeted by a pack of hyenas is really quite an unpleasant situation. Seeing that Chu Zihong hadn't spoken for a long time on the satellite phone, Phelps sighed and said, Chu, you don't need to worry too much. I'll try to find a way to help you resolve these issues. We do have people in the federal government, and they're all important figures. Additionally, I'll have Alice go protect you. Alice? Chu Zihong came back to his senses, surprised by Uncle Phelps's words. That sexy secretary? Oh no, she was a former lover. The large security company has run off, leaving only one sexy blonde. One can imagine what that means. The country is lost, but the beauty must remain. But what does it mean for Alice to protect me? Such a delicate and weak woman, able to protect herself? What an international joke. What if instead of protecting herself, she ends up protecting you? Perhaps sensing Chu Zihong's confusion, an unusual smile appeared on Phelps' serious face. Chu, she is not an ordinary person. What do you mean? Natalia Alice, originally named Natasha Romanoff, is your father's adopted daughter, whom he took in during his time in the Soviet Union. She was later sent to the Red Room for training to become a top-level agent. She faked her death to leave the Red Room and only came to your side after your father's incident, changing her name to Alice to secretly protect you. Chu Zihong was shocked, his face full of disbelief. Wow, I never expected that the most overlooked female secretary and lover by my side would actually be the Black Widow. Is this a hidden surprise? I have always longed for a few top-level agents, and it turns out there was one hidden beside me. It really is. Giving up the kitchen god to worship distant mountain gods. Chapter 69. Heading to the Soviet Air Force Base. The White Swan is truly beautiful after hanging up the phone. Chu Zihong was still immersed in the shock of discovering that his secretary and lover, Alice, was actually the Black Widow. He couldn't calm down for a long time. That said, this cheap father really made people both love and hate him. He left himself a mess at the start, but secretly also left a backup plan for himself. The Black Widow, the absolute #1 female character in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, irreplaceable by any other female Avenger. The principal of the Red Room commented on the Black Widow. The reason we call her Black Widow is because she is short and immature, just like a deadly spider. This explanation somewhat illustrates the characteristics of the Black Widow when carrying out missions, with absolute stealth efficiency and lethality. Multiple disguises and styles can be switched at will. Amidst his astonishment, Chu Zihong felt a bit of joy in his heart, with the top female assassin Katarina from Deadly Black Orchid in the front, and the Marvel Universe's Black Widow Natasha in the back, plus the defector KGB senior agent Poroshenko. It would be hard not to strengthen his quicksand intelligence network. His protagonist Halo. Indeed, very good, very strong. The author is awesome. As for the situation mentioned by Uncle Phelps, Chu Zihong, to be on the safe side, decisively notified the Hidden Alpha team to increase their vigilance. The CIA Special Operations Division is notorious. Many big shots have died at their hands, and he didn't want to become one of them. Damn it, I want to live longer than a turtle. The next day, in the morning, led by Poroshenko, Chu Zihong and his group headed to the Soviet Air Force's 5th Army, stationed 30 kilometers southwest of Kiev. Regarding this defector KGB senior agent, Chu Zihong had little trust in him. Who knows if he was feigning defection, lurking around him, or had other intentions. So Poroshenko was already labeled as someone to be scrutinized by Chu Zihong. The talents provided by the system give him a sense of security. These locals do not. The only thing that can give him security in this world is endless money. An hour later, Chu Zihong and his group finally arrived at the Soviet Air Force's 5th Army base. Compared to the previous 103 Border Defense Division, besides the soldiers at the gate and the cold weapons and equipment, the interior of the military camp seemed devoid of any personnel. It was as if the military police and soldiers had evaporated from the earth. However, the 5th Army's camp was different. This was a real Soviet barracks, with armed military police patrolling everywhere, including soldiers in training, shouting "Yura" with vigor. On the airport tarmac, there were also Air Force pilots maintaining MiG fighter jets. It was filled with a strong military flavor. No wonder it was one of the most elite air forces in the Soviet Union, with a heroic military record in the World Wars. But even such a heroic unit inevitably began to decay due to internal turmoil in the Soviet Union. All the prosperity was merely a facade. The roots of the entire army had begun to rot, and the soldiers were just innocent victims lying around getting shot. Since the command center of the army was across from the airport, Chu Zihong and the others needed to cross the airport. Coincidentally, 2 fourth-generation Su-27 fighter jets took off after a short run, shooting straight into the sky like bamboo shoots after a rain. The clean and neat movements were incredibly impressive. Chu Zihong's gaze was drawn deeply until the 2 Su-27s disappeared into the horizon. Only then did he retract his gaze, a hint of sigh passing through his eyes. The products of Sukhoi Design Bureau, especially the Homeland Defense fighter jets, were restricted from export due to Soviet secrecy regulations. The MiG series was different, with a massive export volume, frequently clashing with American fighter jets. It gained a strong reputation and held a prominent position. After the Soviet Union's dissolution, the successor state of Russia lifted the export restrictions on Sukhoi fighter jets. Faced with the strong market offensive of the Su-27, which had inherent advantages, the MiG-29 could not dominate the international fighter market like its predecessors MiG-15 and MiG-21. The export numbers were pitifully low, and the MiG Design Bureau fell into great difficulty. Now, even if you had money, you couldn't buy the Su-27. This was also why Chu Zihong sighed. He could see it but couldn't have it. It was quite frustrating. Out of sight, out of mind. Chu Zihong's gaze turned to the MiG series fighter jets. Additionally, he also spotted the Tu-160 bomber on the airport. Its snow-white, elongated fuselage just like its nickname White Swan, was stunningly beautiful. The Tu-160 bomber is the largest bomber in the world and is also equipped with the most powerful military aircraft engines in the world. It was designed to replace the Tu-22M bomber and to compete with the American B-1 bomber. The emerging Tu-160 is 80 faster than the B-1 bomber, nearly 35 larger, and has a range nearly 45 greater than the B-1 bomber. However, in reality, the Tu-160 has always been in the trial phase. This means that during this period, the Air Force pilots who have flown it were strictly speaking test pilots. Chu Zihong's gloomy mood was swept away the moment he saw the White Swan. Beautiful, so beautiful. It truly deserves to be a masterpiece of Soviet heavy industry. Just stunning. Boss, we've arrived. Victor's words pulled Chu Zihong back from his admiration of the White Swan. Chu Zihong cleared his throat and got out of the car slowly and gracefully. As a major arms dealer, one must be elegant. Sir, General Joseph Pushkin is already waiting for us in the conference room. Poroshenko, who had entered the command center at some point, came out and approached Chu Zihong. Lead the way. Chu Zihong waved his hand and said, Sir, weapons need to be handed over upon entering. Poroshenko glanced at Victor and the others, reminding him. Chu Zihong frowned slightly. Who were they guarding against? In order to gain more benefits, though he was reluctant, he still had Victor and the others' hand over their weapons. In this line of work, one must be tough when needed and submissive when required. If you are stronger than me, if you slap me, I will offer you my right cheek as well. Why? Because you can make money from me. Everyone can enjoy the good life together. It's just a slap. Is dignity more important than money? Moreover, this is someone else's territory, so it's better to play by the rules. The fifth rule of arms dealers. Only merchants who follow the rules can live longer. After handing over the weapons, Chu Zihong, under Poroshenko's guidance, went to the conference room on the second floor. At the same time, a Boeing 747 cargo plane loaded with goods landed at Kyiv International Airport. After the plane came to a stop, the cargo door opened, and 30 fierce-looking mercenaries walked out, all dressed in black combat uniforms, bearing the distinctive logo of Umbrella Corporation. Besides these mercenaries, there was also a blonde woman in a black bodysuit, who was none other than Chu Zihong's secretary Alice. To be precise, she was the Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Chapter 70. The Old Fox Meets the Young Fox. 800 Eyes 5th Army Group Camp. On the second floor of the command center, in the conference room. The first thing Chu Zihong saw upon entering was the portraits of the three founding figures of the Soviet Union hanging on the wall. Between the three portraits was the classic red flag. Below there was a lean old man dressed in a general's uniform with a full head of silver hair. The old man had eyes like sapphires, glinting with shrewdness. In Chu Zihong's eyes, he was yet another ancient fox. This business might not be easy, but who isn't a 1,000-year-old fox? While Chu Zihong was sizing him up, Joseph Pushkin was doing the same to him. As a veteran on the battlefield, he had dealt with Chinese people before during the Pearl Island incident. The Chu Zihong in front of him was a very typical young Chinese man, both in height and appearance. However, he had something different from the Chinese he had encountered before. That was the aura of a capitalist. This was a quality that many from Huagua, China, lacked. Most Huagua people were more simple and exuded a gentler aura. The first impression was that he was polite and humble. But to Joseph Pushkin, the person in front of him was no different from the Western capitalists he had met. Cunning, greedy, and only interested in profits. Yet, he had to admit that he liked these capitalists, as they could bring him many benefits. An empire that once dominated the planet had fallen, and the desires of the people had been magnified infinitely. The two sides tacitly began with a round of mutual observation, followed by a display of acting far superior to that of Oscar winners. As the saying goes, since they were all ancient foxes, why bother with small talk here? After getting to know each other, both parties took their seats and got down to business. But before diving into the topic, Chu Zihong asked Victor to bring over the suitcase he had. General Joseph, there is an unwritten rule in our Chinese community. When visiting someone's home, you must not come empty-handed, as it is considered impolite. Chu Zihong said, opening the suitcase to reveal a full box of green Franklin bills. Additionally, on top of bundles of bills lay 6 gold medals adorned with the Soviet emblem. Under the indoor lighting, they sparkled with a dazzling golden glow. Pure gold. Ahem. Of course, it was actually covered with a layer of gold plating. Over time, it would become apparent. But for now, it looked very good to the naked eye. With Chu Zihong's personality of not wanting to suffer losses, asking him to use pure gold, that would be like the sun rising from the west. A miracle. Immediately, Chu Zihong turned the suitcase around and pushed it in front of Joseph Pushkin. So, this is my small token of appreciation. I hope you will accept it, General. Nicola. How embarrassing, but this gift is definitely the best I've received this year. If I may be blunt, I believe we will become the best of friends. Joseph Pushkin said, expressing his embarrassment, but his hands did not stop moving. The law of it smells good applies everywhere. Who would refuse money that is offered? General, we are already friends. I will never forget the help that the Deveri family has given to our motherland. May our friendship last forever. This sentiment even moved Chu Zihong himself. How did I, an arms dealer, manage to touch a man with just one sentence? That's right, we will always be friends. Long live our friendship. Joseph Pushkin laughed heartily. With the gift delivered, everything would be easy to discuss. Long live friendship. Chu Zihong smiled slightly in response. It is said that those who laugh when you smile are either fools or those who love you. Clearly, Joseph Pushkin was the former. You called yourself Deveri, and you really think you are one? Why don't you return a piece of land from the north first? After the pleasantries, Chu Zihong cut to the chase without wasting words. General Joseph, I heard you want to sell some heavy transport aircraft? Yes, I do have that idea. I wonder what price Mr. Nicola can offer? Joseph Pushkin asked with a grin, leaning back in his chair. General, let us take a look at the goods first. I won't jump to conclusions just yet. Chu Zihong replied with a smile. Sure, today the transport aircraft has no missions and are all in the hangar for maintenance. Joseph Pushkin shrugged and then stood up, leading Chu Zihong and others out of the conference room to the hangar. Of course, he wouldn't mention the aviation fuel. Aside from a small portion that had been drunk, he had sold most of it. It only supported the routine patrols of fighter jets, and the remaining fuel wouldn't last much longer. On the way, Victor leaned in close to Chu Zihong's ear and said, Boss, the cargo plane just successfully arrived at Kiev Airport 2 minutes ago. Great. Inform Enrique not to unload the cargo. Rent a hangar and bring it in to protect it. Chu Zihong Institute. Yes, boss. Soon, Chu Zihong and his group arrived at the warehouse where the transport aircraft was located. Familiar large aircraft came into view. Among them, the IL-76 and an 124 strategic transport aircraft deeply attracted Chu Zihong's gaze, making his eyes shine. With these two big guys, he could construct the global airline he had been dreaming of. At that time, there would be no need to rent Boeing's transport aircraft. Paying $50,000 per flight was no different from robbery. But if someone said the Soviet Union and the U.S. are two opposing camps, what if the planes get shot down? Moreover, entering would also require some procedures to be handled. These reasons left Chu Zihong speechless. If it weren't for the fact that I don't have large transport aircraft, who would rent you a plane? Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, Chu Zihong certainly wouldn't let it slip away. He would spare no effort to secure it. Unfortunately, he did not see the dream transport aircraft he yearned for, the IN-225 Maria. The aircraft had been out for about 4 years and should currently be at Hostomel Airport. That place was not under the jurisdiction of the 5th Army Group, but belonged to the Kiev Military District. A blessing in disguise, he thought. Getting the IL-76 and IN-124 was already great. After circling around the 2 transport aircraft, he went up to feel them. Overall, he was very satisfied. The planes were well maintained. General, are there any more of these 2 transport aircraft available? Chu Zihong asked. Our Army Group has a total of 4 of these 2 models. We can part with 2 of them, Joseph Pushkin replied without hesitation. General, I'll take them all. Please name your price. Chu Zihong waved his hand grandly, full of enthusiasm. Joseph Pushkin had just started to say a word when a jeep drove over and came to a steady stop in front of them. A colonel with a briefcase got out of the vehicle and quickly walked over to Joseph Pushkin. The colonel glanced at Chu Zihong and the others, then leaned in to whisper something to Joseph Pushkin. The once smiling General Joseph Pushkin gradually became serious as he listened, his eyebrows furrowing tightly. Seeing this scene, Chu Zihong's heart sank. Oh no, could be bad news. After about a minute or two, the colonel finished speaking. Joseph Pushkin's brow was tightly knitted as he looked at Chu Zihong and sighed. Nicola, I'm very sorry. I just received news that the transport aircraft may not be sold to you anymore. Upon hearing this, Chu Zihong's expression darkened as he pressed, General, why? Nicola, although you cannot buy them, they can be rented to you. Joseph Pushkin gasped. Rent? How to rent? Chu Zihong's eyes flickered, his thoughts racing. Can't buy it. Renting is fine. Moreover, if you rent it to me, do you think you could take it back? Chapter 71. Chu Zihong. My money is not so easy to take. Chu Zihong had to give Joseph a thumbs up. His idea was quite good. He actually thought of using a rental method. What a genius. But did he know one thing? Once it goes into your own pocket, taking it out again is not so easy. He put away his little thoughts and asked, General, may I ask how this rental method works? It's very simple. You just need to pay $1 million as the monthly rent for each transport plane, and you can take them away. Joseph exchanged glances with the arriving aide and then smiled as he shared his thoughts. Indeed, he was just acting. The real purpose was to figure out how to gain more benefits. Chu Zihong frowned slightly, falling into deep thought. Seeing this, Joseph didn't mind and gave Chu Zihong enough time to think. After all, there was no rush. There was plenty of time. He took out a flask from his pocket, filled with life-giving vodka, and started drinking it down like it was plain water. However, inside Chu Zihong's heart, there was a storm brewing. Although the IL-76 was the best heavy transport aircraft in the 1980s, surpassing Uncle Sam, its average price was around $17 million. As a result, the other party offered a monthly fee of $1 million. Damn, that's even worse than myself. In a year, that would be $12 million, and in 2 years, I could buy 1.5 planes. Not to mention that 2 years later, the which country would gain independence. At which point the IL-76 would be nothing but scrap metal to them. They wouldn't be able to afford the maintenance. And the ultimate result would either be rusting and corroding in a plane graveyard or being dismantled and sold as scrap metal. What can't be bought is just a trick. Do they really think they can fool a sucker like me? They've been around for 1,000 years, and they're still trying to play tricks on me. Self-deception? It's said that the fighting nation is straightforward. That's not entirely true. When it comes to business, they're not much different from Uncle Sam. Playing tricks is truly dirty. But sorry, my tricks are even dirtier. Pulling back his thoughts, Chu Zihong revealed a friendly smile and said, General, may I ask if we're settling in US dollars or rubles? Of course, it's US dollars, Joseph Pushkin affirmed. General, $1 million a month is too expensive. At most, it should be $400,000 a month. Is there any way to negotiate a buyout? No discounts? Chu Zihong shook his head and said, $400,000? Oh no. Nicholas, you should know that these two big guys can cover a landmass. Their value is not just that. Joseph Pushkin waved his hand, decisively rejecting him. That said, $1 million a month, and I also need to find aviation fuel and pilots. Wouldn't I be at a loss? Chu Zihong asked, shaking his head. $1 million, no negotiation. Joseph Pushkin's attitude was firm, absolutely not budging. General, it seems we have no need to negotiate further. I shall take my leave. Chu Zihong sighed regretfully and left with his men. Some people just love to take advantage. Even if they hear about discounts on painless abortions, they want to get pregnant. General Joseph Pushkin was taken aback. He didn't expect Chu Zihong to give up so directly and not continue haggling. This left him momentarily conflicted. Indeed, changing from a sale to a rental was a trick Joseph Pushkin had devised, because selling wasn't as cost-effective as renting. Once sold, the money is taken, and the other party walks away. But renting is different. There's always money to be made. This is a long-term benefit. Just like many landlords in Guangdong, they would rather rent than sell their properties, because not selling keeps the value and also earns rent. Why not? But unexpectedly, Chu Zihong didn't take the bait. However, he wasn't the only arms dealer. If he didn't rent, someone else would. Once this thought emerged, it took root deeply in his heart. Joseph Pushkin no longer hesitated, and a trace of arrogance appeared on his face. He didn't even stop Chu Zihong from leaving, which made the colonel anxious. General, are we just going to let him leave? There are other buyers. Let him go. We haven't lost anything. Joseph Pushkin narrowed his eyes, his arrogance only increasing. He thought he was such a wealthy arms dealer, but he was nothing special. Andrew, Immediately release the news that I am interested in selling IL transport planes. I believe many arms dealers will swarm like hyenas. Yes, General. On the other side, as Chu Zihong and Victor exited the military camp, his expression darkened. He thought that with the connection of Schmeger, it would be fine, but he underestimated one thing. That is, in the face of enormous benefits. People's inner desires can be magnified infinitely. Greed, arrogance. So the difference between humans and pigs is, pigs are always pigs, while humans sometimes are not human. Joseph Pushkin is undoubtedly like this. Cooperation based on interests is positioned equally on both sides. Inequality means the big fish eats the small fish, and if unhappy, it eats the small fish again. The subtle erosion often causes more damage than a giant's gulp, which is more worthy of attention. Boss, if we leave like this, won't the gifts we send be wasted? Victor glanced back at the military camp and asked, wasted? Of course not. How it was taken is how it will be given back. Chu Zihong's eyes glinted with fierce light as he spoke in a deep voice. Boss, we are on their territory now. Won't this be? As long as it's not excessive, no one will care even if the sky falls, Poroshenko abruptly interjected. Chu Zihong looked at Poroshenko, and an evil plan began to take shape in his mind. During this period, the KGB held significant power. It was somewhat similar to the Ming dynasty's Jinyui, Dongchong, and Xichang. If they say you're a rebel, then you are. Dare to resist? Severe punishment awaits. Chu Zihong's thinking was straightforward. Since Joseph Pushkin was unwilling to cooperate, then he would just find someone else. Poroshenko, does Joseph have any enemies or anyone he conflicts with? Chu Zihong asked. Poroshenko didn't respond immediately, but thought for a moment and said, there is one, a person named Yili Nov, Joseph's deputy. He was supposed to take over Joseph's position, but Joseph pulled some strings, preventing him from successfully taking office. Immediately arrange a meeting with Yili Nov for me. Chu Zihong's eyes lit up. This replacement was just what he needed. So, let that damn Joseph Pushkin go to hell. Sir, Yili Nov is not in Kiev right now. He went back to visit family and won't return until 3 days later, Poroshenko said. Then arrange it for 3 days later. Chu Zihong felt somewhat disappointed. Although he couldn't teach Joseph Pushkin a lesson right now, it was still possible to annoy him within 3 days. Thinking of this, he reached out and hooked Poroshenko's shoulder, smiling as he said, Poroshenko, come, let me discuss something with you. The two of them got into the car, plotting a scheme against Joseph in the back seat. Revenge is not too late, even after 10 years. Nonsense. Chu Zihong would never let revenge wait overnight. My hard-earned money is not so easy to take. Chapter 72. Natasha's arrival. Right into the boxing championship after Poroshenko's departure, Chu Zihong's mood lifted significantly. Sweeping away the gloom from before, holding a glass of red wine, he stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the vast city of Kiev, his eyes shimmering with a predatory gleam. Little did you know, you can't handle me? With 5,000 years of Chinese culture, there are countless underhanded tactics. So Chu Zihong borrowed strength to counter strength. More money? Sorry, I am wealthy. Moreover, with the help of a senior KGB agent, Joseph Pushkin was basically no longer a concern. As for his revenge, Chu Zihong was not afraid. He had capable people under him, 3 elite teams from the USS Rapid Response Force and the Alpha Team. Protecting himself was more than enough, and even counterattacking was not a problem. This was Chu Zihong's confidence. Boss, Miss Alice is here. Victor approached with a strange expression, reporting. Who would have thought that the almost invisible Secretary Alice was actually a top female agent left behind by the boss's father? It was simply unbelievable. Such an unpredictable disguise was truly worthy of a top female agent trained by the Red Room. Fortunately, she was on his side. If she were an enemy, that would be terrifying. You would even know how you died. She arrived so quickly? Let her in. Chu Zihong was taken aback. Then his expression brightened. Uncle Felt had just said he would send help last night. And she arrived today? Efficient, I like it. Soon Natasha, dressed in a tight black combat suit that perfectly outlined her devilish figure, appeared before Chu Zihong. Upon seeing him, her enchanting eyes sparkled with affection, making his heart race and his mind dizzy. Chu Zihong felt his primal power seemingly awakening slowly. Darling, I miss you to death. Natasha directly leaped into Chu Zihong's arms, giving him a bear hug, as if she wanted to burrow into his body. Chu Zihong found it hard to keep his composure. The soft and comfortable feeling almost made him lose grip on his wine glass. Today he finally understood why ancient emperors loved beautiful women over empires. Who could withstand this? She was simply a flirty little pixie. However, in the next moment, Chu Zihong felt a cold object pressed against his chest. He looked down, and his expression changed drastically. A small black Beretta pistol was pointed at his chest. Looking at Natasha again, the tenderness from earlier was gone, replaced by a cold, angelic face. Alice. No, Natasha, what are you doing? Chu Zihong swallowed hard. Feeling death was so close for the first time. Let go, boss. Victor, as the captain of NOCS, immediately noticed the scene. With a swift motion, he drew his Glock pistol, aiming it at Natasha. Hearing the commotion, NOCS members rushed in, all holding Glock pistols, aiming at Natasha, who was holding Chu Zihong hostage. In the face of all this, Natasha remained calm, staring intently at Chu Zihong. In fluent Chinese, she said, Mr. Chu, your father wanted you to develop a security company, not become a notorious arms dealer. I wondered why you were out of sight all day. Turns out you ran to the Soviet Union. Chu Zihong was surprised that Natasha spoke Chinese so fluently, but considering her background, it wasn't too surprising. However, her words made him realize that Natasha was scolding him on behalf of his father. There was no hostility. Victor let them lower their guns. We are all on the same side. Chu Zihong waved his hand at Victor and the others. Boss, but she... Victor pointed to the gun Natasha had pressed against Chu Zihong's chest, looking a bit uneasy. It's fine, let it go. Yes, boss. Victor signaled his men to lower their guns, but they did not leave the room. Natasha, I didn't mean to hide it. If I don't take this path, I can't salvage the legacy my father left behind. Chu Zihong reached out to easily move the gun away from his chest. This woman hadn't even turned on the safety. Aren't you afraid of danger? Natasha naturally put away her pistol and asked, Afraid? Worst case scenario, I'll be a good man again in 18 years. Chu Zihong stood, speaking nonchalantly. Which arms dealer in the world isn't walking on the edge of a knife? If I were afraid, I wouldn't have reached this point. Your change really surprises me. I almost thought I was looking at a different person, Natasha said, glancing at Chu Zihong in surprise. Cough. Chu Zihong almost choked on his breath at her words. Damn, Natasha was spot on. He really had become a different person. Of course, he would never admit it, because Chu Zihong believed this woman would definitely kill him. The father of this body had saved her life. Chu Zihong said without a blush or a racing heart. It's this cruel world of the survival of the fittest that changed me. Natasha gave an alluring glance, grabbed the glass of red wine from Chu Zihong's hand, and drank it in one go. Chu Zihong's eyes jumped. This was Petrus red wine. Its annual production is low, and the price is terrifyingly high. This drinking style was on par with his. After drinking, Natasha elegantly sat down on the sofa, her long, straight, and shapely legs crossed, deeply enticing Chu Zihong's gaze. The fleeting beauty was simply breathtaking. Facing Chu Zihong's aggressive gaze, Natasha was already used to it. They had rolled in the sheets before. What hadn't she seen? Especially for top female agents trained specifically, their bodies were their greatest weapons. The first lesson in training was to use their bodies to attract men, including various techniques. They were even given contraceptive injections to ensure they could never have children. This was not an ordinary contraceptive. It was designed to make these female agents unable to bear children for life. A woman who cannot have children can never be a mother. This pain is beyond male comprehension. Thus, it can be seen that the price women pay to become top agents is far more brutal than that of their male counterparts. This is also why Natasha had to fake her death to escape the Red Room. That dark period was a nightmare she never wanted to remember. Chu Zihong sent Victor and the others out of the room, hung a do not disturb sign, and locked the door. Then, he hurriedly sat next to Natasha. A delightful fragrance wafted over. Instantly, it stirred something within him. Spending every day with a bunch of men, he rarely encountered women. Suddenly meeting such a flirty little pixie, no man could resist. Knowing Chu Zihong's intentions, Natasha did not refuse. Her role was nothing more than Chu Zihong's secretary and lover, right? Their brief separation felt like a new marriage. Every corner of the presidential suite became their battlefield. You ask about the intensity? Probably. Well, It was no less than a boxing championship. Chapter 73. Offending who is not good. Must offend Chu Zihong Kiev, Stalin Street. The majority of the buildings here exude a typical Renaissance style, rich in cultural atmosphere. Across the intersection, there's a tavern named Ula, judging by the sign and decorations. It should be a nearly century-old tavern, with a style reminiscent of the old Russian Empire period. The tavern is sparsely populated with a blonde, blue-eyed waitress cleaning glasses at the counter, while a middle-aged white man in a black jacket sits at the reception desk in front of her. He looks lazy, swirling a glass with ice in it, savoring it slowly. Ding-ling. The wind chimes hanging at the door ring lightly, and the waitress almost instinctively calls out, "Welcome." Walking into the tavern is a tall, white young man dressed in a trench coat, quite handsome. A typical beauty from the Witch Nation. The waitress's eyes light up, and her smile becomes even more radiant. Indeed, when a handsome guy appears, girls are like this. So pleasing to the eye. The white young man scans the tavern, and finally his gaze lands on the middle-aged white man in black jacket at the reception desk. A smile appears on his face as he walks over. Clearly, these two know each other. "Sir, what would you like to drink?" The waitress throws a flirtatious glance at the young man, her tone sweet and coy. "Vodka, with a bit of Bailey's and some ice, thank you," the young man says casually, then sits beside the middle-aged white man in black jacket. Youth is great, drinking such strong liquor. The black jacket middle-aged man glances at the young man beside him and sighs. Vodka mixed with Bailey's is an excellent combination, as the Bailey's not only maintains the strong essence of the vodka, but also adds a rich aroma. If someone who cannot hold their liquor drinks it, they will have a headache the next day. Because both are strong liquors, mixing strong with strong, it burns. However, for Soviet men who cannot live without alcohol, that is nothing. Only by drinking can they have fighting spirit. "Poroshenko, don't be so old-fashioned. You're only 30. The young man pats Poroshenko's shoulder and laughs. "Too many injuries from my youth. Just turned 30, and my body is already equivalent to 40. Poroshenko shakes his head and says, having managed to become a high-ranking special agent and responsible for an action group, Poroshenko has paid the price, which is being battered all over. At this age, high-ranking special agents are basically past their peak. They have to step back from the front lines and shift to management positions, allowing young people more room to shine. Don't think too much, the young man comforts him, then asks, "You didn't call me just to chat, did you?" "Markov, it's not convenient to talk here. Let's go outside." Poroshenko pulls out 200 rubles and throws them on the table, standing up to leave. In the resource-scarce Soviet Union, the price of 2 drinks far exceeds normal. This is also why the tavern has so few people. Besides government personnel, civilians are having trouble eating. Who can afford a drink? Markov finishes the drink prepared by the waitress in one gulp and quickly follows him out. The streets, draped in silver, are sparsely populated. Poroshenko and Markov walk side by side down the empty street. "Poroshenko, have you found a way out?" Markov asks tentatively. "An annual salary of $150,000 US. Enjoying various benefits during holidays and a yearly vacation, with compensation for the family in case of death." Poroshenko tightens his leather jacket and says, "So good?" A hint of surprise appears in Markov's eyes. He has to admit he is tempted. Their KGB salary is only about 10,000 to 20,000 rubles a year, which converts to less than 60,000 to 70,000 US. "Want to join?" Poroshenko glances at his former subordinate and asks. "Of course, only a fool wouldn't join." Markov replies without hesitation. The KGB has long received information that the government is on the verge of collapse. They need their Ministry of Internal Affairs to seal some confidential materials. This is no longer a secret within the KGB. So many people have begun to find a way out for themselves. After all, they all have families. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, they have to survive. Markov is one of them. He is the leader of Action Group A in the KGB's Ministry of Internal Affairs. "Welcome to Umbrella Corporation. Our company's motto, everything for world nuclear peace." Poroshenko stops and smiles as he extends his hand to Markov. "That name sounds good, I like it." Markov grins and shakes his hand. "Since we're colleagues now, there's something we need to do." Poroshenko's expression becomes serious as he gets to the point. "What is it?" Markov asks curiously. Joseph Pushkin has offended the boss, and the boss wants us to find evidence of his embezzlement and selling national assets to take him down. Joseph Pushkin? Markov is taken aback, completely surprised. This is a major general, head of the elite Air Force unit. Taking him down might be difficult, but not impossible. However, it won't be easy either, as it involves too many people. Behind Joseph Pushkin, there are many military bigwigs supporting him. Taking him down will undoubtedly offend those military big shots. It's not a good job, but what department are they from? The KGB. Offending people is nothing new for them. Just a mere major general, it's a small matter. Boss, what are the requirements? Markov immediately adopts his role and asks. Joining the company for the first time, he naturally wants to make a good impression in front of the boss to strive for a good impression. Making promotions and salary increases not an issue. Poroshenko doesn't say anything but makes a gun gesture and pretends to shoot himself in the head. His meaning is already clear. Markov raises an eyebrow and asks, "Are we going to take action?" The boss wants to personally kill this greedy guy and deliver him to the boss. Poroshenko shrugs and says, "Okay, leave it to me." Markov nods and then thinks of something. He adds, "But we can't do it alone. We need to bring someone else in." "You mean Andrei from GRU?" Poroshenko understands and says. GRU was proposed to be established by the world-renowned General Zhukov, creating a special intelligence sabotage unit in the border military district. In the event of war or a pre-war crisis, this unit can infiltrate behind enemy lines to carry out sabotage activities. The current GRU is an abbreviation for the Soviet Military Intelligence Headquarters. It differs from the reorganized and publicly supervised KGB, and it has not been affected by the collapse of the Soviet Union. Currently, the agency has 24 well-trained special assault brigades, totaling about 30,000 personnel. Its main tasks are to deter and prevent sudden attacks and to strike behind enemy lines. The main base is located in Chikovo City. The GRU Special Forces were kept secret before the collapse of the Soviet Union, and it has only recently been known to the public. It is one of the well-known special forces in the Soviet Union, alongside Alpha and Signal flags. Yes, Andrei has more intelligence than our KGB. Having him on board is not a problem. Markov nods and says, "Bringing him in won't be easy. I'll do my best." Poroshenko sighs and continues, "This guy is stubborn, but as long as he's human, he must have weaknesses." Poroshenko can only say he will do his best. The GRU's confidentiality is slightly higher than that of their KGB. Naturally, they have more authority. With Andrei joining, Joseph Pushkin got off the horse, basically a done deal. Suddenly, Poroshenko felt a bit of sorrow for Joseph Pushkin. Who would want to offend anyone? Why offend a petty and wealthy arms dealer? He can only blame himself for being too greedy. People like this usually don't end well. Chapter 74. Nightly Revelries. Competitors arise 2 days later, early morning. Chu Zihong had stayed in the hotel for 2 full days without stepping outside. As for what he did, naturally, it was something that all men around the world enjoy, but Chu Zihong still felt a bit unsatisfied. In the gentle embrace of beauty, he knew it was time to get down to business. While beautiful women are delightful, one shouldn't indulge too much. Otherwise, it would be counterproductive. Since he couldn't buy an aircraft for the time being, Chu Zihong's attention turned to the Kiev military district. As for arms, more is always better. With regional wars continuing over the next few years, stockpiling some weapons wouldn't hurt. "You're going to the Kiev military district?" Natasha lay half-reclined on the bed, looking at Chu Zihong with an alluring pose. Seeing her, Chu Zihong swallowed hard. The S-curve beneath the covers was incredibly tempting. "Yeah, stockpiling some arms is not just for selling. My company will also need them." Chu Zihong averted his gaze and picked up the clothes he had thrown on the soft carpet. He was afraid that if he didn't change the subject, he wouldn't be able to hold back. "Take me with you. I know some high-ups and can introduce you." Natasha lazily flicked her golden hair like a cat basking in the sun and said, You know some high-ups?" Chu Zihong felt himself losing control and could only suppress the stirring in his heart. "Of course, don't forget, I came from the Red House. Knowing some high-ups is normal." Natasha shrugged her snow-white shoulders, causing the blanket draped over her to slip down slightly. A beautiful view presented itself before Chu Zihong, making his heart race. Damn, this tempting little vixen is definitely doing this on purpose. I can't take it anymore. Am I still a man if I hold back? Chu Zihong pulled down his pants halfway and pounced like a hungry wolf. After 2 hours, when Chu Zihong emerged from the bedroom, dressed neatly with a sexy and charming Natasha by his side, Victor was already waiting in the living room with a young white man. Seeing Chu Zihong come out, he immediately approached and said, "Boss, the intelligence personnel from Sand have something to report." "What intelligence?" Chu Zihong wrapped his arm around Natasha's soft waist and sat down on the sofa. Natasha thoughtfully poured him a glass of Play-Doh red wine and brought it to his lips. Now, Chu Zihong's every move exuded the aura of a tycoon. With a beauty by his side and red wine as company, he just needed a cigar to be the quintessential big boss. "Come report to the boss." Victor stepped back to make room for the Sand intelligence personnel. The intelligence officer stepped forward and respectfully reported, "Boss, according to the intelligence we received, 3 international arms dealers have already entered Kiev, 2 of which are from Lockheed Martin and Raytheon." Chu Zihong was surprised to hear about these well-known international arms dealers showing up in Kiev. After all, businessmen have a nose sharper than a shepherd dog. However, these 2 companies are powerful and pose a strong competition. Raytheon is famous for its AM-7 Sparrow missile and Patriot missile, while Lockheed Martin is the main defense supplier for Uncle Sam. For instance, the C-5 Galaxy, F-16, F-22, and F-35 fighter jets, U-2 reconnaissance aircraft, shore-based anti-submarine aircraft P-3 series, and C-130 series military transport aircraft, all manufactured by them, making them even stronger than Raytheon. It seems I might have killed an agent from Lockheed before. What was his name? Forget it. He is just a small fry I can't be bothered to remember. Chu Zihong took a sip of red wine and asked, "What about the remaining one?" "Boss, it's Mitsubishi Heavy Industries." Hearing this, Chu Zihong's eyes narrowed. The notorious Mitsubishi Heavy Industries is involved too. Good. I was just worried there wouldn't be any fun. Since they come knocking, shouldn't I make things difficult for them? Do you have their address? Chu Zihong asked while playing with Natasha's golden hair. "Boss, they're staying in the executive suite right below your presidential suite." The intelligence officer pointed downstairs and said, "Oh, so close at hand." A wicked smile appeared on Chu Zihong's lips as he got a few ideas in mind. "Any other intelligence?" In the past 2 days, some mercenaries have also appeared in Kiev, lurking during the day and moving at night. Their target should be you. Delta Force can't get in, so they sent some small fries? Interesting. Chu Zihong didn't need to think to know who hired these people. Although the Soviet Union is in turmoil, it's only internal. Externally, things remain strict. The KGB and Jiryu are not just for show. Delta Force's special identity prevents them from entering. Anything else? "Boss, that's all. Victor. Pay him reward." Chu Zihong instructed Victor, who was standing by. Victor nodded and immediately pulled out $5,000, stuffing it into the intelligence officer's hands. The intelligence officer was overjoyed. "Extra income? Boss, you're so generous. A boss like this is comfortable to follow." "Thank you, boss. I'll keep monitoring the external forces entering Kiev." Chu Zihong waved his hand, sending the intelligence officer away. Clear rewards and punishments make subordinates work harder for you. After the intelligence officer left, Natasha, who had been resting in Chu Zihong's arms, lifted her head and said, "Do those mercenaries need me to deal with? Just you? Can you handle it?" Chu Zihong didn't doubt Natasha's abilities, but he felt it was too risky. He finally found a way to vent, and he didn't want to lose it. Being surrounded by big guys can be frustrating after a while. "Are you doubting my abilities?" Natasha stared intently at Chu Zihong, her tone slightly unfriendly. "Hey, of course not. I'm just worried about you getting hurt. I care about you." Chu Zihong smiled and explained. A man's words can be deceiving. At this moment, it was vividly displayed. Smooth talker. Natasha clearly fell for it, rolling her eyes at Chu Zihong. "I don't want to let you take risks alone. Let the subordinates handle it." Chu Zihong gently lifted Natasha's chin and said sweetly, "You're the boss. You make the call." Natasha shrugged, no longer insisting. "He." Chu Zihong flashed a wicked smile and carried Natasha into the bedroom. Victor shook his head at this scene. In his view, the appearance of this female vixen was truly not a good thing. "Boss, now it's nightly revelries." He turned and walked out. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away from the Katyusha 5-star hotel in a small inn, on the 3rd floor, in room 302, In the cramped 30-square-meter room, 8 mercenaries of various ethnicities were crammed inside. 2 black long cases lay on the bed, filled with various weapons, from knives to assault rifles, sniper rifles, submachine guns, and more. Additionally, there were individual soldier equipment. With this gear, they were just shy of an elite special forces team. At this moment, these mercenaries were selecting their weapons from boxes. On the sofa opposite the bed sat a middle-aged white man with a sinister appearance and a retro, slicked-back hairstyle. He was a notorious leader of the blood-kill mercenary group, known for his ruthless nature. He kills without hesitation and is willing to do anything for money. Countless mercenaries have died at his hands, as have many civilians. At the same time, they are also a mercenary organization supported by the CIA, eliminating many enemies of Uncle Sam. However, no amount of honor can wash away the blood on their hands. True to their name, they are villains. Chapter 75 Alpha Team Strikes. Annihilating the blood-kill mercenary group captain. Is it really necessary to use such good equipment just to deal with an arms dealer? What do you know? The security around the arms dealer is composed of top-notch experts. A black man of Samoan descent was assembling a grenade launcher and glanced at the white mercenary who spoke. How tough can they be? The white mercenary said disdainfully. This mission is highly dangerous. The security around the target is suspected to be from NOCS. Don't take it lightly. A thug on the sofa interrupted the two. How could an Italian political group be around a Chinese arms dealer? A white mercenary holding a sniper rifle said with a hint of surprise. As long as you have money, you can recruit anyone. Someone laughed and replied. Mike is right. With money, even God can be your father. The thug laughed as well. In his view, under immense profits, even God must bow down. Not to mention NOCS. While the blood-kill mercenary group was chatting in the room, little did they know, danger was approaching them. At this moment, the entire hotel had been cleared out. The hotel owner was bound under the front desk, with his own socks stuffed in his mouth. Woo, woo, woo. The owner struggled desperately, but the bindings were tight, making his efforts futile. Meanwhile, the Alpha team, dressed in all-black combat uniforms and modern individual combat gear, silently approached the door of room 302, where the blood-kill mercenary group was located. 8 members of the Alpha team held modified AK-105 assault rifles equipped with silencers. The team members coordinated seamlessly, standing in standard offensive combat postures on either side of the door. Hearing voices from inside and confirming that all targets were inside, the Alpha team captain signaled, and a team member quietly approached the door with a battering ram, prepared to break in at any moment. Inside the room, the thug was checking his gear while sitting on the sofa. For some reason, he felt an unsettling sense of anxiety, as if something bad was about to happen. Years of living on the edge made him vigilant. Quick, go check the situation at the door, he ordered. Got it, Captain, the member replied, just as he was about to walk towards the door. At the same time, the Alpha team captain signaled again. He then pulled out a flashbang grenade and gently removed the safety pin. A fellow Alpha member did the same, ready to toss it into the room as soon as the door was breached. Action. With the captain's gesture, the team member with the battering ram slammed it into the door. Boom! With a loud crash, the door shattered instantly. The member who had just arrived at the door was thrown back by the force, crashing into the opposite wall. The sudden situation caused the members of the blood-kill mercenary group to change their expressions dramatically, just as they were about to counterattack. 2 flashbangs were thrown in at lightning speed. Coincidentally, they rolled right to the thug's feet. Oh shit. Before the thug could finish his curse, a blinding white light erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar. At that moment, everyone in the room couldn't open their eyes. Not only that, their ears and heads were ringing, and their insides felt like they were being tossed around. It was unbearable, but soon, it was no longer unbearable. The moment the flashbangs were thrown in, the Alpha team stormed in. They didn't even bother to aim. They simply unleashed a flurry of shots at the people inside. Collecting heads was easier than drinking water. Puff, puff, puff. In no time, the bright red blood stained the entire room 302. 3 seconds. The Alpha team took just 3 seconds to eliminate all members of the blood-kill mercenary group. However, Captain Artyom didn't seem satisfied. He glanced around at the corpses scattered throughout the room. Sabrika, I wanted it done in 2 seconds. You took 3 seconds. A bunch of pigs. Go back and train hard. The Alpha team members lowered their heads, feeling wronged. 3 seconds had already broken the world record. Okay? And it still wasn't good enough? 2 seconds. Has the captain gone mad? They are humans, not superhumans. Of course, they could only grumble about it internally. They still wanted to prove themselves. 2 seconds it is, damn it. After scolding, Artyom immediately said, withdraw. In no time, the Alpha team vanished from the hotel like true ghosts. They came without a trace and left without a trace. An hour after the Alpha team left, a large group of police from the witch country hurriedly arrived, surrounding the hotel tightly. When Detective Paul and his team rushed into room 302, they were met with a scene of scattered bodies with gunshot wounds to the head. The blood stained the entire room, and the air was thick with a nauseating smell of blood. Some officers couldn't handle it and rushed out of the room, retching against the hallway wall. It was too gruesome. Inside the room, Detective Paul had a serious expression. Besides the headshot victims, there were various European-made weapons scattered on the bed and floor. Clearly, the dead were not from the witch country, but rather professional mercenaries. Sabrika, how did these mercenaries manage to smuggle in such specialized weapons? And who killed them? Headshots were definitely not the work of ordinary people. It was highly likely that they were also mercenaries. If this matter couldn't be resolved, his position might be at risk. Thinking of this, Paul immediately ordered, quick, protect the scene and notify the forensic team. Notified. They are on their way, a subordinate replied. And the hotel owner? He's downstairs. Bring him up. Yes, detective. The subordinate hurriedly ran out of the room, not daring to delay. Paul scanned the scene and suddenly noticed that the bullet casings on the floor looked familiar. He quickly crouched down, picked up a few casings, and examined them. Suddenly, Paul's eyes narrowed. As a retired veteran from Special Forces, he immediately recognized the bullet casings in his hands. 45 by 39 millimeters M74 rifle rounds. These were fired from an AK-105 assault rifle. The only ones using this assault rifle were their Special Forces, as well as the Special Forces under the KGB. Could it be that these foreign mercenaries were killed by their Special Forces? Considering the identity of these mercenaries, that possibility wasn't out of the question. But why weren't they notified at the police station? Paul furrowed his brow, placed the bullet casings into an evidence bag, and stood up, shouting vaguely, "Get in here! Coming!" A young white police officer rushed in from outside, the one who had just felt nauseous. "This is your responsibility. I'm heading to the headquarters." "Yes, detective." Vagri held back the unpleasant smell of blood and saluted. Paul hurriedly left the hotel, holding the bullet casings. Involving Special Forces, he had to report it. This was beyond his control. Katyusha Hotel, top floor. In the presidential suite. Chu Zihong now feels a bit lightheaded as he walks. Too much energy expended. Meanwhile, Natasha is lounging on the couch, eating fruit like nothing is wrong. Indeed, there's no field that can't be cultivated. Only cows that can be worn out. At this moment, Victor knocked on the door and walked in. "Boss, the Alpha team has successfully eliminated the mercenary team hired by the CIA. That was quick. Did anyone get hurt?" Chu Zihong forced a casual demeanor and plopped down on the couch. No one was harmed. "Good. Have him lie low and not act rashly." Chu Zihong revealed a satisfied smile and instructed. The impact of annihilating a foreign mercenary group in Kiev, Wuwa, would undoubtedly be like detonating a landmine in a calm lake. It would definitely cause a stir at the local police station. For now, it's best to keep the Alpha team low-key. Chapter 76. Pressure? Those two words don't exist in my dictionary the next day, in the early morning. Heavy snow was falling, covering the entire Kiev in a silver blanket, with white snow everywhere. Outside, it was the depths of winter, but inside the western restaurant of the Katyusha Hotel, it was warm and cozy with a roaring fireplace. The blazing flames drove away the chill of winter, akin to the arrival of spring. Additionally, a pianist was playing Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata on the piano. Listening to the elegant music, sipping red wine, and enjoying a warm steak, the luxurious life of capitalists stood in stark contrast to the desolation outside. No wonder so many people are eager to become capitalists, because as long as there's money, even God goes mad. At a window-side table, Chu Zihong was having breakfast face-to-face with Natasha, while Victor stood beside Chris like two guard lions, motionless. Natasha, is that guy you invited? What is his name? Vlamikio reliable? Chu Zihong elegantly cut a piece of steak and asked while chewing. Of course, if he dares not to come. You'll find someone running naked on the streets of Kiev the next day, Natasha replied, lightly swirling her wine glass with a carefree expression. Chu Zihong paused slightly, then shook his head with a smile. What female rogue? At that moment, two groups of people entered the Western restaurant. They were the representatives of Lockheed and Raytheon, who lived on the floor below Chu Zihong. The representatives of these two military companies appeared to be around 40 years old, dressed in suits, looking presentable. They shared a common trait, a perpetual air of arrogance on their faces, as if they could stare you down through their nostrils. Lockheed and Raytheon were both suppliers of homeland defense equipment for the United States, and naturally fierce competitors. Hence, their representatives exchanged unfriendly glances, each clearly displeased with the other. After all, everyone wanted a bite of the big cake that was Kiev. Would anyone treat their competitors kindly? As the representatives of the two arms companies glared at each other, the representative of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries appeared. The standoff between the two financial backers instantly diminished the presence of the Mitsubishi representative. If Lockheed and Raytheon were the masters, then Mitsubishi Heavy Industries was the servant. Perhaps, more accurately put, two masters and one eunuch. In front of the masters, how could a eunuch dare to flaunt their power? Of course, they did not dare. At that moment, the Mitsubishi representative was bowing and scraping, flattering with a smile, until the financial backers took their seats, at which point he dared to sit in a corner. Such a life, a typical case of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. And all of this was clearly observed by Chu Zihong, who looked down on it with disdain. The Mitsubishi representative seemed to sense something and glanced over at Chu Zihong. Upon seeing the Asian face of Chu Zihong, he was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting to encounter an Asian here. However, soon his eyes glimmered with an ambiguous light. The appearance of an Asian here, could it be? No, absolutely cannot allow these yellow-skinned monkeys to acquire advanced weapons in the witch country. That would threaten their island nation. But soon, the Mitsubishi representative's gaze was drawn away by the alluring blonde Natasha sitting across from him. In this world, it is hard for any man to maintain composure in front of a sexy and beautiful blonde woman. Not to mention Natasha, a top female agent trained for such purposes. They understand better how to utilize their bodies to maximize their charm, deeply attracting men's attention and making them submit. It is true that not only the Mitsubishi representative noticed Chu Zihong and the others by the window, but also the representatives of Lockheed and Raytheon cast their eyes in their direction. After all, there were so few people in the Western restaurant that it was hard not to be noticed. Compared to the Mitsubishi representative, who was captivated by Natasha, their gaze lingered on Chu Zihong. They had already received intel about a Chinese arms dealer rising to prominence in the Black State. At Eddie's birthday party, he had boldly gifted a Soviet T-80 main battle tank, flaunting his wealth. Following that, he went to Ganilia and sent his mercenaries to eliminate other mercenary groups. It was hard not to pay attention to such a dark horse. The Raytheon representative saw Chu Zihong, and his eyes flickered with contemplation. He seemed to be considering whether to win over Chu Zihong and make him their agent. Such a talent was rare. Meanwhile, the Lockheed representative glared at Chu Zihong with a look of deep hatred, as his full name was Sean Edward, and Sean Stark, who was killed by Kataria under Chu Zihong's orders, was his uncle. It could be said to be a case of enemies meeting, and their eyes turning red. It is impossible for any matter to be completely seamless, and through their CIA intelligence network, they naturally locked onto Chu Zihong. This indirectly indicated that Chu Zihong's Sandstorm intelligence network still had a long way to go to become the fifth largest intelligence agency in the world. Your competitors are sizing you up. Feeling any pressure? Natasha glanced at the representatives of the three major arms companies and asked, "Pressure? I can't find those two words in my dictionary," Chu Zihong said, returning his gaze with a confident smile. Their strength had developed over decades, becoming towering trees. "Are you sure you're confident?" In Natasha's view, a man's confidence was important. But if confidence became excessive, it could turn into arrogance. They are all profiting from the war. They can do it, so why can't I? Chu Zihong put down his fork, wiped his mouth, and retorted. Currently, the two major companies were indeed stronger than him. But once the headquarters of Umbrella Corporation was completed, Chu Zihong was confident that he would surpass Lockheed and Raytheon within 2 years. The dissolution of the Soviet Union was his opportunity to rise. Moreover, he had Dr. Halsey and the research talents rewarded by the system under his command. Surpassing the 2 major companies was just a matter of time. They would merely serve as stepping stones for Umbrella Corporation to stand at the pinnacle of the world in the future. Then I look forward to that day, Natasha said, her eyes shining as she gazed at Chu Zihong, suddenly breaking into a smile. This is the man I'm interested in, not bad. Dominant, I like it. Unfortunately, she couldn't have children and would forever be just Chu Zihong's lover. The 4 factions, each with their own hidden agendas, led to a somewhat subtle atmosphere in the restaurant, until a Soviet man in a major's uniform appeared, breaking this delicate atmosphere. This man was the intermediary introduced by Natasha. Vladimir, the head of the logistics department of the Kiev military district. The representatives of the 3 major arms companies naturally recognized Vladimir, as they all needed to go through him to buy what they wanted. They were very surprised by his sudden appearance. After the surprise, as the 3 representatives were about to stand up, Vladimir didn't even glance at them. He was all smiles and headed straight for the window side table. Damn it, that's where the Asian is sitting. They never expected that in their fierce competition, an unexpected Asian would take the lead. Oh, how utterly terrible. Chapter 77. Look, someone is bragging again, just as Vladimir was rushing towards Chu Zihong. Lockheed spokesperson Edward couldn't hold back anymore. Watching his rival grow stronger and steal their Lockheed business, Edward hated 3 types of people the most in his life. First, those who buy goods without paying. Second, those who come to buy goods without money. Third, those who encroach on my territory. Undoubtedly, Chu Zihong was the one encroaching on his territory. Enough is enough. So, Keen Edward quickly stood up and hurriedly approached with all his strength. He positioned himself in front of Chu Zihong when Vladimir was less than 5 or 6 meters away. However, facing the Soviet general, who was as tall as a giant bear, Edward, at 1 meter 80, appeared quite weak. Perhaps this was also the reason the West feared the Soviet Union. It wasn't just the overwhelming military power, but also the absolute height advantage. Just in terms of momentum, the Europeans had already lost. With insufficient confidence, they could only act submissively. Once the Soviet Union collapsed, European countries began to act arrogantly again. These Western barbarians displayed their ugly faces of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. General Vladimir, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I am Keen Edward from Lockheed. Do you remember me? Keen Edward tried his best to appear calm, forcing a smile on his face. However, Vladimir merely looked down at him and coldly spat out 2 words. Get lost. Keen Edward was taken aback, a bit dazed. Yesterday, Vladimir had been chatting and laughing with him, but today, why was his attitude like this? He clearly did not expect such a result. General, I can't understand human speech. Vladimir did not tolerate anyone blocking his path and directly shoved him aside. The action was akin to picking up a chick. As the humiliated Keen Edward watched Vladimir continue walking towards Chu Zihong, he was furious to the point where his nose was crooked. Fuck. Keen Edward was now somewhat frantic. The spokesperson from the Thor company, watching the drama unfold, was laughing uncontrollably. Is he stupid? Can't he see this? Vladimir was obviously close with that Chinese guy. Edward, this idiot, actually went to block their way. Wasn't he just making things difficult for himself? What a fool. In the corner of the restaurant, the Mitsubishi Heavy Industry spokesperson had a dark expression. Seeing his benefactor being humiliated, how could he, as a subordinate, just stand by? However, a gentleman's revenge is not too late. Let us see how things unfold first. Whoever encounters the eagle will have a bad time. At this moment, Vladimir had rushed over to Chu Zihong, but he did not look at Chu Zihong. Instead, he looked at Natasha opposite him, his whole demeanor excited. He looked as happy as an 800-pound fat man. Natasha, you're not dead? That's great. If Mother knew, she would definitely be very happy. How is Grandmother? Natasha's expression flashed with discomfort as she asked with a complex tone. She is fine, just very sad every time she thinks of you. Vladimir plopped down in the seat next to Chu Zihong and said, Sigh. Natasha sighed upon hearing this. Her angelic face revealed an extremely complicated expression. When her deadbeat father sent her to the Red House, Her grandmother was very opposed. But alas, she was ultimately a woman and could not change anything. Later, her deadbeat father died on the battlefield, and Natasha, who heard about it in the Red House, was very happy. If it weren't for him, would she be in a hellish nightmare? She hated him so much that she wished he had died sooner. God heard her request and let the damned father die on the battlefield. At that moment, Natasha felt relieved. 6 months after her father died, when she was dispatched to the SAM to carry out a special mission to obtain certain confidential scientific research data, she was heavily pursued by CIA agents. Natasha was seriously injured and was eventually saved by Chu Zihong's father, Chu Yang. She transformed into Alice, the secretary of the Hu Long Security Company. Natasha Romanoff was dead. She was now a secretary named Alice. Moreover, she was also Chu Zihong's lover, and she even planned to spend the rest of her life like this. However, nothing in this world goes as one wishes. Chu Zihong embarked on the arms dealer path, thriving in the Black State. Hearing that Chu Zihong was being targeted by the CIA and was in danger, Natasha immediately rushed to the Soviet Union, returning to her homeland, where everything had changed. Vladimir was the brother of her deadbeat father. He had always treated her well since childhood, especially after her mother died. He treated her like his own daughter. He even once tried to find a way to get her out of the Red House. Unfortunately, at that time, he was only a major in the KGB. Trying to get someone out of the Red House was futile, even for a general. Returning to her thoughts, Natasha collected her complex expression, not forgetting the purpose of calling Vladimir Uncle today. Uncle Vladimir, I came to introduce you to someone today. Oh, who is it? Vladimir showed a hint of confusion, completely ignoring Chu Zihong beside him. This made Chu Zihong continuously touch his nose, feeling quite awkward. Can't you see such a big living person next to you? However, he was also very surprised that Natasha actually had relatives in the Soviet Union. He thought that female agents entering the Red House were basically orphans. Chu. Just as Natasha was about to speak, she suddenly remembered that Chu Zihong had changed his name for business convenience. Nicholas Yuri, president of the Umbrella Corporation, my boss. Your boss? Vladimir frowned, finally realizing that there was someone sitting next to him. When he saw a rugged-looking Chinese man, Vladimir clearly paused for a moment. General Vladimir. Nice to meet you. Seeing Vladimir's gaze, Chu Zihong smiled slightly and extended his hand. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling face. Vladimir shook his hand and asked, is he from the island country? From the southern cold? Or from Malaysia? Your Excellency General, I am a Chinese Assam descent. My ancestors are from China. So you are a Deveri. Nice to meet you. Vladimir's expression softened considerably. When he was young, he had supported China and left behind a beautiful memory there. He had a natural fondness for Chinese people. After the two exchanged pleasantries, Natasha directly got to the point. Uncle Vladimir, our boss came to Kiev to purchase a batch of weapons and equipment. Deveri, are you an arms dealer? Vladimir glanced at Chu Zihong in surprise, as there were rarely Chinese arms dealers appearing in the Soviet Union. Most arms dealers coming to Kiev to purchase weapons were from various European countries or those military-industrial giants from SAM. Could it be that this Deveri represented? No, General, I need to correct you. Chu Zihong quickly waved his hand, speaking without a blush. That's not arms, it's hope. I am merely bringing nuclear peace to the world, bringing hope and warmth to those trapped in the quagmire of war. I'm guided by God to allow the suffering people to bathe again in his holy light. So to be precise, I am not an arms dealer, but a nuclear peace messenger sent by God to the world. Not only was Vladimir staring intently at Chu Zihong, but Natasha was too. Chu Zihong's words left both of them somewhat taken aback. A arms dealer constantly talking about achieving world peace. Is that really okay? Guided by God, bringing hope. They have never met an arms dealer like Chu Zihong, who can boast so much. Go ahead and fool yourself. What's the difference between this and a butcher learning to read the Bible, using elegance to cover up their bloodshed? Chapter 78. We are born free. Who dares to be high and mighty? Davarich, your eloquence is quite impressive. I think you should not be a capitalist, but rather a politician. After all, as Natasha's boss. Vladimir naturally had nothing to say and could only offer compliments. General, you should know that politicians serve capitalists, right? Chu Zihong smiled and said, capitalists can play all sorts of tricks with so-called democracy and freedom. If one cannot see through these tricks, that's fine. But to actively promote these tricks, one is either a lackey of the capitalists or a fool. Ah, yes, Davrich is right. Vlamiker could be said to be giving Chu Zihong face, then asked, "What kind of weaponry do you need? AKs, RPGs, tanks, planes, or anti-air missiles? Rocket launchers? General, do you also sell aircraft?" Chu Zihong suddenly caught a key point in Vlamiker's words, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. "That's right, we have MiG-27s, MiG-29s, and 12 transport planes, though the quantity is limited and the prices are a bit higher. Of course, if you have some living supplies or fine spirits, we can make it cheaper," Vlamiker said with a smile. Hearing this, Chu Zihong thought to himself, "Goodness, the MiG-27 is a fighter bomber developed on the basis of the MiG-23C, which removed the large air-to-air fire control radar and replaced it with ground attack optical devices, with key parts reinforced with armor. Since ground attacks have lower mobility requirements, the MiG-27 was equipped with simplified intakes and nozzles. This reduced its supersonic performance compared to the MiG-23, but simplified the structure and reduced costs. The famous MiG-29, nicknamed Fulcrum, has a maximum speed of 2,450 km per hour and a cruising speed of 950 km per hour. It belongs to the third generation of fighters, with good subsonic maneuverability at medium and low altitudes, strong beyond visual range combat capabilities, capable of all-weather operations, and also usable for ground attack. Due to its cost-effectiveness, it has been exported to more than 20 countries, with major upgraded variants including the MiG-29K, MiG-29M, MiG-29S, etc. The N-12 is a versatile transport aircraft. In service for a long time, codenamed Cub, it can accommodate 100 paratroopers or 65 stretchers for the wounded, or 2 small artillery pieces plus a trailer, or a medium tank. The tail of the N-12 is equipped with a turret and warning radar, and comes with 2 23mm caliber cannons. So even if they couldn't get an IL-76 or an 124 heavy transport aircraft, the Cub will be sufficient for their protection company. If he had known this earlier, Chu Zihong should have asked Phelps to send Natasha over sooner. That way, he could have met Vlamiker earlier, but it's not too late now. Indeed, a recommendation from an acquaintance makes a difference. "General, I want them all," Chu Zihong said, slamming the table, speaking with great enthusiasm. "Wanting them all is a bit difficult, but considering you're Natasha's boss, I can help you negotiate," Vlamiker said, glancing at Natasha with a smile. Just then, an unusually cold voice suddenly interrupted the conversation of Chu Zihong and the others. "General Vlamiker, this is not appropriate, is it?" "Chu Zihong, Natasha," and Vlamiker frowned and looked up. The person who interrupted them was Shuren Edward, the spokesperson for Lockheed, dressed in a suit. After all, the restaurant was small, and Chu Zihong's voice was naturally heard by the other 3 arms dealers. Unable to hold back any longer, Shuren Edward rushed over angrily. But he was quickly intercepted by Victor and Chris, who were quick on their feet. As both sides were at a standstill, it gave Shuren Edward the opportunity to approach the dining table. "Who are you? What does our conversation have to do with you?" Chu Zihong raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of impatience. "Damn, if you dare to interrupt or ruin my good fortune, I'll send you to see Lucifer with a bullet." He was dressed like a civilized person, but in reality, he was just a barbarian in a suit, pretending to be civilized. The barbarism in his bones could not be changed. The countries of Europa are nothing but a group of uncivilized beings who got rich through war and robbery. How dare they talk about democracy and freedom? They should manage their own internal affairs before talking about others. We are born free. Who dares to be high and mighty? Should I call you Nicholas Yuri or Chu Zihong? Shuren Edward's blue eyes, like a snake's, stared fixedly at Chu Zihong. "Since you know, if you don't want to end up like your uncle, dead in a foreign land, you better leave before I get angry. Otherwise," Chu Zihong didn't continue, leaving the rest unsaid. Shuren Edward was a smart man and should know what to do. If he were a fool, then just pretend he and T said anything. "Very well. I hope Mr. Chu will still be sitting here, having breakfast tomorrow." A cold glimmer flashed in Shuren Edward's eyes as he threw down a threatening remark and decisively turned to leave. Little did he know, after he finished speaking, the seemingly harmless Natasha, who had been sitting in her seat, suddenly turned serious. The air turned cold, like the depths of winter, lifting the hem of her winter skirt. Natasha was about to draw the petite Beretta pistol from her thigh. Chu Zihong hurriedly reached out, grabbing her small hand before she could draw her gun, and shook his head at Natasha. Don't be impulsive. If you offend me, he won't live much longer. Natasha looked directly at Chu Zihong, smiled gently, and released her hand, letting the skirt fall back down. Vlamikar gave a meaningful glance at the two, with the corners of his mouth rising. What a paternal smile. Boss. TCH, who believes that? I see it as a matter between a domineering CEO and his female secretary. The conversation was not affected by Sharon Edwards' interruption. The two sides agreed to meet here tomorrow to head to the Kiev military district together, and Vlamikar prepared to take his leave. After all, it was working hours, and he was a diligent and dedicated general. Moreover, if he stayed away for too long, who knows how much the logistics department would sell off onto the table. He had to keep an eye on it. Before leaving, Vlamikar couldn't help but ask, Yuri, did you kill Sharon Stark? He blocked my financial path. Chu Zihong shrugged, looking unconcerned. Just a small fry. Which arms dealer doesn't step over the corpses of their peers to climb up? If someone is blocking your way to make money, you don't kill them. Do you leave them to send you to see God? He's not a fool. Those who achieve great things deal with enemies threatening their lives with no mercy, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. However, the battles between arms dealers are unusual because both sides have an endless supply of ammunition. So Sharon Edwards' earlier remarks were definitely not just talk. Sigh. Another white pig to kill. How annoying. Chapter 79. The chicken relying on the eagle's might. Whom me too is doomed Yuri. I have to remind you that the Scene family is the primary agent of Lockheed Martin and is one of the top international arms sales giants in Sam's country. After Stark's death, not only was the Scene family furious, but the KGB also searched for the mastermind behind it in Kiev. If this matter gets out, it won't be good for you in Kiev. Now that Scene Edward, the new spokesperson of the Scene family, knows about this, you are likely to encounter danger during your outings in Kiev. Vlamikar said earnestly. He had basically acknowledged Chu Zihong. Apart from the connection with Natasha, he had no objections to his Chinese identity. He also liked Chu Zihong's decisive character, willing to take responsibility. So when he spoke, it was as if he cared for a junior. General, thank you for your reminder. I will handle this matter well. Chu Zihong stood up to express his gratitude. Does the KGB have their own people? Am I afraid? As for wanting to kill me, I have 3 tactical level special teams hidden around me. Let Scene Edwards' people first deal with my subordinates. I am not a soft persimmon to be bullied. I am a hedgehog covered in sharp spikes. Touch me, and I'll go berserk. Haha, from now on, we are all family. No need for formalities. Vlamikar laughed heartily, suddenly bursting out with fluent Chinese. At once, Chu Zihong was stunned. Wow, this is the real Davarish. The two embraced, but it felt a bit awkward. Chu Zihong's feet were almost off the ground, thumping against Vlamikar, who was towering like a giant bear. Even a bear would feel ashamed in front of him. It was incredibly daunting. No human should be that strong and tall. Natasha, come back to visit when you have time. Your grandmother misses you very much, Vlamikar said gently, looking at Natasha after releasing Chu Zihong. Uncle Vlamikar, I will. Natasha smiled and walked over to give him a gentle hug, performing the Soviet farewell ritual for elders. After sending Vlamikar off, Chu Zihong turned his head, squinting at Natasha, and said, Is there something else you haven't told me? You don't know about that place on me? Natasha gave him a seductive glare. Ahem. That's not what I meant. Chu Zihong lightly coughed to hide his embarrassment. Can you drive a little slower? I just started kindergarten, okay? Natasha elegantly sat down and took a small sip of red wine. So what do you want to know? Like your past? Uncle Phelps only briefly mentioned your matters. Chu Zihong sat down and stared at Natasha. Hearing this, a touch of memory flickered in Natasha's eyes, her brows furrowing as if recalling something painful. My past. Bang. The door slammed shut. Scene Edward angrily sat on the sofa, seemingly unsatisfied as he swept all the cups off the coffee table. Fuck. That damned little dragon. I want you dead. After cursing, Scene Edward's gaze turned cold as he shouted towards the door, Harry, get in here. As soon as he finished speaking, with a click, the door opened. A white man with slick back hair, dressed in a suit and trench coat, walked in neatly. This person looked like the classic Hollywood #1 villain. Boss, what are your orders? I want Chu Zihong dead. Notify the goddess armed forces to immediately send their Hellfire special team over. I do not want Chu Zihong to leave Kiev alive. Scene Edward ordered with a murderous intent. Understood, boss. Harry nodded, ready to act, but was stopped by Scene Edward, who added, also, my idiot uncle who let his hormones get the better of him has already been confirmed as killed by Chu Zihong. Notify the family to immediately target Chu Zihong's assets in Tiago City. Boss, is there anything else? That's all. You can go. Scene Edward dismissed his subordinate, truly thinking he would take revenge for that idiotic uncle? No. You should thank Chu Zihong for helping him solve the problem of his idiotic uncle blocking his rise. If it weren't for him, how could he inherit the position of Lockheed Martin's primary spokesperson? Scene Edward was angry because Chu Zihong had snatched his cake. This was his bottom line. The big cake in Kiev could only be obtained by Lockheed. Raytheon should just stay out of it. Moreover, he was a Chinese. There was no need to even think about it. Anyone daring to snatch his cake would meet God. Thinking of this, Scene Edward poured himself a glass of red wine and savored it for a while. However, it still made him feel restless and angry. Damn it, little dragon. He picked up the phone, called the front desk, and asked for a few gypsy girls to come play with him. Soon, the gypsy girls arrived. In an instant, the room was filled with springtime charm, beautiful and enchanting. Meanwhile, in the next room, Junichiro Koizumi, the spokesperson for Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, frowned as he sat on the sofa. In front of him stood his trusted aide, Ken Inagai, bowing respectfully. Are you saying that the Chinese named Nicholas Yuri does not represent Hua country? Yes, boss. According to intelligence, he has previously rejected the embassy's people from Hua country in Somalia. Various indications show that his style of action is very different from that of the Chinese. He is almost as profit-driven as European capitalists. As long as the money is right, he can do anything. This doesn't prove anything. Never trust what your eyes see, for people are the best at disguising themselves. Koizumi shook his head and said, if the Chinese also come to carve up this big cake in the Soviet Union, it will definitely not be a good thing. Once they become strong, it will threaten their country, which is something the upper echelon and Uncle Sam do not want to see. As their little brother, we must certainly help our daddy with his troubles. So, boss, what do you mean? Inagai raised his eyes to look at his boss. Kill him. Koizumi lightly gestured across his neck, his tone carrying a chilling, murderous intent. Boss, the security personnel around him are from NOCS. It won't be easy to deal with them. Plus, that little dragon has a hidden special team beside him. He was once attacked by the local biggest gang, the 3K party in Tiago City, and a special team descended from the sky to save him. Inagai relayed the information he had gathered. Don't worry, we are not the only ones wanting to kill him. Scene Edward will also send someone to kill him. Just install a bomb in his car, and you don't need to worry about anything else, Koizumi chuckled, saying. When the big boss takes action, we little brothers can just enjoy the fireworks. All right, keep that blonde girl next to the little dragon. It would be a shame if she died. Understood, boss. The two exchanged smiles, revealing a knowing look that men understand. What a bunch of creeps. Chapter 80. Chu Zihong is not dead. Mitsubishi Heavy Industries conspiracy fails the next day, in the morning. Chu Zihong and Natasha were having breakfast in the Hotel's Western restaurant. Sitting in the same spot as yesterday, leaning against the window, they had a commanding view of the entire city of Kiev, giving a sense of being intoxicated by a beauty's lap and having control over the world. At the same time, they could enjoy a different kind of scenery. While eating, they occasionally admired the beautiful views. Isn't this life more enjoyable than that of an immortal? Moreover, if they were on the first floor, they could see beautiful women passing by through the glass outside. Whether admiring the scenery or the beautiful women, it was quite pleasing to the eye. Men, after all, always look at what's in the bowl while eyeing what's in the pot. Having 3 wives and 4 concubines, especially like those of Yui Hitano, is a man's ultimate dream. Boss, the person sent by General Vlamiker to pick you up has arrived, Victor said, noticing a captain being stopped by Chris at the door. Perfect timing. Just finished eating. Chu Zihong wiped his mouth and looked towards the Soviet captain at the entrance of the restaurant. Are you really sure you want to go out? Natasha also wiped her mouth and asked. Soldiers come to block. Waters come to cover. Do I look like a coward to you? Chu Zihong Chukka. As an arms dealer, if you don't have the guts. You might as well go home and sell tofu. That job is easy and profitable. Not like you, you're bold to the extreme. If given a lever, you could lift the entire Blue Star, Natasha teased. Haha, as long as I have money, I dare to call Sam my home. Chu Zihong laughed heartily and then walked towards the door with Natasha, Victor, and the others. Mr. Nicholas, hello. I am Antonio, sent by General Vlamiker to pick you up. The captain said politely as he saw Chu Zihong and his group approaching. All right, let us go. Don't keep your general waiting too long. Chu Zihong waved his hand. Sir, please follow me. When Chu Zihong and the others exited the hotel, they were stunned to see two BTR 80-wheeled armored vehicles parked at the entrance. Wow, what a big deal. General Vlamiker, you really know how to treat someone. It seems my uncle is worried about your safety and even sent armored vehicles. I'll remember this kindness. Chu Zihong nodded, feeling a mix of gratitude. The Soviet soldiers who had supported his country had a deep emotional connection to Huagua. This is what true Deveri should be. However, he would have to ask General Vlamiker if the BTR-80 was for sale. This thing is much more durable than the BTR-60. It is an improved version of the BTR-70 wheeled armored personnel carrier, with a turret that can rotate 360 degrees, armed with a KP-VT-14, 5mm heavy machine gun, and a PKT-7, 62mm machine gun as auxiliary weapons. Additionally, it carries two 9K-34 or 9K-38 man-portable air defense missiles and an RPG-7 anti-tank rocket launcher. The vehicle's body and turret are welded and sealed steel armor, providing amphibious capabilities. The maximum speed on the road is 80 km/h and 9 km/h on water, with a maximum range of 600 kilometers. The key point is its amphibious capability, which completely surpasses the BTR-60. After all, the BTR-60 is too old. It was discontinued in the mid-1970s, with only about 25,000 units produced, mostly exported to some third-world countries. It is still the most widely equipped wheeled armored personnel carrier in the world today. Everyone boarded the armored vehicles and soon left the hotel, disappearing at the end of the road. Meanwhile, those from Mitsubishi Heavy Industries were furious upon learning all this. The well-prepared time bombs were rendered useless. They hadn't even taken their own vehicle, but had instead left in the most advanced Soviet BTR-80 armored vehicles. Bakayuru, damn Soviets, ruining my plans. Junichiro Koizumi slammed the table in anger, almost resorting to seppuku. At the same time, Sean Edward was also aware of all this. He remained quite calm because, in his eyes, Chu Zihong was already a dead man. It was just a matter of time, as long as the Hellfire Special Forces sent by God arrived in Kiev. Chu Zihong would undoubtedly die. Let him enjoy a few more days. See, I'm more merciful than God. Knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Kumin. Sean Edward leaned back on the European-style sofa, crossing his legs and smoking a cigar, casually called out. Creak. The door opened, and Harry quickly walked into the room to report to Sean Edward. Boss, the Hellfire team sent by God has reached the border near Bolin, close to the Witch Country, and they should arrive in Kiev in about 2 days. Also, they need us to provide weapons and equipment. No problem. When the Hellfire team arrives in Kiev, take them directly to the safe house and let them pick their weapons from the armory. By the way, tell them to do this nicely and their reward will not be less. Sean Edward exhaled a puff of smoke and said, Yes, boss. Harry nodded and turned to leave, but was stopped by Sean Edward. Prepare the car immediately. We need to meet General Anton Lev and stop the arms deal between Chu Zihong and Vlamiker. The car is already downstairs. Boss, we can leave any time. All right, let us go now. Sean Edward extinguished his cigar, stood up, straightened his suit, and then left the room. The Kiev military district is not within the city limits of Kiev. Instead, it is stationed in Chernihiv, overseeing the Kiev municipality as well as the 24 provinces including Kiev, Chernihiv, Cherkasy, Zhytomyr, Poltava, and Sumy. The total strength is around 800,000 stationed across the Witch Country. At this time, the military of the Witch Country was very powerful, unlike in later years when it was weak and disorganized. Moreover, the Kiev military district was not divided into 4 major military districts. Its strength was formidable enough to suppress the surrounding countries. After an hour and a half of travel, Chu Zihong and the others successfully arrived at the Kiev military district. Vladimir had already been waiting at the camp gate with his trusted aides for a long time. As soon as he saw Chu Zihong and his group get out of the car, he immediately came over. Before Chu Zihong could speak, he gave him a warm bear hug, almost squeezing the life out of him. It was so strong that it was hard to breathe. At the same time, his feet were lifted off the ground, and it was quite a sight. Once released, Chu Zihong gasped for air, making Natasha laugh slyly from the side, causing quite a commotion. "Daveri, what is wrong?" Vladimir asked with concern as he stepped forward. "And no, I'm fine, General. I'll be okay in a moment. Please don't come closer." Chu Zihong waved his hand to stop Vladimir from approaching, indicating that he was all right. He was already a bit intimidated by Vladimir. While his enthusiasm was commendable, it was indeed a bit overwhelming. After a moment of recovery, Chu Zihong followed Vladimir into the jeep and entered the military district. The atmosphere of the entire military district was somewhat different from that of the 5th Air Force Army that Chu Zihong had previously entered. It felt more lifeless. To be precise, dispirited and lax in military discipline. Even a military district like this, with such a fierce giant bear falling, was not entirely due to external reasons. The internal decay was beyond saving. Chapter 81. 60,000 light and heavy machine guns. Take them at a bargain price, Yuri. How much cargo did you prepare this time? 2 military jeeps, driving steadily on the smooth roads of the military district, one in front and one behind. In the leading jeep, Vladimir turned his head to look at Chu Zihong in the back seat. A Boeing 747 cargo plane at its maximum payload capacity. Chu Zihong thought for a moment and said, 90 tons? Vladimir asked, 100 tons? Chu Zihong shook his head and gestured, that's already the limit of the Boeing 747. Aren't you afraid of crashing? Of course I'm afraid, but the pilot skills are top-notch, allowing it to land smoothly at Kiev Airport, where it is currently in the hangar. Chu Zihong smiled and replied, I cannot be afraid. The Boeing 747's maximum cargo capacity is 90 tons, and I loaded 100 tons, which cost the Boeing representative an extra several $100,000 in rental fees. Luckily, the pilot skills are excellent, and it landed successfully. No wonder he's an ace pilot. Chu Zihong naturally thought about poaching him. After all, he bought a transport plane and still needed quite a few pilots, especially this kind of ace pilot. The more the better, as delivering goods often requires traversing war-torn areas. If the skills aren't up to par and they get shot down by missiles, it would be a significant loss. Vladimir gave Chu Zihong a thumbs up and continued, with 100 tons, you can single-handedly take all the equipment in our logistics warehouse. The premise is, you might offend quite a few powerful international arms dealers. Yuri, be mentally prepared. Coincidentally, I have debts that won't crush me. I'm just afraid they won't come. Chu Zihong replied dismissively. Yuri, I don't know if you're really arrogant or just have enough confidence, Vladimir said with a wry smile. Shaking his head, this guy really is a dead pig, not afraid of boiling water. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. I have enough firepower, so of course I'm not afraid. Chu Zihong grinned, full of confidence. Anyone who blocks my path to wealth, I don't care who you are. There is no shortage of arms dealers, just arms. At worst, we'll just have a fight. It's either you or me. Whoever is cowardly, get lost. While chatting, the jeep arrived at the destination, where there were rows of neatly arranged warehouses. Looking around, it resembled a graveyard of weapons, quite spectacular. The hostility between the Soviet Union and the West over the past 45 years has produced the most powerful weapons in history. Guns brought from hell piled higher than mountains. And now there are no enemies. Thus, the Soviet Union has the largest arsenal on the planet. And here, in the Kiev military district, it sounds likely that this place accounts for 2/3 of it. After getting out of the car, Vladimir led Chu Zihong and the others to the front of the first massive warehouse. Above it, in Russian, it read Military Arms Restricted Area, no smoking or fire. The warehouse door was locked and showed signs of rust, as if it hadn't been opened for some time. Yuri, this warehouse is full of light and heavy machine guns. Just half a ton of strong liquor, and you can take them all, Vladimir said while opening the door. Deal. Chu Zihong agreed without hesitation, not even a moment of doubt. Half a ton of liquor for an entire warehouse of heavy weapons? That's incredibly worth it. Indeed. It's easier to deal with familiar people at a bargain price. The warehouse slowly opened. The first thing that caught the eye was a row of iron racks that reached the ceiling of the warehouse. For example, the first row held neatly stacked RPD-44 light machine guns. The second row had Kalashnikov-style PPK light machine guns. The third row had NSV heavy machine guns. The fourth row had DSHK heavy machine guns. The fifth row had DSHK heavy machine guns. And the sixth row had RP-46 machine guns. As his gaze continued to penetrate deeper, the various light and heavy machine guns made Chu Zihong's breath quicken. With these light and heavy machine guns, as long as there are enough people, Chu Zihong dared to challenge Uncle Sam. Of course, this was just talk. It was unrealistic to think that light and heavy machine guns alone could overthrow a super empire. He had seen the first few types of light and heavy machine guns before, and also in the arms provided by the 103rd Division. However, he had not seen the DSHK M38 heavy machine gun, so he directly approached the rack where the DSHK heavy machine guns were placed. This heavy machine gun is the most successful heavy machine gun in the Soviet Union, with performance that rivals Uncle Sam's M2 heavy machine gun. The M38 heavy machine gun is 1,625 millimeters long, with a barrel length of 1,070 millimeters, a caliber of 12.7 millimeters, and a weight of 33.5 kilograms. The wheel gun mount weighs 102 kilograms, and the drum-type ammunition belt has a capacity of 50 rounds. The muzzle velocity is about 820 meters per second. The theoretical rate of fire is 600 rounds per minute, while the actual rate of fire is 125 rounds per minute, with a maximum effective range of 1,200 meters. It can be mounted on a wheeled Sokolov carriage and can be used as both a heavy direct-fire machine gun and an anti-aircraft machine gun. This machine gun is still used by many armies today, with production of various models exceeding 1 million units. Due to the weight of the DSHK, Chu Zihong naturally couldn't pick it up. He just reached out to touch it, much like fondling a precious treasure, unable to let go. After admiring it, Chu Zihong turned to Vladimir, who had followed him, and asked, "General, how many light and heavy machine guns are in this warehouse?" "Nikaz, bring the inventory list." Vladimir immediately shouted outside the door. A major quickly ran in with the inventory list and handed it to Vladimir. Vladimir glanced at the inventory list and said, "Each type of light and heavy machine gun has about 10,000 units, totaling 60,000. So many?" A hint of surprise flashed in Chu Zihong's eyes, followed by an excited expression. Half a ton of strong liquor is worth only several $100,000. As a result, to exchange for 60,000 light and heavy machine guns? Damn, that's such a steal. At the very least, an entire warehouse of light and heavy machine guns could bring Chu Zihong over $100 million in revenue, a cost of several $100,000, flipping it for over $100 million. Is that not a huge profit? "General, half a ton of strong liquor for 60,000 light and heavy machine guns. You are truly amazing," Chu Zihong said gratefully, looking at Vladimir, expressing his indescribable feelings. "Darvari, we are brothers, aren't we?" Vladimir shrugged and smiled. "That's right, brother." Chu Zihong grinned, his smile sincere and heartfelt. "The others are all fake brothers, so get lost." Naturally, Chu Zihong couldn't move the entire warehouse of 60,000 light and heavy machine guns. Vladimir waved his hand and called in a military transport convoy to help move the goods. No cost, free. Chu Zihong was immensely grateful and quickly instructed Victor and others to tip the soldiers and drivers who were moving the cargo. Not much, just 1,000. After sorting out the first warehouse, Vladimir continued to lead Chu Zihong and the others to the second warehouse. The second warehouse was filled with ammunition, grenades, anti-tank mines, rockets, smoke bombs, stun grenades, and other disposable munitions, totaling about 25 tons, which could be exchanged for 2,000 pounds of grain. Definitely another bargain. The third warehouse was the main event. It contained howitzers, long-range mortars, rocket launchers, and other heavy artillery, all big guys. For third world countries with insufficient firepower, these were simply hot commodities. Chapter 82. All fears stem from insufficient firepower as the third warehouse slowly opened. A series of large artillery pieces were completely exposed to the crowd. It has been said that artillery is the god of war. On the land battlefield, Artillery is the most powerful firepower aside from air forces. The first thing that caught the eye was a familiar howitzer seen in war films. Is it the Type 54? Chu Zihong was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. It was clearly not. To be precise, it is the M3122mm howitzer, also known as the 1938 model 122mm howitzer, a masterpiece of Soviet artillery. This gun can fire not only high-explosive shells, but also armor-piercing shells, smoke shells, illumination shells, and various other types of ammunition. The effective kill radius of the 462 high-explosive shell is 60 meters by 20 meters, with a crater diameter of 2 meters and a depth of 40 centimeters. It has been in service for a long time and was exported to more than 30 countries and regions after the war. The Rabbit also imported it in large quantities, and the Type 54 122mm towed howitzer was improved based on it. This is also why Chu Zihong thought of the Type 54 at first glance. There are a total of 20 M3122mm howitzers, which is relatively few, but still considerable. Walking further in, there is the 2S4 mortar. This mortar can compete with artillery. And one must say that the Soviets have taken the admiration for artillery to the extreme. Whether it's these big guns or other weapons, their firepower is extremely fierce. They make the enemy cry for mercy with artillery washing the ground. After washing the ground, one can directly sow seeds and plant crops. Continuing deeper, two more big guns blocked Chu Zihong's path. The first big gun is the ML 2152mm howitzer, a mainstay heavy artillery of the Soviet Union. Of course, the ancestor of this artillery comes from France's Schneider 1910 model 152mm siege gun. The Soviets improved it to create the ML 2152mm howitzer, which has a range of 17.2 kilometers, a high explosive shell weight of 43.6 kilograms, and can fire 4 rounds per minute. It was not only favored by Soviet troops, but also appreciated by enemies. After improvements, the ML-20 continued to be used until the early 21st century. The second big gun is the 2S7 self-propelled howitzer, nicknamed Peony. It was developed based on the B-4 203mm heavy howitzer. The 2S7 is massive, complex in structure, and powered by a V12 turbocharged diesel engine, with a maximum speed of 50 kilometers per hour. The operation of this self-propelled howitzer requires a crew of 14, with the vehicle carrying 7 personnel while the rest ride in an ammunition supply vehicle. Before firing, soldiers must take appropriate protective measures. Otherwise, the immense noise can lead to deafness. Aside from the 4 types of howitzers and mortars, there are no other big guns in the warehouse. At the end of the warehouse, there are boxes of matching ammunition. Yuri, there are a total of 54 various howitzers and mortars here, along with dozens of tons of shells. It's a bit pricey, but you can take it all away for just 1 ton of strong liquor, Vladimir said. If I take everything, will it cause unnecessary trouble? Chu Zihong asked. These are all big guns, completely enough to equip an artillery regiment, and internationally considered heavy arms with export restrictions. Unless it's an order between countries, private arms dealers can easily attract the attention of Interpol. Taking so many heavy guns out of the Soviet Union would naturally be quite troublesome, Vladimir replied. He was a good man, a true Davarish. He didn't want to see anyone lose their job and life. Don't worry, you could take everything away without any hassle. Vladimir knew what Chu Zihong meant, patted his shoulder with a smile, and said cheerfully, "All right, I'll take them all." Since that's the case, Chu Zihong was not polite, letting young master Chu foot the bill again. He had a premonition that this trip to Kiev would definitely yield great returns. Just the combined arms from the 3 warehouses, if sold, would be worth over $1 billion. After leaving the warehouse, they chatted and laughed as they continued towards the 4th large warehouse. Meanwhile, a Rolls-Royce drove into the Kiev military district, heading straight for the military district command headquarters. In less than 10 minutes, the Rolls-Royce came to a steady stop in front of the command department. Stepping out of the car was Kian Edward. He adjusted his suit, tidied his hairstyle, and looked up at the heavily guarded command center. A confident smile appeared on his lips. At that moment, a major came out from the command center and approached Kian Edward. "Mr. Edward, it's a pleasure to see you again. Deputy Commander Anton Lev is already waiting for you in his office. Please follow me. Lead the way. Kian Edward nodded coldly with an arrogant expression. He then followed the guiding major into the command building, heading straight to General Anton Lev's office on the 5th floor. Soon, they entered the office at the end of the 5th floor corridor. Mr. Edward, it's great to see you again. Are you getting used to your stay in Kiev? General Anton Lev, an old Soviet man with a head full of silver hair, was dressed in a general's uniform. Upon seeing Kian Edward enter, he warmly welcomed him and invited him to sit on the sofa. It's okay, just that the weather is too cold. It feels like I've come to the Arctic. Kian Edward replied indifferently. As the first spokesperson for Lockheed, why shouldn't a general treat him with a bit more enthusiasm? In a crumbling empire, such generals are everywhere. Just right for him to step on. Kian Edward's arrogance and indifferent attitude flashed a glint of coldness in General Anton Lev's eyes. But he quickly concealed it and smiled. I wonder, Mr. Edward, what brings you to me this time? General Anton Lev, I hope you can give me an explanation. Kian Edward sat up straight, his gaze fixed on Anton Lev, exuding a fierce and aggressive aura. What is wrong, Mr. Edward? Anton Lev looked puzzled, somewhat unclear about the situation. More than half of the weapons in the warehouse were given to your Lockheed company at a discounted price. What more explanation do you want? The head of your logistics department, Vladimir, sold the weapons I bought to a Chinese arms dealer. I need a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, this matter will only end with the general returning me the amount he received, or I will report it to the KGB. Kian Edwards' eyes narrowed, emanating a fierce. It seemed as if Anton Lev was not a general in front of him, but a subordinate. And this happened. Anton Lev pretended not to know, slamming the table and saying, Mr. Edward, don't worry. I will definitely give you an explanation. How dare anyone disregard my orders? In fact, Anton Lev coldly snorted inwardly. Am I going to take action against my own brother-in-law? Sakabri, you arrogant white pig. Are you stupid? Or am I missing a screw in my head? Chapter 83. The Self-Righteous Edward General. Forgive me for being blunt. By the time you give me an explanation, the batch of arms I booked yesterday has already ended up in that Chinese's pocket. I would rather not have such verbal explanations. Sean Edward tapped on Anton Lev's desk, his tone unapologetic. Hearing this, Anton Lev's eyes darkened slightly, but he still maintained a smile, truly embodying the term smiling tiger. Mr. Edward, what do you want to do? It's simple. General, you take the military police with you and come with me to the arms warehouse to stop Flammkill and that Chinese from trading arms. Also, dismiss Flammkill and throw that Chinese surnamed Chu into death row. Sean Edward leaned over the edge of the desk, his expression fierce and sharp. Unbeknownst to him, after he said this, Anton Lev's eyes flickered slightly, and his left hand quietly slipped into the drawer. Inside the drawer lay a Makarov pistol. However, after considering something, and after some mental deliberation, Anton Lev did not pull out the gun from the drawer, but instead withdrew his hand. He stood up and smiled. Since you, Mr. Edward, have said this, if I don't comply, it indeed wouldn't be appropriate. Once you have caught your little goldfish, I naturally have to meet the client's demands. General, you will feel honored by your choice because you chose to stand on our side at Lockheed. Sean Edward was pleased with Anton Lev's actions and began to act imperiously. One might mistakenly think he, Sean Edward, was the helmsman of Lockheed. In reality, he was merely a hunting dog raised by the Allen Lockheed family. A hyena, still feeling pleased with itself. What a farce. Let's hope so, Anton Lev replied disinterestedly, but inwardly he was mocking. What nonsense, Lockheed. You think you're something? Money can be made again, but I can't lose my big brother. Moreover, that Chinese is my niece's husband and future money tree. Why should I harm my family for an outsider? I'm not a cold-blooded, heartless capitalist. Get lost. Immediately, Anton Lev called his aide to notify a team of military police to assemble and head to the logistics department's warehouse area. Let's play the whole act, shall we? Sean Edward was completely unaware of all this and displayed an air of invincibility. In his view, Chu Zihong was doomed. He didn't even need the Hellfire team to act. He could resolve that Chinese issue using Anton Lev's hands. There's a saying in China, use strength to counter strength. He thought he had successfully handled it, not knowing how that idiot uncle had messed it up. Such an easy task had resulted in a failure. One idiot. Just then, on the way to the logistics department's warehouse area with General Anton Lev and a team of military police. Flammekil had already brought Chu Zihong and others to the fifth large warehouse. The fourth warehouse ahead was filled with mountains of AK-74s. Chu Zihong had only spent 3,000 cucumber cans, worth tens of thousands of dollars. 60,000 AK-74s were packed up and taken away at a price cheaper than cabbage. But reselling them would yield a profit hundreds of times over. Arms trade is so lucrative, far more than washing powder. The collapse of the Soviet Union also allowed a group of invisible wealthy individuals to rise rapidly. However, selling like this at the end of the 1980s wouldn't work in the early 1990s. If you offered 6,000 assault rifles for 10 million, people would just turn around and leave. Due to continuous regional wars, assault rifles on the market were as rampant as locusts. Light weapons were practically at cabbage prices, sold by the pound. Why did this situation occur? Naturally, it was due to changes in warfare. War was no longer about two armies facing off in direct combat, leading to heavy casualties. In modern warfare, such direct confrontations were rare. Especially in the Camel Country War, such situations were infrequent. Most battles were guerrilla warfare and law enforcement battles with sparse personnel, and they would run away after fighting. They didn't even give a chance for direct confrontation, reducing casualties significantly. Moreover, with the proliferation of defensive weapons, most combat personnel could now wear bulletproof vests, which greatly weakened the lethality of assault rifles. Under the influence of these factors, in previous wars, a bullet from a rifle could eliminate one enemy. In modern warfare, it generally took 250,000 rounds to eliminate one enemy. Additionally, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, a large number of AK-series assault rifles flooded the international arms market in war-torn regions. Whether in Black State or the Middle East, everyone had an AK-47, significantly devaluing light weapons. After a regional war, the number of weapons even exceeded the population of that area. Various firearms flooded the market, and prices naturally dropped to the point of being sold by the pound. Since light weapons no longer played a decisive role in modern warfare, what do modern battles rely on? Heavy weaponry and satellites, implementing precise strikes and artillery coverage. A typical example is the Iran-Iraq War. Before the full offensive began, the Air Force had already gained air superiority over the entire territory of Iraq. Based on this, they conducted large-scale precise strikes on important military targets within Iraq. This is a famous term in modern warfare, decapitation operations, using cruise missiles and precision-guided bombs to strike at enemy leadership locations, presidential palaces, transportation hubs, ammunition depots, military bases, Air Force airports, military factories, radar stations, and other important military targets. Thus, in modern warfare, the proportion of missiles is increasing, even capable of determining the outcome of wars. Of course, the premise is not to be at a disadvantage in electronic warfare. Missiles must be able to be launched and hit targets to be effective. In the past, wars were two-dimensional, existing only on land and sea. With technological advancements, warfare gradually expanded into the sky and deep sea, evolving from two-dimensional to three-dimensional. Until now, warfare has begun to shift from three-dimensional to multifaceted. Electronic interference, precise strikes against enemies, seizing air and sea superiority, combined with elite ground armored forces and low-altitude forces, armed helicopters, working together for rapid advancement. Chu Zihong, coming from a future timeline, naturally understood the development trends of modern warfare. His current demand for light weapons was not very high. His Maersk giant ship still had half a ton of AK-47s. He had just wholesaled another 60,000 AK-74s, which was more than enough. Therefore, Chu Zihong's main goal in coming to the Soviet Union this time was heavy weaponry, such as missiles, fighter jets, and air defense weapons. In this regard, the Soviet Union had an abundance. If it weren't for nuclear weapons being too sensitive, always being eyed by Uncle Sam and the European powers, Chu Zihong would have wanted to get a batch of nuclear weapons. In the future, if someone displeased him, he could send a nuclear egg their way, growing mushrooms. Let us see if they comply. Of course, he could only think about it. His current strength was not enough to resist a situation with one superpower and multiple strong nations. Chapter 84. Air Defense Missiles. Are you turning it into humanitarian aid? The fifth large warehouse was much bigger than the previous ones. Inside were all T-72 main battle tanks, lined up in the warehouse, looking mighty and imposing. The overwhelming momentum was truly oppressive. There were 100 tanks in the entire warehouse, enough to equip a tank regiment. Yuri, I'll sell these tanks to you at a cheaper price. 1 ton of meat products by 6, get 2 free. Framical pointed to the tanks in the warehouse and inquired. Thank you, General, but I don't need that many. Just half will do. Chu Zihong wasn't very interested in these tanks either. Having too many was pointless. There were still nearly 100 T-72 and T-64 tanks left, but if they were T-80 tanks, he might consider it. Unfortunately, these were the main equipment of the Soviet Union and couldn't be sold to him. At most, a small portion could be sold. For example, General Ivan from the 103rd Division sold himself one for publicity and to make a name for himself, which he then gave away. After acquiring half of the tanks, Chu Zihong asked, General, do you have missiles? Air defense weapons will be fine too. A new batch just arrived a week ago. Follow me. Framical immediately took the lead, handling things efficiently and decisively. Chu Zihong liked this and quickly followed. Soon, they arrived at the 6th warehouse. As the warehouse opened, the big guys inside slowly revealed their true appearance. A glint of desire sparkled in Chu Zihong's eyes, because inside the warehouse were the famous SAM-2 air defense missiles. This air defense missile, codenamed SA-2, was the first generation of practical air defense missile system developed by the Soviet Union, primarily used to intercept enemy bombers executing strategic air defense, replacing the 130mm and 100mm anti-aircraft guns. It belonged to the first generation of high-altitude, all-weather air defense missiles. This type of missile had a powerful warhead, specifically designed to target long-range, high-altitude bombers and reconnaissance aircraft. The Rabbits used this to shoot down the bald-headed U-2 high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, significantly diminishing the bald-headed's prestige and making him realize that the Rabbit's airspace was not a place one could enter at will. Invade my airspace, and you shall be punished, no matter how far. There were a total of 12 SAM-2 air defense missile systems in the warehouse, arranged in a hexagonal layout with 6 launchers. They looked imposing, as if they could spring into action at any moment. General, how much for the SAM-2? Chu Zihong excitedly rubbed his hands together and asked Framical. Yuri, first I need to ask if you can transport them out? Framical suddenly asked an unrelated question. Of course, all the paperwork will be in order, and I'll label everything as humanitarian aid. Chu Zihong smiled slightly and replied, Humanitarian aid? Framical was taken aback, glancing at the SAM-2 air defense missiles in the warehouse. Just this? Humanitarian aid? Do you believe that? I certainly don't. I don't see why humanitarian aid would need air defense missiles. However, since Chu Zihong could transport them out, Framical didn't mind. As long as the outcome was good, what do the means and process matter? How about 4 tons of living supplies? Framical thought for a moment and casually quoted a price. No problem, I got it all. Chu Zihong agreed immediately without a second thought. 4 tons of living supplies were only worth a few $100,000. To exchange for 12 SAM-2 air defense missile systems was incredibly valuable. Selling to a big spender was the best option. Big spenders had plenty of money, while the warlords of Hezhou might not be able to afford it. General, do you have any other missiles? Chu Zihong asked again, feeling a bit unsatisfied with just 12 SAM-2 air defense missiles. Yes, but it's a bit troublesome. Framical frowned slightly, looking a bit troubled. Seeing this, Chu Zihong quickly said, General, if it's troublesome, then forget it. Judging by your expression, it probably isn't just a simple matter. Such big matters were indeed troublesome. He didn't want to cause Framical any trouble, and more importantly, he didn't want to bring trouble upon himself. It's not too troublesome. It's just that my authority may not be sufficient, and I need the deputy commander's approval. Framical smiled and explained. What kind of missile needs the deputy commander's approval? The HQ-10M3 short-range air defense missile system. What? Chu Zihong's eyes widened in surprise. The HQ-10M3 short-range air defense missile system had automatic targeting, could be used in all weather conditions, and had strong anti-jamming capabilities. It used the chassis of the PT-76 amphibious tank, which provided amphibious capabilities and greatly enhanced battlefield mobility and survivability. The primary weapon loaded was the 9M333 surface-to-air missile, capable of launching 4 air defense missiles at once and having 4 spare missiles, with a reloading time of 3 minutes. This weapon could attack fighter jets, helicopters, unmanned aerial vehicles, and cruise missiles, with a kill probability of over 80 against all targets. The kill probability against drones was as high as 99, and the hit rate would improve after modernization. China's HQ-10 was developed based on this system. This was much more advanced than the SAM. No wonder Framical didn't have enough authority to sell it without the deputy commander's approval. Yuri, do you know about this big guy? Framical asked, noticing Chu Zihong's astonished expression. I've heard a little, but not in detail. Chu Zihong explained briefly and then said, General, I'm willing to purchase it with dollars. Can you help me introduce me to your deputy commander? However, Framical was about to speak when a trusted officer hurriedly ran into the warehouse, interrupting him. General, the deputy commander is here. He also brought a squad of military police, looking fierce. They probably mean trouble. Besides these, are there any other people? Framical showed no sign of panic, merely frowning slightly, his expression extremely calm. There are a few white people. The guards at the door reported that they are from Lockheed Martin. All right, I understand. You can go now, he said. Yes, General. The trusted officer nodded and turned to leave. Upon hearing their conversation, Chu Zihong's expression became unpredictable. It really was a bunch of endless hyenas. Couldn't they be a little more obedient? They had to come looking for trouble one by one, blocking his financial path and ruining his good deeds. Were these people from the Xian family all inclined to push their luck and seek death? Were they lacking in brains, or just had a screw loose? Yuri, you don't need to worry. The Xian family's people won't be too outrageous. Framical turned to Chu Zihong, who looked uncertain and patted his shoulder in reassurance. General, I'm sorry to trouble you. Chu Zihong smiled back, expressing a hint of apology. Hey, we're family. There's no need to be formal. Framical waved his hand and said, besides, it's not a bother. General Antonov is my brother-in-law, and he won't do anything to us. It's actually Xian Edward who is looking for trouble. At this point, a glint of fierceness flashed in Framical's eyes. Ah, brother-in-law? Chu Zihong was taken aback once more, surprised again. My grandmother has 3 children, and the youngest is my aunt. Natasha explained with a smile. She just married Antonov a few years ago and has a son and a daughter. So, we are all family now. Chu Zihong said, realizing something. Exactly. So you don't need to worry, Natasha shrugged and said. Indeed. Chu Zihong never expected that the deputy commander of the Kiev military district, a general, was actually family. I guess Sean Edward didn't see it coming either. He really stepped on a landmine, throwing himself into the trap to deliver his own head. Is this what they call waiting for the rabbit by the stump? At this thought, a strange expression appeared on Chu Zihong's face. There's a saying, how does it go? Oh right, a pie falling from the sky, hitting the mark. Chapter 85, Level 5 Reversal. General, why did you arrest me? In less than a moment, 3 jeeps, accompanied by a black Rolls-Royce, came to a steady stop in front of warehouse number 5. Flamiker, Chu Zihong, and others have been waiting at the warehouse entrance for a long time. The sound of car doors slamming echoed. General Anton Lev walked over with Sean Yuid and a team of gendarmes. When Sean Yuid saw Chu Zihong, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. Then, like a translator for the Japanese in a war film, he pointed at Flamiker, Chu Zihong, and others, shouting, Your Excellency the General, it's them. I hope you will give me an explanation. Otherwise, we at Lockheed don't want that batch of arms. Unbeknownst to him, after he finished this sentence, Flamiker and General Anton Lev, who was approaching, exchanged an inadvertent glance. Their eyes met in the air, seemingly reaching a certain consensus in an instant. Chu Zihong didn't care about Sean Yuid's disdain. He watched quietly as Sean Yuid acted like a clown, stirring up trouble. Mr. Yuid, rest assured, I will give you a quite satisfactory explanation, Chu Zihong said. A glint of inscrutable light flashed in Anton Lev's eyes, and then he waved his hand. Arrest them all. Yes, General. The soldiers of the gendarmerie replied and immediately chambered rounds in their AK-74U rifles. The next second, an unexpected scene unfolded. The soldiers suddenly turned around and swarmed towards Sean Hewitt and others. The sudden turn of events caught Sean Hewitt and the others off guard. They had no time to react before they were forcefully pressed to the ground by the burly Soviet gendarmes. By the time they managed to react, Sean Hewitt was furious, shouting, "General, what are you doing? You've arrested the wrong people. It's them." "Mr. Hewitt, I swear in the name of God, I did not arrest the wrong people." Antonov grinned, his tone laced with mockery. Hearing this, if Sean Hewitt still didn't understand what was happening, then he had wasted years in the arms business. He had been played, and he had walked right into it, utterly foolish. Damn it, damn it. His expression twisted, his voice hoarse with anger. "You bastard, Antonov. Do you know what the consequences of this are?" "What consequences? Are you guys at Lockheed planning to bypass the SAM government and declare war on U.S. Soviets?" Antonov scoffed, glancing at Sean Hewitt, who was pinned to the ground by the soldiers. Sean Hewitt was momentarily speechless. He was merely the spokesperson for Lockheed, not the head. There were plenty of domestic arms dealers in SAM wishing to become Lockheed's spokesperson. How could they start a war for their spokesperson's family? Even less likely to bypass the SAM government. In the face of enormous interests, no one would be foolish enough to fight for their own sake. Thus, Sean Hewitt found himself at a loss for words. He was well aware of the cold-bloodedness of capitalists. Just a moment ago, he had looked down from a height, arrogant as if he could touch the sky. At this moment, Sean Hewitt felt disheartened, the light in his eyes dimmed. He had been completely played by his own arrogance and ignorance. Wanting to kill others? Instead, he had been easily crushed. This is just. People can be so infuriatingly different. The gap is too great. In contrast to the disheartened Sean Hewitt, his security personnel were furious with him. They glared at Sean Hewitt, their noses twisted with rage. They looked as if they could kill him with a single glare. "Are you an idiot? Voluntarily sending yourself to death? What's the difference between you and those French Boy Scouts?" Such a shocking reversal made Chu Zihong want to laugh. Messing with himself? "Sorry, General Antonov is one of us. Just asking you, are you angry?" "Ha ha, no need to lift a finger," being pressed to the ground. Sending someone to their death from 1,000 miles away, a small gift with great sentiment. Who would have thought? "Yuri, let me introduce you. This is my brother-in-law, General Antonov, Deputy Commander of the Kiev Military District." Flamaker immediately pulled Chu Zihong to Antonov, introducing him enthusiastically. "General Antonov, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Chu Zihong, a military contractor with a passion for world nuclear disarmament." Chu Zihong immediately extended his hand and introduced himself. Facing family, he naturally revealed his real name. Mr. Chu, young and promising, with extraordinary courage, Antonov shook hands with Chu Zihong and remarked, in your Chinese words, "That's the Yangtze River's back waves pushing the front waves, each wave stronger than the last. General, you flatter me. I'm just dabbling. It's all thanks to elders like you supporting me." Chu Zihong smiled, appearing modest and polite. Antonov was quite satisfied, patting him on the shoulder as a sign of approval. At this moment, Natasha walked over, looking at Antonov with a charming smile. "Uncle, long time no see." "Natasha? Oh my God. I'm so happy to see you alive again. Your aunt was so excited to hear that you were still alive yesterday. If I hadn't stopped her, she would have gone to the hotel to find you." Antonov immediately embraced Natasha, looking as excited as a child who had just received candy. During the family reunion, Chu Zihong did not interrupt, but glanced at Sean Hewitt, who was pinned to the ground. His eyes narrowed, a cold light flashing. As an international arms dealer, the second rule of conduct, when dealing with enemies who want your life, you must eradicate them completely to prevent future troubles. Then, Chu Zihong walked over with an indifferent expression. Victor, who had been silent, understood and quietly drew his Glock pistol, chambering around. At this moment, Sean Hewitt was firmly restrained on the ground by two burly Soviet gendarmes. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching. The disoriented Sean Hewitt couldn't help but look up at the newcomer. But all he saw were a pair of shiny leather shoes, with no knowledge of their owner. However, Chu Zihong crouched down, allowing Sean Hewitt to finally see the person in front of him. "Mr. Chu, if you're here to mock me, there is no need. I'm not good at banter. I prefer practical action." "What? What do you want?" Sean Hewitt's heart skipped a beat, his gaze fixed on Chu Zihong. His throat bobbed up and down, indicating his inner turmoil. Chu Zihong's lips curled up. I heard that you Sam people believe in God. Would you like to meet him? Kill me, and Lockheed will not let you go. Shan Yu had understood the implication of this sentence, forcing out a breath as he threatened. Coincidentally, I want tea, let them go either. Chu Zihong shrugged, looking unconcerned. His goal was to take down Lockheed Martin and sit at the top of the global military-industrial giant. Moreover, Lockheed was not as unshakable now as it would be in the future. Was he afraid? If he were afraid, he wouldn't be Chu Zihong. Chapter 86. The money is in hand. Time to send you to meet God. The threat to Chu Zihong was no more. At this moment, Sean Edward was completely flustered. When a person is at the brink of life and death, how do they choose? Of course, they choose to live. Once dead, there is nothing left. Even the offerings from family members might be of poor quality. Mr. Chu, as long as you spare me, I'm willing to give you all my assets. Sean Edward pleaded, completely abandoning his earlier tough demeanor. How much? Tell me. Chu Zihong asked with newfound interest. $1 billion, and if you spare me, it's all yours. Upon hearing this, Chu Zihong narrowed his eyes, seemingly losing interest. Is that all? Mr. Chu, that's all of my assets, Sean Edward quickly explained. It seems there's no room for negotiation. Chu Zihong sighed regretfully, about to stand up, seeing the chance to live slipping away. Sean Edward gritted his teeth and said, I still have half a ton of gold stored in a Swiss bank vault. All for you. Half a ton of gold? Wow, this guy is wealthy. No wonder he's the first spokesperson for Lockheed. He must have made a lot over the years. $1 billion, plus half a ton of gold. He was richer than many third-world countries, definitely among the world's billionaires. However, in a country filled with conglomerates and oligarchs, he was just middle class. How can you prove it? Chu Zihong halted his movement and asked with narrowed eyes. I have the key, the account opening proof. And I can give you the bank password. Sean Edwards seized the opportunity and said quickly. This was his only chance to survive. He had to grasp it. Money could be earned again, but once life was lost, everything was gone. However, desperate for survival, Sean Edward was completely unaware of the glint of cunning in Chu Zihong's eyes. This guy was as shrewd as a 1,000-year-old fox. Once he got the money, it would be Sean Edward's turn to meet God. Sigh, the IQ is concerning. But at this moment, anyone desperate to survive had already lost normal reasoning. People should never panic too much. Only by being mature, steady, and cautious can one survive in a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Sean Edward recited the password, and as for the key and account proof, they were all found in his underwear. The hiding place was indeed quite interesting. Anyway, Chu Zihong didn't take them. Instead, he let Victor hold on to them. Seeing the wealth now in Chu Zihong's possession, Sean Edward looked on with a hint of hope. That gaze made Chu Zihong feel a bit embarrassed. But since I've given you the money, can you let me go? Well, I agreed, but I said it doesn't count. These gendarmes don't listen to my orders. Chu Zihong wore a conspiratorial smile, his tone carrying a hint of indifference. Sean Edwards' nose twisted in anger. He realized he had been deceived. He felt like his IQ had been rubbed against the ground repeatedly. Fuck. Damn Chu Zihong. May you not die a good death. Even if I die, I'll come back as a devil to settle the score with you. Facing Sean Edwards' shouting and frantic struggles, Chu Zihong paid no mind. He stood up and took the Glock pistol from Victor's hands. The two gendarmes acted as if they didn't see anything, just firmly holding down the struggling Sean Edward. You're a devil? Sorry, then I'm Lucifer. Chu Zihong chuckled lightly, raised the Glock pistol in his hand, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed abruptly in the empty warehouse area. Antonov, Natasha, and Vladimir, who were reminiscing, paused and looked over. When they saw Chu Zihong blow Sean Edwards' head off, their expressions varied, especially Natasha, who stared at Chu Zihong as if seeing him for the first time. The ruthless side of Chu Zihong clearly surprised her. Was this still the former good-for-nothing? No, he was a formidable figure. Antonov and Vladimir felt the same way. However, they thought they were witnessing history, witnessing the rise of an arms magnate. Unanimously, the three glanced at each other before turning back to continue their conversation. Meaning unspoken, you do your thing, we didn't see anything. After killing Sean Edward, Chu Zihong tossed the pistol back to Victor and instructed, You guys handle the others. Yes, boss. Victor's eyes flashed with cold light as he raised his gun and fired, not aiming at all, like he was possessed by Yin Shuangying. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous gunfire rang out, and all of Sean Edwards' security personnel went to meet God. On the road to the underworld, oh no, the road to heaven wouldn't be lonely. As the gunfire continued, Vladimir and Antonov exchanged glances and smiled. Chu Zihong's actions were very much to their liking. When dealing with enemies, one must cut the grass and root out the cause to prevent future troubles. Why leave them to cause you trouble? The sudden gunfire attracted the soldiers guarding the warehouse area. But upon seeing Vladimir, the head of logistics, and Antonov, the deputy commander, they immediately turned and left without a hint of hesitation. In reality, each soldier silently thought, I didn't TC anything. Having dealt with the troublesome guy, Antonov and Vladimir personally took Chu Zihong to the deepest part of the logistics department, Area S. This area was off-limits for weapons sales, as it stored all kinds of small arms, intercontinental missiles, and even a small amount of conventional nuclear weapons. Ordinarily, arms dealers would never be allowed in. But Chu Zihong was different. He was a Davarish, part of the family. As they ventured deeper into the logistics area, Chu Zihong clearly sensed an increase in fully armed soldiers. Additionally, he vaguely felt that there were special forces hidden in the surrounding woods. The feeling of being watched was quite evident. Yuri, in here, besides the missiles you want, there are also a small number of conventional nuclear weapons. Any thoughts? Vladimir turned his head, looking directly at Chu Zihong. Gulp. Chu Zihong swallowed hard, his heart racing. A small number of conventional nuclear weapons. Oh my. No wonder it was so heavily guarded. But, hey, why are you telling me this? I'm just a military contractor who enjoys world nuclear disarmament. Okay? Although he had some thoughts, but can I even transport them? Am I going to use nuclear weapons for humanitarian aid? Nonsense. I'll be watched by countries around the globe in minutes, and various organizations would come to seize them. Nuclear weapons, that's a hot potato. Chapter 87. Entering the Soviet missile base, the half-hour journey felt to Chu Zihong like it lasted a whole quarter. Time seemed interminable. There were numerous checkpoints along the way, heavily guarded, resembling the ancient Forbidden City, where not even a bird could fly in. Judging by the soldiers' individual gear, most of it was cutting-edge. For example, weapons that began with the AK-74 and AK-74U had been entirely replaced by the AK-105. Moreover, the Soviet soldiers they encountered were no longer ordinary troops, but the most elite special forces. As they ventured deeper, the smooth road transformed into a bumpy mountain path. Chu Zihong understood that they had already penetrated deep into the mountains behind the Kiev military district. Eventually, the jeep stopped in front of a massive warehouse, or more accurately, the entrance to a tunnel into the mountain. The number S1 was written in bright red paint, glaringly noticeable. There were about a company of soldiers at the entrance, all from special forces units. The heavy and light weaponry available here was comprehensive, with 2 DSHK heavy machine guns forming a formidable firepower network, creating a palpable sense of pressure. Simultaneously, barbed wire coiled around the barricades placed in front of the massive tunnel entrance completely blocked the way for everyone trying to enter. In addition, 2 T-80 tanks and 3 BTR-80 armored vehicles were parked nearby. The security was tight, far beyond imagination. Chu Zihong grew increasingly eager to discover what massive equipment awaited him inside. He rubbed his hands together, looking forward to entering. General Andreev personally stepped out to negotiate with the officer guarding the entrance. He wanted to gain entry. The permissions of Vladimir were useless. They couldn't get in. As the deputy commander, Andreev held the highest authority. In fact, he and the commander each held a key to launch nuclear weapons, with a confidentiality level rated SSS. This division of custody ensured greater security, preventing either party from impulsively pressing the nuclear launch button after a moment of recklessness or a drink of vodka. After negotiating for about a minute or two, Andreev returned to the vehicle. The soldiers at the warehouse, in trance, quickly lifted the barricades to allow them in. The vehicle restarted and drove inside. The long corridor was illuminated by rows of lights overhead, almost indistinguishable from a modern tunnel. The entire mountain had been hollowed out, transformed into an extremely concealed missile base. No one would suspect that such a massive warehouse was hidden deep within the mountains. Even satellites couldn't detect it. Such a grand undertaking could only be achieved by the Soviets or the Chinese. The underground Great Wall still exists across the country, classified as a highly confidential military restricted area. No one knows how many people are hidden inside or what mysterious weaponry is stored there. The tunnel-like underground passage was long. The vehicle drove for at least half an hour. Chu Zihong estimated it to be about 10 kilometers, winding and turning with seemingly no end in sight. Along the way, he also spotted several patrolling soldiers and large equipment covered with military green cloth parked to the side. As someone from a future timeline, Chu Zihong naturally understood what those were. Tactical Missile, Scud, Intercontinental Missile, Horaire Défense Missile. Besides these, he couldn't think of anything else. After driving for a few more minutes, the vehicle finally stopped in front of a massive closed roll-up door. A row of soldiers stood guard at the entrance. "Yuri, we have arrived," Vladimir called out to Chu Zihong, who was looking around as he got out of the car. "General, what's inside?" Chu Zihong asked. "You'll know when you see," Vladimir replied with a mysterious smile, teasing him. Vladimir's words further piqued Chu Zihong's curiosity and anticipation. "Open the door," Andreev commanded the soldiers at the entrance. "Yes, Commander," the officer responded and immediately pressed the switch. With a series of mechanical sounds, the roll-up door slowly began to rise. Chu Zihong fixed his gaze on the opening gap, trying to catch a glimpse of the massive equipment inside. Unfortunately, it was too small to see anything clearly. However, when the roll-up door fully opened, the massive equipment was suddenly exposed to everyone. When Chu Zihong saw what was inside, he froze for a moment, his expression shifting from surprise to joy. "Wow, what am I seeing?" In addition to the HQ-10M 3 short-range air defense missile, there were several other large pieces of equipment. The gigantic launch tubes being towed by launch vehicles were none other than the famous S-300 air defense missile system, which would still be in service in the Russian Federation 30 years later, albeit as an improved version of the anti-series air defense missiles. In the 1960s, as the U.S. began to plan a three-dimensional airstrike combination composed of cruise missiles, low-altitude bombers, and theater ballistic missiles, the S-75, SAM-2, and S-200, SAM-5 air defense missiles were no longer sufficient to meet the needs of Soviet air defense. In this context, the S-300 air defense missile was born. The S-300 air defense missile system is a third-generation ground-to-air missile system capable of countering cruise missiles, tactical ballistic missiles, and aircraft. It has three basic models, 300P, 300V, and 300F, and numerous new models have been developed based on these three, forming a vast S-300 family that includes air defense missiles for land, sea, and air forces. The S-300 employs a vertical launch method, allowing each launcher to fire in all directions and intercept targets within a 360-degree range, eliminating combat blind spots. As the launchers do not need to be turned during firing, the reaction time is significantly reduced, increasing the missile's firepower density and resistance to saturation attacks, simplifying the launch apparatus, and enhancing the system's mobility and survivability. The vertical launch method gives the S-300 a clear advantage in low-altitude defense, adapting to operations across the entire airspace from ultra-low to high altitude, and from short to ultra-long range. The massive equipment before Chu Zihong was undoubtedly a model of the S-300 air defense missile. After all, he was not a military enthusiast and did not have detailed knowledge. He only knew about the S-300 air defense missile from his previous life when he happened to see it at a military exhibition in Russia. However, that was the improved anti model, which was more advanced than the S-300 and had a longer range. "General, is this the S-300 air defense missile?" Chu Zihong asked, looking at the massive equipment before him. "Yuri, you recognize it?" Both Vladimir and Andreev were surprised. This air defense missile has always been stationed within the Soviet Union, and its appearance was limited to parades on Red Square. The fact that Chu Zihong recognized it surprised them. Even international arms dealers like Sean Edward Wooden T immediately recognize it. Our umbrella corporation is not only involved in arms. Our intelligence network is quite powerful as well. Chu Zihong winked and explained. Vladimir and Andreev exchanged glances but said nothing more. However, they were intrigued by Chu Zihong's mention of an intelligence network. The ability to recognize the S-300 air defense missile indicated that his intelligence network was not simple. They hadn't expected this Chinese man to be so extraordinary. Natasha shot a meaningful glance at Chu Zihong, a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth. A senior KGB agent, a head of a department, had been bought off by Chu Zihong. How did he not know? Once the Soviet Union dissolved, Chu Zihong's intelligence network would undoubtedly grow into the world's fifth largest intelligence agency. The Liaishajian Intelligence Organization is destined to be recorded in history. Chapter 88. Using an aircraft carrier to transport ammunition? You really thought of that, Yuri. This model is not the basic S-300 air defense missile, but the S-300V. It is primarily designed to counter tactical ballistic missiles, but can also deal with high-speed aircraft, long-range early warning command aircraft, and jamming aircraft, among others. Vladimir walked up to the launch vehicle and introduced it. S-300V air defense missile. Upon hearing this, Chu Zihong's eyes brightened, filled with eager anticipation. The S-300V air defense missile was developed by the Soviet Army to prevent their forces from being attacked by the ballistic missiles of European countries and the United States. Envisioning a steel torrent crushing the nations of Europe, it was designed to accompany Army armored clusters in combat, focusing on anti-ballistic missile capabilities while also providing large-area air defense for the Army. It is somewhat similar to Uncle Sam's Patriot missile. It has multi-target capability and low-altitude capability, able to destroy high-performance aircraft and tactical ballistic missiles. The Soviet military used it to replace the SAM-4 air defense missile. The targets it intercepts mainly include aircraft, cruise missiles, and short-range tactical ballistic missiles like Scud and Lance. It can also counter Pershing medium-range tactical ballistic missiles, air-to-ground missiles, and jamming aircraft patrolling at a distance of 100 kilometers. This is a great asset if sold to countries like Great Iran, Little Iran, and Camel when regional wars break out a year later. As soon as Western aircraft enter the airspace without starting precise strikes, they will be shot down by one air defense missile after another. That scene, simply too beautiful. I bet Uncle Sam will be completely baffled. What the hell? Where did these third-world countries get air defense missiles? This will change the course of history and create a significant difference in the regional war a year later. Just thinking about it is exciting. Chu Zihong rubbed his hands together and glanced at the 6 launch vehicles loaded with S-300V air defense missiles. The S-300V usually operates as a brigade-level combat unit, with each brigade comprising 4 fire units, regiment-level organization. These 4 regiments form a complete ground air defense combat system through a brigade-level command control center, which is one set of the Bariana automated command system. Taking out 4 of the 6 vehicles just forms a brigade-level combat unit. As for the 10 Arrow 10 cubic meters short-range air defense missiles, Chu Zihong believed that a military district should have more than just these quantities of air defense missiles. He asked, "General, are there any more?" "Come inside, there are more." Vladimir smiled and pointed to the deepest part of the warehouse. Following his gaze, Chu Zihong discovered that the entire warehouse had another hidden area with a roll-up door at the back. It seemed this was also a tunnel, just transformed into a storage warehouse for missiles. Soon, everyone arrived in front of the second roll-up door. The guide, Anton Lev, pressed a switch nearby, and with a click, the roll-up door rose. The first thing that caught their eyes was 6 large objects covered with military green tarps. The overall shape was indeed that of the S-300V air defense missile. These 6 vehicles were also S-300V, the last batch of stock. Anton Lev uncovered the first launch vehicle and said. Chu Zihong took a glance and asked, "What's the price? Is it still in goods or rubles?" Anton Lev and Vladimir exchanged glances, and Vladimir spoke up. "If you want all of them, it's goods plus rubles." "How much specifically?" "Half of goods you brought plus 80 million rubles. That's a bit expensive. Can you lower it a little?" Chu Zihong pretended to frown, bargaining. In reality, he was overjoyed inside. This is incredibly cheap. 12 S-300V air defense missiles can completely form 3 brigade-level combat units. Additionally, there are 10 Arrow 10 cubic meters short-range air defense missiles. But to get it even cheaper, Chu Zihong naturally wanted to negotiate. Who wouldn't he want a better deal? Lamekil pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? Keep half of the goods unchanged and reduce the rubles by 10 million. Deal." Chu Zihong agreed without a second thought, as the two financial talents under him had plenty of rubles. As long as it wasn't in dollars, it was fine. Being able to acquire it at this price is already a stroke of luck. If it weren't for acquaintances, the price might be even higher. As the saying goes, it's easier to do business with friends, and that's absolutely true. Of course, he also didn't want to shortchange them. After the deal, he would send a bit more in dollars. "Yuri, these are big guys. A deep-sea cargo ship can't hold them all. Do you want to get an aircraft carrier? I have friends in the Black Sea Fleet, and I can give you a discount," Anton Lev said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Zihong was slightly taken aback. Transporting goods with an aircraft carrier? Only you could think of that. He shook his head and replied, "General, our company's giant ship can completely accommodate them, and even has more than enough space." "Oh, then I'm a bit curious. Just how big is this giant ship?" Anton Lev's eyes flashed with surprise. "General, our company's giant ship is on its way, and I can take you to see it when it arrives." Chu Zihong smiled and directly invited. "Ha, good." Vlamikil and Anton Lev laughed heartily, feeling a bit of anticipation. A giant ship? Just how gigantic? At this moment, Chu Zihong, however, was quite interested in Anton Lev's earlier mention of the Black Sea Fleet. After the dissolution of the Soviet Union, the fate of the Black Sea Fleet was uncertain, and its ownership became a contentious issue between Ukraine and Russia. It wasn't until 6 years later that the two sides signed an agreement, effectively splitting the powerful Black Sea Fleet in two. But even though Ukraine received these ships, they had no money to maintain them, ultimately accepting only 18. 3 of the ships, while the rest, which should have been allocated to their navy, were directly sold to Russia at a discounted price. In fact, what made Chu Zihong learn about and understand the Black Sea Fleet was through his fondness for drinking cola. The most talked about impressions and topics online were probably the fat house-happy water and the war between Pepsi and Coca-Cola. However, a little-known fact is that Pepsi once owned the 6th largest military fleet in the world. To capture the Soviet market, Pepsi struck a deal with the Soviet government, which prohibited Coca-Cola from entering the Soviet market. Additionally, Pepsi was not allowed to trade in rubles due to its value being controlled by the Soviet government. So both sides had to resort to barter for trading. Initially, it was vodka exchanged for Pepsi, but later, when the Soviet Union launched a war against Afghanistan, Uncle Sam began to boycott vodka from entering their market. However, the Soviet people really liked Pepsi, consuming billions of cans each year. So they had to find other ways to trade. Thus, the trade of military warships for cola was born. In the first year, they traded several warships. In the second year, the value of naval vessels traded reached $3 billion, including 17 submarines from the Black Sea Fleet, 1 battleship, 1 cruiser, and 1 destroyer. Additionally, Pepsi was allowed to build 3 new factories in the Soviet Union. This deal attracted the attention of the U.S. government, which expressed concern about a soft drink company possessing so much military equipment. Pepsi's CEO, Donald, humorously responded, "I'm disarming the Soviet Union faster than you." This is how Pepsi came to own the 6th largest military fleet in the world. As for the fate of these ships, they were all dismantled by Pepsi and sold as scrap metal, earning a considerable fortune. Compared to the interest in the Black Sea Fleet, Chu Zihong is actually very interested in the Black Sea Shipyard, which is responsible for building the famous Varyag aircraft carrier. As a military contractor, having a naval fleet is of no real use. Maintaining it is also a huge expense with no return on investment. Just having 3 or 4 nuclear submarines would suffice. Like the Umbrella Corporation in the movies, there is no need to maintain a fleet. It's better to own a shipyard and build warships to sell. This industry is also highly profitable. Selling 1 ship can bring in thousands, even hundreds of millions of dollars. Additionally, there are opportunities to develop civilian cruise ships, ocean freighters, and yachts. The potential scale is undoubtedly enormous. Chapter 89, A Bounty of Harvests, the quietly growing umbrella emerging from the missile base. Chu Zihong realized it was already afternoon, having spent the entire morning inside. However, the gains were quite substantial. In addition to the 12 SAM, 2 surface-to-air missiles obtained earlier, he secured another 12 S, 300V surface-to-air missiles, 10 HQ, 10M 3 short-range surface-to-air missiles, and 6 SAM, 5 SA, 5 surface-to-air missiles. The SAM-5, codenamed Ganmeng, is one of the farthest-reaching high-altitude, long-range air defense missile systems in the world today. The Soviets had sold it to Colonel Ka, but it was of no use. The best weapons in the hands of those who cannot use them are nothing but fire sticks. Aside from these, he also acquired a number of rocket artillery systems, such as the Katyusha rocket launcher and the BM-21 Grad rocket launcher. These two types of rocket artillery are a perfect embodiment of the Soviet approach to violent aesthetics. They do not require accuracy. Instead, they deliver a dense barrage of rockets. The Katyusha rocket launcher is a nightmare for Hans Kat, with rockets falling like raindrops, signaling the demise of Hans Kat. The pleasant sound of explosions sends Hans Kat away, simple and brutal, without any reasoning. As the successor to the Katyusha, the BM-21 Grad rocket launcher is undoubtedly another piece of Soviet weaponry that fully embodies violent aesthetics. Equipped with 122 4mm rockets and a total of 40 rocket launch tubes, it can launch a full salvo in just 18 to 20 seconds. It possesses all the advantages of the Soviet rocket artillery, a lightweight combat weight, capable of traversing most terrains, even maneuvering along complicated mountain roads. With a truck chassis, it is also economical and durable, making both production and maintenance satisfactory. In combat, the requirements for launch sites are minimal. Just a clear area is enough to unleash firepower on the enemy, and the rate of fire during a salvo is extremely rapid. Within 20 seconds, it can deliver 40 rockets directly above the enemy, with an unprecedented ferocity. Just how fierce is it? A battalion of 18 BM-21 Grad rocket launchers can unleash 720 rockets on the enemy's position. It's worth noting that a single salvo from the 17th Field Artillery Brigade stationed in West Hans Kat during the Cold War produced similar effects. The opposing force is merely a rocket artillery battalion. The two are not even on the same level of firepower, and the Soviet artillery doctrine is truly terrifying. To put it simply, even if it cannot obliterate the enemy completely, it at least aims to leave them in a daze for quite a while. By the time Uncle Sam and the European nations muster the courage to peek out from their positions, oh no, disaster. Soviet tanks are already rolling in. Unfortunately, with the dissolution of the Soviet Union, the BM-21 Grad rocket launcher lost its chance to reach the battlefield. The once mighty Soviet steel tide, capable of conquering European nations and ending Uncle Sam's evil Iron Curtain, has now fragmented. The BM-21 Grad also found itself without a purpose. But Chu Zihong would ensure that these two rocket artillery systems would demonstrate their might in third world countries, covering the anti-government forces nurtured by Uncle Sam with fierce firepower, making these cannon fodder deeply feel the fear of death. Therefore, Chu Zihong directly cleared half of the stock of Katyusha and BM-21 Grad rocket launchers stored in the Kiev military district. Together, these two types of rocket artillery amounted to 200 units. It must be admitted that the Soviet Union indeed had the largest arsenal of weapons on this planet. However, this also meant that Chu Zihong spent 80 tons of the 100 tons of supplies he brought. Additionally, he spent 500 million rubles and 10 million USD. After this trip, Chu Zihong returned with a bounty, selling all these for at least nearly 10 billion USD in income. His next target was not just in the Black State, but also among the wealthy entities in the Middle East. Wealthy entities, after all, have plenty of money. With these weapons sorted out, only aircraft remained. The remaining 20 tons of supplies were certainly insufficient. Luckily, the Maersk giant ship was on its way with 100 tons of supplies, expected to arrive at the Kiev port by tomorrow morning. This batch of supplies did not come from Uncle Sam, but was procured from China. The system provided 3 financial talents, 2 of whom were sent to the Soviet Union to short the ruble against USD. The last one, resembling a Chinese, was dispatched to China to conduct business. By the end of the 1980s, China had begun to undergo tremendous changes with an enormous market. Economic takeoff was just a matter of time. As a time traveler, Chu Zihong naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity to make a fortune. The financial talent named Huang Zhiqing entered China as a Chinese-American investor, investing in food, daily necessities, and textile processing factories. The headquarters was set up in Yangcheng, as the business environment was better there and it was closer to the port. Huang Zhiqing had only been in China for half a month, but was already making waves. As a Chinese investor with 100 million USD in assets, he was akin to a god of wealth in China at that time. The 100 tons of supplies were arranged by Huang Zhiqing. Additionally, there was also the area of Lion Port, where emerging industries like the stock market and real estate were rising. And Chu Zihong naturally would not miss out on these opportunities, entrusting everything to Huang Zhiqing to handle. He believed that the financial talent produced by the system would not disappoint him. Meanwhile, the umbrella corporation was quietly growing. In the logistics department office of the Kiev military district, Chu Zihong directly transferred the money to Vladimir's account through the bank. As for the supplies, they were all at the airport, and they would send someone to retrieve them. The air defense missiles and heavy weapons equipment would wait until the Maersk giant ship arrived tomorrow before Vladimir sent someone to deliver them to the port. However, they would need to be repackaged and labeled as humanitarian aid for easier transport, exploiting a loophole in international trade law. After all, as long as it was categorized as humanitarian aid, it would pass through without issue. Many arms dealers smuggle weapons by exploiting loopholes. Not to mention them, even Uncle Sam has been a habitual offender using humanitarian aid. Military helicopters? Sorry, the weapons have been disassembled. Now it's just a medical rescue helicopter. In a word, it leaves you speechless. The key is that all the paperwork is in order, so you can't make things difficult. Just ask yourself, isn't it frustrating? Humanitarian aid? Just like the puppet UN. Besides putting on a show, do you dare to point fingers at the 5 founding countries? You might mediate a little between small nations, and the conflict might disappear. But what about conflicts between small and large nations? You go to mediate, and when you turn around, oh dear, the small nation is gone. But once it involves conflicts between major powers, you go to mediate, and when you look back, the UN is gone. So the Secretary General is afraid. Before they even open their mouth, not only are people gone, but the UN is also gone. Isn't it better to stay alive? Chapter 90, True Cucumber Price, MiG Fighter Jets for Sale General. Now we should talk about the In-12, Mi-27, and Mi-29, right? If possible, I would like to see them in person. The two sides sat on the sofa. Chu Zihong asked about the In-12 Fox transport aircraft, Mi-27 and Mi-29. This was the main focus of today's discussion. Air defense missiles were secondary. Yuri, let us not rush. Let us talk about the price first, shall we? Vladimir smiled and said, all right, how many do you have? What is the price? Currently, we have 4 In-12s in the warehouse, with a unit price of 97 million, packaged and sold to you for 20 million rubles. Hearing this price, Chu Zihong thought he had misheard and asked in disbelief, General, are you sure 4 In-12s are only 20 million rubles? Vladimir nodded and said, that's right, I'm sure. Chu Zihong fell silent, feeling an unexpected rush of happiness. Taking 4 In-12 transport aircraft for 20 million rubles was simply unbelievable. With a unit price of 97, he was getting them for 20 million rubles. And it was in rubles, that almost like giving them away for free. Coming back to his senses, Chu Zihong stared intently at Vladimir and couldn't help but ask, General, may I ask why you prefer rubles instead of the dollar? You know the situation in the Soviet Union better than I do, don't you? Vladimir directly met Chu Zihong's gaze and countered. Got it. Chu Zihong realized that his guess was correct. The current situation within the Soviet Union could be summed up with a classic line. Li Yunlong took Pingan County, and the entire northwest Shaanxi was in chaos. The overall situation was truly dire. Internal order was completely disrupted, and food supply issues had arisen. Various allied countries were fighting fiercely for their interests. On the other hand, Uncle Sam was celebrating the Soviet Union's downfall. To get through the tough times, the Soviet government was seizing food and money, and to buy goods, one could only exchange food. Moreover, in the absence of goods, weapons and equipment could directly be exchanged for food. The Soviet Union was so poor that they had an abundance of weapons, making them extremely cheap. You could exchange 40 pigs for an advanced fighter jet, 10 tons of pork for a warship, and submarines or aircraft carriers were not out of the question. Even tanks could eventually be exchanged for just 2 bottles of vodka. A kettle could be traded for a motorcycle. Absurdity had reached a new level. In short, the level of absurdity was beyond imagination. The high-ranking officials in the Soviet military had long seen the situation clearly. Disintegration was inevitable, and the empire was beyond saving. They began to sell weapons and equipment on a large scale, willing to sell anything as long as you could pay or provide goods. This led to the military losing a significant amount of core weapons, amounting to tens of millions of dollars. However, the Soviet government had no energy to manage this because the internal strife was too severe. Aside from this, the ruble was depreciating rapidly every day. Couldn't these high-ranking officials see that? Vladimir's intention to ask for rubles was obvious. Once he got the rubles, he would immediately exchange them for dollars. Understanding this point, Chu Zihong had no reason to hesitate. Whatever price you offered, he would buy. He asked again, "General, what about the Me-27 and Me-29? There are still 10 Me-27s left in the hangar. Package for 50 million rubles. Vladimir gestured. Deal. Chu Zihong smiled and agreed decisively. Cucumber prices. Only a fool would refuse. There are 8 Me-29s left. This is currently a relatively advanced 4th-generation light fighter jet. A bit more expensive, package for 60 million rubles. Deal. Chu Zihong agreed without a second thought. The Soviet classification of fighter jets was always slightly higher than the international standards set by Uncle Sam. The Me-29 4th-generation light fighter jet? In simpler terms, it was a 3rd-generation fighter, and a poor one at that. It couldn't even compete with Huagua SJ-10. Anyway, it wasn't for his own use. No matter how poor it was still a fighter jet. As long as it was valuable, that was enough. For in 12s, 10 Me-27s, and 8 Me-29s totaled 130 million rubles. When Vladimir exchanged it for dollars, it would amount to around 80 to 90 million dollars. Of course, with the ruble depreciating every day, it was better to exchange it sooner. Chu Zihong immediately took out a checkbook and wrote a promissory note from the Central Bank of the Soviet Union. This checkbook was sent by the oligarchs Berezovsky and Friedman 2 days ago. With the oligarchs backing him, money was a minor issue. As he handed over the banknote, he said, "General, if you want to exchange it for dollars, I can help you at a slightly higher rate than what you would get, and I won't charge any fees. All right, when you exchange for dollars, just deposit it into my account at the Swiss bank." Vladimir readily agreed without hesitation. This trust made Chu Zihong realize that this was a true devary. Chu Zihong retrieved the check. He was well aware of Vladimir's Swiss bank account from a previous transfer. "By the way, General, I have planes but no pilots. Can you recommend a few?" Chu Zihong suddenly thought about having transport planes without pilots. He couldn't have his men carry them back, could he? They weren't supermen. "How many do you need?" Vladimir asked straightforwardly. The more, the better, of course. Chu Zihong understood Vladimir's intention. He was planning to